the old man just said. Can we sleep together one more time before we break up? The young and beautiful Lu Xianzi blushed. You old man. Over 900 years old and still thinking about these things. Seeing Lu Lian's embarrassed look, I knew it was settled. Excitedly leaning on his cane, he said, hurry, help me inside. It turns out that in the eyes of outsiders, the cold and ascetic Lingxiao Sect master is actually the secret lover of this ugly old man. Although they are called senior brother and junior sister in public, the two of them, from the age of only 18 when they tasted the forbidden fruit, to their current age of 1,000 years, his heart has long taken on the shape of this ugly old man. After 5 minutes, Lu Lian dropped the thin gauze skirt on the ground, her eyes dimly leaving a sentence goodbye, senior brother, and then disappeared in the room. I sighed and said to myself that I was becoming more and more useless. Some people haven't even started, and some people have already ended. But can I be blamed for this? Just with Lu Lian sitting there, who can endure it? Unexpectedly, the next second, Lu Lian's voice echoed in the room. Isn't it because your old waist can't even stand straight that I sat down? Can you blame me? Junior sister, you haven't left yet? I said awkwardly. I'm leaving now. However, at this moment, a system voice suddenly came to my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on being dumped. Submission to the system activated successfully. The novice gift package has been automatically opened. Reward 1, body functions restored to a youthful level. Reward 2, the host's incomplete chaotic divine body repaired to 1/10 of its strength. I stood up excitedly. System, you finally came. It's been a whole 990 years. Do you know how I survived these 990 years? I'm really tired of this easy life. After some understanding, I figured out the system's functions. In short, to become stronger and younger, one must continuously subdue the daughters of fate, make them submit to oneself, generate luck value, and exchange rewards. As for my incomplete chaotic divine body, it turns out that when I tasted the forbidden fruit back then, it was inadvertently absorbed by Lu Lian, causing my own aptitude to deteriorate, while she became an extraordinary daughter of fate, eventually growing into the head of the Lingxiao Sect with extraordinary cultivation. At this moment, in the room on the other side, Lu Lian said, have you said goodbye to your little man? Former sect master Xiangxi smiled and said, I have already bid farewell to my husband. Lu Lian nodded. This time you enter the secret realm of Lingxiao Sect for cultivation. When you come out again, it will be 20 years later. Your little man can only live for another 10 years at most, but he may not be able to wait for you to come out. Are you sure you want to enter the secret realm of Lingxiao Sect for cultivation? Hua she confirmed repeatedly. Back then, he took in Lu Lian and Dao Chanju as his two disciples, the only two disciples he had. He witnessed the relationship between Lu Lian and Dao Chanju, giving them the same amount of top-grade elixirs each time, but Lu Lian always hesitated to use them and gave them all to Dao Chanju. This pure love between them, without any hint of self-interest, made him a single since birth for 3, envious. However, he didn't need to envy, as he would soon also experience this kind of joyful love. Sure, Lu Lian nodded without hesitation. There was a reason she had to enter the Lingxiao Sect's secret realm, which only opened once every 2,000 years. Only by accepting the inheritance inside and greatly increasing her cultivation could she avenge the destruction of her hometown village. After all, those culprits were very mysterious and powerful. Even the transcendent cultivator Hua was no match for them. Only by stepping into the legendary emperor realm was there a slight possibility. Although spending 10 years with Diaochan would be happy, after those 10 years, all that would be left is 1,000 years of loneliness, pain, and suffering. It would be better to use these 10 years to alleviate some of the loneliness and pain that would follow. On the day she avenged her village, she would immediately follow Diaochan. In a world without Diaochan, every second would be torment. Master, please don't tell my husband about these things. I entrust my husband to you in the days to come. Changju is my disciple. Of course, I will take good care of him. The next morning, I got up from bed feeling refreshed. Ha ha ha, this long-lost sense of relaxation. However, as I looked in the mirror, I touched my wrinkled and aged face. The system only restored my physical functions. My appearance and lifespan remain unchanged. If I don't make any breakthrough in cultivation within 10 years, I will still die. The biggest problem now is, I don't know where to find the Chi Luck Maiden, and she has to submit to me. As an old man in the golden core stage, why should I make the proud Chi Luck Maiden submit to me? But I didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. Elder Dio, shall I help you clean up the yard? Just then, there was a burst of commotion outside the courtyard, followed by a system prompt sound. Ding! Detected the appearance of the girl with spiritual energy nearby, named Bihua Jin, 18 years old, cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refining, possessing the luminous glass body, inactive. The luminous glass body requires a large amount of elixir resources to activate. Once activated, the cultivation speed will soar. I was shocked to see this. The little green tea turned out to be the girl with spiritual energy. I pushed open the door and saw a beautiful woman standing at the courtyard gate. This woman, named Bihua Jin, is an outer sect female disciple, who got lost and stumbled into my place a year ago, and that's how we met. After learning that Bihua Jin also came from a small mountain village and had mediocre cultivation qualifications, Sable Changju then took pity on her and often gave her some extremely high-quality cultivation pills. And in return, Bihua Jin comes here every other week to help him clean the yard and do his laundry and stuff. Sable Changju initially thought that Bihua Jin would be as innocent as she appeared on the surface, so she thought of going to the outer sect elders and asking them to take care of Bihua Jin. He was not expecting the outer sect elders' reply to make his jaw drop in shock. They all said that Bihua Jin's reputation in the outer sect was not good, and after entering the Lingxiao Sect for just 1 year, she had cheated 10 veteran outer sect male disciples out of all their cultivation resources, and those outer sect male disciples hadn't even held her hand. Bihua Jin is properly a green tea whore. Moreover, those male disciples of the outer sect who were tricked by her even said that they volunteered and were willing to die for Bihua Jin, causing these outer sect elders to want to step in and punish Bihua Jin couldn't even find an excuse. Chapter 4, Every Man for Himself, and Every Man for Himself. After knowing that Bihua Jin was a little green tea, Sable Changju didn't poke her true colors. Anyway, he looked at Bihua Jin with a smooth eye and treated her like a granddaughter. She also cleaned the yard with great care, much to his satisfaction. And these extremely high-quality elixirs were plentiful on their own. She wants these pills. Just give them to her yourself. She sells her work and pays for it herself, which is a normal transaction. Why did Hua Jin come so early today? Sable Changju revealed a kind smile. Bihua Jin was a little surprised in her eyes when she saw the spirited Sable Changju. When she came last week, Sable Changju was on crutches and had trouble walking. Elder Sable, you made a breakthrough? Bihua Jin said happily. Sort of a little breakthrough. Sable Longgathering stroked his long beard proudly. We can't say that it's because of Tetsuko, can we? Just then, Unity's voice rang in his head. Daughter of the Air detected. Name, Bihua Jin. Age, 18. Luck value, 10,000. Cultivation, 6th level of Qi refining. Physique, glazed sacred body, not activated. Introduction, the glazed saint body needs a lot of elixir resources to be nourished in order to activate. Once activated, the glazed saint body cultivation speed will soar. Sable Changju looked at the small green tea in front of him in shock after reading the system's prompt. This little green tea is actually the daughter of Qi Luck? Bihua Jin's pretty face reddened, lowered her small head that couldn't see her feet, and said shyly, why does Elder Wolverine keep staring at Disciple Ah? This little green tea. Sable Changju's heart couldn't help but skip a few beats. This shy look of Bihua Jin's was just too lethal. It had to be said that Bihua Jin's body and looks were not inferior to Lu Lian. It's just that in the past, his heart was all about Lu Lian, and he didn't care about any other women. Unity's son, how are these daughters of Qi to be taken in? Sable Changju asked the system. There are 2 types of subjugating the daughter of chance. The first is forced submission, making her your woman, and the second is voluntary submission. Let the daughter of Qi Luck willingly submit to the host. Forced submission? Sable Changju pondered. Forcing submission was undoubtedly the simplest and most brutal method, especially now that Bihua Jin was only at the 6th level of Qi refining. If he wanted her to force her to submit, she wouldn't be able to resist. His own lifespan was now less than 10 years, and he didn't have that much time to slowly make Bihua Jin submit voluntarily. Especially Bihua Jin was still a little green tea, and he himself was still a smelly old man. Making a little green tea submit voluntarily was not a normal difficulty. Sable Changju is not in a hurry for a moment, and Bihua Jin can't run away anyway. Hua Jin, you go ahead and clean the yard, Sable Changju said indifferently. Then he sat down on a stone table in the courtyard and slowly made tea. Bihua Jin nodded her little head and picked up the broom and cleaned the yard carefully. Bihua Jin knew that Sable Changju was not that kind of horny old man after he came into contact with him. Bihua Jin still has a good impression of Sable Changju. If she knew that Sable Changju was a horny old man, even if he could give her an extreme grade Qi gathering pill every time, she wouldn't have run to hang out at his place every few days. It was a proper white gift. Not long after that, Bihua Jin came bouncing to Sable Changju and said, Elder Sable, the courtyard is cleaned. Okay. Sable Changju took out a bottle full of extreme Qi gathering pills from his nascent sphere and placed it in front of Bihua Jin. Bihua Jin's expression froze as she opened the bottle suspiciously and realized that it actually contained a full 100 extreme Qi gathering pills. She all but almost knocked the bottle over with a shaky hand. It was the first time she had seen so many extreme chi-gathering pills. As an outer disciple, her monthly cultivation resources were only 5 lower-grade chi-gathering pills. 10 lower-grade chi-gathering pills equals 1 medium-grade chi-gathering pill. 10 medium-grade chi-gathering pills equals 1 top-grade chi-gathering pill. 10 top-grade chi-gathering pills equals 1 top-grade chi-gathering pill. These 100 extreme-grade chi-gathering pills were already equal to 100,000 lower-grade chi-gathering pills. How could this not make her hands shake? She knew that Sable Chief gathered a lot of resources, but she didn't expect this much. Sable Elder, did you give it to the wrong person? Bai Huajin secretly swallowed his saliva, and his face could hardly hide his excitement. There's no mistake in giving. I'll cover your future cultivation resources, Sable Changju said indifferently as he took a sip of tea. Bai Huajin's heart thumped. She was not a little cutie. She heard the meaning in Elder Wolverine's words, but she didn't believe that the kindly old man in front of her was that kind of person. She held the idea of testing and said, "The Huajin doesn't understand what Elder Wolverine means. Alright, Huajin, stop pretending. I've long heard about what you did in the outer sect. I'll just pick it straight up and say that I have my eye on you. Submit to me and I'll raise you." Bai Huajin's face instantly turned iron blue. Her expression aggravated and her eyes flooded with tears. Sable Changju wasn't the first person to say something like that to her. She, an outer disciple from a small mountain village with no background and no cultivation talent, had encountered countless such harassment over the years just because she was a bit prettier. Each one coveted her beauty. She had thought that Sable Changju was different from the other smelly men, but she hadn't realized that it was all the way to the mound. Elder Wolverine, you have disappointed me too much. Bai Huajin shed tears and without hesitation put down the pills and was about to leave. The next moment Sable Changju's icy voice rang out. It's fine for you to leave first, but before you do so return all those pills I gave you earlier. You! Bai Huajin turned around and glared angrily at Sable Changju. The amiable old grandpa-like image of Sable Changju in her heart completely collapsed. Those pills were clearly given to me by you. She had swallowed all the pills given to her by Wolverine Changju a long time ago. How could she give them back to him? And she can't afford to pay it back. Is it a gift if you say it's a gift? If I say you stole it, guess who the outer sect elders will believe? Sable Changju said indifferently. In fact, he didn't want to use such bad tactics, but he is a dying man himself, and man is not for himself. It was so hard to activate the system and give him the opportunity to continue cultivating and living. No matter what he said, he had to vigorously seize this big opportunity of Bai Huajin. Bai Huajin's heart was like ashes. Although Sable Changju didn't usually go out of this courtyard much, but he was an inner sect elder. How could an outer sect elder offend him for her? A tiny outer sect disciple? I only blame myself for being too greedy and trusting my instincts in reading people. She'd always just relied on her intuition in reading people, out of the blue. But I didn't want to flip out here at Sable Changju. Let's just say that Sable Changju is hiding too much. Chapter 5, Coercion. Seeing that Bai Huajin is already showing signs of giving in, Sable Changju starts PUA. With a wave of his hand, 10 more bottles of pills appeared on the table. There are a total of 1100 extreme chi gathering pills here. As long as you promise to submit to me, all of these will be yours. 1100 PCS. Bai Huajin's eyes snapped open as her heart began to falter. Sable Changju smiled and said, I'm sure there have been quite a few people who have made you an offer before, but the only reason you didn't say yes was because they didn't give enough leverage. With another wave of Sable Changju's hand, the table was instantly piled with bottles of pills. These resources are enough for you to cultivate to the Jindan stage. When Bai Huajin saw so many pills, her legs softened and she sat back in her chair. Her pink fists were clenched and she didn't know what she was thinking. And you won't suffer any disadvantages if you follow me. I am the personal disciple of the former sect master Hua Xiangshi. The current sect master Lu Lian is also my junior sister. All the people in the entire sect, no matter how high or low their cultivation level is, when they see me, they all have to call out to me respectfully as Sable Changju. Elder Wolverine gathered as he spoke and poured a cup of green tea for Bai Huajin. Bai Huajin hesitated for a moment, lowering her small head. A pair of small hands wrapped around the teacup, but without the idea of cupping it and drinking it. She was still trying to decide whether or not to drink the cup of tea. Wolverine Changju was not in a hurry and said slowly, not to mention that I am now approaching the end of my days and only have less than 10 years to live. 10 years in exchange for such an abundance of resources, which are enough for you to squander for 1,000 years. Sable Changju didn't lie, he did only have less than 10 years of life now, but if he accidentally broke through and his lifespan increased, that couldn't be helped. 10 years. 10 years. Bai Huajin mouthed Nana said. She also knows that she does not have the right to refuse. Now here is just her and Sable Changju, two people. And Sable Changju has already Jindan middle stage now. She is still a small refining stage. Sable Changju was going to force herself on her. And she didn't have any resistance. After Bai Huajin drank the tea in one go, she spoke with an icy face. I can submit to you, but you can't reveal our relationship. Bai Huajin thought that as long as Sable Changju died 10 years later, she would still be the same icy little fairy. That's no problem. But again, you're not allowed to do those things again while I'm still alive. Wolverine Lawn Gathering said with a smile. Finally, this little green tea has been taken down. Don't worry about this. If I wasn't short of cultivation resources, I wouldn't want to maneuver between that group of disgusting men. Bai Huajin grunted. She has fully realized the green tea virtue of just because I receive your gift doesn't mean I accept it in the outer door. Bai Huajin had already said that she would submit to Sable Changju, but the system was slow to respond. Wolverine Changju asked the system in confusion. Unity, didn't Bai Huajin say that she submitted to me? Why don't you have any reaction at all? Bai Huajin only said she would submit, but in her heart, she did not want to submit. Therefore, the condition of voluntary submission has not been met. That's so. Sable Changju stroked his own beard and sized up Bai Huajin. It seemed that in order to take in this daughter of Qi or to force her to submit, you want it now? Bai Huajin's face showed a mocking expression when she saw Sable Changju staring straight at her. Sable Changju also didn't mind Bai Huajin's undisguised expression, letting her submit early and feel at ease. That's right, I want it now. But are you sure you can? Bai Huajin couldn't help but laugh so hard that the ground shook as she looked at the old grandfather in front of her with pale hair and a wrinkled face. She could remember that before Sable Changju even had to walk on crutches. You'll know if it works or not once you try it. Sable Changju stood up with a dark face. If he had been the same person he was the day before yesterday, it really wouldn't have worked. But now that he's regained the bodily functions of his youth with the help of the tutelary, he just doesn't seem to be able to. Elder Sable, do you want someone to help you into your room? Bai Huajin walked over and leaned on Elder Wolverine Gathering and flirtatiously said. Bai Huajin, who had already resigned herself to her fate, was also too lazy to hide her nature in front of Sable Changju to pretend to be a good girl. Without saying a word, Sable Changju directly reached out and carried Bai Huajin over his shoulder, striding towards the room. 1 hour later, Bai Huajin lay down on Sable Elder Polly's chest and touched his wrinkled skin. Her eyes misted up as she said flirtatiously, Elder Sable, your slave really underestimated you. You are actually as human as your name. As do you. You are also truly as human as your name suggests. Sable Changju proudly rubbed Bai Huajin's pretty face. After the two of them had warmed up for a while longer, Bai Huajin struggled out of Sable Changju's embrace and got up to dress. I've been out long enough today. I'm going back. Remember not to expose our relationship. After that I'll come every other day. Those pills are put here with you. I need to come back to get them again. It's not safe for me to bring them with me, Bai Huajin said as she dressed, looking at Bai Huajin's pained expression. Sable Changju said with concern, do you want to rub some medicine on it before going back? No need. Bai Huajin frowned and walked away with a crumpled brow. You're the reason I'm like this. Why didn't you show any concern when you've been here for an hour? Now you're pretending to care? Yuck. Scum. When Sable Changju saw that Bai Huajin had left, he also began to look at the system's message seriously. The host has made Bai Huajin's forced subjugation successful. Congratulations to the host for taking in the daughter of Qi for the first time. The first reward is now issued. Congratulations to the host for raising his cultivation to the late Jindan stage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one 5-minute experience card for the peak of the celestial chant stage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden cultivation skill. The host can now casually set a realm lower than his actual cultivation, and outsiders perceive the host's cultivation as the realm set by the host. Sable Changju only felt a sense of relief all over his body, and the wrinkles on his body became a little less, but not much. After all, it was only a breakthrough to the late Jindan stage, and his lifespan had probably only increased by about 50 years. To produce a qualitative change, one would still have to break through to the Yuaning stage to increase his lifespan by 1,000 years in order to become younger. 1 Tianji stage peak 5-minute experience card? Sable Changju had a bad feeling in his heart as he looked at this peak Tianji stage experience card given by Unity Sun. According to the formula, the system will not suddenly send this thing for no reason. It must be the back will happen what big things must be used to send this thing in advance. Refinement. Build the foundation of a building. Lunar caustic, fused silver nitrate. Shaped in a stick and used as a cauterizing agent. primordial infant, males and females, Holy Ghost, El Niño, meteorology, depth, profundity, land rover, inscrutable twist of fate, transcend one's mortal coil, become immortal. Would the system be so kind as to send him a Tianji Peak experience card all at once? There must be a demon when things go wrong. Sable Changju would like to hope that this Tianji Peak experience card will never need to be used in his life. Chapter 6, Master Hua. But this skill of hiding cultivation is not bad. You can pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Wolverine Changju nodded in satisfaction, then set his current cultivation setting to display as a middle Jindan stage. Then he opened his panel. Name, Mink Changju. Age, 990. Cultivation, late Jindan. Physique, chaotic divine body, 1/10. Number of submissive women of fortune, 1. Open Baihack Jin's data panel again. Name, Baiwajin. Age, 18. Cultivation, 6th level of Qi cultivation. Physique, glazed sacred body, 30% activation progress. Luck value, 10,000. Submissive value, 4. Note, submissive value means that the host can obtain the Qi value of that Qi girl. Currently the host has gained 4% of Baiwajin's chakra value. Sable Changju almost laughed out loud when he saw that Baiwajin's submissive value was 4. It seemed she was still pleased with her performance in that 1 hour. Are these two little mouths at odds? Hua Xiangshi, who was half leaning on the soft couch in thin clothes, sighed. She had just seen a ridiculous scene when her divine sense probed towards Sable Changju's side, causing her to almost fall off the soft couch. Li Yan just entered the secret realm, and you brat turned around and got involved with an outer sect female disciple. Hua Xiangshi's face burned as she fought for Lu Lian. She'd also just seen something she shouldn't have, and the Sable Long gathering had impressed her. No way. I'm going to find this brat to ask for clarification. Hua Xiangshi sat up. She had promised Lu Lian that she would take good care of Sable Changju for her. If Lu Lian knew that she had just entered the secret realm on the front foot, and Wu Changju was fooling around with another woman on the back foot, then she would have to dig Wu Changju's grave. Sable Chief gathered in the yard to bask in the sun. He had thought that he would be able to continue cultivating after this chaotic god body of his had been repaired by a 10th, but he had just attempted to cultivate for a little while and found that it was still the same as it always was, and his cultivation hadn't grown a bit, so he had no choice but to swing for the fences, and it was better for him to rely on the tutelage to improve his cultivation. Changju, come to my room. Hua Xiangshi's voice transmission echoed in the courtyard. Sable Changju opened his eyes, puzzled. How come Master wants to see him all of a sudden? The last time I saw Flower Shanks was 10 years ago. Sable Changju made his way unimpeded into the peak of Hua Xiangshi. The female disciples watching under the mountain peak all bowed their heads when they saw Elder Wolverine gathering and shouted, Elder Wolverine. Sable Changju nodded, following a waterfall that fell headlong from the sky, leading straight to a secluded path. Some of the younger female guards whispered to the female disciple next to them and said, Senior sister, who is this old grandpa? Why is it that we don't need to ask the Supreme Elder to directly release him onto the mountain when he comes? He's the personal disciple of the Supreme Elder. Show some respect. What? He's the personal disciple of the Supreme Elder? How come he's only at the Jindan stage? This female disciple was just an inner disciple whose cultivation was already at the Yuaning stage, but as the personal disciple of the Supreme Elder, her cultivation was only at the Jindan stage? This is not a joke? Sable Changju didn't show his face much in the sects on weekdays. So many people didn't know his true identity. It was only known that he was one of the weakest inner sect elders. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. In any case, the Supreme Elder has said that there are only 2 people who can be directly released without any notification. The first is the current patriarch Lu Lian, and the second is that Elder Wolverine who is just there. Ooh-hoo. Wolverine Long Gathering arrived at the bird-filled courtyard at the peak. He walked over to Hua Xiangshi's room door and knocked lightly, saying in a pale voice, Master, I am Changju. Push the door in yourself. The room was filled with the lazy voice of Hua Xiangshi. Wolverine Long Gathering pushed his way in. At this moment, Hua Xiangshi was still wearing those thin clothes, her hand on her forehead, half leaning on the soft couch. The pink veil that was hidden in front of the soft couch was lowered to cover her form. Sable Changju skillfully walked over to the futon dedicated to him in front of the soft couch and sat down. He looked at Hua Xiangshi behind the hidden pink gauze curtain and muttered in his heart, How come I didn't realize before that master teacher is a great beauty? Hua Xiangshi was one of those imperial sisters who were already ripe for the picking. The body is fleshy, but thin where it should be. Hard to find a word to describe her. That would be a pear shape. Just as Sable Changju was rambling, the system's voice rang in his head. Daughter of the air detected. Name, Flora and Fauna. Age, 3000 years. Cultivation, Middle Tianji stage. Physique, Jade Pot Heaven Swallowing Body, not activated. Luck value, 100,000. Introduction to Chi Luck. The Jade Jug Heaven Swallowing Body is a hidden physique that requires brute force to forcefully activate it. Once the Jade Jug Heaven Swallowing Body has been activated, it automatically comprehends the laws of devouring. Law of devouring, can devour all attacks without limit. Devouring limit, maximum may not exceed 2 major realms of current cultivation level. Sable Changju's mouth opened slightly. Ha! This Jade Jug Heaven Swallowing Body was also too terrifying, right? It was directly possible to fight across 2 great realms, but why is one's master's daughter a daughter of Qi? How does that make her submit herself? Forced submission? Wolverine Changju thought of the Peak Tianji stage experience card that Unity Sun had just given him. He knew the system wouldn't send him something like this for no reason. Surely nothing good can come of it. Hua Xiangshi was his master. How could he possibly do something as treacherous as forced submission? That's something that only an impulsive teacher and a rebellious disciple can do. But it would be even more difficult to make Hua Xiangshi submit voluntarily. Sable Changju, but he knew Hua Xiangshi very well. She's discerning as hell. Or she wouldn't have practiced for 3,000 years and still be a maternal single. In these 3,000 years, I don't know how many young talents have pursued her, but she couldn't even look at them. Who is he? An old man. To make her submit voluntarily? Sable Changju sighed in his heart. Everything could only be said to follow fate. Anyway, he would never be forced to submit to Hua Xiangshi. It wasn't like Hua Xiangshi was the kind of woman that Bai Huajin could just toy with in his heart. Hua Xiangshi was always his most respected teacher in Sable Changju's heart, and he didn't want to do anything to hurt Hua Xiangshi. The big deal was not to have flower fragrance shy as a woman of Qi to subjugate other women of Qi. The sky is so big that there are plenty of women of Qi, and less submissive Hua Xiangshi one doesn't affect him. Changju, what's going on between you and that outer sect female disciple? Hua Xiangshi opened her mouth to ask. Chapter 7, Sable Changju must have been deceived. Sable Changju's heart thumped. How did he and Bai Huajin's affair be known by Hua Xiangshi so quickly? Sable Changju said without denying it. As master knows, she serves me and I feed her. Anyway, he had already broken up with Lu Liyan, so there was nothing to worry about. You! Hua Xiangshi slapped the soft couch and sat up, pulling back the gauze curtain, a stunningly beautiful face filled with anger, pointing at Sable Changju. Are you doing this to Liyan? Lu Liyan had only just entered the secret realm to cultivate, and you turned around and looked for another woman. Hua Xiangshi was so angry in her head that she forgot that she was thinly dressed at the moment. All she was wearing at the moment was a small coat and a small skirt. Her flat, serpentine waist was uncovered. Large swaths of white skin were exposed to the air. Sable Changju consciously lowered his head, not wanting to desecrate the revered master in his heart, but his eyes fell on top of Hua Xiangshi's pair of tender white jade feet. He had to lower his head further to look at the floor. Senior, Liyan and I have parted ways, Sable Changju said indifferently. Hua Xiangshi's expression froze and she said with a bit of disbelief, you guys broke up? Aha! Who proposes? It was Liyan who volunteered. Hearing this, Hua Xiangshi also sighed and lowered the gauze curtain, leaning back on the soft couch. Of course she knew why Lu Liyan wanted to break up with Sable Changju, but why didn't she ask her, her senior, for her opinion before she made this decision? My silly disciple. It's not like you to break your love. Did you think that breaking up with Nagaraju was a break in love? It's really silly. I'm too lazy to care about the crap between you guys. Hua Xiangshi rubbed her forehead. But you and that outer sect female disciple should keep it a secret and not let anyone else know. Anyway, Sable Changju has at most 10 years left to live, so let it all go. The only thing she could do was to help him keep the secret. As soon as Sable Changju died, she immediately disposed of that outer sect female disciple, letting what happened between them take them down to the earth with her. When Lu Liyan came out, Sable Changju was still the most perfect husband in her mind. This is natural. Both Birch Jean and I don't want outsiders to know about the relationship between us. Sable Changju nodded. Alright, you go back. Hua Xiangshi gave an eviction order to Sable Changju. She was also too lazy to tell Sable Changju about Lu Liyan. He has less than 10 years left to live now, and telling him that much will only depress him. Might as well let him know nothing and live the rest of his life happily ever after. Sable Changju stood up and respectfully bowed to Hua Xiangshi before leaving, and time went by day. It is also 2.5 years after the turn of the year. Bai Huajin's cultivation had also come to the early stage of foundation establishment under the nourishment of Sable Changju's abundant resources, and she had successfully transformed from an outer disciple into an ordinary inner disciple. And Sable Changju had often wandered around the sect in the past 2 years, all without discovering any new daughters of the Qiluk again. His cultivation level was still stuck at the late Jindan stage. On this day, Bai Huajin flopped down in Sable Changju's arms and said, "Elder Sable, my slave has one thing to ask for. I knew you had something to ask for after all that effort today. Tell me, what is it?" Sable Changju stroked Bai Huajin's small head. Under his continuous efforts, Bai Huajin's submissive value only stayed at 50, and didn't raise it a bit more. It also showed him that in order to get the submissive value up, it's not enough to just put in the effort. You have to walk the walk. It's that, Bai Huajin stammered, not knowing how to speak for a moment. It's that I want to go and withdraw from the marriage. Withdrawal? Sable Changju sat up violently. Familiar with a certain Cthulhu, he was quite sensitive to the matter of withdrawal. Bai Huajin next told all about her. It turned out that she didn't come into the Lingxiao Sect through a bright and honorable examination to begin with. Rather, she had teared up a male son of a large family and had him spend a large amount of spirit stones at the cost of making connections before she was able to enter the Lingxiao Sect. But as a price, she made a pact with the son of that great family that she would consummate her marriage with him when she reached the age of 20. Bai Huajin had thought in her heart at first that as long as she entered the Lingxiao Sect, then she would become a human being. And at that time, even if she repented of her marriage, the male children of the big families could not do anything about her. After all, that big family wasn't exactly a top family and couldn't afford to offend the Lingxiao Sect. Unfortunately, the reality is harsh. In the Lingxiao Sect she was just a disciple with mediocre qualifications and was not valued by the Lingxiao Sect. And that big family actually had a little bit of connections in the Lingxiao Sect as well. Since 6 months ago, they have been coming around constantly urging her to get married, and it's getting on her nerves. Originally, she hadn't planned to talk to Sable Changju about this matter, exposing the relationship between them for him to step in and help her out. But that big family pushed her too far, spreading the word within the clan that she had a marriage contract but didn't fulfill it, tarnishing her reputation. Bai Huajin couldn't stand it anymore before she approached Sable Changju to complain. Wolverine Longgathering doesn't pay much attention to the sect's affairs in normal times, and he really didn't know if Bai Huajin didn't say anything. "You really are stupid all this kind of thing, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Sable Changju's wrinkled face smiled, amiable to the core. Bai Huajin is now his woman. This marriage as soon as he wants to help her withdraw. Wolverine Changju doesn't have a cuckold fetish. But if you help me out, will it expose the relationship between us? Bai Huajin said worriedly. That was the concern that kept her from talking to Sable Changju about it. Saying that you are stupid. You are able to fool those men again. Saying that you are smart. You are still worried that I will step in to help you will expose our relationship. Wolverine Changju cried and laughed. Aren't you already an inner disciple now? Isn't there no elder who wants to take you as a disciple? My qualifications are mediocre. No elder wants to accept me as a protege. Bai Huajin said dejectedly. Right now, her cultivation level was all piled up with pills, and those elders with high cultivation levels could tell at a glance. Then wouldn't it be fine for me to accept you as a personal disciple? Don't forget that I'm an inner sect elder. Elder Wolverine Gathering said smugly. Bai Huajin's eyes lit up and instantly realized what he meant. Right. Why didn't I think of that? In that case it would make sense for you, as a senior, to step in and help me withdraw from the marriage. The apprentice is truly wise. How do I thank my master now? Apprentice will definitely serve master. Half an hour later, Sable Changju brought Bai Huajin forward to authenticate his identity. The elder in charge of registration was also surprised to see Bai Huajin, who was holding up Sable Changju. Bai Huajin's reputation in the inner sect was now stinking to the bottom. What, cheating on a marriage contract to enter the clan through the back door and then not wanting to consummate the marriage? There were also some things about her cheating multiple male disciples of their cultivation resources when she was in the outer sect that were all blown out of proportion. Such a bad female disciple actually had elders who were willing to accept her as a personal disciple, accepting her as a personal disciple even if it was. But it was also a Sable Long Gathering. All of them at the top of the Lingxiao Sect were aware of Sable Changju's terrifying identity as the personal disciple of the Supreme Elder Hua Xiangshi. He wondered if Sable Changju had been tricked by Bai Huajin. And they don't think that Sable Changju and Bai Huajin are having an affair. Sable Changju is so pale that he can't even work. How can he still get together with Bai Huajin and covet her beauty? It must be that the simple and kind unquestioning Sable Changju was tricked by Bai Huajin. Chapter 8. Are you serious? Senior brother. Are you sure you want to accept Bai Huajin as a personal disciple? You may not know that Bai Huajin has a bad reputation in the sect. the elder in charge of registration respectfully said to Sable Changju. Although both of them were ostensibly equal in status, both were inner sect elders. However, Wolverine Changju was his senior brother. He had a kind character and was a good senior brother in everyone's mind, and he took care of him a lot back then. So he had respect for Wolverine Changju. He really didn't want the good-natured Sable Changju to be deceived by Bai Huajin. Bai Huajin often ran to Mink Changju's mountain peak and cleaned his yard for him, while Mink Changju gave Bai Huajin extremely high-grade pills, something they all knew. But they didn't think much of it, nor did either of them ask many questions. The good-natured Sable Nagaru is indeed such a generous person, as long as Sable Long Gathering is happy. In everyone's eyes, their good senior brother was nearing the end of his days. It's most important that he's happy. Bai Huajin's face also showed embarrassment when she sniffed. She didn't expect this matter to become so big that even the elders knew about it. How could Bai Huajin think not that the elders only paid attention to her because she often ran to clean the yard for Sable Changju? The elders were concerned about her because of the Sable Long Gathering. If they were replaced by other ordinary inner disciples, they wouldn't be so gossipy to talk about that. Little Li Zi, don't I know what kind of person Huajin is? Sable Changju tapped the floor with his cane. Those things Huajin has told me. She is a person who came out from a small mountain village without any background. If she wants to change her destiny against the heavens, she can only rely on this beautiful skin of hers. She has already promised me that I will reform myself from now on. Those resources that she cheated I as a master will repay them twice for her. Anyway, today you only need to be responsible for changing Birch Jin's identity to my personal disciple. Wolverine Changju touched Bai Huajin's small head with his big old hand with a loving face. After Bai Huajin heard the words of Sable Changju, she foolishly looked at Sable Changju beside her, and her eyes couldn't help but redden, and the aggression in her heart over the years was released at this moment. She couldn't hold back anymore as she jumped into Sable Changju's arms and cried, "Master, I will never cheat again." Even though Bai Huajin kept telling herself in her heart that the relationship between her and Sable Changju was just an exchange of benefits, she couldn't help it at this moment. She really wanted the Wolverine Changju at this moment to be her true master and her reliance. The corners of Sable Changju's mouth twitched as he looked at Bai Huajin, who was crying in his arms. This little green tea is really good at acting, crying when she says she's going to cry. So much so that she almost believes it. Bai Huajin's submissive value plus 20. Bai Huajin's submissive value, 75. After listening to the system's beep, Sable Changju's hand that patted Bai Huajin's back froze, and he looked at Bai Huajin, who was still constantly crying in his arms, and was shocked beyond belief. No, green tea, are you serious? Only after a long time did Bai Huajin stop crying. She shyly lowered her little head and got up from Sable Changju's arms, saying in a small voice, "I'm sorry, I've disgraced my master." "It's fine." Sable Changju always felt that something was very wrong with Bai Huajin right now. There's an unspoken rightness to it. The full name of the elder called Little Li by Sable Changju was Li Changlu. The age is 50 years younger than Sable Long Gathering. However, his cultivation level is already at the Earth Xian stage. Li Changlu saw Sable Changju was so decisive it was no good to make a sound to stop him, and sharply registered Bai Huajin's identity as her inner sect elder's personal disciple. Bai Huajin was also thrilled as she looked at the magnificent and honorable inner sect elder's personal disciple token in her hand. This token was something that many sect disciples had dreamed of. Now it was in her easy hands, which made her appreciate Sable Changju a little more. Sable Changju really didn't have any flaws at all, other than being a bit pale and greedy for her beauty, and treating her so well. Bai Huajin's submissive value, plus 5. Bai Huajin's submissive value, 80. Sable Changju glanced at Bai Huajin with a bit of surprise. Bai Huajin was still constantly looking at the inner sect elder's personal disciple token in her hand at this moment. This little green tea was really strange. Looking at a worthless token could still increase his submissive value. Before Sable Changju was ready to leave, it occurred to him that withdrawing from the marriage might trigger a special situation. Like what's the 30-year deal and then a 3-year deal and then a 3-year deal? When he saw the words withdraw from marriage, these things came to his mind. In order to be on the safe side, he said to Li Changlu, "Little Li Zi, 3 days later, I'm going to bring Huajin to that small family to withdraw from the marriage. In order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, you arrange for me to have a few disciples with higher cultivation levels in the clan to go with me to withdraw from the marriage." Sable Changju thought that if that son of a dared to shout something like 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river, he would directly let people beat him to death, not giving him the opportunity to open his mouth. If he dares to say anything about a 3-year contract, then he'll just kill him. Although the Lingxiao Sect was one of the 4 major sects in the Longxian continent, he was still worried about these things. Back then, The Yunlan sect was still the #1 sect, but it was still ruined by a kid who withdrew from the marriage. Being careful is a good thing. Don't worry, senior brother. I will definitely make the arrangements, Li Changlu said excitedly. Over 900 years. Finally, I can do my senior brother a favor. Then I'll be waiting for you at the clan entrance in the morning 3 days later, Sable Changju said with satisfaction. It seemed that he hadn't been good to these junior brothers for nothing in the past, and they had responded to their requests. After Bai Huajin helped Sable Changju to leave, Li Changlu immediately sent out thousands of summoning talismans. The message on the talisman probably means that the Sable Long gathering 3 days later to take his personal disciple to a small family retreat. Need a few cultivation high point for him to calm down the scene. Who is free to sign up on any day? As soon as Li Qinglu's summoning talisman was sent out, it was immediately responded to by all of them, each of them indicating that they were free. Li Changlu could only pick them one by one. You're only at the sacred infant stage. What are you here for? Are you going to calm the scene for senior brother Wolverine, or are you going to disgrace senior brother Wolverine? Let's have you not cultivate properly normally. Eliminated. Those who knew that they were eliminated also let out a wail. It was rare that they had the opportunity to go and do a favor for senior brother Wolverine, but they were eliminated because their cultivation was too low. Holy Spirit stage is not weak. In some small places can be said to be a party hegemony, but in the talent-rich Lingxiao Sect, can only be said to be just enough to be able to take the battle pillar. His name was Huang Xianyu, one of the many transmission elders of the inner sect, usually responsible for teaching the 1,000 inner sect disciples. At this moment, he was instructing the 1,000 inner disciples underneath him to cultivate in the square of a mountain peak. The disciples at the bottom were also startled when they heard Huang Xianyu's sudden wail. Why did Elder Huang suddenly go crazy when he was fine? Huang Xianyu was also angry when he heard the whispers of the disciples underneath. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to teach you bunch of losers to cultivate every day, delaying his cultivation time, how could he have only cultivated to the Holy Spirit stage? All of you are not allowed to use flying means and run around the entire clan. If you can't do it, you're not allowed to come to me in the future to listen to my preaching, Huang Xianyu said in a cold voice. After saying that, he waved his sleeve and left. He had to go back to cultivate now. He had to seriously cultivate to improve his cultivation so that he could be qualified to help senior brother Wolverine next time. The 1,000 inner disciples at the bottom heard Huang Xianyu's words, and it was their turn to let out a wail. Lingxiaozong Avenue was outrageous. Even if they flew by sword, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to complete a circle. And now Huang Xianyu was actually asking them to run a circle? They didn't understand why Elder Huang, who usually had an amiable personality, suddenly issued them such an unreasonable task. You're only at the Holy Spirit stage too. Don't. Although you are at the Dixian stage, there is someone with a higher cultivation level than you who is more suitable. So eliminated. No. Chapter 9, not to withdraw from the marriage, but to exterminate the family. Things like Huang Xianyu's kept playing out in the sect scene after scene. Hua Xiangshi stood at the top of the mountain peak. Looking at the lively and bustling sect underneath, she couldn't help but say suspiciously, "Did something big happen today? Why is the sect so lively?" Hua Xiangshi didn't think much of it even after another look and turned around to go back to her room. She had a bigger headache now. That's when the disciples come to report. Sable Changju accepted by Huajin as his personal disciple. Other people didn't know what Sable Changju's relationship was, but she, Hua Xiangshi, did. Accepting one's own woman as a disciple. This kind of ridiculous thing Sable Changju could actually do. Although there are many such ridiculous things like master and disciple coming together in the Longxian continent, but in Hua Xiangshi's heart, a master is a master, and a disciple is a disciple. This was also one thing that Hua Xiangshi was very satisfied with Sable Changju as an apprentice. Usually with Sable Changju knows what to look at and what not to look at. I thought he was also a man who honored his teachers, but he backhanded this. Perhaps Changju didn't mean anything else, but simply wanted to get her an identity so that she could easily step in and she her out of the marriage, Hua Xiangshi said to herself. At the same time, he thought that in the future, when he saw Sable Long gathering again, he must be fully dressed, and he could not be as disheveled and overly casual as he had been before. If Sable Changju didn't hold back and suddenly said that he liked her as his master, then Hua Xiangshi really wouldn't have the face-to-face Lu Lian. Hua Xiangshi was also aware of how attractive she was. Just before, she felt that Wolverine Changju had turned a blind eye to her beauty and honored her as a teacher. And slowly she didn't pay much attention to her image in front of Wolverine Changju and didn't treat Wolverine Changju as an outsider. To put it mildly, Sable Changju was the first man to look at her that much. Other men don't get that benefit. Soon 3 days passed. In these 3 days Bai Huajin always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. It seemed like in these 3 days she had met all the inner sect elders she had met by chance. One greeted her amiably. What was even weirder was that some of the inner sect elders, who were normally known for their seriousness and ferocity, were all smiling when they saw her. Could it be because he had become a personal disciple of Sable Changju? But Wolverine Changju was just a tiny Jindan stage. Even if he was the personal disciple of the Supreme Elder, it wasn't so bad that all those elders were overflowing with kindness towards her, was it? How could Bai Huaji not guess that all of these inner sect elders were all Sable Changju's little fanboys? Although Wolverine Changju couldn't cultivate back then, he was exquisite in this aspect of being a human being. He specialized in befriending the world-weary and talented disciples in the sect, shushing them and helping them when he could. Over time, he also became a good senior brother in the hearts of those talented disciples. It was only because Sable Changju liked quietness and didn't like them running around his mountain peak every day that they didn't even bother him. Now that their good senior brother had taken in a rare personal disciple, of course they had to go and show their faces. After Sable Changju held the official disciple acceptance ceremony, they would then make a visit to the door to deliver the gift. Senior, is there something on my face? How come I suddenly realized that many inner sect elders smile when they see me? Bai Huajin said to Sable Changju. Wolverine Changju also revealed an amiable smile after hearing this. Of course he knew who these inner sect elders were. They were all his junior apprentices. You don't need to mind them. They don't mean any harm. Let's get ready. We're going to head out of the clan entrance to gather and depart. Yes. At this moment, at the entrance of the sect gate, a line of hundreds of neatly organized people attracted the attention of the others. Most of these hundreds of people were more or less carrying something. The outer disciples all looked at them curiously and whispered, wondering what they were doing. What are you looking at? Have you all finished the service work on your hands? An outer sect elder hurried over to disperse these outer sect disciples. He had recognized a few inner sect elders in the group. Frightened, he hurried over to chase away the surrounding outer disciples who were watching the show. Although he didn't know what these inner sect elders were gathering here today to smoke, it wasn't something that the outer disciples could discuss. Soon Wolverine Changju arrived with Bai Huajin in Imperial Sword Flight. Sable Changju also smiled in surprise when he saw the group of hundreds of people. He knew all of these people. All of them were his little brothers. What are you doing? Wolverine Long Gathering laughed. These hundreds of people were already considered 1/5 of the Lingxiao Sect's ostensible high-level battle force. This group of people together was enough to exterminate a large sect. Those who didn't know that Wolverine Changju had gone to withdraw from the marriage would have thought that he, Wolverine Changju, was preparing to lead a team to attack other sects. There's no need for so many people when I go to withdraw from a marriage for my disciple, right? Sable Chang Junyan lived. This retreat to prepare resources for more. These are the door to catch strong men responsible for picking up the burden. Li Changlu helplessly went up and said, who's going to believe you? Not to mention that there is a ring of this thing. To the inside of a load on the line simply do not need to lift the burden. And, where have you seen a group of holy baby period? The ground Xian period as a strong man responsible for carrying the burden? Those who carried the burdens wore straw hats and were dressed as outer disciples, with their heads bowed. Think they won't be recognizable to Sable Changju like this? Responsible for picking up burdens? Bai Hak Jin turned suspiciously in front of a man with his head bowed. Why does this person feel a little familiar? Bai Hak Jin suddenly reached out and lifted the man's straw hat. Bai Hua Jin was surprised when she saw his face. Aren't you Elder Huang? Huang Xian, you didn't expect Bai Hua Jin to lift his hat. And Sable Changju and Li Chunglo's gazes flicked to him. With an embarrassed face, he said, Senior sister recognized the wrong person. I'm not Elder Huang. I'm Elder Huang's grandson, Huang Yiba. He was smart as hell, and came up with the excuse of picking up burdens for Sable Changju, and smoothly joined the ranks of the retreat. The others who weren't chosen also thought of this method without fail. By the time everyone reacted to join in, there was no room for a pickup. You're clearly Elder Huang, and you even came to greet me yesterday. It was impossible for Bai Hua Jin to recognize the wrong person. Senior sister, I'm really Huang Yiba. Huang Xian, you wanted to cry. Had he known that he wouldn't have taken the initiative to meet her by chance yesterday to greet her? Bai Hua Jin completely couldn't figure out why Elder Huang had to pretend to be Huang Yiba to pick up the burden. As soon as Bai Hak Jin looked up, he reached the faces of the other stifled laughter pickers. Bai Hua Jin said in shock, Ha! Aren't you Elder Kai, Elder Chen, Elder Wang, and Elder Bamboo? The others scrambled to lower their heads. Elder sister, you threw the wrong person. I'm Elder Kai's son, Kai Xuankuan. I am Chen Lineng, son of Elder Chen. I am Elder Wan's son. Wang Mingho. I am Elder Bamboo's son. Bamboo Shangyan. Bai Huajin lived speechless. She didn't understand what strange things these inner sect elders were doing. Why do you have to help the outer disciples carry their burdens? He refuses to admit it when he's recognized. Even the sun is whole. Alright, you guys just stop pretending. Do you really think I'm blind? Sable Changju tapped his cane. He also knew what these junior brothers were thinking. It was nothing more than the fear that if he, a small Jindan stage, went to that family to withdraw from the marriage, he would be looked down upon by them. So he wanted to give him a boost. It's just that there are too many people coming. It feels like they're not going to withdraw from the marriage. They're going to exterminate the family. Chapter 10. There is a mole within the sect. It's fine for you to follow, but all of you hide your breath for me. We are going to withdraw from the marriage, not to exterminate the clan. Don't scare people. Sable Long Gathering said. Yes, senior brother. The crowd was excited. Bai Huajin finally saw it. So it turned out that all of these inner sect elders came here because of Sable Long Gathering. She had underestimated Sable Changju's position in the Lingxiao Sect. To actually be able to have the inner sect elders voluntarily picking up the burden. This kind of thing was not necessarily something that even the patriarch could do. None of the ones who could become an inner sect elder were geniuses with high spirits. If they didn't want to pick their burdens as subordinates, the patriarch couldn't force them if he wanted to. Time is running out. Let's hurry up and get going. Sable Changju waved his hand and said. Li Changlu immediately took out the treasure ship from his nascent ring, supported Sable Changju and said, Senior brother, let's get on the ship first. Sable Changju is still pretending to be a windbag in front of outsiders so that he can avoid suspicion with Bai Huajin. Seeing that she was robbed of her job, Bai Huajin was also a bit depressed and quickly followed her. Sable Changju was followed by two other youths. A man with a cold expression, dressed in coarse linen and unkempt clothes, holding a sword in his arms, silently followed Sable Changju. The other was holding a wine jug, full of facial scruff and reeking of alcohol, drinking while following the Sable Changju left and right. Both of these two people Bai Huajin had never seen before, and she wondered if they were from the clan. The disciples of the Lingxiao Sect were all dressed in a decent form, with a fairy-like appearance. Where were there any like them? What are you two doing leaning so close to senior brother? Senior nephew doesn't even have a place to go. Li Changlu spat. Oh, the alcoholic youth hiccuped before stepping back a length. The youth holding the sword still had a cold expression and didn't say anything, but he also stepped back a body position. Bai Huajin rushed to the other side of Sable Changju and wrapped her arms around him. These two are so intimidating. It's better to hug Sable Changju to feel safe. After everyone had boarded the ship and taken their seats, Sable Changju sat in the main seat, and Bai Huajin stood next to him. Little Li Zi, I haven't seen you for decades. Your sword Dao has become quite exquisite again. Sable Changju's pale voice rang out with a somewhat emotional expression. They were all geniuses and cultivation was just too easy. Unlike him, who was stuck at the Jindan stage for hundreds of years. The youth with a cold expression holding the sword, his mouth moved, seemed to be very unaccustomed to speaking. His tone was stiff, still more than enough to be instructed by a senior brother with. Not to mention the entire Lingxiao Sect. Even in the entire Longxian continent, only Sable Changju dared to call him Little Li Zi. Little Li Zi's full name, Li Jianyuan. Sable Changju remembers that he just casually said a few words to him at that time, and he suddenly had an epiphany? This genius is really genius. Sable Changju himself had forgotten what he had told him at the time. Little drunkard, I haven't seen you for decades. Your drunkenness has grown a few points. Sable Changju changed the topic and said to the youth who was still drinking. Little drunken son. Full name, Drunken Dreamer. Drunken Dreamer burped excitedly upon hearing this. It's also thanks to elder brothers Can of Erguatu. Hiccup. UING geniuses. Jealousy has made Sable Long Gathering look bad. One listened to a few words of his own and had an epiphany, and the other drank his own wine and had an immediate breakthrough. And you? Taking pills as candy to eat cultivation are still stuck. The next thing Wolverine Long Gathering did was make small talk with the other junior brothers. It had been a long time since the crowd had gotten together like this. The moment Sable Chief gathered the crowd to set off, the other clans panicked. What? The Lingxiao Sect has suddenly gathered a large group of powerful people to set off on a treasure ship for an unknown purpose? What? The Lingxiao Sect brought a group of strong men to withdraw from the marriage? What? The Lingxiao Sect brought a group of strong men to forcibly withdraw from the marriage? What? The Lingxiao Sect brought a group of powerful people to destroy a great family? What? The Lingxiao Sect is attacking the other three great sects with a group of powerful people? In the main hall of the Lingxiao Sect, Hua Xiangshi, who was dressed in formal attire, looked at the constantly flickering summoning talisman, and her person went numb. After Lu Liyan entered the secret realm, she, the Supreme Elder, once again temporarily managed the major affairs of the sect. All of these summoning talisman people were asking her why she was attacking the other three great clans. There were also some other Taishang elders outside who were asking her about it. Why did they not receive a single bit of news in advance of the attack on the other three great clans? And do they want to come back to help? Hua Xiangshi rubbed her forehead. The matter of attacking the other three great sects. I, the acting sect master of the Lingxiao Sect, don't even know about it. How am I going to answer you guys? In the next second a group of white-haired and pale Taishang elders also hurriedly walked into the main hall of the Lingxiao Sect, and they asked in a panic, "Fragrant girl, why didn't you tell us in advance about something as big as attacking the other three great sects?" "Right. I've long looked at the other three great clans with displeasure, and I'm surprised I wasn't notified of such a big deal. Leave that old woman from the Jade Fairy sect to me. I've long wanted to rub her on the ground. That colorful old man from the Prosperity sect asked me to come. I'm going to castrate him this time." Looking at the group of uninformed and excited supreme elders underneath, Hua Xiangshi she was puzzled and said, "Seniors, wasn't this order to attack the other three great sects issued by you? The only ones who could issue an order to attack the other three great sects, aside from the Lingxiao sect's patriarch, were these group of supreme elders who were lying in their coffins? This group of gray-haired old grandpas and grannies. You look at me, I look at you. Is this the other three clan orders you issued? It wasn't me. Did you send it? How can that be? I'm such a peace-loving person." "Bah! You just said that you've long been looking at the other three great clans with displeasure. It must have been you who secretly issued this order. Injustice! It must have been old man Lu who sent it out. He's been craving that old woman's body from the Jade Immortal sect, and he just said he'd rub her on the ground. Old man Jia, you don't want to slander my innocence out of thin air. This is clearly an order from Granny Liang, who had previously confessed to that colorful old man from the Easy sect to exchange transmission talismans with him after being rejected and failing to do so, and became enraged and wanted to find a reason to beat him up. Wow! Old man Lu, don't you make up rumors here. When did my old body confess to that colorful old man from the Easy sect? Laugh me to death. In fact, at that time, I even had a Taoist couple. He didn't think that he was very handsome, did he? He didn't, did he? No way? I'm laughing my ass off." Hua Xiangshi looked at the lively atmosphere underneath, and she also had a brain ache. It doesn't look like the naming was issued by this group of Taishang elders either. Then who actually issued the order to attack the other three clans? Just now, she probed the strongest people within the sect, and 1/5 of the explicitly strong people were really missing. These 1/5 of the strongest people gathered together were enough to destroy any large sect. Who on earth issued the order to attack the other three clans? Could it be someone of higher status in the Lingxiao sect? But even if we attacked, there's no need to hide it from them, right? What good would it do to hide it from them? Unless there is a mole within the clan. This traitor is also very likely to exist in the group of supreme elders underneath. Chapter 11, Rights Before Arms. If there was a clan mole in this group of Taishang elders, then the seriousness of the problem would be huge. Hua Xiangshi's expression was grave. Her eyes carefully peered over each of the Taishang elders underneath, attempting to see what's going on. But none of these supreme elders look like insiders. "Silence, seniors," Hua Xiangshi said softly. The group of old men at the bottom also stopped disliking each other and looked at Hua Xiangshi in unison. Since the order to attack the three great clans was not issued by us, who else could have issued it? Hua Xiangshi said in a deep voice. The old men at the bottom all had shocked expressions on their faces. "Unless it's the group of old monsters in the clan." Hua Xiangshi nodded and said, "Since the order wasn't issued by us, it could only have been issued by someone from the Lingxiao sect whose seniority is higher than ours. But why are those seniors concealing it even from us when it's such a big deal?" The old men at the bottom all had their faces sunken. "Unless there's a mole between us." Then the group of grandparents got into another fight. "Old man Lu, I knew this mole must be you. Previously, Master didn't agree to you being coupled with that demonic spirit from the Acacia sect, causing you to harbor a grudge against the sect. So you went and became the mole. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How many years ago was this? I've forgotten if you don't tell me. On the contrary, it's you, old man Chen. You were in love with the master's daughter before, but the master's daughter married old man Xian, and in the end, old man Xian even became the sect leader. And then you harbor a grudge and went to become a mole. Hey, don't bring me into your quarrel. I don't think old man Chen has any problems. On the contrary, old man Wu is the most suspicious. He was an odd-job disciple before. He was bullied by other people no less. And his resentment towards the clan was formed at that time. Becoming a supreme elder was just the first step of his vengeance. Old man Xian, you can even bring this onto me? On the contrary, it's you. Before after marrying the master's daughter you also often fooled around with some junior sisters within the sect, and when the master found out about it, he broke your legs, so you harbored a grudge against the master against the sect at that time, and went to become a mole. Hua Xianshi heard the quarrel of the group of old men underneath the cover her face. Instead of catching the traitor, the image of all these seniors in her mind collapsed. They're both blowing the other's cover. Sigh, the clan is so messed up. However, Hua Xianshi could also see that these supreme elders were fine. So who was the traitor? Could still be her? Just then, the summoning talisman lit up again. A report from the clan's secret agent. Upon reading the message, Hua Xianshi was dumbfounded. What an attack on the three great clans. It's just that Sable Changju brought his apprentice, Bai Huajin, to withdraw from a marriage. But, is withdrawing from a marriage as bad as taking away a fifth of the Lingxiao Sect's apparent combat power? Hua Xianshi lived speechless and wondered who had started the rumor. Going to back out of the marriage turned into an attack on the other three clans. Can't blame anyone else for that though. In the eyes of others, bringing 1/5 of the Lingxiao Sect's apparent battle power to a small family to withdraw from a marriage. Who would believe it? Withdrawal is just an excuse. The real purpose was to attack the other three great clans. Next, Hua Xianshi explained to the group of old grandparents underneath what happened. They were also embarrassed beyond belief. It took a day of tearing each other apart to realize it was a misunderstanding. But what is the origin of this intersect elder Sable Changju? To withdraw from a marriage and still let so many little dolls go with him? Old man Lu stroked his long beard and said. Hua Xianshi also explained awkwardly. Sable Changju is my personal disciple. Although his cultivation talent is not good only at the Jindan stage, but his character is kind. He is loved by the other senior brothers and sisters in the sect. This time he is going to help his disciple to go to a small family which is also somewhat powerful to withdraw from the marriage. It is estimated that those of his junior siblings are afraid that the people of that family will look down on the Sable Changju who is only at the Jindan stage. And only then they thought of going with him to help him to calm down the scene. Does the town need to deploy 1/5 of the Lingxiao Sect's apparent combat power? What nonsense! Old man Zhao said in exasperation. The scandalous things he just did were all blown out of proportion by someone else, and it was humiliating to the extreme. Yo, old man Zhao, you're just jealous that he's loved by his senior disciples. He can make that group of high-minded genius disciples willingly go and serve him as green leaves. Can you? Why can't I? Then the group of grandparents got into another fight. Flower Shannon's brain hurts. The treasure ship is still fast. In the afternoon, Sable Longgather and the others arrived at their destination. Before going forward to that family, Sable Changju repeatedly emphasized that the crowd should hide their breath and not scare people. The oldest ancestor of this family is only at the earthly Xian stage. Everyone nodded with a pat on the back. Then Sable Changju came to the Shizhou's door with this long procession in great numbers. The two guards in front of the Xiao family's gate couldn't help but frown condescendingly at the sight of this group of hundreds of people. Who are you people? When Li Changlu saw that this tiny Jindan stage watchdog in front of him was actually so arrogant, he was about to have a fit when Sable Changju stopped him. Wolverine Changju let Bai Huajin hold him up as he stepped forward and said, We are from the Lingxiao Sect. I am Wolverine Changju, an intersect elder of the Lingxiao Sect who is also Bai Huajin's senior, and I have come here to discuss the matter of Bai Huajin's marriage contract with your Xiaoya family. You, the head of the intersect of the Lingxiao Sect? Lingxiao Sect? The guards looked at the people in front of them with disbelief. He could only see that Sable Changju was a middle-stage Jindan in the district, and the others were all ordinary people. Especially those who picked the burdens, with lazy attitudes, crooked heads and broken fingers, and a look of a gangster. These people you're telling me are the Lingxiao Sect, one of the 4 major sects? The intersect elder of the Lingxiao Sect was still just a tiny Jindan stage? You guys wait a bit, we'll go in and inform. A guard slowly walked in. The other guard watched them closely as if they were thieves. Senior brother, what do we have to talk to them about? Directly arrest this Xiao family's patriarch out. And if he doesn't want to withdraw from the marriage, we'll beat him until he does. Where could Li Changlu bear to see Sable Changju suffer this kind of aggravation? It's just a small Xiao family. In other people's eyes it was a big family. In front of their Lingxiao Sect, just sending out a random Earthxian period door elder could destroy their door. This can't be done. We're here to withdraw from the marriage. If the etiquette should be in place, the first rites should be followed by the military. And the departure should be famous before we can't let others say that our Lingxiao Sect is bullying the small with the big. Sable Changju stroked his long beard. None of these Shujiaos and yes are good to be messed with. The withdrawal of this matter can peacefully return good. If this Xiaojia do not recognize the interest want to make a 3-year contract, then do not blame the Sable Changju ruthless extermination of their whole family. The Lingxiao Sect had never labeled itself as any kind of righteous sect. As long as there was a conflict of interest, the Lingxiao Sect's extermination of other people's clans and families was something that was often done. The rule of the Lingxiao Sect is that there is no absolute right or wrong, only eternal benefits. In this Longxian continent where strength was paramount, as long as one was strong enough, then whatever one did was correct. The guards in front of the Xiao door looked like little cuties, watching them like they were performing. You're just a little Jindan stage and you're still being polite? You're addicted to pretending, aren't you? Chapter 12, Medicine Old Man Shouldn't Be You Again. The Hall of the Xiao Family. The Xiao family head Xiao Station was entertaining an old man. This time, the matter of the canine son is thanks to the help of Elder Xiao. This time Bai Huajin is also a street rat in Lingxiao Sect, people shouting to be beaten. The next step is to kick Bai Huajin out of Lingxiao Sect. At that time, Bai Huajin can only obediently marry with the canine son. Elder Xiao laughed. There is no need for Patriarch Xiao to be formal. You and I are also considered distant relatives. This small matter is just a matter of lifting a hand. It's just that I'm curious as to why you're going to such great lengths for a mere little girl? Elder Xiao, the newly promoted inner sect elder of the Lingxiao Sect not long ago, after 1,000 years of seclusion, he finally broke through to the earthly Xian stage and rightfully became an inner sect elder. There's no way. That woman doesn't know what kind of mesmerizing soup she gave to Inuyasha. Inuyasha can't get enough of her. He won't marry her. But Bai Huajin obviously doesn't want to marry Inuyasha. She's hiding in the Lingxiao Sect and won't come out. And there's no way we can do anything but to come up with this next plan, Cock Station said with a sigh. Just as the two were talking, the guards also walked in and said, Patriarch, a group of people claiming to be from the Lingxiao Sect have come outside. The old man leading the group is a mid-Jindan, saying that he is an inner sect elder as well as Bai Huajin's master, and that he has come to discuss Bai Huajin's marriage to the young lord this time. The Xiao Station sniffed and looked at Elder Xiao, who had an iron face as he slammed the table and said, How dare you? A tiny Jindan stage actually dares to impersonate an inner sect elder of the Lingxiao Sect? Also, if Bai Huajin has become the inner sect elder's personal disciple, why didn't he himself receive the news? The Xiao Station was also mocking and said, Bai Huajin, this woman loves to use this kind of deception. I guess it's a group of actors that I didn't know I hired to try to hoodwink us. Inviting actors even if it's not enough, but also inviting a tiny Jindan stage to pretend to be an inner sect elder of the Lingxiao Sect. It's really ridiculous. Let them come in. I'd like to see how they act in front of me. A true inner sect elder of the Lingxiao Sect, Elder Xiao said in a cold voice, daring to use their Lingxiao Sect's name to woo people outside. Really tired of living. Good. The guards also had a look on their faces. The guard quickly ran to the door and revealed a teasing smile to Sable Changju and the others. Follow me in. The matriarch has an invitation. He really wanted to know how these imposters like Wolverine Changju would look when they saw the real Lingxiao Sect inner sect elders in the hall. Let's see how you imposters can still pretend when the time comes. Sable Changju also didn't care about this guard's gaze. If the exit negotiation broke down, how happy this guard was laughing now. How miserable he would die later. A group of men walked in, led by an escort. As he neared the hall, the guard stopped and said in disgust to the man carrying the burden behind him, You roughnecks with your burdens will wait outside. Just don't follow us in and dirty our hall. You. Huang Xianyu's expression was furious. He had endured it all today. A little Jindan stage is still arrogant? Anyway, no matter what, after Sable Changju's business was done, this guard could go to hell. Must die. The Xiao family's old man can't even be saved. He said that. Sable Changju also knew what Huang Xuanyu was thinking, and he didn't discourage it. Adults are responsible for their own behavior. This guard, as a gatekeeper, receiving guests with this kind of attitude, could only say that he deserved to die. Let's do the courtesy first. We'll do the courtesy that needs to be done first, and then you guys can do whatever you want afterward. You guys just stay here and wait for us. The 5 of us will just go in. Good. Huang Xianyu and the others placed the burdens on their shoulders on the ground and meditated in place outside the hall with their eyes closed. The guard felt a wave of panic. Clearly these were just a bunch of ordinary mangaka. What was he panicking about? How could he know that these people sitting outside the hall? The lowest cultivation Huang Xianyu is already at the holy infant stage, and the D Xian stage is even more of a handful. And anyone of the D Xian stage can exterminate the entire Xiaojia family dozens of times. Matriarch people have been brought. The guards pushed open the door of the hall and brought in the 5 people. Sable Changju, Bai Huajin, Li Changlu, Li Jianyuan, and drunken Dream Shang. The Shao elder on the high seat gave the five of them a squinty glance, a look of disdain. That's it? A foundation stage, a Jindan stage, and three ordinary people pretending to be powerful dare to call themselves the Lingxiao Sect? Ridiculously ridiculous. Bai Huajin, after not seeing you for just a few years, you've already cultivated to the foundation establishment stage. Ha! The Shao station shushed Bai Huajin for a while. Bai Huajin responded politely as well, introducing Sable Changju in the process. This is my senior, Lingxiao Sect's inner sect elder Sable Changju, and this is also Lingxiao Sect's inner sect elder senior Li Changlu. These two. Bai Huajin got stuck when she introduced the two people, Li Jianyuan and drunken Dream Shang. She also didn't know what Li Jianyuan and drunken Dream Shang's status was in the Lingxiao sect. These two are my senior brothers, Sable Changju said with a smile. Humph. Elder Shao on the high seat sneered without making a sound, slowly sipping his tea. Keep making it up. The inner elders of the Lingxiao sect came down two at a time. This awesome blow is really awesome. What Wolverine Changju and Li Changlu? He hadn't even heard of them in the Lingxiao sect. Shao Station saw that Elder Shao had no intention of puncturing Sable Changju's lies and looked like he was watching the show, so he had no choice but to continue to accompany Sable Changju in their show. Oh, so it's the inner sect elderly of the Lingxiao sect. Quickly take your seat. The Shao Station was also a drama queen, with a flattered look. No need. We'll just stand, Li Changlu said as he stood next to Sable Changju. Among the five, only Sable Changju was seated. Li Changlu and Bai Huajin stood next to Sable Changju on the left and right, while Li Jianyuan and drunken Dreamsheng stood behind Sable Changju. Both of his eyes were closed and he stood quietly. Even drunken Dreamer, who usually did not leave his body without alcohol, was rarely serious at this moment, standing straight and motionless like Li Jianyuan. Li Qingluo's gaze glanced at Elder Shao on the high seat. At the early stage of the district Earth Shen, it seemed that he should be the Shao family's oldest ancestor. Sable Changju also did not want to waste more time with Shao Station and opened the door. Patriarch Shao, the purpose of our coming this time is to first withdraw the marriage contract between your young master and my beloved disciple, Huajin. My beloved disciple has no thoughts of getting married and only wants to devote herself to following me in my cultivation. As for the resources you wasted on Birch Gene before, we'll return them to you tenfold. Sable Changju was about to ask Huang Xuanyu and the others outside the hall to carry those resources in when he finished speaking. A youth then pushed his way in and shouted, "This married me Shao Firefire does not retreat." Sable Changju's eyes went cold. This youth in front of him is the object of Bai Huajin's withdrawal. It was because the one who had withdrawn from the marriage was the Shao family, and that young master was still called Shao Hua that Sable Changju had placed so much importance on this withdrawal. There is no way. As a blue star reborn, see this kind of last name Shao, also called Shao Hua, also triggered the keyword retreat. He is afraid. The system has detected a son of fortune. Name, Shao Hua. Age, 21. Cultivation, 3rd level of Qi practice. Luck value, 10,000. Qi luck synopsis. The ring on Shao Hua's finger contains the remnant soul of a mysterious strong man. After Shao Hua has been constantly repairing his soul with his own cultivation for several years, the remnant soul of this mysterious strong man has awakened, and under his guidance, Shao Hua's speed of cultivation is different from that of ordinary people. I knew it. Medicine old man. It's not you again, is it? Chapter 13, Who are you? Warm reminder, the system will only prompt the son of Qi who is hostile to the host. These sons of Qi may pose some danger to the host. Please ask the host to do his best to get rid of these sons of Qi. When a hostile son of luck dies, the host receives all of his luck value. Listening to the system's alert message, Sable Changju's eyes narrowed slightly. This Shao Hua couldn't survive whatever he said. He knew all the last names of the cocksuckers had ring grandpas. As soon as Shao Hua had finished those words, the mysterious old man in his ring spoke anxiously. Apprentice son, don't be impulsive. These people are not simple. Senior, you're overthinking it. These are people posing as the Lingxiao sect. How uncomplicated can they be? The real inner sect elders of the Lingxiao sect are sitting up there. Shao Hua said disdainfully. The reason why Shao Hua doesn't back out of the marriage is that Grandpa Ring knew about Bai Huajin's physique from the first moment he saw her. So let Shao Firefire use every means to get her in hand. At that time, when Shao Hua's cultivation level went up, teach him to refine pills. It was easy to activate Bai Huajin's physique. However, they did not realize that both their master and disciple had been deceived by Bai Huajin. Bai Huajin entered the Lingxiao sect to backhandedly repent the marriage. Learning that Bai Huajin had boarded the door to withdraw from the marriage, Xiao Huahua immediately rushed over. What can that straw man early Earthshan stage tell? The mysterious old man in the ring was anxious. He just didn't take a closer look. But it was a shock. Not to mention the bunch of holy infant stage Earthshan stage powerhouses out there. Even the one next to that Wolverine Changju who poured tea for him is in the late Earthshan stage. And the cultivation of the two youths who stood motionless behind the Wolverine Changju with their eyes closed is even more scary. At least they're all in the Tianshan stage. You're saying that this group of people are impersonating the Lingxiao Sect? I think the so-called Lingxiao Sect inner sect elder sitting on the high seat is the one who looks like a fake. So many Lingxiao Sect powerhouses have come. He froze and didn't recognize any of them. And he's still humming like a clown there. Humming to whom? The mysterious old man in the ring cracked. Xiao Huahua was dumbfounded. Senior, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Do you think I can look away? The mysterious old man in the ring said with dissatisfaction. The mysterious old man in the ring was named Dan Lao. It's a strong man from somewhere else. Then what do we do? Xiao Huahua even had the heart to die. One had just yelled at them. What else can we do? They can't afford to mess with them at all. So just withdraw from this marriage. When you're strong in the future, a woman like Bai Huajin will naturally take the initiative to court her. Elder Dan said helplessly. If he was at his peak, this group of tiny Dishan stage and Tianshan stage, he could pinch them to death with a single finger. But now he only had a trace of his residual soul left. And even if he possessed Xiao Huahua, at most, he could only exert his cultivation at the early stage of Tianshan. And he was far from being a match for the two youths behind the sable Changju. So one can only try not to offend them. Xiao Huahua's heart resented Bai Huajin to the extreme. This stinking woman. In the future, I will make you regret your decision today and make you cry and beg me. Xiao Huahua's expression instantly turned into a smile. I'm sorry, esteemed seniors. I was just joking. Since Birch Jean is single-mindedly focused on cultivation, let's just call off this marriage. When Xiao Huahua said this, the crowd was surprised. Especially Xiao Standing. He had a face of incomprehension. He thought that his own son was intimidated by the group of fake Lingxiao Sect people from Sable Changju. Sable Changju, on the other hand, thinks otherwise. He was 100% sure that it must have been Xiao Huahua's ring grandfather that gave him the hint before he conceded for a second. But if Xiao Huahua conceded, what other reason would he find to kill him? Fire child. You don't have to be afraid. The Lingxiao Sect's inner sect Xiao Elder is sitting here. If you don't want to back out of this marriage, there is an Xiao Elder who will do it for you. The Xiao Station laughed coldly. He directly showed his cards, too lazy to continue acting with this group of imposters from the Sable Elder gathering. Oh, the Lingxiao Sect's inner sect Xiao Elder? Wolverine Changju and Li Changlu also looked at the elderly man at the early stage of Di Xian on the high seat with a puzzled expression on their faces. They thought it was the old ancestor of the Xiao family. But the Xiao Station told them that they were the inner Xiao Elders of the Lingxiao Sect? But why did none of them seem to have seen this so-called inner sect Xiao Elder before? They had never seen Elder Xiao, and Elder Xiao had never seen them. There were numerous inner sect elders in the Lingxiao sect, and anyone who broke through to the earthly Shen stage could become an inner sect elder and enjoy the resources of an inner sect elder. Plus, many disciples like to go into seclusion for hundreds and thousands of years. Some people hadn't shown up for thousands of years, and when they did, they broke through to the earthly Shen stage. Elder Xiao was this kind of person who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, and he did not recognize all of these newly promoted inner sect elders of Li Changlu who had been promoted within 1,000 years. Li Changlu and the others didn't recognize him either. Li Changlu is an ID registered elder. Not the only registered elder. There are many registered elders, plus who made him run to the Xiao family to fish for oil as soon as he got out of the gate. Enjoying this feeling of being on top of the people in the Xiao family by virtue of his status as an inner sect elder of the Lingxiao sect. Xiao Huahua knew that Xiao Station did not yet know the true identity of these people from Sable Changju, and could not help but want to open his mouth to explain. Wolverine Changju would not give him a chance to open his mouth. The situation in which things were developing now was exactly what he wanted. In the moment when Xiao Huahua opened his mouth, Sable Changju directly smacked Xiao Huahua through the air, slapping his teeth a few times. What kind of thing are you? How dare you question the identity of our Lingxiao sect? Xiao Huahua's mouth was bleeding profusely, and he was aggrieved to the core at the moment. Not big brother, I'm trying to explain for you, not questioning your identity. And isn't my dad the one who questioned your identity? Why are you hitting me? Xiao Huahua was directly knocked unconscious by a slap from Sable Changju. Wolverine Changju had just dealt a deadly blow, a full-force slap from the Jindan stage. It was running towards slapping the Xiao Huahua. who was only at the chi practicing stage, until his head exploded. Instead, Zhao Huahua just lost a few teeth and passed out. It looks like his ring grandfather stepped in to protect his life. Fiery, the Shao station rushed over, hugging the unconscious Shao Firefire and yelling at the top of her lungs. He was relieved to learn that Zhao Huahua had only passed out. He turned around and angrily pointed at Elder Wolverine Gathering and said, "You guys are really bullying people too much. Please Elder Shao make a decision for us and severely punish these miscreants posing as the Lingxiao Sect." Humph. I really can't stand watching this either. Not only have you and others impersonated the Lingxiao Sect, but you have also acted in such a brutal manner to tarnish our Lingxiao Sect's reputation. So today, I'm going to make you and others pay the price. Elder Shao stood up, taking money from people to do things for them. Not to mention the fact that during this period of time, the Shao family had treated him like an ancestor by giving him drinks and food to play with. He had to take action on the single item of Sable Changju and the others posing as the Lingxiao Sect. You said you're an inner sect elder of the Lingxiao Sect? Li Changlu, who had been holding back for a day, couldn't hold back any longer. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Late stage of the Earth's metaphysics. He took a step forward, and the pressure of his might all pressed down on the Shao station and Shao elders. And the Shao station, who was only at the Saint Infant stage, had his legs soften, and plopped down on the ground. Late stage Earth. Shen. The kneeling Shao station was filled with shock. Who on earth said they were impersonating the Lingxiao Sect people, cultivating at the late stage of Di Xian? Who else could it be if it wasn't an inner sect elder of the Lingxiao Sect? Chapter 14, Old Ancestors Down. The Shao station turned its gaze to the Shao elder. At this moment, Elder Zhao's face was pale and it wasn't easy. He said with an unbelievable face, "How could you be so young and already be in the late stage of Earth Shen?" Li Changlu didn't answer his words as he said in an icy tone, "Bring out your inner sect elder identity card. If you don't, you'll die today." The Lingxiao Sect prohibited fellow disciples from killing each other over the slightest thing, unless the other person has done something unforgivable. Elder Zhao's full name is Xiao Zhanping. At the age of 5,000, he was also considered an old man in the Lingxiao Sect. Xiao Zhanping hurriedly took out his identity card and showed it to Li Changlu. Li Changlu also withdrew his pressure on Zai's Hamping after confirming his identity and waved his hand at him. "Stand aside. If you dare to meddle in this Shao family's affairs with us again, don't blame us for not remembering the love of the same clan." "Good." Xiao Zhanping compensated with a smile as he hurriedly walked behind Li Changlu from the main seat, showing that his current stance was the same as Li Changlu's. Just kidding, he wasn't a pit in his brain. How could he possibly offend a young genius? Li Changlu, for a small Shao family? Not to mention that Li Changlu was also from the same Lingxiao Sect as him. Taking a step back, even if Li Changlu's cultivation was not higher than his, as long as Li Changlu had a certain status in the Lingxiao Sect, Xiao Zhanping would immediately flip out with Shao Station. The Lingxiao Sect showed unexpected unity in this aspect of protecting the shortcomings and being consistent regardless of right or wrong. This was one of the reasons why the Lingxiao Sect had been able to carry on its legacy for so long. At first, Zai's Hamping thought that Li Changlu was posing as their Lingxiao Sect before acting like this. Now that he knew that Li Changlu and the others were his own people, Xiao Zhanping decisively stood to the side and fought. The Shao station's face turned green when he saw this scene. He pointed at Xiao Zhanping and gritted his teeth. "Xiao elder, you. Elder Xiao, our Shao family recognizes that we have treated you well during this period of time. How can you fall back now?" "Fall back? Ha ha! What a big joke. I was originally from the Lingxiao Sect. Now if I don't stand with the Lingxiao Sect, do I stand with you? This tiny Shao family?" Xiao Zhanping justifiably scoffed. "Damn it! You Lingxiao Sect is simply too deceitful," the Shao station said angrily. "How have we bullied people?" Sable Changju spoke faintly. "First of all, your Shao family bribed our sect's inner sect Shao elder to spread rumors within the sect. Spreading rumors about my good disciple and corrupting my good disciple's reputation. This matter is not discussed first. Secondly, I gave enough face to your Shao family and brought enough reparation gifts to your Shao family in person to discuss the matter of withdrawing from the marriage. And what about your Shao family? Not only do you treat us with courtesy, but you also humiliate our Lingxiao Sect's group of disciples in this manner, making the hundreds of disciples responsible for carrying the burden sit outside on the dirty ground to bask in the sun, and even being mocked by the two watchdogs. Is this your Shao family's way of treating guests?" Boom! With a sound, Sable Changju slammed his teacup down in front of the Shao station. Teacup crush. The Shao station was also suffocating. How did he know that Sable Changju was really from the Lingxiao Sect? "Why are you all hiding your cultivation?" If they didn't hide their cultivation, Shao station and the others wouldn't have dared to treat them like this by saying anything. But even so, when Xiao Station looked at the dying Xiao Huahui in his arms, he still felt that he was not wrong. Even so, my son, Xiao Huahua has not offended you all, right? Why did you attack and seriously injure my son? Even if you Lingxiao Sect is one of the 4 great sects of the continent, you can't be so unreasonable. Aren't you afraid of becoming the public enemy of the entire continent? The Xiao Station's eyes exploded with blood and roared angrily. There's nothing wrong with what Cock Station said. If the Lingxiao Sect suddenly strikes out to hurt someone for no reason, if you hurt him today, you may hurt yourself tomorrow. Such a practice will indeed arouse the public indignation of all mainlanders. After all, no one wanted to walk down the street one day and suddenly be beaten by the Lingxiao Sect for no reason. You should at least give a reason before seriously injuring my son, right? My son has only just arrived and hasn't even spoken a few words. How can you forcefully injure him on the grounds that he questioned your identity? The Xiao Station was incomparably angry, pointing at Sable Changju and roaring. What kind of a thing are you? How dare you point at my senior brother and yell? Li Changlu drank. Bai Huajin's heart was a bit sweet. She wondered if Sable Changju was jealous of the fact that Xiao Huahua was her fiancé before she laid such a heavy hand on Xiao Huahua. Bai Huajin's submissive value +1. Bai Huajin's submissive value, 81. Why did this little green tea suddenly increase her submissive value? Sable Changju was a bit strange. Sable Changju stood up and he said with a straight face, "You want reasons? Then I'll give you reasons." I could tell at a glance that this Xiao Huahua wasn't a normal human being, and that he had already been taken over by an evil cultivator who had taken over the original god. I'm doing the people a favor. Wolverine Changju's words, everyone's faces were filled with questions. Even Li Changlu and the others were full of questions. They didn't see the abnormality of Xiao Huahua, but Wu Changju could actually see it? Elder brother, your reason is too forced. Xiao Huahua's ring grandfather also had a pale face. Could it be that this tiny Jindan stage in front of him had already discerned his existence? No way. Absolutely impossible. Even if the god transformation stage came, they wouldn't be able to see him. What a bunch of nonsense. Can I still not know if my own son has been taken over or not? Don't think that our Xiao family is easy to bully. If you Lingxiao Sect doesn't give us an explanation today, this won't end. The Xiao Station angrily crushed a jade pendant and shouted, "Please ask old ancestor to wake up to seek justice for our Xiao family." The Xiao Station was only at the Saint Infant stage, and was far from being a match for Li Changlu. Although Xiao Huahua was only at the 3rd level of Qi refining now. 3 years ago he was a Jindan stage genius. Now it's just that I don't know what the reason is for the regression in cultivation. However, they firmly believed that as long as Xiao Huahua recovered, he would be able to lead the Xiao family to the top of the continent. As the Xiao Station crushed the jade pendant, a terrifying peak late-stage Dixian aura erupted from the depths of the Xiao family. Who dares to cause trouble in my Xiao family? An old man with a cold face and his hands behind his back, with an arrogant stance, flew towards the hall in the air. Sensing the old ancestor's aura, the Xiao Station's face showed a frantic expression. I didn't expect the old ancestor's cultivation to go even further, having arrived at the peak of the late earthly Xian stage. At this moment, his bottom was even harder. Wait for death, you guys. How dare you come to our Xiao family to cause trouble? Wolverine Changju and the others had their faces as usual, even with a bit of mockery. On the contrary, Bai Huajin's face was pale, and her hands tightly clasped Sable Changju's arms into her bosom, seeking security in this way. What happened next left the Xiao Station completely dumbfounded, only to see that the Xiao family's old ancestor, who had a proud stance, had just reached the front of the hall in the air when he suddenly crashed face first into the ground, falling out of a doggy pose. Old ancestor. Chapter 15, Calling a Deer a Horse. Huang Xianyu and the others sitting on the ground outside the hall were no longer hiding their cultivation at this time, and their pressure was fully open. Now that you're out, lie down and watch. Hundreds of Dixian stage. Among them, there are still dozens of peak late stage Dixian. The Xiao Station's face was incredibly pale at this point, and he sat down on the ground. The Jindan stage guard who had taunted them earlier was even more weak in the legs and pissed his pants in fear at this moment. Gosh, he just actually coldly taunted this group of superpowers of the Earth's Xian stage and humiliated them by making them sit on the floor outside to be exposed to the sun. At this moment, the Xiao family's old ancestor was even more wretched. His face was filled with fear, and there was no more of the proud posture he had just displayed. He couldn't move under the pressure of these hundreds of earthly Xian stage, and could only wait for death. The old ancestor of the Xiao family panicked and begged for forgiveness. Seniors, you've misunderstood. I'm not from the Xiao family. I have nothing to do with the Xiao family at all. I'm just passing through. The Xiao family's old ancestor wanted to kill all of these offspring of his heart. actually offended a large group of Earth-Xian stage powerhouses. Had I known that I had just looked at the situation before coming out, now he only wanted to save his life and escape, not caring about these unfilial children and grandchildren of Xiao Station. If they died, they died. As long as he, the old ancestor, was still alive, he would marry a few more wives in a different place, give birth to a few more sons out, and it would be another Xiaojiao family. Old ancestor Yu. The Xiao Station's face was like ashes. It was unthinkable that his own old ancestor was this kind of person who was greedy and afraid of death. The glorious and profound image of the old ancestor in his mind before instantly collapsed. Don't worry. It's not like we're some kind of murderous people. The only reason why I took action against Xiao Huahui is because he's already been occupied by an evil demon. Sable Changju said with a straight face. Seeing this expression on Sable Changju's face, for a moment the others were skeptical. They all looked over at the Xiao Firefire in the Xiao Station's arms. That's impossible. My son's behavior is not abnormal. The Xiao Station was the first to object. Are you sure? What's up with Xiao Huahua's cultivation? Sable Changju said in a cold voice. The Xiao Station expression froze. Right. To say that the biggest abnormality of Xiao Huahua was the cultivation level. 3 years ago, he was still at the Jindan stage, and his cultivation declined all the way behind him until now, when he was at the 3rd level of qi refining. Could it be that Xiao Huahua had really had her body taken over by an evil demon? Moreover, he looked at Sable Changju's identity was not simple. He was able to make the Lingxiao Sect's entire group of earthly Xian stage powerhouses listen to his orders. Is this kind of person just a small Jindan stage? It must be some old monster from the Lingxiao Sect. He didn't have to lie to their little Xiao family either. The Xiao Station was beginning to believe Sable Changju's words, slowly placing the Xiao Firefire on the ground, then taking several steps back. According to Sable Changju's meaning, his son Xiao Huahua had died long ago, and the current Xiao Huahua was nothing more than an evil demon that had occupied Xiao Huahua's physical body. Please, Elder Wolverine, avenge my son, the Xiao Station said expressionlessly. He had no choice in this situation now but to believe the words of Sable Changju. Even if Xiao Huahua hadn't had his body taken over by an evil demon, it was still important to actualize that he had had his body taken over by an evil demon. That's what saved the Xiao family from destruction. Xiao Patriarch, don't worry. As an inner sect elder of the Lingxiao Sect, since I have encountered this kind of evil demon, it will be impossible for me to sit back and do nothing, Sable Changju said with righteousness. He then slapped a palm at Xiao Huahua. Bold demon, don't show yourself. If this palm landed on the unconscious Xiao Huahua would definitely have no bones left. The Xiao Station watched the scene with clenched fists. He really hoped that Xiao Huahua had already been taken over by an evil demon. Otherwise, his son was exterminated by the Lingxiao Sect for no reason, and he didn't know how to repay this humiliating hatred. Xiao Huahua's ring grandfather, Elder Dan, was also helpless to the extreme. He didn't expect this tiny Jindan stage in front of him to really see his presence. Ever since Xiao Huahua used his cultivation to help him repair his soul, he and Xiao Huahua could be said to have been connected, unless one's soul further becomes stronger later on. In his current situation, once Xiao Huahua died, he couldn't live either. Seeing that Sable Changju was determined to kill Xiao Huahua, Dan Lao could only helplessly possess Xiao Huahua. Just as Sable Changju's palm print was about to land on Xiao Huahua, Xiao Huahua suddenly glowed with white light and opened her eyes, defusing the attack with a wave of her hand. Alas, Elder Sable, I have no intention of making an enemy of you, so why do you all have to chase after me? Elder Dan, who had possessed the body of Xiao Huahua, directly raised Xiao Huahua's cultivation to the early Tianxian stage. Xiao Huahua's sudden change of heart also took the crowd present by surprise. Early Tianxian, Li Changlu vigilantly blocked in front of Sable Changju. Li Jianyuan and Drunken Dreamer, who were originally standing with their eyes closed behind the Sable Long Gathering, also opened their eyes at the same time, their gazes fixed on Xiao Huahua. When Xiao Station saw Xiao Huahua, who suddenly woke up and looked like a new person, and whose cultivation had reached the early stage of Tianxian, at this moment, he completely believed in the words of Sable Changju. He couldn't help but turn his eyes red and point at Elder Dan. You evil demon! What have you done to my fire child? The crowd outside the hall also withdrew their pressure on the Xiao family's oldest ancestor at this time, and all of them surged into the hall, surrounding Xiao Huahua. They were all aware of what happened in the hall. The admiration for Sable Changju in their hearts couldn't help but rise to a higher level once again, worthy of being a senior brother. None of them could see the abnormality of Xiao Huahua, while senior brother actually saw it with a single glance. You shameless evil demon! Return my grandchildren's lives! After the Xiao family's ancestor was able to move freely, He immediately gave up the idea of escaping after realizing that the Lingxiao Sect was not targeting their Xiao family. He pointed at Xiao Huahua. Old tears rained down, tearing his heart and lungs. Shouted, "A grandparent and grandchild love appearance." Elder Dan frowned as he looked around at the situation that was not in his favor. He wasn't afraid of this group of earthly Xian stage. If he wanted to escape, this group of earthly Xian stage couldn't stop him. What he was really worried about was the two youths behind Wolverine Changju. Those two youths gave off a dangerous aura. "I'm not an evil demon. I'm Dan Dust, nicknamed the Pill God in the Heavenly Sage Divine Prefecture. After being assassinated by someone, almost perished here. Fortunately, later encountered Xiao Huahua. After his full warmth, the old man's residual soul can barely awaken. Old me has no ill will towards Xiao Huahua, nor did I take over his physical body, and old me has no enmity towards all of you from the Lingxiao Sect. Can you please let me off the hook? I will definitely repay your Lingxiao Sect properly in the future." Elder Dan said respectfully. "There's no way around it. People have to bow down under the roof. If it were before, with this group of trash Earth Xian stage and Heaven Xian stage, he would be able to exterminate them with a single glance. How could Sable Changju let him off the hook? A bunch of nonsense. An evil demon is still full of nonsense." Dan Lao's eyes were cold. It seemed that the man in front of him was determined to kill himself. Chapter 16, Death of Xiao Huahua. Without hesitation, Dan Lao rushed towards Sable Changju, reaching out to hold him hostage. Although he didn't understand why these Earth Xian stage and Tian Xian stage powerhouses were obeying the orders of this one tiny Jindan stage, but as long as Sable Changju was captured as a hostage, the others wouldn't dare to move easily. Just as Elder Dan's hand was about to reach Sable Changju's face, a cold light flashed by. Dan Old Heart panicked. Want to shrink the hand has been too late. His arm has been cut off, snapped, fell to the ground, only to see that Li Jian Yuan had appeared in front of Wolverine Changju at an unknown time. He spoke with an icy face. "Is my senior brother not something you can touch just because you want to?" Late Tianxian stage. Elder Dan looked at the youth in front of him, his face showing shock. He knew that this youth was at the Tianxian stage, but he didn't expect it to be at the late Tianxian stage. Before Dan Lao could react, he received a kick in the stomach, and his entire body was kicked up into the air like a cannonball, directly breaking through the roof. At the same time, a silhouette followed Dan Lao up. Another late Tianxian stage. Elder Dan's face was full of panic at the moment, and he could no longer remain calm. If it was just a late Tianxian stage, with some means, he would still be able to defeat him with his current cultivation of early Tianxian stage. But now another late stage Tianxian has come out. It's almost as if they can't even run away anymore. Drunken Dreamer gave Dan Lao a good beating when he caught up with him. Elder Dan has no power to fight back at all. Originally, he was a cultivator of the Dan Dao and was not good at fighting. At the moment, everyone in the hall came out and looked at the battle above them. Boom! With a loud bang, Elder Dan was directly stomped on by Drunken Dreamsong, who stepped on his head and smashed it directly onto the ground from the sky. At this moment, Dan Lao was already incapable of fighting. Pressed. His whole body was injured, his bones were broken, and he was trampled on the ground by Drunken Dreamer like a dog. "Senior brother, what should we do with this evil demon?" Drunken Dreamsong inquired of Wolverine Longgathering. Dan Lao also opened his mouth with difficulty. "I don't understand. I have no grievances or enmity with you. Why do you have to put me to death? No offense? Oh, aha! The fire of the Xiao fire, that virtue, even if there is no injustice, can give him a whole revenge. Today, if he, Sable Changju, does not kill the pair of masters and disciples of Xiao Huahua, tomorrow it will be the pair of masters and disciples of Xiao Huahua who will kill them. The blame lies only in the fact that Xiao Huahua is the son of the Qi that is hostile to Sable Changju. Kill!" Sable Changju said without hesitation. Drunken Dreamsong also slapped his palm out without hesitation at the old Dan at his feet. After hearing this, Elder Dan and Xiao Huahua instantly turned into dust and died beyond repair. The hostile son of fortune, Xiao Huahua, dies, and the host gains all of Xiao Huahua's fortune value. Luck value plus 10,000. Host's luck value, 10,000. The Xiao station said gratefully to Sable Changju. "Thank you, Elder Wolverine, for avenging my son's death by slaying the evil demon." The Xiao station had been completely convinced that Xiao Huahua had been taken over. Fortunately, Sable Changju saw through it at a glance. Otherwise he would still be blinded by this evil demon. Loving the evil demon who killed his son as a son. Just a show of hands. I usually don't mind my own business, but I won't ignore it when I come across it, Sable Changju said indifferently. At the same time the heart was full of amusement. Poor Xiao Huahua. I killed you and your father had to thank me. To thank you all, I would like to prepare a dinner to treat you all properly. At this time, the Shao clan's old ancestor said with a smile, the Lingxiao Sect is one of the 4 great sects. Moreover, this Wolverine Changju could make the Lingxiao Sect's many powerful people obey his orders. His status must not be low. He must have a good relationship with him. Sable Changju waved his hand and said, the dinner is exempt. Originally we only came here to help my disciple withdraw from the marriage. Our Lingxiao Sect is not unreasonable. These resources are 10 times the amount of resources that you have previously spent on my disciple. These resources are taken as compensation for my disciple's repentance of the marriage. So you can take them. Even if you killed his son, you're still eating at his house? That's a bit much. How could the Shao family and the others dare to disobey? Only nodded in agreement. Then Sable Chief gathered the crowd and left. Before leaving, Huang Xianyu slapped the 2 door guards to death. Remember to get 2 well-mannered watchdogs in the future. The Shao station wasn't angry and nodded his head in agreement. Even if Huang Xianyu didn't shoot these 2 doormen, he was going to do it to shoot them to death for the Huang Xianyu crowd. Let's just say the 2 janitors deserved to die. Thinking that they were superior just because they were the gatekeepers of the Shao family, they had completely forgotten that they were just watchdogs. Sable Changju had just returned to the sect when he was called over by Hua Xiangshi. It's still the same room. Sable Long Gathering sat on a futon. The Hua Xiangshi in front of him, however, was fully dressed and sitting on the soft couch. Changju, what a big commotion you made by going to withdraw from a marriage. Hua Xiangshi said grudgingly. The clan's ostensible war power went 1/5 at once, and she, the acting patriarch, still didn't know anything about it. Wolverine Changju said helplessly, Senior, I didn't want to bring so many people with me, but the senior brothers insisted on following me. Wow, it seems that you, a good senior brother, have a great calling power in front of the senior brothers. Oh, I'm going out for a trip without so many people taking the initiative to say that they want to escort for me. Hua Xiangshi laughed and clapped her hands. Sable Changju knew his master was shading him again. If Hua Xiangshi went out, as long as she said she wanted an escort, that escort line could probably be lined up for hundreds of miles. Normally, Hua Xiangshi had a cold-blooded, ruthless, majestic and arrogant appearance in front of the rest of the clan. Only when facing him and Lu Lian would she show her truest side. Like a little woman, she gets angry, aggravated and sometimes pretends to cry. Sable Long Gathering. Changju, do you know what those old Tai Shang men said about Master Teacher me? They said that this acting patriarch of mine has no majesty at all, and that 1/5 of the clan's ostensible combat power has disappeared all of a sudden. And not a single person has said to me, the seat of acting sovereign can be replaced by a dog. Boing. How could those supreme elders have said those words? It was all made up by Hua Xiangshi. Master, I was wrong. Next time something like this happens I will definitely report it to you. Sable Changju bowed his head and admitted his mistake. There's no need for a next time. You can have this sect leader position. I think those junior brothers of yours must approve of you being the sect leader. Don't kid yourself. Master, I'm still in the middle Jindan stage up to now. Sable Changju laughed bitterly. As soon as Sable Changju said this, the atmosphere became heavy. Flower Shannon didn't continue whining either. Chapter 17, Do you want to abuse me or be abused by me? Neither spoke again. After a long time, Hua Xiangshi sighed softly. In these hundreds of years, she also tried to do everything she could to help him break through for the sake of Sable Changju. Unfortunately, Shai had tried countless things to no avail. Sable Long Gathering's body is like a garbage dump. No matter what kind of heaven-defying pills or elixirs were fed into his mouth, it was like throwing them into a trash can. It's all garbage in the trash can. Ordinary people would have long since broken through to the Yuaning stage under this kind of feeding from Hua Xiangshi. And Wolverine Changju always stopped at the middle Jindan stage. It can't be helped. Wolverine Changju was not suitable for cultivation in the first place. He was considered to have no cultivation talent at all, and his physique was just a little bit better than a wastrel's physique. Currently the only thing that could change this physique of Sable Changju was that rumored sacred pool of marrow cleansing in the mysterious realm of the mysteries. It was said that by taking a dip in the sacred pool of marrow cleansing, even a waste could turn into a genius. But not to mention the fact that the time and place of the opening of this mysterious realm of the mysteries floats around, and it's also very dangerous inside. So even if a heavenly mechanism powerhouse goes in, he may not be able to come out alive. It had been 100,000 years since the last time the mysterious realm of the gods had appeared. Hua Xiangshi did hope that this mysterious realm of the gods would appear again, and even if it was no longer dangerous inside, she would still take Sable Changju on a trip inside. It's been 2.5 years since the last time you sat here, and you don't have much life left nowadays, so stay with me for a while longer today. Hua Xiangshi said in a slightly sad tone. Hua Xiangshi was purely forced to accept Sable Changju as his disciple back then. At first Flower Shannon didn't like Sable Long Gathering. No master would like a punk disciple who couldn't learn from any amount of teaching. But Sable Changju always made some fun little things and games to relieve her boredom in this boring cultivation life. Slowly, Hua Xiangshi put away her prejudice against Sable Changju, an inferior disciple, truly treating him as his disciple as well. Cultivation doesn't work, but amusing her is first rate. When Sable Changju saw the sad look on Hua Xiangshi's face, he had the urge to tell her about the fact that he was carrying the system, so that she wouldn't have to be so sad, but still held back. The system thing still can't be told to others, just know it yourself. If anyone was the closest person to Sable Changju in this world, then besides his parents and Lu Liyan, it was undoubtedly Hua Xiangshi. It's a pity that Liyan is closed, or else I'd just have 3 people to play landlord, Hua Xiangshi said sadly. Hua Xiangshi was saying to the outside world that Lu Liyan was in seclusion. The 2 of us can play a lot of fun games too. Sable Long Gathering laughed. Then do you want to play the game of being abused by me? Or do you want to play the game of abusing me? Hua Xiangshi chuckled. We can play both games. Then don't be merciful when you abuse me. When I abuse you anyway. To death. Hua Xiangshi has a great talent for playing backgammon, and has never lost. But she is a terrible chess player, and will also play with red warmth. Just don't you go red later. The 2 just played backgammon and chess all day. After Sable Changju left, Hua Xiangshi sighed. Perhaps this was the last time she would ever see Sable Nagumo. After all, there was a difference between men and women, and even if the 2 were master and disciple, it was impossible for Sable Changju to come running to her place often. When exactly Sable Changju's big day will come is anyone's guess. Up to 7.5 years anyway. Sometime during those 7.5 years, his big day could come at any time. Sable Changju returned to the mountain peak, and Bai Huajin excitedly ran out and hugged his arm. Where have you been, master? How come I haven't seen you all day? Why are you here? Wolverine Long Gathering said, a bit puzzled. I've moved in here without authorization. Shouldn't you be angry, master? Bai Huajin said accusingly. I don't really care. It's you. Aren't you afraid that the other disciples of the sect will have something to say about your behavior like this? Sable Changju comfortably wrapped his arms around this little green tea's slender waist. Before, this little green tea was very concerned about her reputation in the sect, and she was like a stranger to Sable Changju in front of outsiders. Those people are always pointing their fingers at me. I can't stay there anymore, so I might as well just move in with you, master, comfortably. Bai Huajin grunted. After that last time, her reputation within the sect was considered to be completely stigmatized. Where is it soothing? Sable Changju took Bai Huajin into his arms. Master, you're annoying. Bai Huajin's red face raised her small pink hammer to whack Sable Changju's chest. Wolverine Changju and Bai Huajin's shameless days like this turned into another 2.5 years. Now Bai Huajin's submissive value had come to 90. Moreover, she had also finally activated her glazed saintly body a year ago under the constant feeding of Sable Changju's spirit elixir and miraculous liquid. The speed of cultivation skyrocketed, demonstrating a terrifying speed of cultivation. Now her cultivation level had come to the Yuanying stage. This cultivation speed also allowed her to successfully attract the attention of the inner sect elders of the Lingxiao Sect. Everyone was wondering why Bai Huajin was cultivating so quickly. It was clear that 2.5 years ago she was only a foundation establishment stage. Huang Xianyu and the others found it reasonable when they thought that Bai Huajin was Sable Changju's personal disciple. After all, Sable Changju was quite high in their hearts. Sable Changju might not be able to cultivate on his own, but he was very good at guiding others in their cultivation. Many senior disciples were stuck in one realm for decades, and after hearing just a few short words from Sable Changju, they were able to immediately break through. This was why Sable Changju was so respected by Huang Xuanyu and the others. On the peak of the mountain, Chief Sable gathered on the stone table in the courtyard sipping tea. Alas, how come we still haven't met a single daughter of Qi? In the past few years, he had gone to the clan's annual apprentice test every year to turn around, froze and didn't meet a woman of Qi. Going on like this is not a solution. Sable Changju sighed as he felt his still late Jindan cultivation. His own broken chaos god body was useless at all. It's only been repaired a tenth of the way. According to the system, the chaotic god body had to be repaired to at least 0.2% before it could cultivate normally. Otherwise 1/10 of a chaotic god body was a wasted physique. Although in the system's Qi Luck Mall, one could purchase cultivation with Qi Luck values, but this is the next best thing. There were so many good things in the Qi Luck Mall, and the most pitiful of them all was buying cultivation. now that he was at the late Jindan stage to break through to the Yuaning stage. The price tag at the Chi-Luck Mall was 50,000 Chi-Luck values. Currently, his personal account only had 5,000 Chi-Luck value left. As for Baiwajin, with her breakthrough in cultivation, her Chi-Luck value also increased from 10,000 to 40,000, based on a conversion of Birch Jane's submissive value of 90. Wolverine Changju can use 90% of Baiwajin's chakra value, or 40,000 times 90% equals 36,000. Let's not talk about whether or not it's enough for Sable Changju to advance to the Yuanying stage. It's really not worth it to spend 50,000 Chi value on cultivation. Chapter 18, I'm all set. Master, I found a good thing. With a delicate cry, Bai Huajin came back with his imperial sword. She excitedly came to Sable Changju and carefully took out a Lingji. Sable Changju couldn't help but be a little surprised to see this Lingji and said, "Little Bihua, this is a 50,000-year-old Lingji. Where did you go and dig it up?" In this world of cultivation, 50,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum was too rare. Ganoderma lucidum has a wide range of efficacy, and can be eaten raw or alchemized directly. Almost any elixir requires the use of Ganoderma lucidum as an ingredient, hence there is a high demand for Reisher Lingji that are over 10,000 years old or sky high, not to mention 50,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. Bai Huajin said proudly, "I went to a secret realm and dug it up." You've been sneaking off to those dangerous secret places again? Obviously, she didn't lack cultivation resources, but she always liked to go into those secret realms to search for treasures, and the first thing she found was to bring it to him. Sable Changju pulled Baiwajin into his arms. "What are you doing, master?" Bai Huajin instantly panicked and tried to struggle out of Sable Changju's embrace. Not giving her a chance, Sable Changju forcefully lifted the skirt of her dress. At once all of the large and small bruises on her body that were covered by her dress were exposed, especially the 3 claw wounds on her white, smooth back that were so deep they were bone deep. Sable Changju couldn't help but feel sorry for this little green tea. It was clear that he was just using her and had no feelings for her, but she did this for herself. Looking at this claw wound on her back, I'm afraid it was left by a Holy Spirit stage monster. Bai Huajin, as a daughter of Qi, although her life would not be in danger in a tangle of Holy Spirit stage monsters, flesh wounds were inevitable. Sable Changju gently touched this claw wound on Bai Huajin's back for a moment and asked compassionately, "Does it hurt?" Bai Huajin, who was lying on Sable Changju's lap, shivered and sucked in a mouthful of cold air the moment Sable Changju touched her injury. "It doesn't hurt," Bai Huajin said with a smile. "Really a silly woman. Tuanzi, exchange me for a bottle of an extremely high-grade golden wound pill," Sable Changju said to the system. Extreme gold wound pill is priced at 5,000 Chi-Luck values. Does the host redeem it? Redemption. Sable Changju said without hesitation. Extreme gold pill exchanged successfully. Host's current luck value, 0. Wolverine Changju took the extreme golden wound medicine given by the system and then medicated by Huajin. Tarach master lightly Bai Huajin said pitifully as her body trembled. "Now you know it hurts? How many times have I said, don't keep running into those dangerous secret realms? I don't know how many of these things you found for me I've eaten before. They won't be of any use to me at all," Sable Changju said in a deep tone. At the end of the day, he would have to waste his chi value to exchange medicine to rub it on her. His own 10,000 chi luck value had all been used to exchange medicine for Bai Huajin. If she didn't exchange the system medicine to put it on her, and used the clan's medicine alone, this injury left by the Holy Spirit stage monster on her body would take at least a few months of pain to heal. "But, Master, you don't have much time left. I want to do something for Master." Bai Huajin lowered her small head and said weakly, "Bai Huajin is an orphan. No parents." In her eyes, Sable Changju was her only family. Every time she thought about how little time was left for the long gathering of minks, she became inwardly anxious. There was a time when she hated the fact that Sable Changju had died earlier, and she had been relieved sooner. And now she didn't want Sable Changju to die. She also knew that Sable Changju had taken all the elixirs, but she still held out hope to go into those dangerous secret realms, thinking that there would be the possibility that there would be something useful for Sable Changju. Sable Changju paused in his motion to rub her medicine, then did so silently. Neither made another sound. Only after Sable Changju finally wiped all the small and large wounds on Bai Huajin's entire body did he pat her to get her up. Bai Huajin happily moved her body and said, "Master, your medicine is amazing. I feel that my wounds don't hurt anymore. Little Bihua, I've already broken through to the late Jindan stage. My lifespan can be increased by another 50 years, so you shouldn't continue with these risky behaviors in the future. Sable Changju spoke indifferently. Originally, he had thought of continuing to hide his true cultivation, but he was afraid that if he hid it any longer, the value of his fortune wouldn't even be enough for this little green tea flower. Bai Huajin froze, then with a face full of surprise, she jumped into Sable Changju's arms and said excitedly, "Great! You finally made a breakthrough. Master, great!" Bai Huajin hugged Sable Changju tightly. Sable Changju stroked her little head and was about to say that she should not take any more risks. "Looks like it's all my doing. Those elixirs are useful to Master Teacher, and it's only when I continue to go in those secret realms that I'll be able to do so," Bai Huajin said proudly. Sable Changju blackened his face and held Bai Huajin down on his lap with one hand, raising his palm. "Pow pow 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 pow. It's just a beating. You're still going to the secret world? If I go again, my luck value will go negative." Sable Changju opened his eyes and looked at Bai Huajin, who was lying on top of him and hugging himself tightly as he slept. Sable Changju reached out and touched her back, smooth and pink. "The injuries have been fully recovered. The effect of the system's 5000 chi value medicine is still awesome." Feeling Wolverine Changju's movements, Bai Huajin hazily opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Wolverine Changju's wrinkled old face, then came up and kissed it. Her voice said lazily, "Master, I'm tired. I don't want to move, so you do it yourself. You just now realize you're tired. Ha, how crazy last night. The 1 horse, the 2 name, the 3 life, the 4 part, the 5 light, the 6 spirit, the 7 up, the 8 side, the 9 spirit, and the 10 perfect." Sable Changju laughed. "I don't care. I'm tired now." Bai Huajin nestled in Sable Changju's arms like a kitten and closed her eyes. Wolverine Long Gathering kissed her on the forehead, got up after, and said, "Get some more sleep then." "Ha? No. Why are you up here, Master?" "I'm all ready. I was ready to get up." "You're the one who's imagining things. It's so true that the wine is not drunk." He himself was just checking the injuries on her body. "That's ready." 1 day later. "Senior, are you really not going to tell anyone else about your breakthrough?" Bai Huajin was making tea. "What's there to tell? It won't be too late until I break through to Yuaning," Sable Changju said. Just then Hua Xiangshi came with a message asking him to come to her place immediately. Sable Changju moved forward, and before he left, he warned Bai Huajin not to take advantage of his absence to sneak off to some secret realm again, or else he would hang her up and beat her. Bai Huajin's red face nodded her head in a hurry. Chapter 19, Voluntary Submission Value 100. Sable Changju had just arrived in front of Hua Xiangshi when he heard the sound of giggling women coming from inside the room. "Xiangshi, I haven't seen you in a few years. Your little hands are so soft to the touch, they've gotten a lot bigger here too. Don't move your hands. Behave yourself. The long gathering is here." Wolverine Changju knew when he heard the voice inside that old lily patriarch of the Acacia sect had come to take advantage of his master again. Sable Changju was about to knock when the door to the room was pushed open. His gaze was instantly dumbfounded to see the 2 jade figures on the soft couch. It was scattered all over the floor, only to see his stunningly beautiful master dressed in cool clothes being ridden by a stunningly beautiful woman who was also dressed in cool clothes, white and dazzling to the extreme. Her jade hands were lightly thinning the tantalizingly delicate body of Hua Xiangshi. Hua Xiangshi's face turned red when she saw Sable Changju. She said a little angrily, "Changju, how could you push the door in without my permission?" Wolverine Changju came back to his senses and hurriedly looked down at the floor. "It's not like he pushed the door in. It opened by itself." "Excuse me, I'm going out first." "What are you going out for? To see it all? Not to mention that I opened this door." The stunningly beautiful woman pressed against Hua Xiangshi laughed flirtatiously. Her name, Creek Tender Man. It was the patriarch of the Acacia Sect, one of the 4 great sects in the Longshan continent along with the Lingxiao Sect. Xinang Man and Hua Xiangshi are good girlfriends. She often runs to Lingxiao Sect to find Hua Xiangshi to play and take advantage of Hua Xiangshi by bathing and sleeping together with her. At the same time, she also liked to get together with Sable Changju, Lu Lian, and Hua Xiangshi to play mahjong. Xinang Man's looks are comparable to the 3 women, Lu Lian, Hua Xiangshi and Bai Huajin. Xinang Man is the #1 beauty in Longshan continent. Hua Xiangshi was the second most beautiful woman in the Longshan continent. As for why Creek Tenderman is #1, because she was the patriarch of the Acacia Sect. With the name of the Acacia Sect's patriarch as a bonus, there must be a lot to know. That's why everyone ranked Creek Tenderman first. As Sable Changju wondered if it was better to go out or keep his head down where it was, a system prompt rang in his head. Daughter of Fortune detected. Name, Cynthia Man. Age, 3000. Cultivation, early Tianji stage. Luck value, 500,000. Physique, water spirit divine body, not activated. Chi luck introduction, the water spirit god body is an aid to the chaos god body. Water spirit god body is chaos god body or unique physique. When there is a water spirit god body, within 3,000 years there will be a chaos god body. Unique body, only one can exist in the world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a voluntarily submissive daughter of Chi for the first time. The following is issued as a large gift package. The host's cultivation level is raised from late Jindan to early Yuaning. Who voluntarily submits? Sable Changju was confused. Submissive value, 100. Are you kidding me, Tatsuko? No. Why did she submit voluntarily? And 100 points? On what grounds? Wolverine Long Gathering remembers that his interactions with Creek Nymphomaniac only existed on the game. Every time she came running to play with Flower Shanks and wanted to play a game, she would only come over to make up the numbers herself. There wasn't much conversation between the two. Is it because she has some weird XP? Like the wrinkled old man I am now? Otherwise this voluntary submission and the submission value is still directly 100. It's just too fake. Even the submissive value of Xiao by Huajin was only 90. This 90 submissive value had already made by Huajin submissive to Sable Changju, and her eyes were all about him. And Stream Tenderman this 100 submissive value. Her behavior on the Sable Long Gathering is true point a little cannot see. Isn't she an old lily? Could it be that every time she ran to the Lingxiao Sect, she didn't come for Hua Xiangshi, but for him? Do not doubt the data in this system. Sable Changju looked at the Shi Ningman in front of him with incredulity in his eyes. Her face was as beautiful as a fairy's with a healthy red cloud, white with ruddy color. Her long black eyelashes trembled slightly, and her misty eyes were charming and delicate. Straight nose bone alabaster crystal. Gasping hot breath of Dan lips scarlet tender one by one. The silky black hair was spread out on the jade shoulders and back. The snowy fat neck was long and thin and delicate. The mountain peaks were high, and the peach buttocks were greasy and round. What right did this kind of heavenly pride of the country have to voluntarily submit to him? Obviously he hadn't done anything yet. When Shinang Man saw Wu Changju staring stupidly at herself, she snorted a smile and said charmingly, "Brother Changju, why do you keep staring at me? It's embarrassing to look at me." Shinang Man smiles and dazzles Sable Changju. "Don't get all feverish, you wavy hoof. Hurry up and put your clothes back on. My little disciple can't stand up to your test." Hua Xiangshi pushed Shi Ningman off her body. Then he took it upon himself to put on his coat. Sable Changju lowered his head in embarrassment. He indeed could not withstand the test, and hurriedly eliminated the evil thoughts in his mind, lest he make a fool of himself and lose face. Only after the two women were fully dressed did Sable Changju sit down squarely on the futon. However, his eyes were always drawn to Shinang Man's jade feet that wiggled around with her legs crossed. This goblin, worthy of being the patriarch of the Acacia Sect. Say, Brother Changju, did your little Li Yan really break up with you? Shinang Man hugged Hua Xiangshi's slender waist and asked Sable Changju curiously in a gossipy manner. "Didn't I say it once? Why do you have to ask Long Gathering again?" Hua Xiangshi said breathlessly. Shi Ningman hugged her and she was used to it. Anyway, they are all women, as long as they don't break the bottom line. Hua Xiangshi are casually she Tenderman and kiss and touch. Yes, Wolverine Long Gathering nodded. While little Li Yan is also too uneducated, right? Actually broke up with Brother Changju. She doesn't want it. I want it. Brother Changju's sister, I'll marry you or not? Shinang Man jokingly said to Sable Changju. Sable Changju's heart was shocked. This woman had finally bared her fangs. If he didn't know that Shinang Man's submissive value is 100, Wolverine Changju really thought that Shinang Man was joking. Rolling. You burning Tenderman, don't hit on my disciple's idea. The little lifespan he has left isn't even enough for you for one night. Hua Xiangshi pushed and shoved Shi Tenderman and scolded with a laugh. How can I be so scary? Although my slave is the sect leader of the Acacia Sect, but it's not like I rely on men to cultivate like the sect disciples. I'm still a yellow flowering girl oing. Shinang Man said in an aggravated oing manner. Hua Xiangshi was brought down by her, calling every day. You don't rely on men to cultivate this, I believe, but I don't know if you're a yellow flower girl. Hua Xiangshi grunted. If Shinang Man was like the other disciples of the Acacia Sect who slept around with men, Hua Xiangshi would not have let her be this close to herself for any reason. She's all too dirty. Why don't you prove it in the bath tonight? The corner of Shinang Man's mouth hooked up in a bad smile. Hua Xiangshi instantly reddened her face and covered Shinang Man's unbridled little mouth. Burning Tenderman, these words the two of us say in private even if, now the Long Gathering is still here. You restrain a little. Shinang Man stretched out his little tongue and licked the palm of Hua Xiangshi's hand. and Hua Xiangshi retracted her hand in a panic. This ing wannabe hoof. What's the point of letting brother Changju hear about it? It's not like I'm treating him as an outsider. Xineng Man puffed out her chest and laughed prodigiously. Chapter 20, You've been here before? Okay. Back to business. Hua Xiangshi coughed lightly a few times and said with a straight face, Nang Man, are you sure that the mysterious realm of the gods has appeared? What? Can I still lie to you? I didn't tell anyone about this. Just you. Sister enough, right? Xineng Man hugged Hua Xiangshi and kissed her on the cheek. Flower fragrance. Bear with her for being the first to run and tell her about it when she found out about the mysteries. Does anyone else know about the appearance of the mysterious realms of the gods? Hua Xiangshi asked. Hua Xiangshi was worried that there were other people who knew. Don't worry about this. No one else knows about that mysterious realm of the gods except me. Xineng Man said with conviction. Then let's set off now. All the treasures inside will belong to you, while that marrow-cleansing sacred pool will belong to us. Hua Xiangshi said. Xineng Man is aware that Hua Xiangshi has been searching for the mysterious realm of the gods, and then asked Sable Changju to go in and take a dip in that sacred pool of marrow cleansing. Yes. Xineng Man nodded. Then let's leave now. Xineng Man stood up, then grabbed Sable Changju's hand and left. Wolverine Long Gathering looks confused. He didn't even know what happened. So he flew on his sword and was sandwiched in the middle by Xineng Man and Hua Xiangshi, and rushed out of the sky in a stream of light. Xineng Man Royal Sword, carrying Sable Changju and flower fragrance. She was very fast. It was worthy of being a strong person of the Tianqi stage. The speed of the Imperial sword flight was not on the same level as him at all. The wind blew so hard that Sable Changju couldn't keep his eyes open. The hair of the front stream of Nin Man flew, and now and then gently caressed his wrinkled face. The wind blew her thin clothing tightly against her petite body, tracing the shape if any. Xineng Man suddenly made a sharp break, and the Sable Changju behind him instantly crashed into Xineng Man's petite body, and his pale hands panically clasped Xineng Man's arms. The body heat of the two men pressed against each other was scorching hot. Similarly, Hua Xiangshi behind Wolverine Changju was also caught off guard and hit Wolverine Changju's back softly. Hua Xiangshi reacted to the absolute beauty of the face slightly red. Panicked and Sable Changju separated. Hua Xiangshi said angrily, Nang Man, can you be a bit more stable in your sword flight? What's the point of breaking suddenly? Can't you see a flock of white cranes in front of you? Caring for small animals starts from me. If I don't break sharply, that group of small white cranes will all die. Xineng Man said with a straight face. Meanwhile, in the perspective that the two of them can't see, her face has turned red at this moment. Eyes were all over Sable Changju's hands holding his own. Wolverine Changju was still in shock at the moment and was holding on to Creek Tenderman. It was only then that Hua Xiangshi saw Wolfie Changju's movements and shyly knocked Wolfie Changju's head. Changju, why don't you let go of Tenderman? Wolverine Long Gathering awkwardly scatters his hands in quick succession. He didn't know if Hua Xiangshi didn't say anything, but the important thing was that Xineng Man actually didn't resist in any way, so that he didn't realize what was wrong. This made Wolverine Changju even more certain that Xineng Man's submissive value of 100 was true. Any other woman would have punched him long ago. It's fine, brother Changju. If you can't stand still, you can wrap your arms around my waist. Giggle Xineng Man laughed prodigiously. Hey, burning tender man, are you treating me as if I don't exist? Hua Xiangshi was speechless. Hua Xiangshi also didn't take Xineng Man's words seriously. Just a joke. On the Sable Long Gathered now this white hair, wrinkled skin, wrinkled flesh, bad old man look. How can a woman as good as Xineng Man like this kind of bad old man? The next time Xineng Man came with a couple of sharp breaks, but unfortunately, Sable Changju and Flower Fragrance were prepared and didn't have the same kind of action as the first time when they were caught off guard and hit someone. Hua Xiangshi wondered if Xineng Man had intentionally braked sharply, but again, the reason given by Creek Tender Man for braking sharply each time was very reasonable. Plus Creek Tender Man's sharp braking didn't do any favors. Her hasty braking would only allow Sable Changju to take advantage of her like he did the first time. Could it be that the purpose of her sharp braking was to let Sable Changju take advantage of her for nothing? That's absolutely impossible. The two had a bumpy ride, and the trio finally reached their destination. The destination was in a pristine forest on the fringe of the Longxian continent, with the deserted area around here. It is indeed hard for anyone to guess that the mysterious realm of the gods, which comes along once in a million years, would actually appear here. Xineng Man is about to go in towards the entrance of the mysterious realm of the mysteries with Sable Changju and Flower Fragrance shy. Wait, burning tender man! Hua Xiangshi shouted discreetly to stop her. What's wrong? Xineng Man looked back at Hua Xiangshi in confusion. We're just going in unprepared? Hua Xiangshi said worriedly. It is said that the mysterious realm is full of dangers. And the magical beasts are all high-level magical beasts that have already developed spiritual intelligence. Oh. What else? Xinang Man had a relaxed expression. On a large tree not far from the mysterious realm of the gods, a middle-aged man listened to their conversation with a disdainful smile. He. 3 dolls who don't know the heights of heaven. Is the mysterious realm of the gods not for you two mere Tianqi stage plus 1 Jindan stage to go in and mix up the good stuff? This seat is nicknamed Hao Tian Da Di, who cultivates at the early stage of god transformation wouldn't dare to just go in. Emperor Hao Tian, an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years in the Longshan continent, shortly before the arrival of Creek Tenderman, Sable Long Gather, and Flower Fragrance. Occasionally traveling here in the clouds, Emperor Hao Tian accidentally discovered this mysterious realm of the gods, even though all kinds of treasures and pills are available in the mysterious realms. However, Emperor Hao Tian's page did not dare to easily enter the mysterious realms of the gods. Instead, he chose to meditate in place to first restore his state to its peak. There were countless transformation spirit stages that had fallen in the mysterious realms, and he didn't dare to be careless and just go. Just as he had restored himself to his peak condition and was about to go in, Xinang Man, Sable Changju, and Hua Xiangshi came. The steady Hao Tian Da Di decisively chose to hide first and see what happened. Should we pre-open any defenses before going in? Hua Xiangshi said worriedly. Do you need to go to all that trouble to find it? Everything is with me. Xinang Man walked straight in. Sable Changju and Hua Xiangshi looked at each other and had no choice but to follow in a hurry. Wolverine Long Gathering wasn't worried about safety. Hua Xiangshi and Shi Nengman are both women of luck. Just follow them. There is no danger. It's all about opportunities. When Emperor Hao Tian saw that the 3 of them just wanted to go shopping and casually went into the mysterious realm of the gods, he snorted coldly and scoffed. 3 little dolls who don't know the heights of heaven. Since you guys are so unafraid of death, then this seat will hide its breath and follow behind you, so that you can be the charging soldiers. Emperor Hao Tian hid his breath and also entered the mysterious realm of the gods. After Sable Changju, Hua Xiangshi, and Shi Nengman entered the mysterious realm of the gods, a white light dazzled before their eyes. Into the eye is a forest of birds and flowers and sunshine. Hua Xiangshi looked at the azure sky and couldn't help but say doubtfully, how does this feel like a small world? This place was originally a small world. Xinang Man stretched out in front of Wolverine Changju, her perfect body curves displayed in front of Wolverine Changju's eyes. In that case, this place is so big that the sacred pool of marrow cleansing I'm looking for isn't even known where it is. Staying here for one more moment is dangerous. Hua Xiangshi said worriedly. We just need to go through this forest and go to that palace to see the sacred pool of marrow washing. Xinang Man said as he pointed ahead. Burning Tender Man, how do you know? Have you been here before? Hua Xiangshi said suspiciously with a question mark on her face. Chapter 21, I don't understand. Xinang Man's heart was shocked and he was almost exposed. Xinang Man said. Because our Acacia sect has seniors who have come out from the mysterious realm of the gods and drew down a map of this place. That's why I know the approximate location. So it is. Hua Xiangshi nodded. Knowing the location of the sacred ground of marrow cleansing this way, it would save a lot of time. Let's go. Xinang Man led the way forward. Flower Shy looked around warily and traveled slowly. She realized that her divine sense didn't work directly here, and she could only rely on her eyes and ears to observe the surrounding scenery. Wolverine Long Gathering walks right behind Creek Tenderman's ass. Even if there was danger, he couldn't do anything with his cultivation level that was only at the Yuaning stage right now. Shortly after the trio entered the forest, a pack of wolf-like magical beasts appeared in front of them, but they were sleeping at the moment and seemed unaware of the trio's arrival. It's a peak late stage fiend beast of the ferrying stage. Hua Xiangshi's face was pale as she transmitted her voice. They were only at the Tianqi stage. It was impossible for them to be their opponents. They would only be torn apart by them. Hua Xiangshi didn't expect this mysterious realm of the gods to be as dangerous as it was terrifying, and as soon as he came up, he encountered a group of peak late stage ferrying devil beasts. Xinang Man snorted and said loudly without transmitting her voice. Xiangshi, what are you so nervous about? Shhhhhhh. You lower your voice. Hua Xiangshi was so anxious and scared that she hurriedly covered Xinengman's mouth. She glanced fearfully at the group of peak late transitional stage wolf beasts in front of her and was relieved to find that they were still sleeping and showed no signs of awakening. If they woke up this group of peak late stage fiendish beasts, they would be left with no bones left. And Sable Changju, relying on his low cultivation, was already swinging for the fences, so he just followed the 2 women's asses, and wherever they went he went was enough. Xinang Man broke Hua Xiangshi's hand away and laughed. Xiangshi, look at how nervous you are. These magical beasts are called sleepy wolves. Once they fall asleep they won't wake up even if they are slaughtered, Shinang Man said as he walked next to a magical beast. Then in the gaze of Hua Xiangshi's shocked eyes, Shinengman kicked the demonic beast and said, "Look, even if I kicked it, it didn't react at all." Hua Xiangshi looked at the magical beast that was still huffing and puffing after being kicked by Shinengman, completely believing Shinengman's words, and laughed. How can there be such a stupid magical beast under the sky? Wolverine Changju also felt magical and curiously came to the magical beast as well, vigorously giving it a kick in amazement. Truly, this is the first time I've seen this kind of such a stupid magical beast. Do you want to try kicking it as well, Master? Me? Then I'll try it too. Hua Xiangshi saw that even Wolverine Changju kicked it, and she was also a bit moved. Hua Xiangshi stepped up to the wraith warily, then carefully kicked it as well. The wraith still didn't respond. Alright, let's continue onward. There's nothing strange about this magical beast. The corner of Shinang Man's mouth revealed a bad smile. Aha! Hua Xiangshi also didn't want to stay here for too long, letting Sable Changju finish soaking in the sacred pool of marrow cleansing earlier and go out earlier. Shortly after the trio left, the magical beast that had been kicked by the trio opened its eyes, and after glancing at the trio's backs, it closed its eyes once again. Not long after, Hao Tian Da Di drilled out from a bush in the distance. He arrived in front of the demonic beast and laughed out loud. There's actually such a stupid demonic beast under the heavens. This seat must give it a good kicking before it's done. As soon as he came in, he also realized that he couldn't use his divine sense, so he hid in the grass and followed the trio all the way. He had heard what the three Sable Changju had just said. They were also interested in the magical beasts called sleepy wolves. It was the first time in his tens of thousands of years of living that he had heard of such a strange magical beast. As long as you're asleep, you won't wake up even if you're slaughtered. As soon as he thought of this, Emperor Haotian excitedly kicked the demonic beast fiercely. When he kicked, he even shouted excitedly, "Sleepy wolf, remember, the one who kicked you is this seat. Hao Tian Da Di. Ha 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 ha." After Emperor Haotian finished kicking, his eyelids jumped and an ominous premonition surged to his heart, only to see that the group of magical beasts that were originally snoozing, after he kicked them, they actually all woke up and stood up, their wolf eyes staring at him in unison. Emperor Haotian rubbed his eyes. He thought he was hallucinating. Didn't they say that as long as these sleepy wolves are asleep, they won't wake up even if they are slaughtered? Why did they all wake up when they kicked themselves? Was it because he kicked too hard? Emperor Haotian's face turned green. Even if he was now at the early stage of transformation, his life would be in danger against this group of dozens of peak-late transitional demonic beasts. Aren't you, you sleepy wolves? How did you suddenly wake up? Emperor Haotian took a few steps back and pointed at the group of magical beasts, saying in panic, "I'm sleepy your ass. I'm a Tongtian divine wolf. What class are you? And you dare to kick me?" The magical beast that was kicked by Emperor Haotian spat out human words and roared, Tongtian divine wolf? What kind of species is this?" Emperor Haotian's face turned pale. This was the first time he had heard the name of the magical beast, Tongtian divine wolf. "What do you care what species I am? How dare you kick my old man? Brothers him for me." The wraith let out a wolfish howl. The magical beasts behind them all pounced towards Emperor Haotian. "Just your name is Hao Tian Da Di, right?" A small smile appeared on the corner of her mouth as she felt what was happening on the other side of the room. "Nang man, what are you smiling at?" Hua Xiangshi, whose nerves were highly tense, saw Shinengman smile and asked strangely. Suddenly happy thoughts come to mind. Shinang Man said with a smile. Hua Xiangshi frowned and said seriously, "Nung man, can you concentrate a little? Now we are in the mysterious realm of the mysteries. It's so dangerous that we could lose our lives if we don't pay attention." "Fine. I'll stop thinking about it and I'll concentrate." After a fierce battle, Emperor Hao Tian escaped in a sorry state. Fortunately, after leaving a certain range, the pack of Tong Tian divine wolves did not continue to catch up. Emperor Haotian now no longer had the immortal appearance at the beginning. His clothes were torn and tattered, and his whole body was covered with all kinds of wounds, like a beggar in a sorry state. Why is it that when they kicked this Tong Tian divine wolf, the Tong Tian divine wolf didn't react at all, but when I kicked it, it directly attacked me? Could it be that this group of Tong Tian divine wolves like pretty women, so they didn't react to being kicked by them just now? But that little Jindan stage man also kicked it off. Don't understand. I don't understand. After living for so long, it was the first time that Emperor Haotian was in such a sorry state. Chapter 22, My Lady is a Chitian Divine Ape. Emperor Haotian chased all the way to finally catch up with Sable Changju, Shi Nengman, and Hua Xiangshi. Why haven't they encountered any danger along the way? Emperor Haotian didn't understand. Didn't we agree that the mysterious realms are full of dangers? Yet they were like shopping, wandering around this forest for so long before running into that pack of Tong Tian divine wolves. The Tong Tian divine wolf hadn't attacked them yet. The next second a monkey at the early stage of god transformation suddenly appeared in front of Sable Changju, Shi Nengman, and Hua Xiangshi. Early transformation god. Emperor Haotian hurriedly dug into the grass. The heart is also happy as can be. I've got you guys wandering around. Now you're done, aren't you? Encountered a monkey demonic beast at the early stage of transformation. Monkey beasts are known for their short tempers. So you're still alive? Ha 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 ha. Emperor Haotian, who had previously been beaten up by the Tong Tian divine wolf, was now mentally balanced in an instant. Hua Xiangshi's face was also pale and bloodless as she looked at the god transformation stage monkey demon beast that had suddenly appeared in front of her. Early stage of transformation. This monkey wraith was 2 meters tall, and its entire body was covered in golden fur. The monkey wraith looked at the three, and his eyes seemed a bit flustered. Everybody take it easy. That's when Creek Tenderman stepped up again, only to see her walk up to the monkey magical beast. Pointing at her, she said, "This magical beast is named the meek golden monkey. Its character is extremely docile. As long as we don't actively attack her, she won't attack us either." Hua Xiangshi looked puzzled. Really? I don't believe it. Wolverine Long Gathering did believe it. The golden snub-nosed monkeys are indeed docile, unlike the shrewd monkeys of Mount Amei. Really? If you don't believe me, ask her. Shi Nongman touched the fur of the golden monkey wraith. The golden monkey wraith nodded its head in a hurry before clamping its throat and letting out a sound. Meow. Sister, you're a monkey not a cat. Shi Nongman sneakily kicked the golden monkey wraith. The golden monkey wraith's expression was aggrieved to the extreme. Aren't cats the cutest? Is it wrong to act cute and purr like a cat? Wait, isn't she a monkey? Why does she purr like a cat? Hua Xiangshi said as she pointed at the golden monkey wraith. This god transformation stage golden monkey demonic beast was truly beyond her cognitive range. There's no need to dwell on the question of purring. In short, she's tame. Come on, give little paw to me. Shi Nongman extended his paw to the golden monkey wraith. The golden monkey demon beast hurriedly placed its own huge palm onto Shi Nongman's palm. Come and touch the head. Shi Nongman signaled the golden monkey wraith to lower its head for her to touch. The golden monkey demon beast also obediently lowered its head for Shi Nongman to touch. So obedient, what a good baby, said Shi Nongman while jerking the head of the golden monkey devil beast. Sable Changju and Hua Xiangshi were instantly speechless as they looked at the golden monkey demon beast. You're a magic beast at the goddess of transformation stage. Not a dog. You guys want to come pet her? She won't even attack us as long as we don't do anything to hurt her. Shi Nongman said to both Sable Changju and Flower Fragrance Shy. Is it really okay? Hua Xiangshi's heart fluttered. Who wouldn't want to jerk off to a god realization stage horse? Yes. Shi Nongman nodded. With trepidation, Hua Xiangshi carefully approached the golden monkey wraith, then reached out her jade hand to touch her head. You don't know until you touch it. Geez, her fur feels so silky smooth and nice. It's over. I'm going to be addicted. Hua Xiangshi loved her hands, and her hands were getting faster and faster, as if she had discovered a new continent, and she looked as if she wanted to jerk all her fur bald. Really? I want to touch it too. Wolverine Changju also ran over to join in. Wouldn't have expected that he didn't pay attention to his feet, tripped over a rock, and flopped. The whole person directly smashed into the golden monkey demon beast's tail. Ah, the golden monkey wraith shrieked. Her tail is the most fragile and sensitive part of her body, and it's a big no-no for others to touch her tail. Even her parents can't touch it. Now this smashing by Sable Changju didn't hurt her, but it did irritate her. Finish. It's going to get angry. Hua Xiangshi and Mink Changju backed away in fear. Everyone, don't be nervous. This is a sign that the golden monkey wraith is comfortable, Shi Nengman said in a hurry. After the golden monkey demonic beast finished screaming, after knowing that it scared them, it also hurriedly covered its mouth. Its appearance was adorable to the extreme. Nodding his head vigorously after hearing Creek Nangman's words, he indicated that it was true. It's close to admitting it in person. Sable Changju and Hua Xiangshi had question marks on their faces. Was this a sign of comfort? Really? Shi Nangman took the tail of the golden monkey wraith in his arms, then pinched and jerked it. The golden monkey wraith couldn't help but let out another yelp. See? I didn't lie to you guys, said Shi Nangman smugly. Hua Xiangshi's eyes also sparkled when she saw the big tail in Shi Nangman's arms. Really? I want to touch it too. Flower Shank snatched the big tail up and sucked and jerked it. Wow, this tail feels too good, doesn't it? It also smells good. Really? I want to jerk my tail too. Wolverine Long Gathering also came up to the big tail, and gave it a hand up and down. On the side, Shinung Man's mouth moved, and before he could say anything to stop them, they had already jerked on. Only after some rubbing did Sable Changju and Hua Xiangshi reluctantly let go of their tails and continue on their way. The golden monkey wraith was curled up on the ground with a lifeless expression as 2 clear tears flowed down from her eyes. People are not clean anymore. The tail gets jacked by 3 people in turn at once. She was excited to run off to find her to play after feeling Creek Tenderman's scent. Who knows how Tian Da Di, who was hiding in the grass behind them, was also listening to all of their conversational behavior. Having suffered a loss, he won't believe in all the nonsense of Shinung Man. What kind of docile golden monkey? If you don't attack it, it won't attack people? Emperor Haotian couldn't be trusted at all, so he wanted to quietly bypass this golden monkey demonic beast and follow the 3 of them, Sable Changju, Shi Nengman, and Hua Xiangshi, just as Hao Tian Da Di was carefully trying to pass through. The golden monkey wraith suddenly spoke, its voice crisp and clear. You stepped on my tail. Emperor Haotian looked at his feet. Where was the tail? He himself couldn't even touch a single hair of it. The next second the golden monkey demon beast lunged at him. How dare you step on this lady's tail? Looking for death. The speed of the golden monkey demonic beast made Emperor Haotian unable to react at all. The golden monkey demon beast grabbed Hao Tian Da Di's feet, then repeatedly slapped the ground. Let you step on my lady's tail. I'll let you step on her tail. Let you step on this lady's tail. 10 minutes later, Emperor Haotian felt like all the bones in his body were broken, and he lay on the ground with a blue face and swollen nose. The golden monkey wraith was unilaterally abusive to him. With difficulty, Emperor Haotian had to open his mouth to ask, aren't you a docile golden monkey? Meek oxen and horses. This lady is a Chi Tian divine ape. The golden monkey demonic beast kicked the Haotian emperor directly into the sky and kicked him out of the secret realm. Chapter 23, The Bai Family of the Heavenly Sage Divine Prefecture. Lingxiao Sect. Bai Huajin leaned against the window with her hands resting on her cheeks and looked at the turquoise blue sky outside. Her cherry mouth slightly opened, and she said, where did Master and the Supreme Elder go? How come they haven't come back for so long? It's going to be dark. Do we still need to go home for dinner? Just then there was a disturbance in the space behind her, and an old woman with white hair tore through the space and walked out. She looked at Bai Hak Jean in front of her and said excitedly, finally, I've found you, little Birch Jean. Baiwa Jean was startled by the voice and turned around in panic, seeing the old woman who suddenly appeared in front of her. She couldn't help but feel a surge of affection and asked suspiciously, who are you? I am your grandmother. The old granny reached out and touched Baiwa Jean's head. Grandma? Bai Hua Jean froze in place for a moment. Wasn't she an orphan? No father. No mother. Where did you get a grandmother? But the aura emanating from the old woman in front of her endeared her. It was a feeling of being connected by blood. More than 20 years ago, your parents were traveling outside and gave birth to you, taking the name Baiwa Jean, and originally intended to bring you home. But instead, they were besieged by hostile forces, and for the sake of your safety, they had no choice but to entrust you to a dead servant and let her take you to escape first. The last thing that happened was that both Deadpool and you were lost. After more than 20 years of searching in all the realms, we have finally reached you, my good granddaughter. The old woman was in tears as she hugged Birch Golden. If it wasn't for Bai Huajin's activation of the Bai family's unique glazed saint body, which gave off an aura, she wouldn't have been found. So that means I'm not an orphan and my parents are alive now? Bai Hak Jean asked in a bit of disbelief. Growing up eating 100 meals in a small mountain village, she was so envious of other people's children having parents and homes. Right. Everyone is waiting for you at home. Let's go back now, the old woman said as she wiped her tears. Going back now? Bai Huajin froze. Can we come back here after we go back? Baiwa Jean asked hesitantly, unable to let go of Sable Long Gathering. The old woman's brow furrowed as she grabbed Bai Huajin's hand and used her spiritual energy to navigate around her body before her face turned blue. How did you break your body? Who broke it? The old woman was furious. The Bai family was a great family in the Heavenly Sage Divine Prefecture. Bai Huajin, as the Bai family's eldest miss, was already the internalized future head of the Bai family, and was now the young head of the Bai family. The young head of the Bai family was now being broken by a native of a small place in the Longshan continent, which was a disgrace. And on top of that, Baiwa Jean is engaged. Before she was born, a powerful and mighty man helped the Bai family through the most dangerous time, and his request was to have the next young master of the Bai family, the Lioli sacred body, serve their young master. This such a powerful and strong person was actually still just an underling, so one could imagine how powerful the family he served was. The young master of the Bi family could be said to be in a high position by marrying him. But now Bai Huajin is being badgered. Bai Huajin was even more unlikely to give up Sable Changju when she saw how angry the old woman looked. Grandma, I am in true love with him. If he dies, then I won't live either. Bai Huajin stubbornly said. You. The old woman's breath gave out at once. Then there was no way out. As things stood, we could only have Bai Huajin's twin sister, Bai Xiu Yuan, who was also a glazed saint body, marry that powerful young master in her place. Fine. As you wish. Let's go home first. Back to the heavenly sage divine prefecture. The old woman rubbed Bai Huajin's little head. In his heart, he sighed that Bai Huajin must have suffered a lot. Now the cultivation level is only at the Yuaning stage. Grandmother, did you bring some extremely high-quality elixir spirits that can increase your cultivation or cleanse your body? Bai Huajin asked with a red face. What? You want to give it to that cheap husband of yours? The old woman grunted. Other than that reason, she really couldn't think of a reason why Bai Huajin would ask her for these things. Meanwhile, the old woman already had a bad impression of the man behind Bai Huajin. Improve your cultivation or cleanse your body? That meant he was a waste with ordinary cultivation qualifications. Otherwise, Bai Huajin wouldn't have specifically emphasized the characteristics of increasing cultivation and cleansing the body's marrow when she asked her for something. Grandma, did you bring any on you? Bai Huajin hugged the old woman's arm and pampered her. The old woman's heart was tingling. Now that's what I call a good granddaughter. Look at that cold bikawan at home. Hugging her down is still too much. Bring it. It's not a very valuable thing. There are plenty of them at home. All the ones I have on me will be given to you to leave to that cheap husband of yours. The old woman's smiling face and eyebrows opened as she took off the nascent ring directly from her hand and handed it to Bai Huajin. The pills in this nano ring were worth a lot of money. Bai Huajin happily kissed the old woman on the cheek and said happily, Thank you, Grandma. Good. The old woman's face smiled as happily as a chrysanthemum. Now that's what I call a good granddaughter. And look at the cold bikawan at home. She wouldn't even give her a kiss herself, let alone let her kiss herself. Only after Bai Huajin had written another letter to leave behind did she reluctantly leave with the old woman tearing through space. The sect has really been getting more and more lively lately. In the Lingxiao Sect's forbidden land, a little girl stroked the kitten in her arms and muttered to herself. Chapter 24, Even a sage can't stand it. After jerking off that golden monkey, the three of them didn't encounter any other magical beasts, and went straight through the forest and into a luxurious palace. Hua Xiangshi always felt that something was wrong. The ride was just so easy and simple. The sacred pool for marrow cleansing that you want is inside. The magical beasts won't dare to come in here in this palace. You guys go and soak in your pools. I'm going to look for treasures in the rooms of this palace. Xinang Man said. Good. Hua Xiangshi nodded. Then Creek Tender Man starts moving away from the group on his own. Changju, let's go to the marrow cleansing sacred pool as well. Hua Xiangshi said to Sable Changju. Hua Xiangshi only wanted to let Sable Changju finish soaking in the sacred pool of marrow cleansing earlier, and then leave this strange mysterious realm of the gods earlier. The less danger she encountered now, the more uneasy she became, always feeling that there was a wave of great danger waiting for her behind her. Hua Xiangshi and Sable Changju carefully made their way through the layers of corridors and finally came to a large, steaming bath. The water in this bath was golden transparent water that sparkled and was extraordinary at first glance. Is this the legendary sacred pool of marrow cleansing that can transform one's bones? Hua Xiangshi carefully reached out and tested the water in the bath. Her expression was shocked. What a pure aura! This is not water. This is aura so dense that it's become water. Hua Xiangshi marveled. And as soon as her hand touched this water, it penetrated directly into her body. Wash away her sinews. It's worthy of being the sacred pool of marrow cleansing. The effect is too strong. Hua Xiangshi wanted to jump in and cleanse her body. Changju, you quickly take off your clothes and go in to wash your marrow. I'll help you protect your magic. Hua Xiangshi still resisted the urge. After all, her main goal was to improve Sable Changju's physique. All off? Sable Changju said, a little embarrassed. Although Hua Xiangshi was his respected master, she was ultimately a woman. Or what? What's there to be embarrassed about? With your wrinkled body, I don't care to look at it. Hua Xiangshi knocked Sable Changju on the head. Sable Changju had to undress with his back to Hua Xiangshi and jumped in. How does it feel? Hua Xiangshi asked. It feels so comfortable, and my cultivation seems to be growing. Wolverine Changju said in surprise. This wasn't him talking nonsense. It was real. For the first time, he felt that his cultivation speed was so fast. That's great. Now you hurry up and focus on meditating and cultivating. Hua Xiangshi was also happy for Sable Changju. It's good that it's working. It was not in vain that he had spent so much effort to bring him to this mysterious realm of the gods. Hua Xiangshi also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She had promised Lu Liyan to take good care of Sable Changju. Now it directly changed all of Sable Changju's physique, prolonging his lifespan. Lu Liyan must have been thankful and touched to the core when she came out. Where can I find such a good teacher? Hua Xiangshi was very pleased inside. Looking at Sable Changju, who had already been meditating and cultivating for half an hour in the marrow-cleansing sacred pool without any abnormality, Hua Xiangshi looked at the large bath and her heart stirred. In his heart, he thought that Changju also didn't need his own protection, and as it was rare to come to this marrow-cleansing sacred pool once, he couldn't waste such a rare opportunity. Wouldn't it be nice if I went down for a dip too? She had experienced the effects of this sacred pool of marrow cleansing. The more Hua Xiangshi thought, the more she was moved. And finally she couldn't help it. Sneaking a look at the sable long gathering that didn't have any abnormality and still meditated and cultivated with her eyes closed, she secretly came to a corner of the marrow-wash sacred pool side of the broadcloths, and stacked the clothes neatly, and then her jade feet slowly fell into the pool. Wow! The effects of this marrow-cleansing sacred pool are too powerful. I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through to the late Tianqi stage, Hua Xiangshi exclaimed. After glancing again at Sable Changju, who was still cultivating with his eyes closed not far away, and seeing that he had already entered a state of deep cultivation, Hua Xiangshi also closed her eyes with confidence and concentrated on her cultivation. Somewhere in the palace, Creek Tender Man is holding a little blonde curly-haired loli in his arms. Chi Tian Chi, are you sure that the medicine laid in that pool is strong enough? Shineng Man rubbed the head of the little blonde loli in his arms. She's the tame golden monkey from before. Tender slow sister. You can rest assured that I'll drug you. The corner of Chi Tianqi's mouth hooked up with a bad smile and said idly, as long as the medicine kicks in, even a saint can't top it. Nice job. Reward you with a big peach. Shineng Man took out a peach bigger than Chi Tianqi's head from her nascent sacred ring and handed it to her. Chi Tianqi's eyes glowed when she saw the peach, and her small hands hugged the large peach and nibbled on it. Hua Xiangshi suddenly opened her eyes, and at this time, her entire body was flushed red. She looked at the changes in her body with unparalleled panic and said in shock, "What's going on? This pool water is poisonous." She looked over at Sable Changju and realized that Sable Changju had passed out, his name shining through. At the same time, the poison in her body instantly erupted at this moment after she saw Sable Changju. She couldn't help but move closer to Sable Changju. 1 hour later, Hua Xiangshi, who had returned to normal, gritted her teeth and got dressed. Looking at Sable Changju lying next to her still unconscious, she then had her eyes tearing up again. At this moment, Wolverine Changju's true cultivation level had been fully exposed as a late-stage Yuaning. Moreover, his appearance had changed from his previous gray-haired appearance to that of a middle-aged handsome uncle. Damn it! How come no one said that this marrow-cleansing sacred pool has such side effects? Hua Xiangshi cried without tears in her heart. His own innocence was lost. The object is still the sable long gathering. He promised Li Yan to take good care of Sable Changju, but he took care of it directly. Now, what should I tell Li Yan when she comes out? But Changju was in a coma throughout the entire process, so if he doesn't say anything himself, he should never know what happened. Hua Xiangshi comforted herself in her heart. Although the words were said this way, Hua Xiangshi was still aggrieved to the extreme in her heart and fiercely glared at Sable Changju. But one's innocence is gone, or with a bad old man. Wolverine Changju started out as an old man's appearance before slowly becoming middle-aged later on. The more Hua Xiangshi thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. She also longed for love and fantasized about what her future husband would be like. Think about the romance of a caveman's night, too. But now it's all ruined by this awful old man. Sable Changju. I only blame myself for not resisting the temptation to go into the water at the time. Even now that Hua Xiangshi's cultivation level had somehow arrived at the transitional succession stage, she couldn't be happy. Hua Xiangshi endured for a while. The more she thought about it, the more she was angry. She rushed to Sable Changju and stomped hard on his handsome uncle face with her jade foot. You treacherous rusher and rebellious disciple. Hua Xiangshi lowered her head and became even more angry when she saw Sable Changju. He's all better himself, and he's still not better. Thinking that if the poison is not completely eliminated, maybe Sable Changju will still be unconscious. Hua Xiangshi was left helpless. There's no other woman here but her. Creek Tender Man ran off somewhere. When she was needed to be used as the Acacia Sect patriarch, she was nowhere to be seen. Forget it. It's been 1 hour anyway. It's not that bad for a while. Hua Xiangshi once again took Sable Changju into her arms. Luckily, now that Sable Changju isn't as wrinkled and old as he was before, He's turned into a handsome older man and feels a little better. Otherwise, in her waking state, Hua Xiangshi really couldn't lay her hands on her. Chapter 25, Please be careful, Uncle. Sable Changju opened his eyes in a daze. He felt weak all over and his legs were weak, as if his body had been emptied. What's going on here? Wasn't one in the sacred pool of marrow cleansing? How come it's here? Sable Changju's head was groggy. Changju, you finally woke up? Hua Xiangshi, who was sitting on the side, spoke faintly without any expression on her face. Sable Changju felt as if his master was angry, and angry at him, or else he wouldn't have spoken to him in such a tone. Master, aren't we in the sacred pool of marrow cleansing? Why are we in this room? Sable Changju said doubtfully, and he was now fully clothed. How come my cultivation level is already in the late yuaning stage? It was only then that Wolverine Changju realized the change in his cultivation and was pleasantly surprised. You passed out in the marrow cleansing sacred pool, and I was the one who fished you out. Hua Ruoshi spoke indifferently, as if nothing had happened before. This makes the nearby Shineng man laugh in his heart when he sees it. He can really pretend. Packed a belly. Thank you, Master. Sable Changju hurriedly thanked Hua Ruoshi. When he thought that Hua Ruoshi even helped him dress with her own hands, he felt a little embarrassed. Just then, he realized that the system had a bunch of unread messages. Congratulations to the host for forcibly submitting to the daughter of Qi. Hua Ruoshi. Successfully. Congratulations to the host on the reward. Reward 1. Host's chaotic god body is repaired to 0.5%. Now the host can cultivate normally. Reward 2. Host's cultivation level is raised to the late yuaning stage. What the hell? Sable Changju looked at Hua Ruoshi in front of him with shocked eyes. Tuzi, have you made a mistake? When did I forcefully submit to my master? The host sees for himself. Name, Flora and Fauna. Cultivation, mid-transition. Physique, Jade Pot Heaven Swallowing Body, activated. Luck value, 150. 000. Submissive value, 8. Sable Changju touched his kidney. No wonder he felt as if his body had been hollowed out, and his master was treating him strangely. Something big must have happened while he was unconscious. Turns out it's yourself. However, once he thought that Hua Xiangshi was his and Lu Lian's most beloved master, Sable Changju felt a pang of weakness. If Lu Lian comes out of seclusion and knows about this, will she go after him with a knife? What are you looking at? If you look, I'll gouge your eyes out. Hua Ruoshi couldn't help but feel a wave of nervousness within her heart when she saw that Sable Changju had been staring stupidly at her. It couldn't be that this punching master rebel had found something. Could it? No way. Obviously he was unconscious and couldn't have known what he was sitting on. Sable Changju sheepishly lowered his head in a hurry. It seems that Master Shi doesn't intend to publicize this matter, and is pretending that nothing happened. That would make it even more impossible to mention it yourself. So let's all just pretend it didn't happen. Shineng Man smiles and walks to Sable Changju and gently lies on his shoulder and says with a smile, Brother Changju is really handsome now after he changed back to his young touch. Shineng Man reached out and touched the handsome older man's face that Sable had gathered. A distinctive body odor drilled into Sable Changju's nose. At the same time he felt the weight of Creek Tender Man pressing against his shoulder. Can't help but be a little disoriented. Worthy of being the patriarch of the Lingxiao Sect, his methods were truly formidable. When Hua Xiangshi saw Shinenman and Sable Changju leaning so close, her eyebrows frowned and her heart had a wave of inexplicable discomfort. After Sable Changju noticed Hua Xiangshi's micro-expression, he hurriedly gently pushed away Shinengman's soft and warm delicate body, and said with a straight face, Senior uncle, please respect yourself. Shinengman turned to hug Hua Xiangshi, and said in a resigned wooing voice, Your disciple actually dislikes me wooing. Hua Xiangshi was satisfied with Sable Changju's performance and said with a smile, Burned Tender Man, don't molest my good disciple. He can't withstand your molestation. It can't be helped. The more I look at Brother Changju, the more I like it. Why don't you lend me your good disciple for a night? Shinengman winks flirtatiously at Sable Changju. Sable Changju almost couldn't help but nod his head yes. No way. Hua Xiangshi refused without hesitation. My good disciple can't afford for you to have a seat. If I can stand you for 2 hours, how can I not stand me for one night? Shineng Man laughed badly in his heart. Sable Changju could only blink his simple eyes to show that he didn't understand. Well, we've all wasted a day here. It's time to go out. Hua Xiangshi changed the topic. It's not you. It's almost 3 hours before you bring out Brother Changju. Shineng Man pretended not to know anything and grunted. Hua Xiangshi's ears reddened slightly. It's not like it's your own problem. It's the Sable Long gathering. It's hard for me, too, okay? The three of them ended up coming out of the secret realm unhindered all the way. Then let's part ways and go our separate ways. Shinong Man said. Good. Be careful on your way. Flower Shy and Sable Long Gather and Creek Tender Man say goodbye. Shinang Man summoned his sword and the imperial sword disappeared into the sky as a stream of light. Wolverine Changju looked at Hua Xiangshi, who hadn't made a move for a long time, and weakly spoke. Master, then shall we go back as well? Good. Since you're already in the late stage of yuaning, then you can go back by yourself with your sword. Hua Xiangshi said indifferently. Looking at her, it seemed that she didn't want to imperialize the sword and take Sable Changju with her. Sable Changju instantly became a bitter melon face. He didn't expect his good master to even refuse to carry him on his sword for a bit now. Don't, Master Teacher. If I'm a yuaning stage imperial sword to go back, it will take at least 10 days and 10 nights. Hua Xiangshi looked at Sable Changju with a somewhat cold face. She had brought Sable Changju many times before with her imperial sword, but after today's experience, she always felt a bit uncomfortable if she brought Sable Long Gathering by royal sword. In her fantasies, she had thought of traveling the world with her Taoist couple, two people romantically flying with swords. Now Sable Changju's identity in her mind had become inexplicable. Its apprenticeship and her first manhood. That's why flying with his imperial sword was indescribably uncomfortable. But Sable Changju was right. If he was allowed to go back by himself, with his late-stage yuaning speed, it would indeed take him 10 days and 10 nights on his sword to return to the Lingxiao Sect. What if something happens in the process? He was only a mere late-stage yuaning. Just this once. No more. Hua Xiangshi hesitated for a moment, but still decided to take Sable Changju back with her on the imperial sword. The mind reassures itself. I'm bringing him along for Li Yan's sake. After all, I promised Li Yan I'd take good care of him. Many thanks, Master. Sable Changju said respectfully to Hua Xiangshi. Hua Xiangshi felt a little better when she saw Sable Changju treating herself with such respect as always. It seemed to her that Sable Changju didn't know what had happened today, and that she was still the same respectful master in his mind. Rather, she's the one who's being careful. Hua Xiangshi summoned her sword and her delicate body gently jumped up. Come up. Good. Sable Changju hurriedly jumped onto the flying sword after Hua Xiangshi's but, with a violent acceleration Hua Xiangshi turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Hair flying, gusts of aroma coming through. Sable Changju looked at the perfect master teacher in front of him who was left behind like a fairy with his eyes in a bit of a trance. He couldn't even believe that she had really become his woman. Obviously she's so unattainable. It was clear that she was her most respected mentor. Chapter 26, New Hostile Sons of Qi. Hua Xiangshi felt the hot sight behind her and was unnatural. One could only silently increase the speed to the fastest possible to reach the destination faster. An hour later, the two of them also returned to the Lingxiao Sect. Now that your physique has been cleansed of marrow, you can already continue cultivating normally. In the future you can always come to me if you don't understand anything in terms of cultivation. Hua Xiangshi left after dropping this sentence. A day and a night had passed since this trip out. Sable Changju's face darkened after he returned to the mountain peak and couldn't feel by Huajin's aura. This little birch chain sneaked out of the clan again to go to those dangerous secret places? It's really hard not to get beaten up for a day, and if you don't beat her up for 3 days, you must hang her up and beat her up, so that she'll learn from her mistakes. Sable Changju grunted and pushed open the door to his room, where he saw an extra letter and a nacreous ring on the table. Puzzled, he opened the envelope. After reading the contents of the letter, a heavy sigh escaped. The Heavenly Sage Divine Prefecture by family? Little Huajin actually has this kind of identity. After all these years of spending night after night with Bai Huajin, Sable Changju had long since developed feelings for her. A pang of melancholy went through him at the thought of her leaving in the yard all cold. He hadn't shown his handsome side in front of Bai Huajin yet. It was all a bad old man image. On the rare occasion that I can show it now, she leaves. When he saw those last few words of the letter, Sable Changju gave a small smile. Master, I will definitely sneak back to you. Wait for me. What's so great about being a bad old man but his name? Wolverine Changju checked the pills in his nascent sack. The quality of all of them was okay. Similar to the quality of those top-tier pills given to him by Hua Xiangshi. It's better to work hard on my cultivation first. It's also impossible for me to stay in the Longshan continent all the time. The Heavenly Sage Divine Prefecture always needs to be visited, or else this life will have been in vain. Sable Changju began to meditate and cultivate. 1 year later, Wolverine Changju woke up from his seclusion as he managed to break through to the early stage of the Holy Spirit. 5/10 of the Chaos Divine Body's cultivation speed was already so terrifying. He didn't dare to think about how heaven-defying the full-bodied Chaos Divine Body's cultivation speed would be. Sable Changju stretched, got up and walked out of the room. The yard was now covered in dust and leaves because no one had cleaned it. Now that it's spring, the yellowed trees in the yard are starting to sprout new leaves. It seems like if I have to find a disciple to clean my yard every few days to make it work, Wolverine Long Gathering muttered to himself, counting the time. Today is the date for the clan's new disciple recruitment. Why don't we just go and take a look? And hopefully we'll meet the daughter of Chi Luck this time. Wolverine Changju left the mountain peak with his sword. A huge square within the outer gate of the Lingxiao Sect was overcrowded. Today was the day that the Lingxiao Sect was recruiting new disciples. As one of the four great sects, the Lingxiao Sect was one of the four great sects, and countless people in the continent squeezed their heads to join. But the Lingxiao Sect's conditions for recruiting new disciples were extremely strict. The condition of enrollment is to be no more than 18 years of age. There are 4 tests. The first test is qualification. The second test is physical fitness. The third test is the ascent of the ladder. The fourth test is the state of mind. Only by passing these 4 tests could one become an outer disciple of the Lingxiao Sect, and the elimination rate was as high as 90%. When an outer disciple cultivated to the foundation establishment stage, he would become an inner disciple. And if you only passed 2 of the tests, you could choose to become an odd-job disciple of the Lingxiao Sect and stay within the sect, and after completing the sect's daily tasks, you could obtain the cultivation resources distributed by the Lingxiao Sect. Only after cultivating to the Jindan stage could one get rid of the status of an odd-job disciple and become an inner disciple. The importance of the 4 tests was also reflected at this moment. At this time, the disciple examination had already come to the 3rd level. After this level is when the real elimination of numbers begins. Failing both of the first 2 tests wasn't a complete elimination. As long as you passed both of the latter 2 hurdles, you could still join the Lingxiao Sect as a miscellaneous disciple, only to see a huge 100-step ladder to heaven densely covered with tens of thousands of people. This level is only passed if you step on the 100 steps to the top. Every time you ascend 10 steps, a new level of pressure is added to the Tongtian steps. Most people fell straight down when they reached the 30th step and were eliminated after failing all 3 tests. The stairway to heaven, which was originally densely packed with tens of thousands of people, was left with less than 10,000 people in the blink of an eye. One of the little blonde Lolitas was the first to reach the top, and she stood at the top with her little hips thrust out in triumph. Ha 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 ha. Just this? That's it? The little stairway to heaven is ridiculous. The blonde Loli's words dared the people underneath who were struggling to move forward. The fastest among them was an ordinary-looking youth who had only reached the 60th step, while this little blonde Loli had already reached the top. This is the moment when the gap between people manifests itself perfectly. The people watching the ceremony around them marveled. She's number 1 again. What is this little girl all about? I don't know. She doesn't seem to be one of those big families' heavenly pride. It seems like the time it took her to reach the top has already broken the records of the Lingxiao Sect's heavenly pride. Li Jian Yuan and Drunken Dream Shang. This time the Lingxiao Sect has picked up another treasure. Originally Li Jian Yuan and Drunken Dream Shang were suppressing the other 3 great sects' heavenly pride from breathing, and now a little girl has appeared. He isn't that the Yi family's punk? How come he's at the front of this test of the heaven ascending staircase? Ha ha ha, with Yi Bufan's qualifications, how dare he think of joining the Lingxiao Sect? What a fool's errand. This ordinary-looking youth who walked to the 60th step was named Yi Bufan. The Yi family was one of the 3 great families of the Longshan continent. The strength was only a little bit weaker than the 4 great sects. The Longshan continent circulated the saying that there were 4 great sects and 3 great families. Among them, the 4 major sects referred to, the Lingxiao Sect, the Heping Sect, the Easy Sect, and the Tianji Sect. The 3 great families, the Li family, the Yi family, and the Drunken family. The 2 of them, Li Jian Yuan and Drunken Dreamer, were from the Li and Drunken families, although Yi Bufan came from the Yi family. But because his mother was a maid of honor, it was the head of the Yi family who slept with her after drinking and gave birth to Yi Bufan. Plus his cultivation qualifications were ordinary. That's why he wasn't powerful in the Yi family. The status is just a little better than that of an underling. Chapter 27, Same Blue Star People. Yi Bufan laughed coldly in his heart as he heard the surrounding jeers at him. A bunch of mole crickets. How dare they mock him? The protagonist? This Yi Bufan was not the original Yi Bufan a month ago. A month ago the original Yi Bufan hiccuped after being brutally beaten by his clan brethren. Then Yi Bufan from the blue planet managed to take over this body and activated the system. Become stronger by taking concubines. In the blue star Yi Bufan is a pure beggar. There is no stable job. Every day just like to do craftsman to the favorite star. Suddenly died after an all-nighter crossing over to take over the original Leaf Bufan and inheriting the memories of the original Leaf Bufan. The concubinage makes you stronger system detects beautiful women. Evaluation is based on dimensions such as beauty, cultivation, and cultivation qualifications. The higher the quality, the richer the reward. During this month Yi Bufan had utilized his identity as the young master of the Yi family to successfully trick a few D-rank women with beautiful looks and ordinary cultivation qualifications. Unfortunately, due to it being a D rank, the rewards given by the system were not rich, and it could even be said that they were useless for him to cultivate. Therefore, he wanted to join the Lingxiao Sect and abduct those beauties with cultivation qualifications in the Lingxiao Sect. The rewards would definitely be richer than abducting those beauties with mediocre qualifications. Moreover, he had heard that the previous patriarch of the Lingxiao Sect, Hua Xiangshi, was still the second most beautiful woman in the Longxin continent, and was single to this day. Doesn't it seem to him that this is meant for him? The protagonist? He's got the script all figured out. He joined the Lingxiao Sect. Then Hua Xiangshi fell in love with him at first sight and took him as her disciple. In the end, she was accidentally poisoned, and she sacrificed herself to cure the poison, accomplishing a good story of deep love between master and disciple. What a perfect template for a protagonist. But Yi Bufan almost couldn't even pass the Lingxiao Sect's examination. The first test was the qualification, and his qualification was not to say mediocre. It was completely a wasted physique that could not cultivate. Failed the first test. The second test is physical strength. And first of all, not to mention the original Yi Bufan's body is thin and weak. Yi Bufan in the Blue Star is also a dead fat house that does not love sports. What physical strength can be said? Failed the second test. Now Yi Bufan had no way to retreat. But fortunately, the third test was for endurance. Yi Bufan as a craftsman was extremely confident in his endurance, and in this test he was 20 steps ahead of the others. Yi Bufan looked at the little blonde lowly at the summit of the ascent, and a strong possessiveness flashed in his eyes. As soon as she appeared, the system of become stronger by taking a concubine simply exploded. Her quality rating came directly to a terrifying S rank. Yi Bufan had seen a lot of beautiful women since he awakened the system, and the highest quality rating was just B level. The appearance of the little blonde lowly reinforced his conviction that she was meant for him. The protagonist. Fellow siblings. What a corny trope. In the end this little blonde Lolita is bound to fall hopelessly in love with him, the ordinary-looking, average qualified hero. At the same time, Yi Bufan's gaze also looked towards a soft woman who was also extremely beautiful in appearance who was still struggling to move forward at the 30th step below. Her quality rating was just an A rank, and although she was extremely pretty, it was because her qualifications were as wasteful as his that pulled down the system's evaluation of her. This one must be a white moon for him. The hero. When the time came, if she gave her a little more attention herself, she would surely cry and throw herself into her arms. Ha 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 ha. Yi Bufan was extremely pleased in his heart. With an unsteady foot, Yi Bufan almost fell down, shocking him into a cold sweat. Almost fell down and completely eliminated. Even Lingxiao Sect's miscellaneous disciples cannot be. Yi Bufan's heart palpitated. This was the most important first step he had taken to become a strong man, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Yi Bufan put away those little thoughts and began to concentrate on climbing the tower. When Sable Changju arrived at the examination ground with his sword, those outer sect elders who were responsible for supervising the examination disciples all hurriedly saluted Sable Changju upon seeing his identity card. Greetings to the inner sect elders. Wolverine Changju's current middle-aged appearance. They could not recognize him as the Wolverine Changju who had previously run to see the examination year after year, and could only respectfully call him inner sect elder. The Lingxiao Sect's disciple recruitment test was held every year, and those present were almost all outer sect elders. Not many inner sect elders would be too idle to run and watch, unless an unbelievable genius emerges. For example, right now, this little blonde lowly. The inner sect elders only came to see if they want to directly accept it as a personal disciple. Before Sable Changju came, dozens of inner sect elders had already come here, all of them rushing towards the little blonde lowly. Senior brother, you broke through to the Holy Spirit stage? Huang Xianyu said in surprise as he came over. He instantly recognized the handsome older man in front of him as Sable Changju. Obviously a few years ago Sable Changju was only at the Jindan stage. What happened in the past few years? It had actually cultivated directly from the Jindan stage to the Holy Spirit stage. It was almost catching up to him. A holy infant. Not bad for a senior brother. Huang Xianyu's admiration for Sable Changju in his heart was once again a level higher. Little Xuanzi, why are you so free here today? Sable Changju said with a smile, not intending to answer his question. Could he still say that he had gone to the mysteries of the gods and washed his hair for a reason? I've heard that there's a genius among the new disciples this time. so I came over to take a look, Huang Xuanyu said awkwardly. Of the inner sect elders who were here now, he was the one with the lowest cultivation level. He was too embarrassed to talk about the whole apprentice thing. Huang Xianyu's status as an inner sect elder was mainly because he was better at preaching and teaching inner sect disciples, and the Lingxiao Sect had made an exception to grant him the status of an inner sect elder. The actual full title is Inner Sect Transmission Elder. Oh, genius? Male or female? Sable Changju was instantly interested. Female. That's the little girl standing on the heaven ascension ladder with her arms crossed. The first test. Her cultivation test was gold. Far beyond the red of sword edge and dream sang. The second test of physical strength. She was also first, throwing off a few streets behind her, and also breaking the record set by sword edge and dream sang back then. And now the third test of the ladder of ascending heavens is also breaking the record set by sword edge and dream sang back then. Huang Xianyu pointed at the little blonde lowly and said, "Wasn't this the proper template for a daughter of Qi?" Sable Changju was a bit excited to finally encounter the daughter of Qi fortunes again, but Sable Changju looked at her with a bit of doubt in his eyes. How come the system didn't tell me? Did the system go on strike and swing for the fences? System, test this little blonde lowly for me to see if it's a daughter of Qi. Ding. System detection complete. She is not a daughter of Qi. Are you kidding? System? She's so good. Isn't she a proper daughter of luck? Ding. The system has detected the daughter of luck. Name, Shuangtsong. Age, 18. Cultivation level, first level of Qi cultivation. Luck value, 50. 000. Physique, 9 Spectre's demon body, not activated. Sable Changju's eyes looked towards the extremely beautiful woman who was at the 35th step of the heavenly ascension ladder struggling to advance weakly. She gives Wolverine Long gathering a sense of Linda's softness. Before Sable Changju could think deeply, the system's message reappeared. Hostile Sons of Qi detected. Name, Yibu Fan. Age, 18. Cultivation level, first level of Qi cultivation. Luck value, 1. 000. Synopsis, Yi Bufan from the Blue Planet took over the body of the original Yi Bufan, and activated the system of marrying a wife to become stronger. And from then on, by marrying a wife, he continuously became stronger, and finally his wife spread all over, dominating the heavens and the worlds. Warning, Yi Bufan's first step to get stronger by marrying his wife is to turn the Lingxiao Sect into his sect. So please kill Yi Bufan immediately. Warning, the host cannot personally kill Yi Bufan. This will cause the system to intersect with Yi Bufan's system, which in turn will attract the attention of the heavenly Tao of this world. Warning, if the system is discovered by the heavenly Tao of this world, it will be treated by the heavenly Tao as an evil demon of the outer realm, and this system, along with the host, will be forcibly obliterated by the heavenly Tao. Chapter 28, You Must Be Cruel to Your Enemies. Sable Changju's face also sank when he heard the system's words. It turned out that he wasn't the only one in this world who had crossed over from the Blue Planet to be reborn here and awakened the system. What's more, this fellow Blue Star was still his mortal enemy. Unified Sun, can this Yi Bufan discover my identity? This was the point that Sable Changju was most concerned about. The level of this system is higher than the broken system on Yi Bufan by I don't know how many levels. So the system on Yi Bufan can't detect our existence and information. The system said smugly. That would be good. Although I can't personally kill this Yi Bufan, the Lingxiao Sect is my territory, and if this Yi Bufan dares to hit my Lingxiao Sect, let's see if I don't play him to death. A hint of ridicule flashed in Sable Changju's eyes. Half of the inner sect elders in the Lingxiao Sect and even Hua Shangshi were their own people. What could this Yi Bufan fight with himself? Even though this Yi Bufan was from the same blue star as him, Wolverine Changju would not show any mercy. If Yi Bufan didn't die, he would be the one to die. Having lived in the Longshan continent for almost 1,000 years, he had long since stopped being the kind-hearted Blue Star man he once was. Kindness is reserved for one's own people. One must be cruel to one's enemies. That is the truth of this world. The strange thing was that Yi Bufan stood opposite him. If Yi Bufan was on his side like Jin Yuanli and the others, Sable Long Sable would have entertained this fellow Blue Star. As time passed, soon all 4 tests were assessed. Of the original tens of thousands of people who had taken the test, only about 200 remained in the end. Only a paltry 20 of them passed the 4 tests. The rest of the 180 were those who had only passed 3 tests or 2. They could only become miscellaneous disciples, and could only become inner disciples when they had cultivated to the Jindan stage. Blonde Lolita, Shui Cage, and Yi Bufan were also listed among these disciples. Although Shui Cage looked weak and stumbled, he also passed the 3rd and 4th tests. The same was true for Yi Bufan. The 2 people, Shui Cage and Yi Bufan, ended up being able to pass the last two tests, causing the surrounding spectators to feel very surprised. This was because both of them, Shuang Cage and Yi Bufan, had white cultivation qualifications when they were tested for their qualifications. It means pretty much the same thing as an invalid. It was really out of everyone's expectation that these two losers could actually stay. Yi Bufan looked at the little blonde loli in front of him who was arrogantly tilting her little face with her hands clasped to her chest. Then a burst of excitement came over him as he revealed a confident smile and came over to greet her. "Hello, my name is Yi Bufan. May I ask what is the young lady's name?" Yi Bufan was extremely confident in his protagonist aura. During this month, he hit on all kinds of beautiful women all the time to make the other party's favor towards him pull full. If it wasn't for the fact that he felt that they were all D-quality women who didn't even have the qualifications to sleep around a bit, Yi Bufan would have already had concubines. It also made him incredibly confident in his charisma. I believe no woman is immune to his plain, ordinary but confident face. The little blonde loli glanced at Yi Bufan with a disgusted expression, pinched her little nose, took 3 steps back to distance herself from Yi Bufan, and said, "You stink. A sweaty odor. Stay away from this young lady." Yi Bufan's expression instantly stiffened in place. "Why didn't your own smile work?" He looked at his soaked clothes, which did have a large odor of sweat. However, Yi Bufan didn't care about the blonde loli's reaction, and the corner of his mouth quirked. As expected of an S-rank beauty, it's really hard to raid. The more difficult the raid is, the more excited he gets. In his opinion, this little blonde loli could no longer escape him. Sooner or later, it's his guy, and he's not in a hurry. So Yi Bufan turned to look at Shuang Cage. Shuang Cage lowered her head, her small hands gripping her dress tightly, appearing as if she was very nervous right now. A little girl with low self-esteem is best coaxed. Just give her a little bit of attention, then her mind will be all about you. Yi Bufan smiled confidently. The various gentlemen's games in Blue Star hadn't been in vain. Yi Bufan walked towards Shuang Cage with a confident stride. After arriving in front of Shuang Cage, he spoke. "You're also too powerful. I actually passed the examination at the back as well." Shuang Cage raised that stunning face and looked at Yi Bufan, who suddenly came forward to strike up a conversation. A hint of caution flashed across her flustered little face and she took 3 steps back in fear. Yi Bufan exuded an aura she hated. It was a scent she couldn't tell what it was. Yi Bufan's expression stiffened once again. Seeing the strong vigilance in Shuang Song's eyes, he knew that if he continued to talk to her, she would definitely treat him as a big bad guy, so had to smile and turn away. Interesting. These S&A quality beauties are really difficult to raid. The corner of Yi Bufan's mouth once again quirked. Underneath Shuang Song's nervous exterior, he was sneering inwardly. She was a reborn, not just any little girl. In her last life, she was a generation of demon emperor of the Tianxian continent. However, the great calamity of the heavens had arrived, and she, a demon emperor who had only reached the transformation god stage, could only become cannon fodder for the great calamity of the heavens and eventually fall. Then she reversed time and space with an unknown treasure and returned to 1,000 years ago during the great hijacking of the heavens. Crossing back with her memories, she used every method she could to come from the Tianxian continent to this Lingxiao continent. There was no other reason for coming to the Dragon Xian continent. It was only because the Dragon Xian continent was one of the few safe realms during the great calamity of the heavens, especially the Lingxiao Sect as a sect. The Lingxiao Sect had become the main fighting force against the evil demons of the outer regions. Among them, Li Jianyuan was known as the god of swords and drunken Meng Shang was known as the god of drunkenness, and the two of them made the evils of the outer regions scared. Although Shuang Cage could grow quickly if he was in the Tianxian continent that he was familiar with, but even if he was more powerful, he could not defend himself against the evil demons of the outer regions, and the Tianxian continent would always fall. It would be better to join the Lingxiao Sect from the beginning while he was 18. Go developed in the Lingxiao Sect in a low profile. Prior to the activation of the 9-specter demon body, one could only be at the first level of chi refining no matter how much one cultivated. The cultivation beyond the first level of chi refining was all absorbed by the 9 specters demon body. It was only when the 9 sepulchre demon body absorbed enough cultivation that it would be activated and its cultivation speed skyrocketed. Chapter 29. Are you willing to become my personal disciple? Now announced the list of those who have become inner sect disciples. An outer sect elder read out with the dossier in his hand. Zaitan Kiki. The little blonde loli took a condescending step forward. The people were all talking about her, speculating about where she came from. Zaitan Kiki? What a strange name. Shi Tian? That's a last name I've never even heard of. But seeing as her performance is so heaven-defying, it shouldn't be something that an ordinary family can cultivate. Hard to say. Maybe she's just a genius from a small mountain village. Chi Tian Chi. Sable Changju, who was sitting on a high seat, looked at the little blonde lowly at the bottom with a slightly strange face. How can there still be someone with the last name of Chi Tian? He wondered if someone in her family was named Chi Tian de Shang. Shuang Cage's gaze also looked towards Chi Tian Chi. It was strange in her mind. Looking at this kind of performance during Chi Tian Chi's examination, it was impossible to remain silent afterward. However, she had never heard of the name Lingxiao Sect Chi Tian Chi. Did she fall before she grew up? Shuang Cage secretly said in his heart that it was a pity. Chi Tian Chi's performance in the examination was even better than Li Jianyuan in Drunken Dream Shang. If she could grow up, she would definitely be a great combatant against the evil demons of the outer domain in the future. Soon the outer sect elders finished reading out all the lists. Now we begin to have the inner sect elders select their personal disciples. Sable Changju, who sat in one of only 5 seats, stood up. Shuang Cage had noticed this handsome uncle a long time ago, because he was only at the Holy Spirit stage. He was actually able to sit on 5 seats. The other 4 seats were filled with late Earth Xian stage powerhouses, and he alone, a Holy Spirit stage, sat in 1 seat. And on top of that there were dozens and dozens of Earth Xian stage inner sect elders who could only stand. This also made Shuang curious about Sable Changju's identity. Since the inner sect elders present recognized Sable Changju, they all tacitly reserved a seat for him to sit. They could all be aware of Sable Changju's identity. Putting aside his identity as Hua Xiangshi's personal disciple, he was also Lu Lian's senior brother, and he was also sitting on a large number of the sect's newly promoted inner sect elders' little fans. Who dares to leave him standing? Let him stand today, and tomorrow his little group of fanboys will come to his door and beat them up. Elder Sable, you pick first. The elders were very sensible and said to Elder Sable gathering. The people watching the ceremony were dumbfounded at the sight. What is this handsome uncle who was only in the Holy Spirit period? The meaning of you pick first is too obvious. It meant that whichever one he looked at, the inner sect elders behind him wouldn't grab it from him. In the past, the inner sect elders had torn their faces apart when recruiting geniuses as personal disciples, and no one would give in to each other. It's rare to see such harmony today. Yes, Sable Changju was not polite as he stood up and walked towards the group of newly initiated disciples. In everyone's opinion, Wolverine Longgathering would definitely choose Chi Tian Chi as his personal disciple straight away. After all, she's so good, why not pick a loser if not her? Shuang Cage's eyes also showed an envious expression towards Chi Tian Chi. Wolverine Changju's identity was definitely frighteningly high, and to be his personal disciple, the cultivation resources he gave must be very rich. Chi Tian Chi's high and proudly tilted little face was also slightly lowered, her eyes looking expectantly at Sable Changju. It was as if those little eyes were saying to Sable Changju, pick me, pick me. Wolverine Changju also noticed the scorching eyes of Chi Tian Chi, the blonde haughty little lowly, and he was puzzled in his heart. Why does it feel like she's talking about picking her? But Wolverine Changju didn't want to choose Chi Tian Kiki. He knew very well how much he weighed in this aspect of cultivation, and he didn't want to mislead people. Chi Tian Chi's natural talent was so outstanding, and she wasn't a daughter of Chi, so Sable Changju didn't have the need to choose her. There was only one person in Sable Changju's eyes now. That was the daughter of Chi Luck, Shuang Cage. So Wolverine Changju looked at Chi Tian Chi without even glancing at her in the crowd's astonished gazes and passed by her before arriving in front of Shuang Cage and smiling at her. Are you willing to become my personal disciple? The crowd's mouths were stunned. No one watching the ceremony is a fool. They all guessed that Sable Changju's identity was definitely honorable. But just this person with such an honorable status chose a waste who couldn't pass the first 2 tests with mediocre qualifications. A journeyman disciple? Isn't this a joke? Especially Chi Tian Chi. She was so angry at this scene that her little face turned red and she stomped her feet. She had joined the Lingxiao Sect this time with the purpose of planting Sable Changju. She had thought that Sable Longgathering would pick her a little, and yet he turns around and chooses a loser? Is it because that loser is taller and bigger than her? Is it hard to believe that Sable Changju likes this type of woman? Is that why he picked this loser woman? Chi Tian Kiki was unconvinced in her heart. Obviously she had just turned 18 and still had room to grow. Seeing that Wolverine Changju chose Shuang, everyone's eyes became a bit lewd. If I had to say that Shuang has any merits, that's a pretty face and a weak look that inspires others to bully her. It felt like she could wink for a long time if you gave her a punch. Wolverine Longgathering, this which is accepting personal disciples? This is clearly looking for a bed-warming girl. It's the kind of thing that everyone understands. Those inner sect elders often do the same thing, and both sides are willing to do it. You warm the bed. I'll give resources for cultivation. But these are private deals. How could anyone do such a thing in front of tens of thousands of foreign observers like Wolverine Changju is doing now? This was really detrimental to the face of the Lingxiao Sect. Huang Xianyu and the others also had an expression of I understand. Before the sable long gathering white hair. A look of dying. To the death of the still have no Dao mate. Now that it was so hard to break through to the Holy Spirit stage and return to his middle-aged appearance, he said that he had to enjoy himself. It makes sense. And Shuang Cage's expression was wonderful. Shuang Cage never thought the Wolverine Chief Party would choose her. At first she was envious of Chi Tian Chi Chi. But when Sable Changju walked up to her and said that he would accept her as his disciple, her expression went from stunned, then to mortified. She wasn't some dabbling schoolgirl either. She certainly knew these unspoken rules that were recognized in the cultivation world. His own qualifications were wasteful, and he was not related to this honorable Sable Changju in front of him. On what grounds would he accept himself as a personal disciple? Nothing more than looking pretty and craving your body. Shuangsong's face was gloomy and uncertain. I didn't expect that I would be looked upon by Sable Changju just after coming to the Lingxiao Sect. Currently, Shuang Cage has not activated his 9 Spectre's demon body. He is a small chicken of the first level of chi refining, and he is not capable of resisting at all. Moreover, with Sable Changju's status, even if he didn't agree with him at this moment, as long as he was still in Lingxiao Sect it would be impossible to escape from him. He might get his hands on it forcefully and still get nothing. The only way was to leave the Lingxiao Sect and give up the status of being a miscellaneous disciple of the Lingxiao Sect. But he had gone through so much effort to come from the Tianxian continent to the Longshan continent just to join the Lingxiao Sect. If you don't join the Lingxiao Sect, it would be better to stay in this Longshan continent than to go back to the Tianxian continent. If you stay in the Longshan continent, you don't have the resources and connections, and it would be a problem to cultivate to the transitional succession stage. However, when she returned to the Tianxian continent, once the great calamity of the heavens arrived, she still couldn't escape her fate of falling. The Longshan continent was very xenophobic, and when the great calamity of the heavens arrived, one ran to the Longshan continent, without having to have those evil demons of the outer realm make a move. She was wiped out first by the powerhouses of the Longshan continent as an outsider. Shuang Cage's teeth were clenched and his face was gloomy and uncertain. If she agrees, her innocence, which has been preserved for thousands of years, will be lost. If you don't agree, quitting out of Lingxiao Sect to return to Tianxian continent is a dead end. Chapter 30, I don't want to. Sable Changju was also a bit regretful after saying that. He forgets that he is not the same old, gray-haired, badass-looking man who couldn't walk if he wanted to. Instead, it was a strong, powerful, middle-aged, handsome older man. Now this behavior of his no doubt seemed to others to mean something else. He should have talked to Shuangsong again in private, but the words were out of his mouth, and he wasn't about to take them back. Besides, Shuangsong would have to submit to him sooner or later. It's kind of preparing her mentally now. On the other side, Yi Bufan looked at Sable Changju, his teeth creaking in anger. In his heart, Shuangsong was already his woman, and Sable Changju actually openly wants to submarine Shuangsong, which makes him angry and deeply powerless at the same time. All he could do was watch other men submerge their women, and he couldn't do anything about it. It's okay. I don't care about that as a young man of the 21st century, who doesn't have a past. This inner sect elder is just helping to raise his wife and teach her knowledge. Those who planted the trees in the past, the shade of those who came after them. In the end, all of her knowledge was used on me, and I was left to teach and just enjoy the line. Yi Bufan comforted himself in his heart. In that case, it still seems like you've earned it, owning the final product outright. Save the process of making them. What do you think? Wolverine Changju saw Shuangsong lowering his head for a long time, so he couldn't help but apply pressure and ask. Shuangsong snapped her head up and said, I don't want to. If it was the case that she could only live by choosing a humiliating method, she would rather go back to the Tianxian continent now and let go. Everyone was a bit surprised after hearing Shuangsong's words. They all didn't expect Shuangsong to look soft but have such a strong nature. Her being an odd-job disciple to be accepted as a personal disciple by the inner sect elders was something that how many people squeezed their heads to replace her. If they were anyone else, even if they were to go and stick it to those inner sect elders, those inner sect elders would at most give them a little bit of resources, and would never easily accept them as their personal disciples. A personal disciple represents the face of one's family master, and those inner sect elders who love their feathers will not easily accept a bed-warming maid as a personal disciple. This little girl is too ungrateful. It actually refused. Still too young. As long as she becomes an inner sect elder's personal disciple. A month's worth of cultivation resources will top 10 years of cultivation resources for her as an odd job disciple. She's young now, and when she's a few years away, won't she be a good girl herself and go to the door begging to be taken? Indeed, this is the truth. How much can innocence be worth? Cultivation resources are the king. Hearing the taunts of the people around Shui Yingcage's face had no ripples. She has her own principles. If she gave in today, then she wouldn't be Shuangsong anymore. Yi Bufan was inwardly moved to tears. Shuangsong actually rejected this inner sect elder in order to leave his innocence to him. Yi Bufan secretly vowed to be good to Shuangsong for the rest of his life. Sable Changju was not surprised by Shuangsong's answer. Shuangsong was not like Bai Huajin, who had so many handles for herself to hold on to. As a daughter of Qi Fortune, how could she submit so simply? Do you think that I asked to accept you as a personal disciple because I saw your beauty? Sable Changju's face was as normal, and he said indifferently without any sadness or joy. A look of a man of the world. Everyone present had a questioning look on their faces as soon as Sable Changju made these remarks. That expression seemed to say it all. Didn't you want to take her as your personal disciple to wash your feet and warm your bed because she's pretty? Oh, or what? I really can't think of what you can see in me besides this reason. Could it be that I have ordinary qualifications and my cultivation is still only at the first level of Qi refining at the age of 18? Shui Yingcage sneered. Since she was already planning to tear her face off with Sable Changju, she didn't bother to keep up the pretense. Wolverine Long-Gathering smiled faintly and said, even so, there's no need for me to say that I want to accept you as my personal disciple in front of so many people here, right? Wolverine Changju can only hurry to find a remedy now. But fortunately, he is strong inside and forced to round back. Everyone was silent. Yeah, even if Sable Changju wants Shui Yingcage to be his foot-washing and bed-warming maid, there's no need to do this kind of damage to the Lingxiao Sect's reputation in front of tens of thousands of outsiders on this important day today, right? Did they really misunderstand the Sable Long-Gathering? Even Shui Yingcage wondered if he had misunderstood. But there were many disciples present with better qualifications than her. So why did Sable Changju choose her? Do you want to know why I accepted you as a personal disciple? Seeing that the atmosphere had arrived, Sable Long-Gathering said indifferently, you say. Shui Yingcage's face was also much lighter now, and his hostility towards Sable Changju had also subsided quite a bit. Not only did Shui Yingcage want to know, even everyone present wanted to know. Was there something special about this little girl? But they can't even see it. I can see that you carry a special physique, but it hasn't fully awakened yet. Before it is fully awakened, it will constantly absorb your cultivation, and I can help you awaken your physique more quickly. And when your physique is fully awakened, your cultivation speed will surpass that of an average genius, Sable Changju said in a serious manner. The crowd wanted to laugh at that. What an outrageous reason. That's the kind of trick that only a child would believe, isn't it? Shui Yingcage really has some kind of physique. Can those inner sect elders of the Dixian stage not see it? Allowing a little Holy Ghost stage like you to spout nonsense. Wolverine Changju's words in everyone's opinion. This is clearly a means to coax Shui Yingcage. What special physique has not yet awakened? As long as Shuangsong agreed to become Sable Changju's personal disciple, he brought it home at night, and the door was closed. The next day said to look away. In fact, Shui Yingcage nothing special physique. What else can Shui Yingcage do? Can only honestly be her bed-warming maid. The only people present who believed in the words of the Mink Chief Gathering were Huang Xianyu and Shui Yingcage. The parties involved. Huang Xianyu was aware of what Sable Changju could do. Since he said that Shui Yingcage had a special physique, then he must have it. Huang Xianyu, being a little fan of Sable Changju, unconditionally believed in his family's brother, while Shui Yingcage had no waves on the surface. In reality, waves had already been set off inside. This Nine Spectre's demon body of hers couldn't even be seen by a strong person at the transformation god stage before it was activated and awakened. But unexpectedly, he was seen by this handsome uncle of the Holy Spirit stage of the district in front of him. No wonder he was able to make a group of Earthxian stage powerhouses stand obediently while he sat. It does have a little something. The image of Sable Changju in Shui Yingcage's mind was immediately tall and majestic, and at the same time, he mentally slapped himself hard. I can't believe I'm thinking of a gentleman in a small way. How could such a worldly man be enamored with her smelly skin? She even suspected that the reason the heavenly calamity Lingxiao Sect was able to become the most powerful and safe sect was because of Sable Changju's existence. This Lingxiao Sect came to the right place. Sable Long-Gathering this thigh. She Shui Yingcage no matter what she said to hold tightly not to let go. Really? Shui Yingcage asked in surprise, pretending not to know about his physique. Can I still lie to you? Wolverine Changju stretched out his hand and tentatively touched Shui Yinkage's little head, his expression one of kindness. Shui Yinkage looked at the large hand that was slowly approaching her, and her petite body subconsciously tried to back away. But after thinking that Wolverine Changju was a man of the world, and that this could be simply a gesture to express her affection for her juniors, she stopped dodging, letting Sable's large, long-gathered hand fall to gently caress her head. Shui Yinkage's small face was slightly red. It was the first time she had been in such close contact with the opposite sex. Previously, she had joined a woman's sect in the Tianxian continent, the 100 Flowers Sect. The religion of the 100 Flowers Sect is to stay away from men and just kill them when they see a man being a hooligan. The 100 Flowers Sect is known as a man-killer in Tianxian continent. Therefore, Xuangsong has been practicing Buddhism for thousands of years, and all of his contacts have been with people of the same sex. Chapter 31 Fake is all fake. The crowd's hearts were also cold when they saw Shui Yinkage's well-behaved appearance. It's over. This little girl believes Sable Changju's lies. This little girl was still so uninitiated that she actually believed it so simply. Overwhelmed by dreams of some broken special physique, Yi Bufan's eyes were red as he looked at Sable Changju's big hand that touched Shui Yinkage's head. Obviously she, her husband, hadn't even touched him yet, and she was being touched by this lewd man first. At the same time he cried out in his mind, Lingxiao, don't say yes. He must be lying to you. He's just craving your body. He doesn't love only you as a person like I do. Are you willing to become my personal disciple? Sable Changju touched it for a while before reluctantly letting go. It's so kittenish. I'm willing. Shui Yinkage nodded vigorously in excitement. Wolverine Changju smiled with satisfaction, thinking that Xuangsong would not believe it, and that he would have to spend a lot more time talking. Fake are fake. Yinkage, don't believe his words. He's a lewd man who's just craving for your body. Yi Bufan finally couldn't help himself as he jumped out and pointed at Sable Changju and shouted. Although he thought the final product was great, but when he thought about how Xuangsong had already rejected Sable Changju in order to leave her innocence to him earlier, it was enough to show how important his position in Shui Yinkage's heart was. And at the moment, Sable Changju used this lie to coax Xuangsong, who was simply Shangliang. The key Xuangsong still believed it. If he didn't stand up at a time like this and poke holes in Sable Changju's lies, he wouldn't be worthy of being loved by Xuangsong. The scene was instantly terrifyingly quiet, and all eyes looked toward Yi Bufan. Although this is something we all know by heart, but you have to be a hero at this time to jump out and poke at this picture of a compassionate teacher in filial piety. Isn't this purely looking for death? You're just a little journeyman disciple. Yi Bufan regretted even after shouting. He shouldn't have impulsively jumped out, because he realized that dozens of icy gazes were locked onto him at the moment. The source of these gazes were all the elders of the inner and outer sects of the Lingxiao Sect. What kind of thing are you? How dare you slander my senior brother here? Huang Xianyu was the first to voice out, and all of the pressure of the Saint Infant stage suppressed on Yi Bufan's body. With a flop, Yi Bufan, who was only at the qi refining stage, directly knelt on the ground, his entire body sweating coldly. At the moment he regretted it. If God gave him another chance to come back, he would say nothing to jump out again. He just had a sudden brain fart and spoke without thinking. Sable Changju frowned slightly as he looked at Yi Bufan, who suddenly jumped out. Before he could manage this Yi Bufan, he jumped in front of him himself. Thinking of the system on Yi Bufan, Sable Changju smiled in his heart. Yi Bufan couldn't have fallen for Shui Yinkage, right? Shui Yinkage, as a daughter of Qi, was indeed very attractive to Yi Bufan. Song, do you recognize him? Sable Changju asked Xuangsong. Shui Yinkage also had a stunned expression. She couldn't even understand who this lewd youth in front of her who suddenly jumped out and shouted was. And to call her esteemed master a lewd man who covets her body? In Shui Yinkage's eyes, Yi Bufan is a thief shouting to catch a thief. It is obvious that Yi Bufan is the one who craves her body. Don't think that Xuangsong doesn't know. From time to time, Yi Bufan, this lewd youth, used his lewd gaze to look at certain parts of her delicate body. If it wasn't for the fact that Shui Yinkage didn't have the same cultivation that she had in her previous life, she would have chopped Yi Bufan into pieces of meat. Don't recognize. Shui Yinkage shook his head without hesitation. When Shui Yinkage said this, everyone laughed out loud. This rash guy doesn't have a crush on someone, does he? Laughing my ass off and making a fool of myself. People don't even recognize his name. So what are they jumping up against? I'd rather see him with a lewd expression. He's the one gluttonizing his body. Ha 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 ha. Yi Bufan lowered his head and clenched his teeth as he listened to the words of the people around him. He made a note of all these people who mocked him. They already have a way to take their death. Yi Bufan didn't blame Shui Yinkage for saying that he didn't recognize him, because it was the best thing Xuanzang could do to protect him. Yi Bufan was moved to tears in his heart. If Xuanzang admitted that she was acquainted with her, her relationship with Xuanzang would immediately be known by Sable Changju. When that happens, Sable Changju will be all kinds of hard on himself, laying his hands on him. That's why Xuanzang said she didn't know him. Disownment is the best means of protecting him. Alright, Wolverine Changju, don't need any explanations for what I do. Time will give the answer for me. Sable Changju signaled to Huang Xuanyu to release his suppression on Yi Bufan. There was no hurry to lay hands on Yi Bufan. Huang Xianyu also blared fiercely at Yi Bufan before releasing his suppression of Yi Bufan. Next, Sable Changju walked back to his seat with Xuanzang and was about to sit down. Wait! Chi Tianqiqi suddenly stood out in a delicate voice. She no longer had a proud expression on her face at the moment. It was all aggression and her eyes were tearful. She pointed at Sable Long Gathering and said, "Why didn't you pick me? Am I bad?" The moment Chi Tianqiqi's words came out, everyone was surprised once again. Today was a real hoot. What did Kiki Zaitan mean by that? Could it be that she also wanted to worship under Sable Changju? Sable Changju turned around, and he too was confused. He never thought that the genius that was Zaitan Kiki would ask him that. He also never thought that he wanted to take Chi Tianqiqi as his personal disciple. Pure misinformation. Why don't you choose you? You're not the daughter of Chi, so why should you be chosen? Ahem. You're excellent, but I'm not the best choice for you. There's someone more suitable for you back there. Sable Changju said breathlessly. The crowd's expressions were numb. Chi Tianqiqi, a super genius, took the initiative to worship her master, and Sable Changju even refused. All these things used to be unthinkable. A super genius was a disciple that how many people had fought for their heads to recruit. As long as this super genius grew up, it would be the same as having an additional strong backer. I don't care. You must accept me as a personal disciple today. Chi Tianqiqi was unreasonable and directly rushed over with her hands directly hugging Wolverine Changju's thighs and refusing to let go of them. She also used Wolverine Changju's clothes to wipe her nose in tears. Chi Tianqiqi is only 5 feet 3 inches tall, and the image of her hugging Sable Changju's thigh is hilarious. Sable Changju's head was big. Looking at Chi Tianqiqi who was hugging his thigh tightly, he couldn't figure out what attracted him to her. Is it because of the name? But you're too small. Trying to eat a big watermelon in one bite. Wolverine Changju was in a difficult position. He didn't have the confidence to teach Chi Tianqiqi, a super genius, to cultivate. Just then, there was a fluctuation in space. An exquisitely beautiful woman floated out from the spatial fluctuation hope. She was dressed in a veil as light as mist, her sleeves swaying gently with the wind, and glittering with a faint silver light under the sunlight. Her skin was as white and delicate as the first bloom of a lily, with a faint blush. Her eyebrows were like a picture, and her eyes were deep and bright, like two clear springs. The nose was high and straight, and the lips were lightly opened, as if they could spit out heavenly music at any time. Her hair poured down like a waterfall, dark and shiny with a healthy sheen. Her body was graceful and she floated lightly next to the Sable Long Gathering. She exudes an ineffable charm in her mannerisms, so that people can't help but be attracted to her and revel in her beauty. She's Sable Long Gather's mentor Hua Xiangshi, who she hasn't seen in days. Everyone in the room looked stunned. They didn't realize there were such beautiful women in the world. Even Xuanzang, who was incredibly confident in her looks, felt a sense of inferiority the moment she saw Hua Xiangshi. This inferiority complex was an inferiority complex that came from the cultivation gap. If he wasn't in the chi refining stage now, Xuang Cage would naturally be no worse than Hua Xiangshi. Unfortunately, now she was beautiful but always looked mortal to others. Mortals are already inferior in that capacity. What's the use of being beautiful? The mortal body is impure and full of dirt. Those of them who have cultivated their way out of mortal bodies dislike mortals for being dirty. Chapter 32 It's All Mine. After Hua Xiangshi appeared, Yi Bufan's eyes were dumbfounded. His system prompted flower fragrance to be a beauty of SS-level quality. It made him ecstatic. The Lingxiao Sect had indeed come to the right place. Greetings, sect leader. Everyone present from the Lingxiao Sect bowed respectfully to Hua Xiangshi. Is she that Hua Xiangshi who is the second most beautiful woman in the Longxin continent? The second beauty of the Longxin continent truly lives up to its name. Hua Xiangshi usually rarely shows her face. I didn't expect that we'd hit the jackpot today and actually see her true face. I heard she's been single for 3,000 years now, and I'm really curious to see who will marry this flower of the high country. Don't even think about it. The man behind her is definitely not you. Yi Bufan looked at Hua Xiangshi with an excited expression. Coming. His wife is here. Hua Xiangshi is his wife. This SS quality beauty could only be his. No one else is worthy. Hua Xiangshi, a beautiful woman who didn't even show her face during normal times, now appeared here at such a time. Yi Bufan had already guessed the plot behind it. Hua Xiangshi must have come for him. Later on, she would develop an inexplicable liking for him, a plain-looking person despite his ordinary qualifications, and end up accepting him as her personal disciple to fall hopelessly in love with him. Yi Bufan's gaze sizzled as he stared at Hua Xiangshi's delicate body. The mind is already fantasizing. In response to the salute from the crowd, Hua Xiangshi nodded as a response and then said to Sable Changju, "Changju, you can accept this little girl as a personal disciple as well." Hua Xiangshi said indifferently with a majestic stance. Originally, she wasn't going to come here, but knowing that the first time Sable Long Gathering came out of the gate, he ran to the sect's new disciple recruiting meeting place to turn around. He also had to accept a pretty-looking but average qualified female disciple as his personal disciple. Knowing this news, Hua Xiangshi was not calm. "We've just lost a Baiwa Jin and now we have a Shuang song?" Hua Xiangshi immediately got dressed and rushed over. Unfortunately, it's still a step too late. A few days later it had been almost a year. Sable Changju realized that Hua Xiangshi had been pierced to open the two veins of her body, radiating a more alluring aura than before. "That's the difference between a girl and a woman." "Okay, master." Sable Changju nodded. Hua Xiangshi even said this. He couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Hua Xiangshi nodded in satisfaction. If Wolverine Changju only accepted Shui Encage alone as a personal disciple, she was not at ease. She would be relieved to the core if she took in another lowly. "There is this little lowly that is 1 meter 3 tall. Rao Sable Changju would not dare to play ambiguous with Shuangsong in front of a little lowly." Moreover, Hua Xiangshi was able to use the name of teaching Qi Tian Chichi to run to Sable Changju every day to supervise him. Hua Xiangshi smiled and reached out to try to touch Qi Tian Chichi's little head. This little guy was truly a blessing to her. Unexpectedly Qi Tian Chichi's little head tilted, dodging Hua Xiangshi's jade hand. A pair of small hands tightly embraced Wolverine Changju's thighs, hiding behind them. With a disgruntled face, huffing and puffing, "Don't touch my head. It wasn't enough to touch her last time, but now you want to touch her?" Hua Xiangshi's expression was embarrassed. This little lowly really didn't give her any face at all. But Hua Xiangshi wasn't angry. Instead, she felt that Qi Tian Chichi was even more adorable. Once Hua Xiangshi came the other inner sect elders didn't dare to sit down and all stood. The process continued as well. Without Qi Tian Chichi, the other inner sect elders had no desire to take on disciples. Seeing that it was about to end the dissolution, Yi Bufan was anxious in his heart. How come Hua Xiangshi hasn't accepted him as a personal disciple yet? Is she too shy to ask? The more Yi Bufan thought about it, the more it made sense. Since his wife was too embarrassed to ask, he, as a man, had to take the initiative. "Wait." Yi Bufan confidently stepped forward. Everyone frowned at the average and still lewd-looking man. In his heart, he was thinking, what is this handyman disciple up to again? Doesn't Sovereign intend to recruit a personal disciple before going back? Yi Bufan's mouth quirked as he looked at Hua Xiangshi and said. A trace of disgust flashed in Hua Xiangshi's eyes. Yi Bufan had been staring at her, she knew it. He was just too lazy to care about him, not wanting to have a general understanding with a nameless miscellaneous disciple. "I didn't realize that if I didn't look for trouble with him, he'd even jump out and look for trouble with himself on his own initiative? You're just a freshly miscellaneous disciple and you dare to question me? There are only 2 personal disciples of this seat, both now and later," Hua Xiangshi said with a cold expression and an icy tone. If it wasn't for the numerous outsiders surrounding the scene right now to observe the ceremony, Hua Xiangshi would have already slapped this lewd miscellaneous disciple to death. Right now, she still had to show her poise as the Lingxiao Sect leader. Next to him, Sable Changju was already laughing so hard in his heart that his stomach hurt. He had guessed what Yi Bufan was thinking. Does he, Yi Bufan, really think he's the protagonist? Any pretty girl has to get involved with you? Don't even look at what you look like. It's not like you're a super handsome guy. Why should someone fall in love with you at first sight? And you want to hit on his master? What a laugh. As soon as Hua Xiangshi's words came out, the people around her had seen the change in her mood and looked at Yi Bufan with mockery in their eyes. What an unaware cutie. Yi Bufan didn't think so. He felt that what Hua Xiangshi meant when she said this to him was that she was going to make an exception for him. Yi Bufan said with an excited face, "That's great. From now on, your personal disciples will be 3. What do you mean by that?" Hua Xiangshi's expression grew cold. "By accepting me as your personal disciple, your personal disciples will be 3. Yi Bufan said proudly. Yi Bufan had just finished speaking. and before he could react he was slapped across the room by Hua Xiangshi and sent flying a dozen meters. You trash are worthy of this? Hua Xiangshi shouted angrily as she couldn't bear it. Hua Xiangshi didn't lay a deadly hand on him either. Yi Bufan lost a few teeth and a mouthful of blood from her slap. Yi Bufan looked at Hua Xiangshi with a shocked face. He didn't expect Hua Xiangshi to actually strike him. Master teacher, calm down. There's no need to bother with a miscellaneous disciple who just entered. Wolverine Changju acted as a rotten good guy and comforted Hua Xiangshi, saying, the scene was terribly silent at the moment, and everyone dared not make a sound, but everyone clapped with joy in their hearts. Well played. Shuang Cage and Qi Tian Chi were both full of smiles. The two of them had long ago been unable to resist the urge to violently beat up Yi Bufan. This lewd man. Hua Xiangshi helped them out. Hua Xiangshi was in a bad mood now. First, Sable Changju was looking for a bed-warming maid as soon as he got out of the gate, and now he was disgusted by a miscellaneous disciple. Changju, come to my mountain peak after you settle your two personal disciples. After Hua Xiangshi dropped these words, she disappeared into the void. Chapter 33 Hua Xiangshi is jealous. After Hua Xiangshi left, Sable Changju was also ready to take his two cheap personal disciples back. His yard at that peak was also quite large and had many rooms. It's fine to house 10 more people. Wolverine Changju summoned his sword and stood up, saying to Qi Tian Kiki and Shuang Song, come up. Qi Tian Chi immediately jumped up excitedly, then hugged Sable Changju's thigh tightly. Wolverine Changju was also helpless as he looked at this appearance of Qi Tian Chi. Aren't you just a little bit handsome? Why do you let this little lowly hug your thigh every day and refuse to let go? In Sable Changju's opinion, Qi Tian Kiki is a typical uncle control. Other than that reason, he really couldn't figure out why Qi Tian Chi stuck to him so much. Obviously they just met for the first time today. Wolverine Changju was getting more and more sorry that Qi Tian Chi wasn't a daughter of Qi. How good it would be if Qi Tian Chi was a daughter of Qi. Daughter of the air given by pure white. The sword is a meter above the ground. Shuang Cage want to jump but cannot jump up. At this moment she is only one level of refining Qi. No different from a mortal. Wolverine Changju extended a large hand to her and said with a smile, Master will pull you along. Sable Changju could clearly lower the height of the sword off the ground, allowing Shuang Cage to easily straddle it. But he favors not. How else could there be contact with this daughter of Qi if you lowered the height of the sword off the ground? Wolverine Changju was in no hurry at all to have Shuang Song submit immediately now. He has to slowly and step by step use his charisma to make Shuang Song voluntarily submit. Charm before name. Shuang Cage also did not think too much. Only she is not used to have physical contact with the opposite sex. Ear root slightly reddened to reach out the jade hand to grab the big hand of Sable Long Gathering. Wolverine Changju gently pulled. Shuang Song's thin and weak delicate body was pulled up and stood on the sword. Thank you, Master. Wolverine Long Gathering nodded, then said, stand firm, I'm taking off. Aha. Shuang Cage nodded. Yi Bufan, who had lost a few of his front teeth, was assigned to live in a ramshackle house with a public restroom next to him. Before one's cultivation reached the Jindan stage, they were all still considered mortals and needed to eat and the job of the miscellaneous disciples was to be responsible for cleaning the toilet hygiene and cooking for the outer disciples. Yi Bufan, due to the fact that he had just offended so many people, the outer sect elders directly assigned him a job of picking manure every day. He was also made to live next to a public restroom, beautifully picked for convenience. Yi Bufan didn't blame Hua Xiangshi. Instead he felt that it was his own behavior that was a bit hasty. One should tell her these things in private. My wife's skin is still thin, too embarrassed to express her love for me in front of all these people. Yi Bufan said with understanding. I knew my wife still loved me. The slap looked like it hurt me, but in reality it only made me lose a couple of teeth. It was for show. After taking the two girls back to the peak of the mountain, Sable Changju explained a few words to them and told them to pick a house in the courtyard to stay by themselves. He rushed to Hua Xiangshi's place without stopping. Sable Changju came to the door of Hua Xiangshi's room and knocked lightly on it. He was a bit puzzled as to why his master suddenly wanted him to come to her. Come in. Hua Xiangshi's lazy voice came from the room. Wolverine Long Gathering pushed his way in. Upon seeing Hua Xiangshi on the soft couch, she was so frightened that she hurriedly lowered her head, only to see that the current Hua Xiangshi was only wearing tiny intimate apparel on her body, and the tunic dress she had just worn had long since been removed and hung on a nearby hanger. She was lying on her side on the soft couch, a pair of jade legs folded sideways, her jade hands resting on her cheeks, propping up her austere upper body. Sable Changju had just clearly seen the impotent, lightly drooping sliver of snowy white, He couldn't understand why his own master teacher suddenly changed his behavior so drastically. Already, he was not considered an outsider at all. Checked her submissive value. Still ate unchanged. But why suddenly give him such a great benefit? Sable Changju's performance. Hua Xiangshi was satisfied. Looks like he's still his good disciple. Come and sit. Hua Xiangshi opened her mouth when she saw Sable Changju standing in the doorway with his head down and dumbfounded. This isn't too good, is it? Does Master want to put his clothes on first? Sable Changju said weakly. Sable Changju knew that Hua Xiangshi thought he knew nothing, so he didn't dare to show too much prominence and could only honestly play the image of him as a good disciple. Don't! It's too hot. It's cooler this way. Not to mention you're not an outsider, Hua Xiangshi said with a small mouth like a little woman. Her expression and tone of voice? If it were before, Sable Changju wouldn't have thought much of it, because Hua Xiangshi is often so rowdy, like a little girl. However, knowing that the two have already pierced the relationship of the sable long gathered, and now listen to Hua Xiangshi said, so it is difficult to avoid thinking nonsense. It always felt like Hua Xiangshi was pampering him. Since Hua Xiangshi didn't mind, what did he, a male, mind? Not to mention he'd seen a lot of it before. The saying that Sable Changju is the man in the world who has seen the most skin on flora and fauna is not an exaggeration. In the past, Hua Xiangshi, Lu Lian, Shi Nengman and him 4 people in the summer get together to play mahjong. Because of the reason of the hot weather, their 3 women will often close the small clothes outside the cloak, a thin see-through bottom of the light veil on the end of the matter. Sometimes they even had to have a long gathering of sables standing next to them to fan the 3 girls. It can't be helped. In the past, Sable Changju only had Lu Lian in his heart. Even if Hua Xiangshi and Shi Nengman had nothing and stood in front of him, he didn't even look at them. Hua Xiangshi was also slowly becoming bolder because of this, and just didn't treat Sable Changju as a man at all. Wolverine long gathering face as usual, slowly approached the flower fragrance face, soft collapse in front of the futon to sit down. Changju, tell us why you suddenly want to accept that Shuang Cage as a personal disciple. Hua Xiangshi opened her mouth and asked. Mentally, he was hypnotizing himself. I'm asking this for Li Yan. If he didn't know that Hua Xiangshi had already been forced to submit by himself, Wolverine Changju would have definitely told the truth that he just looked at Shuangsong as a person. It was because Hua Xiangshi was his most respected master, the person he was closest to. But right now, there was no way Sable Changju was going to tell the truth. Hua Xiangshi asked this with an obvious hint of jealousy. There is a sense of rising to the occasion. He would undoubtedly be killing himself if he were to tell the truth at this moment. Never underestimate how jealous a woman can be, especially the flower scent. Although she did not recognize her relationship with Sable Changju, in her heart, Sable Changju was already her person. She couldn't allow another woman to get a little bit of it. Senior, didn't I say so? I can see her special physique and am unwilling to see her bury her talent, Sable Changju said in a serious manner. Chapter 34, Sister can only be mine. Special physique? It's fine for you, this rebellious disciple, to lie to others, but you still want to lie to your teacher? Hua Xiangshi reached over and knocked Sable Changju on the head. Really? She really does have a special physique, Sable Changju said seriously. What special physique can she have? I can't even tell. But you can? Hua Xiangshi grabbed Sable Changju's ear in dissatisfaction. Sable Changju sucked in cold air in pain. Flower Shanks is purely a personal vendetta. If you're craving her body, just say so. This rebellious disciple of yours is really getting out of line. First by Hua Jin, and now Shuangsong? Can you properly spend your mind on cultivation? Hua Xiangshi said with hatred. It was not easy for himself to spend so much and put his innocence on the line for him to allow Sable Changju to be able to cultivate normally. I didn't realize that Wolverine Changju didn't cultivate properly and thought about screwing women every day. Not only did I see that Shuang Cage has a special physique, I also saw that you, Master, also have a special physique. Wolverine Changju had no choice but to zoom in order to make Hua Xiangshi believe. Hua Xiangshi's expression was a bit slightly shocked. This jade pot heaven-swallowing body of hers was also something she only knew about when she activated it. Before she activated it, she didn't even know that she was harboring such a heaven-defying physique. She had also never heard of what kind of physique the jade jug heaven-swallowing body was, but all in all, it was very powerful. I didn't realize that Sable Changju could actually see it. She let go of Sable Changju's ear and asked seriously, "You're not joking? Why didn't you tell me before that I have a special physique?" Hua Xiangshi was still a little skeptical. I was only able to see it now that I had cultivated to the Holy Spirit stage. This explanation of the Sable Long Gathering makes sense. That Shuang Cage really has a special physique? Hua Xiangshi asked once more uncertainly. It always felt like Sable Changju was just craving people's bodies. Really? Wolverine Long Gathering nodded in affirmation. Alright, I believe you. After all, it's still your first time being a master teacher. You might not be too good at how to teach the two of them to cultivate. Lately, I'll occasionally take the time to go to your place and give you a demonstration. Hua Xiangshi said rightfully. Thank you, Master. Can Wolverine Changju refuse other than to say yes? They say they're here to help him, but in reality they're spying. Prevent them from messing around. There's nothing more to do. So go back. Hua Xiangshi once again flopped on her side on the soft couch, her pair of big long jade legs swaying around as she gave an expulsion order to Sable Changju. Then the apprentice will leave first. Sable Changju raised his head without leaving a trace and glanced at Hua Xiangshi's pair of white-flowered jade legs before turning to leave. Secretly, it's a shame I didn't know anything at the time. Heavenly Sage Divine State by Family. Baihak Jean sat in front of the window looking out the window at the sparrows twittering in the trees and fuming. On her desk was a painting she had done herself. Inside, it depicts a bad old man with gray hair and a wrinkled face. It is the Sable Long Gathering. Ugh, I don't know if Master has missed me now. Bai Hua Jean sighed. Now she's thinking about Sable's Long Gathering every day. Missed his smile, missed his jacket, missed his white robe, and the smell of him, missed his kisses, and the smell of his name remembering having been loved. Bai Hua Jean's cultivation level had now arrived at the Holy Spirit stage. Her family said that only when she had cultivated to the Tianqi stage would she be allowed to return to the Longshan continent, and until then she could only stay in the Bai family and not go out. After all, Bai Hua Jean's cultivation level was too low right now, having just been retrieved. Her parents love her like a treasure and don't want anything to happen to her. The house was warm, but nowhere near as warm as nestling in the arms of a master. Sister, are you thinking about this stinky old man again? A cool voice rang out, and a woman who looked exactly like Bai Hua Jin walked up next to her. This one is Bic Hua Jin's twin sister, Bic Chu Yuan. The two are different if I have to say so myself. Then it's Bi Tsu Yuan who has a cool temperament and also has a young brow with a little girl's vibe. And Bai Hua Jin has become much more mature through the hands of Sable Changju. Exudes femininity. Although Bai Tsu Yuan was the same age as Bai Hua Jin, due to the fact that she was the same Liuli sacred body as Bai Hua Jin, she had activated her Liuli sacred body early on under the Bai family's full cultivation. Now her cultivation level was at the Tianqi stage. Sister, don't talk about your brother-in-law like that. Bai Hua Jin fiercely pinched Bai Tsu Yuan's small face. Having a sister to be bullied by is just joy. In the entire Bi family, the only one who dared to pinch Bi Chu Yuan's face like this was her sister. Bai Chu Yuan gently hugged Bai Hua Jin, burying her head into her arms, and said faintly, "What's so good about a smelly old man?" Bai Hua Jin blushed slightly and said, "You're still young. You'll know when you marry later." Cut. I'm not going to marry anyone. I want to be with my sister forever. Bai Chu Yuan greedily breathed in the body fragrance of Bai Hua Jin's body. Bai Tsu Yuan was an extremely narcissistic person. At a young age, her cultivation had already reached the heavenly mechanism stage, and she proudly looked down on all the heavenly sacred divine prefecture's heavenly prides. As a result, she is extremely arrogant on the inside and looks down on anyone her own age. Also thinks that no one in the world is good enough for her but herself. A year ago, her grandmother, Bai Chun Hua, brought back a woman who looked exactly like her, saying that this was her sister. The two stuck together every day, practicing together, bathing together, and sleeping together. Bai Hua Jin simply thinks that Bai Chu Yuan is a cis-controller and likes to cling to her as her sister. That won't do. I already have a husband. In the future I'm going to live with my husband. You can't come along. Bai Hua Jin took Bai Tsu Yuan's words as a joke and rubbed Bai Tsu Yuan's little head with a smile. It's also an annoyance when your sister is too clingy. Bai Chu Yuan didn't make a sound, but only hugged Bai Hua Jin's hands tighter. Sister is mine. No one can take it away. Bai Chu Yuan deeply imprinted the look of the awful old man, Sable Changju, into her mind. The thought of her sister being spoiled by this awful old man made her want to break him into pieces. Sable Changju of the Lingxiao Sect of the Longshan continent, right? Bai Chu Yuan sneered in her heart. She must find an opportunity to sneak over to the Lingxiao Sect of the Longshan continent and sneakily slaughter this bad old man, so that my sister can be with her forever. Chapter 35, Sister. Say yes to her. At this time, Bai Chunhua pushed the door in and said with a grave expression, "That lord has sent a messenger." Bai Hua Jin and Bai Tsu Yuan's faces changed at the same time. They knew all these secret things about the family. Now a messenger had been sent, no doubt to ask them to fulfill their promise and call for a marriage. Bai Hua Jin already has a Sable Long Gathering and does not want to marry again. Bikuan, on the other hand, is obsessed with Baikwajan, not to mention that she doesn't want to go through with the marriage. She hates men. Come with me, you two, to the council chamber. The messenger has already learned of your two's existence and has asked to see you two by name. Bai Chunhua was also helpless. The messenger meant to pick one of the two of them to take back to serve their young master. Bai Huajin and Bai Yuan both had helpless faces as they followed Bai Chunhua to the council chamber. There are 3 people sitting in the council chamber at the moment. Apart from Bai Huajin and Bai Yuan's parents, sitting at the main seat was a woman in a red dress and skirt with a noble temperament that made her look like an emperor. Bikawan's eyes lit up at the sight of the woman, who grew on her own aesthetic. It's just a little bit worse than your own sister. If Sable Chief Gathering were here, his jaw would absolutely drop, because this woman was the Acacia Sect's patriarch, Shinang Man. At this moment, Shinang Man has changed her attitude of being a flirtatious siren in front of Sable Changju. It was replaced with an unattainable, elegant and noble air. Bai Huajin and Bai Yuan's father, Bai Qian Tian, had a restrained expression at the moment and didn't dare to look at Shinengman more than once. Even though his cultivation level was already a top-notch existence in the Heavenly Sage Divine Prefecture, he still felt a great pressure in front of this mysterious woman at that time. He didn't even know what kind of terrifying level of cultivation this woman in front of him had already reached. Seeing that the 2 sisters, Bai Huajin and Bai Yuan, had arrived, Bai Wentian respectfully said, "Lord Emissary, my 2 daughters have arrived." Aha! Shinangman spoke faintly, his gaze suddenly fixed on Bai Huajin. This puts a lot of pressure on Bai Huajin. She has already broken her body, not worthy to serve my young master, said Shinangman, pointing at Bai Huajin without any mercy. Everyone in the room got an awkward expression on their face. They were about to say that Bai Huajin is married. The only one who is optional is Bai Huayuan. Shinangman then pointed to Bai Chuyuan. "It's you. You come with me and serve my young master," Bai Chuyuan said with a stubborn expression. "I'm not going. Why do we have to go serve some Thai young master of your family?" Bai Chuyuan neither wanted to serve that young master of her family, nor did she want Bai Huajin to serve her family's young master, so the only option was to tear her face off and turn against her. Chuyuan is not allowed to fool around. Bai Qiantian stood up and shouted at Bai Chuyuan, "Father, why do I have to serve that broken young master of her family? Our Bai family is so powerful in the Heavenly Sage Divine Prefecture. Are we still afraid of her little broken family?" Bai Chuyuan said defiantly. Shinangman didn't make a sound and sipped his tea silently. Bai asks if heaven is in her right mind to be anti. Bai Wendian said with a dark face, "You have to go even if you don't. If it weren't for the upper house, our Bai family would have long ceased to exist. Even a messenger could destroy their Bai family. Why did they go against the upper family? Moreover, if you go to the upper family to serve the young master, the cultivation resources you will receive will be far better than in this Thai place of ours. There's no limit to your future achievements. So letting you go serve the young master of the upper family is still a good deal," Bai Qiantian said in a deep tone. Even her own family was not on her side. What else could Bai Chuyuan do but agree with a resigned face? Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Shinengnan put down the teacup and placed a nascent ring on the table, saying, "These things are Saint Pill resources, and some Saint treasures. Take them as your daughter's bride price, and from now on, she will be a member of our Sable family. Sacred pills, sacred treasures." Not only Bai Qiantian and the others, even Bai Yuan was shocked. "Are you worth that much?" Sacred pills were extremely rare in the Heavenly Sage Divine Prefecture, and no one could refine them, so they could only rely on going into some ancient relics and secret realms to take their chances. The appearance of each Saint Grade pill could cause all the major powers in the entire Heavenly Sage Divine Prefecture to go crazy. Not to mention the sacred treasures. Rather than being rare, there were none at all. Sacred treasures only existed in records. Bai Huajin was also agitated and grabbed Bai Yuan's hand and said, "Sister, quickly promise her. Quickly go with her to some sable house." Bai Huajin thought that Sable Changju was saved. These are holy pills. Even a loser can become a genius by eating it. "Sister, you." Bai Chuyuan of course knew what Bai Huajin had in mind. She just sold her sister out? Day after day she thinks about that awful old man of hers. How could Bai Huajin not be able to associate the Wolverine family and the Wolverine long gathering in Shinengman's mouth? All she saw in her eyes was the sacred pill. "Can't I just go?" Bai Chuyuan could only say in resignation. And she had no right to refuse. Even his favorite sister was standing on the opposite edge. Shinangman stood up and beckoned to Bai Chuyuan. Bai Chuyuan's eyes lit up and she also happily walked over to hug Shinangman's arm. It didn't feel like a loss to be around this big sister. As for that what's his name young master, consider yourself bitten by a dog. When she had accomplished her cultivation, the first thing she would do was to turn over a new leaf. At the first glance, Xinang Man recognizes the hidden little white hopper trait of Bai Chu Yuan. The days should go by happily with her around. Two lilies coming together. Let's go back now, Xinang Man said. So soon? Should we hold a banquet before we leave? Bai asked. He knew that with this farewell, he didn't know when he would see his daughter again. A bit of a giveaway. It's not necessary, Xinang Man said faintly. Then with a wave of her hand, the void was torn apart and she led Bikawan inside before the rift closed and the two of them disappeared completely. Everyone present was amazed by this tactic of Xinang Man. Who the hell is this Sable family? Chapter 36, The Holy Maiden of the Acacia Sect. Bai Chu Yuan walked into the void with Xinang Man only to feel a blinding white light in front of her eyes, making it impossible for her to see anything. After the blinding white light, when she regained her sight, she found herself in a room. She looked around curiously. Is this where the mysterious Sable family is? But, Bai Chu Yuan's brow furrowed as she felt the richness of the aura around her. The richness of the aura here was actually lower than that of the heavenly sage divine continent. It's at least 5 times lower than that. Is this really where that mysterious Sable family is? This is your Sable home? Bikawan said curiously. No. Xinang Man stretched his back. Pretending to be serious is so tiring. As she walks, Xinang Man removes her cumbersome, conservative dress from her body under Bai Chu Yuan's astonished gaze, and finally sits down on a chair in a cool dress and crosses her legs. Her flirtatious gesture made Bikawan gulp. I'm sorry sis. I'm moving on. Bikawan now realizes that she is not a narcissist, but simply likes women. This is the Lingxiao continent, the Harmony Sect, and my name is Xinang Man, the sect master of the Harmony Sect. Xinang Man threw a wink at Bai Chu Yuan. Bai Chu Yuan knew that her expression was too obvious and exposed, and she couldn't help but blush slightly at the base of her ears. Wait, this is the Dragon Xian continent? Bikawan said in surprise as she reacted. This is not the realm where the old man that his own anti-competitive son sells his sister for Dan Pro sister misses is located? Right. Xinang Man smiled. What are we doing here? Aren't I going to serve your young master? Bai Chu Yuan was a bit anxious. It wasn't what she'd expected. What she wanted was to go to the Sable family's holy land to cultivate, and then her cultivation would soar to the sky, and finally turn over and labor the entire Sable family. As a result, he came to this Lingxiao continent where the aura concentration was even lower than that of the heavenly sage divine continent. Being here would only delay her cultivation speed. What's the hurry? You don't know anything right now. How can I be assured of letting you serve my family's young master? Xinang Man snorted with laughter. What do you mean? Bai Chu Yuan's face stiffened. Thinking that this was the Acacia Sect, she had an ominous premonition. From now on you are my personal disciple, as well as the holy daughter of the Acacia Sect. And your name? From Bai Chu Yuan to Shi Chu Yuan. Xinang Man stood up and walked over to Bai Chu Yuan and patted her shoulder. Then he took out 2 feats from his nascent ring and handed them to her and said, this is the divine grade technique, chaotic dual cultivation decision. You have to cultivate it as soon as possible until it becomes a great success. And this is the Acacia Sect's extremely pleasant and beautiful new world. For every movement in it, you have to do it in front of me 100 times until you become skillful at it. Divine grade technique. Bai Chu Yuan's eyes were on fire when she heard these words and immediately flipped through them, only for the contents inside to make her blush. It's fine that it's a divine grade feat, but why is it a dual cultivation feat? Flip through Elysium beautiful new world again. And Baituan is straight up red hot and smoking. Listening to the name, I thought it was some kind of serious gong fu, but I didn't realize it was full of diagrams. Right, almost forgot. Xinang Man's jade hand stroked across Bai Chu Yuan's face, then nodded in satisfaction. I have now hidden your true face and given you a still beautiful face, and all anyone but yourself will see is the one I have given you. Remember, you can't reveal any of your real identity information. From now on, you are the holy maiden of the Acacia Sect, Shi Chu Yuan. Xinang Man pinched Bai Chu Yuan's face and said. Bikawan nodded in agreement and was relieved, thinking that she was so famous in the heavenly sage divine continent. If people who knew her knew that she had run away to the Lingxiao continent to become the holy maiden of the Acacia Sect, then she would have died on the spot socially. Now a new name and a new face would be just what she wanted. The holy daughter of the Acacia Sect of the Lingxiao continent was Shi Chu Yuan. What did it have to do with her? Bai Chu Yuan of the Bai family of the heavenly sage divine continent? Then start practicing now. Xinenman sat back in her chair and crossed her legs. Now, cultivate what? Bai Chu Yuan was confused. Xineng Man pointed to the soft couch in front of him and said with a winking smile, take off your shoes and go up there. Start by cultivating the extremely happy and beautiful new world. and I'll be on the side to give you guidance, and give you an assist if necessary. Sable Changju returned to the peak, and the entire courtyard had been refreshed, only to see Chi Chi lying in a big shape on his rocking chair sunbathing like a grandpa, while Shui and Cage holding a broom silently continued to clean up. Needless to think, this courtyard is so clean, it must be Shuangsong's hands to clean it. Zaitan Kiki didn't do anything. Seeing that Wolverine Changju had returned, Chi immediately climbed up and jumped to hang on his body. A pair of small hands circled his neck, and a pair of small short legs tightly coiled around him, like a sloth bear. Master, you're finally back. Chi Tianchi's little head kept rubbing against Sable Changju's arms. Sable Changju couldn't even push her away if he tried. Is he that attractive? When Wolverine Changju saw how much Chi Tianchi liked to cling to him, he couldn't help but doubt his own charm. Sable Changju admitted that he was handsome, but he wasn't so handsome that he could make a super talented disciple fall over himself, right? Wolverine Changju always felt that there was something wrong with Chi Tianchi. Could it be that he had saved her life before when she was small, and then she had silently remembered it and now came to repay the favor? But Wolverine Long Gathering looks back on these 18 years, and he hasn't done anything good. It's inexplicable. Master. Shuang Cage respectfully bowed to Sable Changju. Shuangsong was already tired and sweating from cleaning the entire yard alone. Her clothes were already drenched in fragrant sweat, and even the hair in front of her forehead was wet with sweat and stuck to her forehead. Even then she had no complaints and quietly continued cleaning alone. Seeing Shui Yinkage's weak and pitiful appearance, Wolverine Changju couldn't help but pity her. Sable Changju viciously pinched the small face of Chi Tiankiki hanging on him and said, "Look at you, doing nothing. Cage is tired like this and you are still sunbathing." Chi Tianchi grunted with her small mouth. "It's not like I want her to clean. What can I do if she has to? You little slacker still have a point?" Wolverine Changju rubbed Chi Tianchi's delicate egg-white-like face fiercely again. The feel is so good that Sable Changju is addicted to rubbing it. "Master, gently, it hurts," said Chi Tianchi aggressively. Shuang Cage looked at the two people who were so close to each other, and there were no waves in his eyes. She worshipped her master for the sole purpose of becoming strong and living. "All right, spread your hands down and gather under the tree. I'm ready to teach you our Lingxiao Sect's techniques." Sable Changju rubbed Chi Tianchi's little face one more time before saying, "Oh." Zaitan Kiki reluctantly scattered to the ground. She had been ordered to plant herself specifically on Sable Changju to protect him. Of course it's going to be glued to Sable Nagamoto 24 hours a day. Chapter 37, Master's play is really flowery. "Master, I'll wash the smell of sweat off my body before coming to listen to the sermon, can I?" Shuang Cage weakly asked. Now that she was all sweaty and sticky with clothes all over her body, it was also weirdly uncomfortable, and she was embarrassed to be sitting next to the two men in such a sloppy state. "Yes, go ahead. We'll wait for you," Sable Changju said understandingly. Then he saw that Shuangsong didn't move for a long time and couldn't help but say suspiciously, "Didn't you say you were going to take a shower?" Shuangsong lowered her head and asked in embarrassment, "Master, where else is there a bathroom here besides in your room?" She had already cleaned the entire yard today, and found that there was no bath in any of the rooms except for the Sable Chief Gathering's room, and not even a bathroom or water source except in the kitchen. But this kitchen is right next to it, or in the open air. It took Sable Changju a moment to remember that he was indeed the only one with a bath in his room here. After all, the place was designed for him to live alone in the first place. "There's no other place to bathe here other than the bath in my room, so you can go to my room to wash first, and afterward, I'll call the sect's disciples to come over and help you guys fix up a few baths," Sable Long Gathering said. "Aha." Shuang Cage nodded weakly. She had to go into Sable Changju's room, then carefully closed the door, pushing open another door in the room. A large bath appeared before her eyes. This bath came with its own constant temperature and filtration array, and there was a small stream above the bath, from which a steady stream of clear water flowed into the bath. Shuang Cage shed her clothes then gently dropped into the bath to bathe. Shuangsong's heart was startled when she finished bathing and went ashore. "Damn! I forgot to bring a change of clothes." Shuang Cage used to be accustomed to taking out clean clothes from his nascent ring to change. But where did she have such an expensive treasure as a nascent ring after being reborn? So often you take a shower and forget to bring a change of clothes with you. Shuang Cage glanced at his faded clothes, which were still stuck to the water, making them even wetter. A pang of disgust crossed her expression, which made it even more impossible to wear. "But you don't have any clothes to wear when you're like this now." Shuang Cage hesitated for a while, could only get out of the bath first and see if Sable Changju's room had any clean clothes, borrowing his to wear first. Opening the closet of sable long gathering reveals that there are actually quite a few women's clothes. So beautiful. Shuang Cage's eyes flashed with amazement as she looked at the dresses in the closet. Her hand gently stroked the material of the dresses, and in her heart, she was shocked. These dresses are actually all extraordinary quality treasured garments that are expensive. How did Master Zun buy so many of them? Shuang Cage's inner doubts were incomparable. The closet includes not only dresses and skirts but also a variety of small women's intimate apparel. Master wouldn't be a pervert, right? Shuang Cage couldn't help but feel a chill. Just then a hanging jade pendant caught her attention and she picked it up. The jade pendant reads Lingxiao Sect Patriarch Lu Lian. Lingxiao Sect Patriarch Lu Lian? Who is this? Shuang Cage was puzzled. Wasn't the Lingxiao Sect Patriarch Hua Xianshi? Thinking about the attitude of those inner sect elders towards Sable Changju, Shuang Cage seemed to have discovered some unimaginable secret. These clothes were obviously left behind by Lingxiao Sect Patriarch Lu Lian. Shuang Cage was so scared that he hurriedly closed the closet. Then she gazed over to the other two closets next to her. I thought to myself that these clothes in the closet were always Master's, right? Shuang Song opened the closet. The moment she opened it, her expression went numb once again. Another pile of women's clothing. And from the size of these clothes, it was obvious that they weren't that Lingxiao Sect Patriarch Lu Lian's. These were another woman's altogether. And there were a lot of fun intentionally ripped and torn bodices and skirts. Master Teacher plays with real flowers. Shuang Cage silently closed this closet. That image of greatness that Sable Changju had in her mind began to slowly crumble. This closet is always Master's, right? Shuang Cage opened the last closet. After seeing the male clothes in this closet, Shuang Cage breathed a sigh of relief. After picking out a clean shirt and loosely putting it on, he hurried out, trying to get back to his room to change into his own clothes. Just a short while ago a female outer sect elder came to the door and brought several sets of gorgeous brand new dresses and intimate apparel to Shuang Cage and Chi Tian Chi Chi. She had just left the house when Chi Tian Kiki said grumblingly, "Why are you so slow? Hurry up and come over. It's getting dark." Shuang Cage looked at the sun that was going down and was also filled with embarrassment. She was also too embarrassed to run back to change her clothes again and waste everyone's time. Originally, she had used up quite a bit of time in the shower. Although the material of Sable Long Polly's clothes was delicate, it was still too rough for Shuang Cage's delicate skin, and it was uncomfortable to walk. The special neckline is still low. Shuang Cage pulled the collar position tight for a moment before walking over quickly. Two white thighs were hidden under the robe. "I'm sorry, I forgot to bring a change of clothes, so I borrowed my master's clothes." Shuang Cage came to sit on the futon in front of Wolverine Changju and said. Wolverine Changju also had the feeling of wanting to laugh when he looked at Shuang Cage, who was wearing clothes that were obviously one size too big. The dress fit loosely over her. "It's fine. Since we have all the people, then I will pass on your Lingxiao Sect's technique. The Lingxiao secrets." Next it was time for the Sable Long Gathering sermon. "Speak until the sun goes down." Wolverine Changju tapped the sitting and sleeping Kitty and Kiki on the head for a moment. Chi Tian Chi Chi ate the pain and covered her little head and opened her eyes. "Is it over? Is it over?" "It's over," Sable Long Gathering said breathlessly. "Is preaching by yourself so boring?" Kiki Zaitan has been snoring without stopping. However, seeing Shuang Cage, who had already entered a state of cultivation with his eyes closed, Wolverine Changju revealed a satisfied smile. At least one of them is listening. But Shuang Cage was so engrossed in cultivation that the already loose clothes on her body slowly slid down. The neckline was too big, and her clothes were on the verge of becoming a strapless dress. At this time, the breeze came, and Shuang Song's clothes slipped down once again. Sable Changju was instantly nonplussed. This little ninny actually only had a tunic on, and was seriously naked. "Kiki, help your senior sister organize her clothes." Sable Changju stood up and walked back to the distant stone table to make tea to moisten her throat. Just on the way of preaching, Chi Tian Chi Chi insisted on being a senior sister, and Shuang Cage did not argue with her about the size of anything. Thus Chi Tian Chi Chi became a senior sister without objection, and Shuang Song became a junior sister. Chi Tian Chi Chi looked at Shuang Cage, who was engrossed in cultivation, and a hint of a bad smile flashed in her eyes, and she patted her flat chest to Wolverine Changju and said that it was wrapped around her. Then after Wolverine Changju turned to leave, Chi Tian Chi Chi raised a pair of small hands towards Shuang Cage with a wicked expression. Chapter 38, Where's that untamed look from just now? Sable Changju, who had just sat down, heard a scream from behind him, and he turned sharply to ask, "What's wrong?" Only to see Shuang Cage's blushing face with both hands tightly tugging on the neckline of the dress, and Chi Tian Chi Chi stood in front of Shuang Cage, head raised to look at the sky. A pair of small hands don't behind his back, Whistling. A look of I don't know anything. Senior. I'm fine. Shuang Cage had just thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be this junior sister of hers playing a prank. It's good that it's fine. Sable Changju saw that Shuang Song was unwilling to speak, so he didn't bother to ask deeply. It didn't take much thought to realize that it was Kiki Zaitan who had done some kind of mischief. Since you're awake, you two come over here. I'll distribute cultivation resources to you. Shuang Cage was secretly happy in his heart and hurriedly got up and walked with Chi Tian Chi Chi to sit in front of Wolverine Changju. What she needed right now were cultivation resources, and any feats were fake. Wolverine Changju took out one bottle of pills and gave it to Chi Tian Chi Chi. You've already reached the foundation establishment stage. There's no need to nibble on these pills in a hurry. First stabilize your foundation at the foundation establishment stage and settle for a period of time before breaking through. Oh, said Chi Tian Chi Chi with a bratty and disdainful look. She was tired of needing to pretend to be a little weakling at the foundation establishment stage when she was already at the spirit transformation stage. Then Wolverine Changju took out 10 bottles of elixirs and gave them to Shuang Song saying, Ink Song, you have a special physique. Eat these elixirs as candy and come back to me when you're done. Shuang Cage looked at these pills in front of him and happily said to Wolverine Changju, Thank you, Master. The activation of her 9-specter demon body would require a large amount of cultivation resources. Master, you are biased. Why only give 1 bottle to me, while junior sister is giving 10 bottles? Chi Tian Chi Chi said as she ran aggressively to Wolverine Changju's side and hugged his thigh. No, where's that bratty look you had just now? Alright, here are 9 bottles. Is that alright? Wolverine Changju took out another 9 bottles and gave them to Chi Tian Chi Chi. Only then did Chi Tian Chi Chi happily climb onto Sable Changju's lap and nestle in his arms, happily counting her bottles of pills. Shuang Cage clutched his 10 bottles of pills, stood up and bowed respectfully to Wolverine Changju, saying, Master, my disciple will go back to his room to cultivate first. Wait, this is a nascent ring. I'm giving it to you. It's easier to hold things this way. Wolverine Changju saw Shui Yinkage's careful holding of the bottle and took out a nascent sacred ring and gave it to her, saying, all else aside, Shui Yinkage, as his own personal disciple, felt too pathetic as well, a sense of not having seen the world. A little elixir and you're happy like this. Even the clothes you wear are only that one. Many thanks, Master. Shui Yinkage was filled with surprise as she put the nascent ring on her slender jade finger and collected all the pills. Finally, a nerf ring. It's hard to live without one. Shui Yinkage stroked this nascent sacred ring, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. In her last life, she was so used to having everything in her nascent sack that she didn't even prepare any luggage when she went out. As a result, after being reborn and coming back, this habit has not been able to be changed. When she came to the Lingxiao Sect for the examination, she forgot to bring all those luggage and lost them. Looking at Shui Yinkage's appearance, Sable Changju sighed. How could he lay his hands on such a pitiful disciple to force submission? Now that Wolverine Changju has survived the crisis of his imminent death, some of the bottomless things he can't do anymore. People only do things without limits when they are desperate. Let it be. As long as you tie Shui Yinkage, the daughter of Chi Luck, to your side. After Sable Changju returned to his room, he walked into the bath after a long day of labor and wanted to take a bath. Just then he saw the clothes folded on the floor. This is not. Dang. Knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. Outside the door, Shuang Song said with a red face, Master, I forgot that I didn't take my clothes. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, Hua Xiangshi came for a few days to preach to Chi Tian Chi Chi and Shuang Song. After a few visits, Hua Xiangshi huffed and puffed and never came back, because Chi Tian Chi Chi huffed and puffed every time she listened to her sermons and didn't listen at all. What was even more infuriating was that Chi Tian Chi Chi had also inexplicably cultivated from the foundation establishment stage to the Jindan stage, and the only one who listened attentively was Shuang Song. The cultivation level has remained unchanged at the first level of Qi refining. It made her morally compromised and lazy. Senior sister Yi Bufan, swear that I will treat you well. Yi Bufan said fondly as he hugged an ordinary-looking female servant disciple. The miscellaneous female disciples were also moved to tears. Although Yi Bufan had ordinary qualifications, ordinary looks and smelled like, he was considerate. Sure die I love you. The two collapsed onto the bed. 15 minutes later, Yi Bufan hugged the woman in his arms, and a wave of disgust ran through his heart. If he wasn't in a hurry for the system's rewards, he wouldn't be able to look at this ordinary-looking woman. Not even a single toe of those wives of his, Chi Tian Chi Chi, Shui Yinkage, or Hua Xiangshi. Congratulations to the host for completing the 100 killing achievement. Now releasing the reward, the host's cultivation level has increased to the foundation establishment stage. Finally, the foundation establishment stage. Yi Bufan's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. If the servant disciple's cultivation reaches the foundation establishment stage, the resources for cultivation will be relatively increased, and at the same time, he doesn't have to do some dirty work, and change it to some more relaxed work. The next day Yi Bufan came to the outer sect steward to report his cultivation. What? I have to complete the sect's mission in order to enjoy the cultivation resources of the foundation establishment stage? Yi Bufan looked at the outer sect elder in front of him with a bit of excitement. Obviously, all the other handyman disciples didn't need it, so why did it come to him that he had to complete the sect's tasks? The outer sect elder lightly glanced at Yi Bufan and said, "Yes, why haven't I even heard of such a rule before?" Yi Bufan gritted his teeth. He suspected he was being targeted. That's right, the outer gate elders were targeting him. Who told him to question the patriarch without knowing how to die? Although Huaruashi didn't explain that they were going to make things difficult for Yi Bufan, but they, the outer sect elders, just looked at Yi Bufan with displeasure. Who are you? How dare you talk to the patriarch? This stipulation didn't exist before yesterday, but only today. The outer sect elder slammed a piece of sect task paper in front of Yi Bufan. This is your mission. Go to the magical beast forest and kill a late-stage foundation establishment magical beast, and you'll be considered to have completed your mission. A late-stage foundation establishment magical beast? I'm only at the early stage of foundation establishment. What am I going to kill? Yi Bufan said angrily. I don't care about that. If you can't complete it, just honestly continue picking your dung. The outer sect elder sent Yi Bufan out the door with a slap. The people around him laughed at him when they saw it. Look, this is the kid who's in charge of picking up the manure. No wonder it smells like. Ha ha ha. One time I was taking a and he was picking at it, and then I accidentally sprayed in his face. You're disgusting. Vom. Yi Bufan listened to the comments of the people around him, and his face was blue as a sheet. This picking status is something he doesn't want to wear on his head for a minute. Every day picking manure, disgusted to his meals cannot eat, the whole person a month down or thin 20 pounds. Chapter 39 I am the protagonist. Jumping off the cliff must not die. Yi Bufan honestly went to the magical beast forest to kill the magical beasts even though he had more grievances in his heart. There happened to be a magical beast forest not far from the Lingxiao Sect. The cultivation level of the magical beasts in here was not too high, the highest being the Yuaning stage. Right now Yi Bufan's biggest problem was that he couldn't fly with a sword yet and could only walk to the magical beast forest with his feet. Sword flying required a cultivation level of Jindan stage or higher. Yi Bufan was sweating furiously on the road. Looking at the poisonous sun in the sky, he was suffocating his heart to the core. Obviously you are the protagonist. Why do you have to suffer this kind of pain? Right at this moment, a silhouette came to Yi Bufan's side with a sword. It was a good-looking woman who wore the clothes of an inner disciple of the Lingxiao Sect. Senior brother, where are you going? The woman asked with a smile. B-quality beauty detected. Yi Bufan's system beep sounded in his head. Yi Bufan also secretly swallowed his mouth when he saw this woman in front of him. Although this woman's appearance was much worse than Shuang Cage and the other women, she was still considered a beauty. After eating so much pig food during this period of time, it was rare to see food that he could finally put his mouth on after. Even if it was just ordinary dishes, it made his mouth water. At the same time, Yi Bufan's heart was full of complacency. It was true that he was the protagonist. Wherever he went, he was accompanied by beautiful women. Senior sister, I want to go to the magical beast forest in front. Yi Bufan said with a confident smile. The disgusting look in the woman's eyes flickered away, revealing a gentle smile and said, I see that you're only at the foundation establishment stage. If you're relying on walking, it's estimated that it'll take until nightfall before you can get to the magical beast forest. And I just happen to be heading to the magical beast forest to pick up some herbs as well, so why don't I give you a ride on my way? Yi Bufan pretended to excuse himself with a difficult expression. Will this delay senior sister's time? It won't become up senior brother. The woman covered her mouth and laughed softly. Then I'll trouble senior sister. Yi Bufan climbed onto the woman's flying sword with a proper expression. It also deliberately stood at the very back, keeping its distance from the woman. Yi Bufan secretly laughed in his heart. He was the best at trying to escape. You want to get close to me? I have to stay away from you and hold you to the death. Then the two of them set off with their swords. What is your name? Senior brother, the woman asked. My name is Yi Bufan. I dare to ask senior sister her name. Yi Bufan had the demeanor of a gentleman. Me? My name is Little Grass. Just call me sister. The woman made up a random name. Oh, so it's senior sister Grass. Yi Bufan's heart was obscene to the extreme. Sure is a good name. Grass is speechless. He has just casually made up a name. Also did not think of this layer of meaning. To Yi Bufan that virtue. Now the heart must be in the crooked up. In half an hour, Xiao Chao brought Yi Bufan to land in the magic beast forest. Senior brother, I'm going to look for medicine. See you again sometime. Xiao Chao put Yi Bufan down and then flew away with his sword without looking back. Yi Bufan looked at Xiao Chao's back and slapped himself hard. What are you pretending? Now it's good. Sister Grass has run away. She must have felt she couldn't see her to be so cold to her. And now she's sad. Yi Bufan regretted it and sighed. He could only think of warming up to her if he met again next time. But where is this place? Yi Bufan said doubtfully as he looked at the giant trees in the sky around him. It was his first time in this magical beast forest and he was unfamiliar with the place. On the other side, the grass didn't go far. She put away her sword to hide her breath and came back quietly, hiding in the shadows and looking at Yi Bufan, the killing intent in her eyes undisguised. Now you're not dead? Xiao Chao's real name is Liang Jia, age 960, cultivation level holy infant stage. She is in the same generation as Li Changlu and the others, and she is also the little fan sister of Wolverine Changju. Sable Changju had been keeping an eye on Yi Bufan's movements this month. He was aware of Yi Bufan's breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage. This task of killing the late stage of Foundation establishment was still personally ordered by Sable Changju. The purpose was to get Yi Bufan out of the clan and then finish him off. Yi Bufan lived one more day. Sable Changju's heart felt unsettled. He couldn't possibly say that he let Yi Bufan keep developing. The Lingxiao Sect's rule was that they could not kill each other. However, they could kill each other with a borrowed knife. As an outer sect steward, Liang Jia followed Sable Changju's orders to keep a watchful eye on Yi Bufan, and had long since gotten a clear picture of Yi Bufan's character. Yi Bufan cheated one handyman female disciple a day, and in just a month's time, there were already 30 handyman female disciples for him to spoil. Together with Yi Bufan's previous behavior during the disciple examination, Liang Jia had long ago been unable to resist slapping him to death. Now she disguised herself as a kind senior sister and directly tricked Yi Bufan into getting on her sword. Then she brought Yi Bufan to the center of the magical beast forest and put him down. This place was surrounded by Yuaning stage magical beasts. She didn't believe that a small Foundation establishment stage Yi Bufan could still escape in the mouth of this group of Yuaning stage magical beasts. Yi Bufan looked at his surroundings. There was always an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. His intuition told him to leave this place immediately. Yi Bufan immediately turned around and ran on both feet. The moment he ran, a few hissing sounds were heard, and from the shadows, a Yuaning stage magical beast sprang out to pounce at him. Yuaning stage magic beast. Yi Bufan's face paled when he saw this magical beast. He was only at the Foundation establishment stage. How was he so unlucky to have encountered a Yuaning stage demonic beast? Yi Bufan didn't have the slightest doubt that this was all the work of Senior Sister Grass. In his imagination, it was too late for Senior Sister Grass to love him. How could she even harm him? Yi Bufan in this kind of time life and death moments also do not hide pinch. Before the system rewards obtained all used. For a while, the Yuaning stage demonic beast couldn't catch up with him. This surprised Liang Jia a bit. How can a Foundation stage be so fast? But in front of us is the immortal falling cliff. As long as you fall down you'll be suppressed by the laws underneath the immortal falling cliff. And even a heavenly Xin stage powerhouse will instantly lose all of their cultivation and become an ordinary person. It's already a dead end. Liang Jia sneered. Sure enough, Yi Bufan arrived in front of the falling immortal cliff and looked at the bottomless cliff below with a desperate expression. There was no way out. The Yuaning stage magical beast ruled as it slowly approached Yi Bufan unhurriedly. Yi Bufan's expression was desperate. Looking at the cliff behind him and then at the Yuaning stage demonic beast in front of him, he had a hard heart and jumped directly down the cliff. Old me is the main character. Jumping off a cliff will not kill me. Yi Bufan yelled for courage. Chapter 40, Crystal Coffin Beauty. Liang Jia walked out from the distance, slapping the Yuaning stage demonic beast to death with a slap, and said in amusement, jumping off a cliff and still yelling, walking over to the falling immortal cliff and looking down at the bottomless depths below, Shinana said, now I don't believe that you're still alive. Liang Jia then summoned her sword and flew back to the Lingxiao Sect by sword. On the peak of the mountain, Sable Changju, who was lying in a rocking chair and sleeping, felt a breathlessness, and his nose was full of the body fragrance of a young girl. No need to think, it must be Zaitan Kiki sneaking on top of him to sleep again. Sable Changju opened his eyes, and as soon as he picked up Chi Tian Chi-Chi's tiny, petite 1 meter 3 tall body and threw it into the small rocking chair next to him. Yeah, it hurts. Chi Tianchi exclaimed in pain. Why does this rebellious disciple of yours like to sleep on me every day? Wolverine Changju viciously knocked Chi Tianchi's little head. Wolverine Long Polyar for Chi Tianchi to prepare an exclusive her sleep rocking chair, lest she find an excuse every day to have to squeeze with him to sleep in a rocking chair. But she still keeps climbing on top of herself to sleep, because it's comfortable to sleep on Master's body. Chi Tianchi said with a straight face. Sable Changju's chaotic god body was simply too attractive to her. Sleeping with the chaos god body in his arms was numbing. Can you learn from your senior sister? Wolverine Changju had been next to Shui Encage, who was meditating and practicing. At this time, she had stopped cultivating and opened her eyes to look at the two living treasures who quarreled every day. Look at how hard your senior sister cultivates every day. And you? Every day is nothing but eating and sleeping. Can you have some motivation? Sable Changju said with hatred. Didn't I learn this from you, Master? It's not like you don't do nothing but eat and sleep every day. Master. Chi Tianchi grunted with her arms crossed. Sable Changju was momentarily speechless, as if he really was. I can't help it. It's been like this for so many years. I've gotten used to not practicing. I can't change it. Besides, what's the point of senior sister cultivating so hard every day? It's still the same as the first level of chi refining? And what about me? Already at the Jindan stage. Chi Tianchi tilted her little face and said condescendingly. Shui Encage expression innocent. You two quarrel, do not bring me ah. Just at this time, Sable Changju's summoning talisman came to the message. Sable Changju lazy care Chi Tianchi this little lowly, took out the summoning talisman and read it. It's a letter from Liang Jai. A detailed description of what just happened. Fell off a cliff? Sable Changju had a bit of a bad feeling. How does such a plot development feel so familiar? Isn't this a fictional trope? He was a big booze himself, then sent his men to kill the protagonist, who ended up falling off a cliff. And in the end, the protagonist not only didn't die but also got a strange encounter to become more powerful. This plot development is a bit of a bad idea. Yi Bufan definitely didn't die when he fell off the cliff, or else he would have received a hint from the system. What cliff fall? Chi Tianchi curiously burrowed into Wolverine Changju's arms, wanting to peek at the message of the summoning talisman. Wolverine Changju put away the summoning talisman and fiercely pinched Chi Tianchi's delicate little face, saying, Don't meddle in the affairs of grown-ups children. Who's a kid? People are 18 years old. Chi Tianchi said exasperatedly. If you don't want to show me, don't show me. Say it like I want to see it. Cheapskate. Wolverine Changju laughed as she picked up Chi Tianchi by the back collar and lifted her like a kitten out of her arms and onto her little rocking chair. You guys cultivate well? For Master to go out. Sable Changju said to the two girls. Aha. Shui Encage nodded. Where are you going, Master? I want to go too. Chi Tianchi pounced over and hung onto Wolverine Changju. Wolverine Changju blackened his face as he clapped his hands around her small armpits and shoved her into Shuangsong's arms, ordering, Song, keep an eye on your senior sister. Good. Shui Encage hugged Chi Tianchi and smiled. During the month spent with the two, Shuangsong was really happy. It really won't be boring with Zaitan Kiki as a living treasure. Only then did Wolverine Longgathering send his sword away. He knew about the falling fairy cliff. He didn't think that a tiny foundation stage Yi Bufan could be immune to the mysterious laws of the fallen immortal cliff and fall down and still live. Then the only explanation was that mysterious law of the falling immortal cliff had failed. Either way, Sable Longgathering was going to make the trip. Soon Sable Changju came to the front of the falling immortal cliff, and for safety's sake, he took out a Jindan stage puppet and let the puppet go down first to see if that mysterious law of the falling immortal cliff had failed. If that mysterious law of the falling immortal cliff hadn't failed, then the puppet would have become a pile of scrap wood falling directly out of control. The Jindan stage puppet Imperial Sword descending towards the fallen immortal cliff actually did not show any abnormality. The mysterious laws of the fallen immortal cliff have indeed failed. Sable Changju hurriedly followed the puppet and imperialized his sword. He was going down to interrupt Yi Bufan from getting some mysterious chance. Although he couldn't make a move on Yi Bufan, he could still do some damage. You want a chance? Did you ask me? Yi Bufan, who had fallen unconscious at the bottom of the cliff, opened his eyes. Ha ha ha, I'm not dead. I didn't die. I knew I'm the main character, I can't die. Yi Bufan said excitedly, thanks to the mountain of white bones underneath him giving him a little patting. Egu, it hurts. Yi Bufan felt pain all over his body after being happy. He looked at his body for a moment and realized that not a single piece of skin on his entire body was in good condition, covered with large and small wounds that were constantly oozing blood, and even a few of his ribs were broken. However, at this moment, He had no time to care about his injuries as he quickly walked towards the front with heavy steps, because there was actually a magnificent palace not far in front of him. This palace must have his chance hangover. Yi Bufan pushed the door of the palace open with force. Only in the center of the palace was a high platform with a crystal coffin on top of it. Is this a graveyard? Yi Bufan was puzzled to the extreme in his heart as he walked up to the high platform step by step. When came to this crystal coffin in front of his people are stupid. Good, beautiful. The crystal coffin contained a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in red. She lay in it quietly with her eyes closed, as if asleep. And when Yi Bufan saw this stunningly beautiful woman, the system in his head was beating like crazy. SSS quality beauty detected. SSS quality beauty detected. SSS quality beauty detected. Yi Bufan's system kept broadcasting over and over again. Yi Bufan sucked in a breath. It was the first time he had seen a SSS level beauty. The last time I saw Hua Xiangshi was only a SS quality beauty. The sleeping woman in front of her was also indeed beautiful, and the SSS rating was reasonable. She must be the wife for me. Yi Bufan was excited to the core. According to the routine, as long as he had awakened her, she would simply recognize him as her husband and serve him for the rest of her life. However, when Yi Bufan reached out to touch this crystal coffin, a barrier directly bounced him off the high platform and fell down. There was a click and his leg was broken. Yi Bufan burst into tears in pain. His knee fell to 90 degrees, and the excruciating pain was just not pleasant. Just then a figure flew into the palace with an imperial sword and landed on the high platform. Yi Bufan's face turned green when he saw that there were other people coming here, and he didn't care about his broken leg. He climbed up to the high platform. This crystal coffin beauty is his wife. Can't let anyone else dabble. Chapter 41, She opens her eyes. The person standing on the high platform was none other than Sable Changju. As soon as he came into this palace, he saw Yi Bufan, who had been bounced off, and couldn't help but curiously fly up to the high platform to see what was going on then. Upon seeing the woman in the crystal coffin, Sable Changju nodded appreciatively. Not bad, a superb beauty, but alas a dead one. There wasn't a single breath left of this woman in the crystal coffin. Seeing her in this big red wedding dress, she should be an infatuated woman who died for love. If she came one step too late, she was going to be spoiled by Yi Bufan. Even the corpses. Sable Changju touched the crystal coffin with his hand and was a bit shocked. It's a crystal coffin made of an innate treasure. No wonder it could immortalize the flesh of this woman lying inside. Asshole! What are you doing touching my wife? Stumbling and climbing up to the place at the high platform, his face turned green when he saw Sable Changju's hand on the crystal coffin. Obviously he hadn't even touched it himself, but now he was letting him do it instead. Yi Bufan recognized Sable Changju as the lewd inner sect elder who had taken in the two girls, Shi Tian Chichi and Shuiying Cage. Hence the great hostility toward him. Sable Changju said with contempt in his eyes, "What's your wife? Can you people be any more disgusting? You don't even spare corpses. And didn't you see the words engraved on the crystal coffin?" Sable Changju pointed to a line of golden letters next to the crystal coffin. What word? Yi Bufan looked towards the line of sight that Sable Changju was pointing at. The wife of the Chaos Emperor. Those who desecrate will be executed. Yi Bufan read out all the words word by word. After reading it out, Yi Bufan's expression became embarrassed. What? Is she still your wife? A dead man's corpse is not even spared. Sable Changju patted the crystal coffin with a teasing expression and said to Yi Bufan. The character of Chaos Emperor Sable Changju was the first time he had heard of it, and it was estimated to be a character from the super ancient era. The fallen immortal cliff had always been a forbidden place in the Longxian continent. The reason why even a Tianxian stage will instantly turn into an ordinary person and fall to his death is because there is a Tianxian stage stupid batch of unbelieving people who jumped to their deaths. In fact, if that was the case, not even a strong person at the god transformation stage would dare to jump off this immortal fall cliff. The mountain of white bones below the immortal fall cliff is what happens when you jump off. Yi Bufan had an awkward expression. Actually, corpses are fine. The woman in this crystal coffin is of SSS level quality. Yi Bufan raised his head to look at the crystal coffin, and then he saw that the woman in the crystal coffin had opened her eyes at some point, and her eyes were coldly staring at him. It was a pair of emotionless death stare. Yi Bufan was so scared that he instantly fell to the ground, and Blue Star's memories of that Chinese horror were activated, and with a horrified expression, he pointed at the woman in the crystal coffin and said, "Ghosts, there are ghosts." She opened her eyes. Sable Changju frowned and turned his head, seeing that the woman in the crystal coffin still had her beautiful eyes closed as she had just done, like she was asleep. "Where's the ghost? I think it's you who's being paranoid." Sable Changju was pretty sure that the coffin contained a dead man. He also did not feel comfortable leaving this crystal coffin woman here. Yi Bufan, this pervert can do anything now. So with a wave of his hand, he took the entire crystal coffin into his nascent soul. Yi Bufan was very unwilling in his heart when he saw the crystal coffin that had disappeared. Even if that woman is a ghost, she's still his wife. Damn, Sable Changju stole his wife again. After Sable Changju gave a cold snort, he left with his sword. There's nothing of value here except this crystal coffin. Yi Bufan, after that glare from the woman in the ice coffin just now, was also chilled at the moment, wanting to get out of here in a hurry. He hurriedly shouted, "Elder Wolverine, take the disciple a ride back together chant." Sable Changju hated Yi Bufan to die here. How could he still bring him back with him? Wolverine long gathering before going back, also by the way, in that pile of white bone mountain in those nascent sacred magic treasure all away. A little something also do not leave for Yi Bufan. Wolverine Changju had wanted to go and catch the 2 Yuaning stage magical beasts in this magical beast forest and throw them off the falling immortal cliff to accompany Yi Bufan to play. But the system said that this behavior of his was too obvious, and it would be affirmed by Yi Bufan that it was him who had done it. Wolverine Changju also had no choice but to stop the Imperial Sword to go back. Returning to the sect, Wolverine Changju didn't care about the 2 girls, Chi Tian Chi and Shuang Cage, and directly returned to the room and closed the door. Wolverine Changju released this crystal coffin. He carefully scrutinized the crystal coffin. Looking at the woman in the crystal coffin, he couldn't help but have a trace of curiosity in his heart. He tried to use his spiritual power to probe into it, trying to sense the woman's breath and cultivation, but unexpectedly found that the coffin could actually isolate all external probes, as if it had become a world of its own. Sable Changju gazed at the woman inside the crystal coffin, feeling more and more strange in his heart. He knew deep down that this was not just an effect that could be achieved by a simple innate spiritual treasure. It was more as if it contained some kind of power that surpassed his cognition. Could it be? Sable Changju's heart stirred, and he suddenly thought of an ancient legend about those supreme treasures that could reverse life and death and transcend reincarnation. Could it be that this crystal coffin is that legendary object against the heavens? Is the woman in here waiting for a chance to come back to life? Sable Changju's expression got a bit strange. To think that this is Yi Bufan's chance, and Yi Bufan's system. It's not like she'll come back to life after sleeping with her, is it? This is too much of a stretch. You know that the woman in this crystal coffin is the wife of that Chaos Emperor or whatever. Sleeping with the wife of a great emperor. What balls? Various thoughts tumbled through Sable Changju's mind, and in the end, he shook his head, putting those absurd thoughts behind him. He gathered his mind and tried different attacks on this crystal coffin. However, no matter how he tried, the crystal coffin did not react in the slightest. It's like a regular coffin. This innate spiritual treasure is too strange, isn't it? I attacked it and it didn't even react at all. How can such a crystal coffin properly protect the woman inside it? It's only passive. Sable Long Gathering is puzzled, glancing out the window. It was dark. Today's busy day was also a bit tired. Sable Changju yawned and put the crystal coffin into the nascent sphere. Then undress and go to bed. Soon, Sable Long Gathering was in dreamland. Suddenly, the nano ring on Sable Changju's hand flashed. A woman in a red wedding dress appeared at the side of Sable's Long Gathering bed. She was none other than the stunningly beautiful woman from the Crystal Pavilion. The moment she appeared, the room formed a field that cut off everything. The woman stood with an icy expression in front of Sable Changju's bed and stared at him for a long time. Her eyes were disgusted to the extreme, and her small mouth slightly opened to coldly say, "A Holy Spirit stage mole cricket." The woman looked at Sable Changju with eyes that did not hide her dislike at all. After a long time, she sighed softly and climbed onto the bed gently as if resigned to her fate, her cold petite body tightly holding Sable Changju in her arms. The woman's icy body heat caused Sable Changju to shiver, but showed no signs of coming to his senses. The woman never thought that her future husband would be a Holy Spirit stage mole cricket. She couldn't figure out that Sable Changju, who was a chaotic god body, even if he practiced with his feet, he wouldn't be 1,000 years old and still only in the Holy Spirit stage. The woman had a special physique and needed to absorb the chaos god body's breath to continue to live. And for tens of millions of years, she had slept in a crystal coffin, waiting for the chaos god body to wake her up. But he didn't want to wait for such a strange chaotic god body. Humph, how can such an ant deserve to be my husband? After I have absolutely no use for a mole like you, I'll kick your ass. The woman thought fiercely with a pair of jade hands around Sable Changju's neck. Chapter 42. You wait to die tonight. The next morning, Sable Changju opened his eyes, feeling sore and weak. Last night he had a nightmare of being ghosted. He was choked by a female ghost in red. He tried to struggle but found that all his limbs were under his control. His head was awake but he couldn't break his eyes, and the ghost in red was identical to the one lying in the crystal coffin. Sable Changju took the crystal coffin out and looked at the woman in red inside as usual. He said, a bit puzzled, "There can't really be a ghost, can there? So evil." Sable Changju took out a mirror and looked into it, realizing that he actually had 2 heavy black circles under his eyes, and muttered to himself, "I shouldn't really have been sucked up by a female ghost last night for young Chi, right?" The woman in the crystal pavilion opened her eyes and couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth into a smile as she looked at this appearance of Sable Changju. She didn't hold back last night, sucking Sable long gathering of young Chi. Sucking a little fierce indeed. The Crystarium woman is now in a state of pseudo-death and has not yet been fully revived. Wolverine Changju turned his head to look at the woman inside the crystal coffin and said hesitantly, "The woman in this coffin is a bit unlucky, and it always feels a bit unlucky if I bring it with me. But, if you don't bring it around, it will definitely fall into Yi Bufan's hands." The crystal pavilion woman was furious in her heart when she heard the words of Sable Changju. How dare this damn man call her bad luck? You wait to die tonight. Sable Changju pushed open the door of the room and walked out after collecting the crystal coffin. The moment he stepped out of the room, a little loli pounced on him and hung onto him. "Good morning, Master." Chi Tian Chi hugged Sable Changju's neck and sucked on it. Inhaling, she frowned and muttered inwardly, "Why does it feel like the chaotic god body aura on the young master is much weaker?" Wolverine Changju hugged the warm and soft Chi Tianchi who was plastered to her body and yawned. "Come down. I'm going to go to the rocking chair to lie down and take a nap." Zaiten Kiki can only sulk as she slides down the long poly neck of the sable, slides up her thighs, and then lands to play elsewhere. Wolverine Changju sent a message to Liang Jia, asking her to send someone to the falling immortal cliff to monitor Yi Bufan's movements underneath, and find an opportunity to create an accident. The day Yi Bufan didn't die, Sable Changju's heart wouldn't be solid for a day. Su Liang Jia sent back a message saying that an old woman had just brought Yi Bufan back to the Lingxiao Sect. This old woman's identity was the supreme elder of the Lingxiao Sect, who had left the Lingxiao Sect 3,000 years ago to travel the world, and was only now returning to the sect. Wolverine Changju had to admire Yi Bufan's endurance after watching this. Even the old granny could lay her hands on him. There were only 2 conditions for wanting to become a supreme elder in the Lingxiao Sect. Condition 1, selection by seniority reputation. For example, a person like Hua Shangshi would automatically become a Taishan elder after stepping down from the position of patriarch. Condition 1's Taishan elders enjoyed the highest rights and treatment in the sect, and even had the right to dismiss the sect leader. Condition 2, cultivation at the transitional stage. Condition 2 became a Taishan elder although the power was not as great as the Taishan elder of Condition 1, but it also possesses the power second only to the sect leader in the Lingxiao Sect. And according to Liang Jia said, with take Yi Bufan back to the Lingxiao Sect that the Supreme Elder is the condition of the second Supreme Elder. The name of Ma Yu Shang, the cultivation level is the early stage of the transition, and also accept Yi Bufan as a personal disciple now. What a way to let Yi Bufan grow stronger without paying attention. Wolverine long gathering secretly suffocated to the extreme. If it wasn't for the fact that the broken system couldn't allow him to directly start a conflict with Yi Bufan, he would have immediately crushed the peak Tianqi stage experience card that the system had given him to exterminate Yi Bufan. Now that Yi Bufan had climbed up to the Supreme Elder and had even become her personal disciple, it was difficult to do so, and he could no longer be trapped as casually as before. If others knew that he, Sable Changju, had sent someone to kill the Supreme Elder's own disciple, even Hua Xiangshi wouldn't be able to protect him. The Lingxiao Sect expressly forbids fellow disciples from killing each other. Before Yi Bufan's identity as a handyman disciple is okay. Kill it, die a handyman disciple. The clan is lazy. But now Yi Bufan's status had changed to become the personal disciple of the Supreme Elder. A mountain peak, an ordinary-looking youth was held in the arms of an old woman. Master, you must do right by my disciple. That Sable Changju is really bullying people too much. Yi Bufan choked with aggression and said to Ma Yushan. Ma Yushan's cultivation had been stuck at the early stage of the ferrying stage for 10,000 years already, and her great limit was approaching. Yesterday, when she wanted to return to the Lingxiao Sect to sit down, she passed by the fallen immortal cliff and realized that the mysterious law power of the fallen immortal cliff had disappeared. So she took a chance and flew straight down the fallen immortal cliff to see what opportunities were available. Then she met Yi Bufan. In the end, under Yi Bufan's operation, Ma Yushang, the old woman, was successfully taken down by him. That Sable Changju is obviously just a Holy Spirit stage. But he didn't know which senior level of the sovereign was bribed to make him an inner sect elder. And with him being a lewd person, I was in love with Shuangsong and Chi Tai and Kiki, and worshipped in the Lingxiao Sect together. and that Wolverine Changju saw Xuanzang and Qi Tianqiqi after lust, coerced and seduced them to become his personal disciples. In actuality, he coveted their beauty. Xuanzang and Qi Tianqiqi lived in deep water and fire every day. Not only that, after he knew that the person in Xuanzang and Qi Tianqiqi's heart was me, he also intentionally made things difficult for me within the gate, making me do some dirty work of picking dung. What's even more detestable is that I was the first one to come down from this falling immortal cliff, and the treasures, pills, and so on in that palace originally belonged to me. But that despicable villain, Mink Changju, suddenly appeared, seized my pills and spiritual treasures, and even seriously injured me, leaving me at the fallen immortal cliff to fend for myself. It's really shameless to the extreme. Yi Bufan cried and accused Sable Changju of various behaviors. Ma Yushang's face also turned blue after hearing this, patting Yi Bufan's back to comfort him. This Sable Changju is also too lawless. I didn't expect that the Lingxiao Sect would degenerate to such a level after only 3 short millennia of my old self leaving the Lingxiao Sect. He actually allowed a Holy Spirit stage scum to become an inner sect elder? Disciple, don't worry. With my master here. Today my master is going to make a decision for you. Master, you're so nice. Yi Bufan forced his nausea to hug and kiss Ma Yushang. Although the hemp feather dress quality evaluation was B grade, the cultivation score accounted for 90% of this B grade evaluation. Chapter 43, Don't Blow It, over. While Wolverine Changju was agonizing over how to get rid of Yi Bufan, Li Changlu came to Wolverine Changju's yard with his sword on his face. Senior brother, something big is wrong. Supreme Elder Ma Yushang has convened an impeachment meeting in the law enforcement hall, naming you for impeachment, and all of the free Supreme Elders within the sect have attended. An impeachment assembly? Isn't this directed at the sovereign? I, a mere inner sect elder, is also worthy of her impeachment assembly? Sable Changju sat up from his rocking chair with a puzzled expression. He hasn't found Yi Bufan's trouble yet, but Yi Bufan is looking for him first. Senior, what is the impeachment assembly? Qi Tianqiqi asked curiously. When Shuang Cage saw the look on Li Qinglu's face, he knew that this time the matter was not simple. What do little kids care so much about? You guys cultivate well for me, I'll go and come back. After dropping these words, Wolverine Changju left with Li Changlu. At this moment, in the law enforcement hall of the Lingxiao Sect, there were 10 old men sitting on the main seats. They're all the Supreme Elders. Among them was Hemp Hashimoto. The thousands of people present were all inner sect elders, except for the 10 Tai Shang elders on the main seat. The Lingxiao Sect had almost all of its inner sect elders present as well, except for those who were in seclusion. Li Jianyuan and Drunken Dreamer were also there. The two of them stood at the front. Jianyuan Li silently hugged his sword with his eyes closed. The Drunken Dreamer side looked drunk and gulped down his drink. Ma Yushang's eyebrows furrowed at the sight of Drunken Dreamer's appearance, seeing that the Lingxiao Sect was really in trouble. Even a stinking drunkard can be an inner sect elder. Yo Asako, haven't seen you for 3,000 years. Why are you so angry as soon as you come back? Old man Zhao gnawed on his melon seeds and laughed. Because some crookedness within the sect old me just can't watch anymore. Ma Yushang said in a serious manner. It's rumored that you took in a personal disciple as soon as you returned. Oh, is that the one? Granny Liang said with a meaningful expression, pointing at the ordinary-looking youth in front of them. Aha! Ma Yushang nodded. Speaking of which, where has the girl she gone? Such a big deal and she doesn't even see anyone? Old man Lu had an expression of watching a good show. Originally they didn't want to come to this boring impeachment meeting, but as soon as they heard that the impeachment was of Hua Xiangshi's precious disciple, Sable Changju, they immediately came to be interested and purely came to eat melons. Hua Xiangshi was notoriously protective of her 2 disciples, especially this Sable Changju. Once even if they say Sable Long gathering a few cultivation waste, big truth also to be her a meal of yin and yang, especially now that her cultivation level is still in the middle stage of the transition. I'm really afraid of her lifting the coffin board. How did Ma Yushang dare to open an impeachment meeting against Hua Xiangshi's precious disciple, Sable Changju? As soon as he came up, it was probably because Ma Yushang hadn't returned to the Lingxiao Sect for 3,000 years and hadn't yet gotten a clear picture of the situation. Shiryata left the clan in the morning and went out. I don't know where she's going, but I've already sent a message to her, and she's on her way back. So let's wait for her, Granny Liang said with a smile. Then should we wait for Shirya too? Old man Zhao said in a false and sympathetic manner. Knowingly, Old man Lu said cheaply. Waiting for Hua Xiangshi to come back, this impeachment meeting cannot be opened. Ma Yushang felt a bit puzzled when she heard their conversation. Who is this girl? Ma Yushang had been traveling to other realms for the past 3,000 years and hadn't paid any attention to the Lingxiao Sect. so she didn't recognize Hua Xiangshi. Soon Sable Changju arrived with Li Changlu, senior brother Sable, Jian Yuanli, drunken Dream Shang, and the others saluted Sable Changju in unison. Aha! Sable Long Gathering answered as a response. Ma Yushan laughed coldly in her heart when she saw this scene. She felt that Sable Changju was giving her a hard time, saying to her that these inner sect elders were all his people. After all, these inner sect elders didn't say a word when they saw her, a Tai Shang elder, while they shouted in unison when they saw him. It seemed that something was really wrong with the Lingxiao Sect. Inner sect elder Wolverine Changju greets all the supreme elders. Wolverine Changju respectfully saluted the 10 elders on the main seat. Humph! Ma Yushang snorted coldly, picking up the tea and slowly savoring it, not giving Sable Changju the slightest bit of face, and the remaining 9 Tai Shan elders all nodded their heads in response with smiles on their faces. Elder Wolverine, you don't have to care about us, we're just here to observe. The presiding officer of this conference is wifey Ma Yushang, Old Man Zhao said with a smile. First hurry to clear the relationship with Ma Yushang, so that Hua Xiangshi misunderstand that he is with Ma Yushang's gang. Together to make things difficult for her precious disciple will be troublesome. Right. Elder Sable, you don't have to be nervous. We are just bystanders. Don't care about us. The main thing is that Ma Yushang's wife is still asking questions. The other Taishan elders all made their positions clear. Ma Yushang felt puzzled by their words. It always felt like something was wrong. But it's not like they have a problem saying it. They are indeed all on the sidelines. And she is the one presiding over this impeachment meeting. After Sable Changju and the 9 elders of the Supreme Elders had finished being polite, Ma Yushan placed the teacup heavily on the table, making a pang sound. The scene was awfully quiet, and the atmosphere was beginning to grow stark. Do you know the offense? Sable Changju? Ma Yushan drank coldly. Jian Yuanli, drunken Dream Shang, and the others' gazes were instantly icy cold as they stared at Ma Yushan in unison. Ma Yushan didn't care about their gazes at all. Dare I ask Taishan Elder Ma, what is my offense? Sable Changju said in a cold voice. Bu Fan! Ma Yushang shouted. Yi Bufan stood out and pointed at Wolverine Changju and said, You, Wolverine Changju, spied on the beauty of my friends, Shuang Song and Chi Tian Chi, and used your status as an inner sect elder to coerce and seduce the 2 women into being your playthings. How dare you not admit it? Yi Bufan thought of his wife has been Sable Long Gathering night and night, and he ached. Who wants one that's already conditioned if they don't have to? Wolverine Changju was dumbfounded after hearing this. He thought that his instructing Liang Jiayi to assassinate Yi Bufan had been exposed. I didn't realize that all that thinking about what to say was for nothing. Ridiculous. I have lived a life of candor. How could I do such a thing? I only saw the cultivation qualifications of the 2 women, Shuang Song and Chi Tian Kiki, and accepted them as my personal disciples. How did it come to your mouth that I became a bully? Sable Changju shouted angrily with great righteousness. That's right. How could senior brother be this kind of person? You disciple don't defile my senior brother's innocence out of thin air. What do you mean my senior brother spying on beauty? I think it's you, a lewd disciple. Who spies on their beauty? My senior brother is a decent man. What kind of person is he? Aren't we clear? And you're still coercing him? Simply a bunch of nonsense. Li Changlu and the others spoke up for Sable Changju. Hearing their words, Sable Changju was strangely embarrassed in his heart. Brothers? In fact, brother isn't as saintly as you make him out to be. Don't blow it out of proportion. It's over. It's over. Chapter 44, How can a toad like you want to eat swan meat? Acacia Sect. Hua Xiangshi and Shi Nengman sat on the gazebo. Aizu Yuan stood next to them and poured tea and water for the 2 of them. Burning Nong Man, is this the precious disciple you've been hiding for more than 20 years? Hua Xiangshi looked at Baizu Yuan, who exuded a cool aura, and couldn't help but be a little skeptical that she was really Shi Nenman's disciple. How could Shi Nenman's character be so? How could he teach a cool disciple? Shouldn't it burn like her? What? Like it? Give it to your precious disciple and your family so that we can kiss each other. Shi Nongman pulled Bai Chu Yuan into his arms and smiled. Bik Yuan was speechless as she listened. Before that Shi Nangman told her that Hua Xiangshi's disciple is the young master she will serve, and she was asked not to reveal her true identity cultivation. Forget it, you man-eating Acacia Sect goblins. My disciple won't be able to stand up to you. Hua Xiangshi refused. This can't be done. My disciple has reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and needs a chaperone to break through. Thinking of cheaper others, or else cheaper your precious disciple. Just borrowing your precious disciple for just a bit. Shi Nongman giggled. Not even with a single use. How could Hua Xiangshi agree? Are you sure? My family's apprentice's physique is a bit special. Whoever can get her will improve the other's physique. Shinang Man said mysteriously. Hearing this, Hua Xiangshi came to be interested. This kind of physique was also known to her. It was just very rare. Are you sure? Improving your physique is something that is much better. Something that people across the continent are grabbing for. Hua Xiangshi was worried about Sable Changju's future stuck in another realm for the rest of his life. Can I still lie to you? Shinang Man said with conviction. Just as Hua Xiangshi wanted to ask deeper, her summoning talisman lit up, and she stood up with a gloomy face after reading the contents. What's wrong? Big Shy. Shinang Man asked. I have urgent matters to go back. Keep your disciple for me. I'll discuss the details with you later. After Hua Xiangshi dropped a sentence, she hurriedly left with her sword. What's so urgent? Shinang Man was a bit strange. Master, am I going to serve the young master so soon? Bai Chu Yuan nestled in Shinang Man's arms and greedily inhaled her body fragrance. You are gifted and smart. You have learned all my knowledge so quickly. It's time to go to the battlefield. Shinang Man's jade hand gently caresses Bai Chu Yuan's soft waist. She's waiting for Baekhyuan to teach her after she's done with the battlefield. It's still you, Master. Who taught me well? Lingxiao Sect Law Enforcement Hall. Am I talking nonsense? It's an indisputable fact that you coerced Xuanxing that day in front of the entire continent of spectators. The entire continent is laughing at our Lingxiao Sect and at you, the shameless to the core inner sect elder. Yi Bufan roared with red eyes. Alright, you guys arguing like this is also fruitless. Why don't you call that Xuanxing and Chi Tai and Kiki's two disciples to come here and question them on the spot? Won't that make things clear? Old man Zhao didn't mind too much and coaxed. Right. The parties involved will know once they are all present. Yi Bufan coldly grunted as he had a confident look on his face. Then let my two disciples answer you. Sable Changju wondered where Yi Bufan got his confidence. Soon Shuang Cage and Chi Tian Chichi were brought over. Master Chi Tian Chichi directly hugged Wolverine Changju's thigh as soon as she came in. Master. Shuang Cage first greeted Sable Changju before saluting the crowd present. Disciple Xuanxing greets all the supreme elders and inner sect elders. Yi Bufan's heart broke when he saw Chi Tian Chichi, who was hugging Sable Changju's thighs and filling her eyes with Sable Changju. His wife, Chi Tian Chichi, had already been conditioned by Sable Changju in just 1 month. Xuanxing, Chi Tian Chichi, I ask you, did you worship Sable Changju as your masters voluntarily that day? Ma Yushang asked the two girls seriously. Xuanxing and Chi Tian Chichi didn't know what had happened before they arrived. All they know is that they are told to come to the law enforcement hall. It was a disciple who volunteered. Xuanxing and Chi Tian Chichi nodded simultaneously without hesitation. They both found the question inexplicable. You guys are lying. Hearing Shuang Cage and Chi Tianchi say this, Yi Bufan instantly became anxious. Xuanxiao and Chi Tianchi had a puzzled expression on their faces. Master, the two of them must be afraid of Sable Changju's lustful authority before they dare not tell the truth. Yi Bufan said anxiously to Ma Yushang with red eyes. Ma Yushang was also completely convinced of her little lover's words. Her expression sympathetically said to Xuanxing and Chi Tianchi once again, don't be afraid, you two little dolls. Here the clan's supreme elders and the inner elders are all here. That day could Sable Changju have coerced and forced you to take you away because of spying on your poise? Shuang Cage and Chi Tian Chi also finally understood why Ma Yushang asked. I have voluntarily worshipped Master Teacher, and Master Teacher has never subjected me to any coercion. Much less did he act in any way that was beyond the bounds of propriety towards me. Xuanxing said with an icy expression as she looked at Ma Yushang. It was obvious that the old woman in front of her was targeting Sable Changju. Xuanxing understood this, so how could he still be kind to her? Yeah, I'm begging Master to accept me as his disciple. What are you babbling about? You stinking old woman. Chi Tian Chichi nonchalantly pointed at Ma Yushang's nose and scolded. Ma Yushang's expression was stunned. It doesn't look like they're joking with this look. It's not. In Cage, Kiki, you guys must have been brainwashed by Mink Changju. Now that you have my master as your master, don't be afraid. Yi Bufan's heart broke. In his imagination Xuanxing and Chi Tian Chichi had been completely tempered by Sable Changju in this month. This senior, may I ask if we know each other? Is in Cage also what you called him? Xuanxing finally realized who was behind all of this. She glanced at Yi Bufan with icy eyes. It turned out to be him, a lewd and disgusting youth. Who was the one who was messing things up? It's me, in Cage. I'm Bufan. How could you forget me? Yi Bufan said as his heart was dripping blood and his heart was like a knife. We don't seem to have any interactions, right? It's just that we had a one-sided relationship during the clan's entrance examination that day. Don't make it seem as if we know each other and are still very familiar with each other. Are you a disgusting person? Shuang Cage coldly laughed without giving a single step. Now that she was treating Sable Changju as her master and respected him beyond measure, how could she tolerate a lewd youth slandering Sable Changju? Oh, I figured out who you are. You're the disgusting man who came over to greet me with a lewd face even though you were covered in stench during the clan's entrance examination. Chi Tian Chi pointed at Yi Bufan and said with a disgusted face. The two women's words caused Li Changlu and the others to laugh out loud. So it's this Yi Bufan who was making a fool of himself. Laugh me to death. Slandering my senior brother out of love and being exposed on the spot. Just ask you if you're embarrassed? Even a toad like you wants to eat swan meat. Don't you look in the mirror to see what you look like? This is really narcissistic enough. Ordinary qualifications and ordinary looks. Who gave him the confidence? Ha 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 ha. Finished. In his imagination should not see beautiful women who like him, right? Ha 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 ha. It's really possible. He even tried to strike up a conversation with the patriarch during the clan's entrance examination. Ha 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 ha. I remembered too. He was slapped by the patriarch in the back. He didn't think the patriarch fell in love with him at first sight. Did he? Ha 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 ha. It's not like that. It's not like that. You two must have been brainwashed by Wolverine Changju playing with you repeatedly. Yi Bufan pointed at Shuang Cage and Chi Tian Chi and shouted frantically. Yi Bufan's words like this even those supreme elders who originally just wanted to watch the show couldn't stand to watch. With a disgusted face, he looked at Yi Bufan. Don't insult my master's noble character with your filthy thoughts. Shuang Tsang shouted angrily. Is there no end to this creepy man? Shuang Cage stretched out her jade hand to pull open the sleeve of her wrist, revealing the little pink attractive sandy mole in the center of her wrist, saying, This is my palace sand. I will not joke about my innocence. Those dirty words in your mouth are really ridiculous. If Shuang Tsang didn't prove that she was still innocent, I'm afraid Yi Bufan would talk even more nonsense. Chapter 45, What you want to do is what you can't do. How can it be? How can you still be innocent? Yi Bufan looked at the palace sand on Shuang Cage's wrist with eyes full of incredulity. Could it be that Sable Changju is a eunuch? Or is he a pervert who likes to play with other things? Fake. It's all fake. Your palace guard sand must be fake. Yi Bufan suddenly thought of something and once again yelled with a straight face. In Blue Star, this stuff can be faked, let alone in the cultivation world. You're simply unbelievable. Shuang Cage turned away angrily. He no longer wanted to argue with Yi Bufan anymore. In the eyes of the crowd, Yi Bufan's words seemed ridiculous and unacceptable. After all, you can't fake something like shamrock sand. Typically, women don't draw a shoujo on their wrists for fun and entertainment for no reason. The formation of the Shogong sand requires the help of the power of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it can be said that it is a mysterious and real existence of the seal. If someone questions the authenticity of the Shogong sand, it is undoubtedly a skepticism and a challenge to the heavenly Tao. Alright apprentice. Ma Yushang signaled Yi Bufan to stop. She can't even look at it a little bit. This matter is a misunderstanding. I apologize to you all on behalf of my disciple. Ma Yushang's tone was flat as she directly brought it up in one sentence. This light-hearted attitude of hers caused the expressions of those present to become a little less comfortable. They thought to themselves, you say you'll bring it over? How can such a big matter be ended so easily? However, considering that Ma Yushang was a Taishan elder, the crowd could only tolerate it for the time being. But, falling immortal cliff, you injured my disciple to seize the spirit Dan treasure thing. Sable elder, you should not give the old body me an explanation? Ma Yushang suddenly let out a deep cry. The powerful aura of the early stage of the ferrying tribulation completely erupted out, like a raging and surging torrent that instantly swept across the entire field. The faces of the people present immediately turned white as they felt the suffocating pressure. Right. Yesterday, I was the first to arrive at the bottom of the falling immortal cliff to search for treasures, but then Wolverine Changju suddenly appeared, injured me and took my treasures, and turned around and left without caring about my life or death. Yi Bufan pointed at Sable Changju and angrily claimed his crime. How could senior brother be such a person? Don't you dare to talk nonsense here and spit blood. Seeing this, Li Changlu and the others immediately stood out to defend Sable Changju, accusing Yi Bufan of his untrue statements. Humph, you're a tiny foundation stage. What other treasures can you find? It's simply a fool's dream. Ridiculous. Drunken dream, Shang sneered, a trace of disdain and mockery flashing in his eyes. The man is just full of. This is definitely in his head again. Yi Bufan's eyes were bloodshot and he gritted his teeth when he heard the people around him mocking him. He stared fiercely at these people and memorized all of their looks in his heart. They already have a way to take their death. Yi Bufan, never tell lies. This is a shadow retaining stone that records the evidence from that time. Yi Bufan said with a straight face and took out a treasure, which was then activated. Only an image was projected in front of the crowd. The camera began with Yi Bufan flying backwards and falling off the high platform, in a sorry state, followed by Wolverine Changju riding his sword to the high platform, smiling coldly as he looked at Yi Bufan on the ground, and finally Wolverine Changju collecting the crystal coffin away, and leaving with his sword without looking back. This silent video only lasted less than 10 seconds, but it clearly showed what happened. Yi Bufan's system had previously rewarded him with a hidden video camera, and he had always preferred to keep the video on 24 hours a day in order to record beautiful moments. He didn't expect that it would come in handy this time and become a powerful piece of evidence. After watching this video, Sable Changju called Yi Bufan a good guy. It was because Yi Bufan really edited out whatever he wanted to see by himself. Originally a complete video, after removing the head and tail, Yi Bufan became a complete and utter victim. Ma Yushang had also seen this video. Otherwise she wouldn't have convened an impeachment meeting to stand up for Yi Bufan. What else do you have to say, Elder Sable? Ma Yushang coldly snorted. Sable Changju replied indifferently. Firstly, I never laid a hand on Yi Bufan. His injuries were self-inflicted. Secondly, that crystal coffin was originally a masterless object. Each one seized it based on his own skill. Yi Bufan himself was not as skilled as me. The crystal coffin fell into my hands. Who else can I blame? Who says that the ownerless thing, whoever sees it first is the one who owns it? According to Yi Bufan's logic, he went to the street and saw a beautiful woman. The beautiful woman is not his? That's right. Originally, this is how the laws of the cultivation world are. So what's the point of robbing? Li Changlu and the others agreed. This crystal coffin doesn't have your name written on it. Yi Bufan, to actually say that senior brother took his treasure, laughs me to death. Yi Bufan, this kind of person is really disgusting. I guess he is really out on the street and sees a beautiful woman and thinks it's his. Ha 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 ha. You're simply arguing. I will ask you today. Do you, Wolverine Changju, know whether you are wrong or not? Ma Yushang's eyes widened angrily, and she violently stood up. The pressure of the early stage of the ferrying stage pressing down on Wolverine Changju as if it were a mountain of pressure. Wolverine Changju only felt his body sink. His breathing became difficult, and bean-sized beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. He clenched his teeth and said expressionlessly, "There's no excuse for wanting to commit a crime. What wrong am I admitting?" Chi Tian Chi, who was hugging Sable Changju's thighs on the side, that cute little face was filled with anger at this moment, her big round eyes glaring fiercely at Ma Yushang. This damnable old woman actually dared to bully her young master? On the other hand, although Shuang Cage was only on the first level of chi refining, she was also firmly facing Ma Yushang's pressure at the moment. Her face was so pale that it was scary, and her body was shaking, but she still stubbornly stood beside Sable Changju, and her eyes were cold as she stared directly at Ma Yushang. In her previous life, she was a generation of demon emperor, and she was still able to withstand this pressure. Li Jian Yuan, Drunken Dream Shang and the other inner sect elders took a step forward one after another. Thousands of inner sect elders stood neatly behind the Sable Elder gathering. The aura on their bodies were completely released. Each one of them had an icy expression, their eyes revealing anger and dissatisfaction as they glared deathly at Ma Yushang. Even though the cultivation of these inner sect elders were all below the earth machine stage, they were still undaunted in the face of Ma Yushang at the early stage of the transitional succession, even causing Ma Yushang to feel a chill rise up from her spine. What? Are you group of inner sect elders going to follow Sable Changju and plot a rebellion together? Ma Yushang's face was gloomy and her voice was cold and icy as she asked in a chorus. Her gaze swept over the crowd, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Supreme Elder Ma Yushang, we just hope that you can deal with this matter in a fair and just manner. Drunken Dreamsong seemed to have come to his senses at this moment as he straightened his body and said in a firm tone, "Don't be gullible to the flowery words of your personal disciple Yi Bufan." Li Changlu gave Yi Bufan a vicious look, his eyes filled with disgust and contempt. "Are you guys threatening me?" As Ma Yushang's eyes narrowed slightly, an invisible pressure emanated from her, and the air around her seemed to freeze. Her tone carried a hint of danger that made people unable to help but feel fear. "Don't dare! We're just inner sect elders, how dare we threaten the Supreme Elder? Ha 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 ha, nice line about us being just inner sect elders." Ma Yushang shivered with anger and laughed madly. "But old me is going to punish Sable Changju today, so what can you guys do to me?" Ma Yushang smiled disdainfully, a trace of contempt flashing in her eyes. "We've heard that Supreme Elder Ma Yushang's cultivation is powerful, and we've long wanted to have a good discussion with you." Drunken Dream Shang, Li Jianyuan and the others stood up and looked at Ma Yushang with a provocative face. as if they were ready to strike at any time. The rest of the Supreme Elders sitting next to Ma Yushang were all smiling and watching the scene with interest, with absolutely no intention of persuading the fight. They seemed to be happy to see a good show unfold. Ma Yushang felt that her dignity had been challenged like never before, and her face turned terribly blue. She slammed the table and instantly struck out, slapping her palm fiercely towards Sable Changju. Inner Sect Elder Sable Changjun compels the people. Today I, Ma Yushang, will abolish him to clean up the door. Ma Yushang roared angrily. Her voice was deafening, and the entire hall echoed with her roar. Drunken Dream Shang, Li Jianyuan and the others just wanted to move, but they realized that their bodies had been suppressed to death by Ma Yushang and were unable to move, so they could only watch as Ma Yushang's palms slapped at Sable Changju. The highest of their cultivation levels was only at the Tianxian stage. Ma Yushang was at the early stage of the ferrying. Depth, profundity, Land Rover, inscrutable twist of fate, transcend one's mortal coil. There was a difference of 3 whole great realms in between. It was simple for Ma Yushang to briefly suppress a group of people who weren't even at the Earth Machine stage. Right in the nick of time, a figure appeared in front of Sable Changju like a ghost and slapped out a palm, directly knocking Ma Yushang back several steps. It's not your turn to teach my disciple, you old woman. The voice was cold and piercing, as if it could freeze the air. Chapter 46, I've been putting up with you for a long time. The visitor was a woman dressed in white. Her body was graceful, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. The white robes fluttered in the wind. Her appearance was absolutely beautiful. Her skin was like snow, and her eyes were as bright as stars. The delicate features, distributed just right on her face, sketched out a perfect picture. Her long hair fell down her back like a waterfall, swaying gently and giving off an enchanting aroma. Her temperament is elegant and transcendent. Her every move is full of majesty and confidence that people can't help but fall in love with. She is none other than Hua Xiangshi. At this moment, she looked at Ma Yushang with an icy face. Master. Wolverine Changju was so excited to see Hua Xiangshi's appearance that his voice trembled with tears. Just in that moment just now, he truly thought that he was bound to die. Well, don't be afraid. Leave this place to me. I'd like to see who dares to make a move on you with me around. Hua Xiangshi swept her gaze icily over the people present, and finally coldly glared at the 9 old men and old women who were sitting there watching the show. Old Man Zhao and the others' faces changed, and they hurriedly explained. Don't misunderstand. Sure ya too. This matter is none of our business we're just here to eat melon. Right. We definitely didn't mean any harm to your precious disciple. The other old man hurriedly chimed in as well. I'll clean you guys up later. After Hua Xiangshi dropped such a sentence, she stopped paying attention to them and turned her head to look at Ma Yushang. Mid-transitional succession. As Ma Yushang looked at the young and absolutely beautiful Hua Xiangshi in front of her, a hint of surprise and jealousy flashed in her eyes. No wonder Sable Changju is so arrogant. It turns out that he has such an unreasonable and good teacher like you. Ma Yushang sneered. She had been immersed in the early stage of transition for thousands of years, and although there was a gap between her realm and Hua Xiangshi's, her actual fighting strength was not inferior to the middle stage of transition, so she was not afraid of Hua Xiangshi. What an unreasonable one. Isn't it good for you old woman to get the hell out of Lingxiao Sect and raise your little white boy? You have to go back to the Lingxiao Sect to make a demon out of yourself. Hua Xiangshi did not recognize Ma Yushang, but from the other party's attitude and tone, she also guessed that Ma Yushang might be one of those Lingxiao Sect's supreme elders who were always traveling outside. These supreme elders usually rarely appeared in the sect and were not too concerned about sect affairs. Ma Yushang's face became gloomy when she heard Hua Xiangshi's words. Who are you calling an old woman? Keep your mouth clean. You little girl. Hua Xiangshi hummed disdainfully. It's you I'm talking about. What? You dare to do it but don't dare to do it? To have no elders in sight. It seems that the Lingxiao Sect has truly changed. Today, my old self is going to teach you what it means to honor your teachers. Ma Yushang fiercely struck out at Hua Xiangshi. Now she's lost her mind. First, he was ridiculed by a group of juniors, and then he was irritated by Hua Xiangshi. Eyes without elders? Hua Xiangshi let out a cold laugh and looked at Ma Yushang with icy eyes. What kind of elder are you? It seems that the Lingxiao Sect has truly changed. Ma Yushang gritted her teeth and trembled with anger. She suddenly stretched out a hand and slapped it fiercely at Hua Xiangshi, wanting to teach this unknowing junior a lesson. Today, my old body is going to teach you what it means to honor your teacher. Ma Yushang roared angrily. Her entire body's spiritual energy erupted, and her powerful pressure made the people around her gasp for breath. Hua Xiangshi didn't panic and immediately revolved her body's spiritual energy to fully resist Ma Yushang's attack. Right at this moment, The 9 great elders on the side also sensed the seriousness of the matter. They hurriedly flew to Sable Changju's side and shielded him. They knew in their hearts that at this time, if anything really happened to Sable Changju, they would really have to be smashed on the coffin board by Hua Xiangshi. At this moment, the battle between Hua Xiangshi and Ma Yushan was getting more and more intense. Their strengths were equal, and it was hard to tell them apart for a while. As time passed, the spiritual energy of the two continued to collide, triggering a series of loud noises. Hua Xiangshi just happened to want to take this opportunity to properly familiarize herself with the devouring laws that her physique came with. When Hua Xiangshi and Ma Yushan, the two transitional stages, fought instantly, the entire law enforcement hall collapsed. The shocking battle between the two attracted the attention of the disciples of the entire Lingxiao Sect, only to see Hua Xiangshi and Ma Yushan fighting in the air with all sorts of tricks. Hua Xiangshi was holding a long sword, swinging it like a spirit snake, with heavy sword shadows, dazzling people. The two of them were going back and forth in the air, not giving way to each other, and the scene was unusually intense. Lingxiao Sect Forbidden Land. At the edge of a peaceful lotus pond, a little girl wearing a cute little bib was sitting there with her bare feet, playing with the water while muttering to herself, "Aya, lately, this day by day, it really hasn't stopped. It's good to be young." Each and every one of them is so energetic. However, this seemingly innocent little girl was emitting a mature and magnetic royal voice. At this time, the little girl suddenly said into the air, "Little Hansi, go and persuade the fight. If we let the two of them fight like this any longer, I'm afraid those sleeping children will be woken up." As soon as the words fell, the figure of an old woman appeared beside the little girl and replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." Then, the little girl added, "By the way, there's also that guy called Yi Bufan and Ma Yushan. Expel both of them from the Lingxiao Sect for me." The old woman responded again, "Yes, sir." Her figure then disappeared into thin air. Just as Hua Xiangshi and Ma Yushan were both fighting, a figure appeared in the middle of the two, separating them. Seeing this person, Hua Xiangshi and Ma Yushan both had surprised expressions. "Greetings, Supreme Elder." Ma Yushan hurriedly and respectfully, "Greetings, Master." Hua Xiangshi's face showed surprise. Yes, this old woman is none other than Cold Ju. The same goes for Hua Xiangshi's master teacher. Cultivation has been at the God realization stage. Cold Chrysanthemum had long since stopped asking about the Lingxiao Sect, and back then, she had taken Hua Xiangshi as her personal disciple when she was traveling outside. The latter hasn't shown up much either. Ma Yushan heard Hua Xiangshi call Hanju as her master. She felt bad. The woman in front of him in the middle stage of the transitional succession was actually Cold Ju's personal disciple. Cold Ju nodded to Hua Xiangshi. Then she looked at Ma Yushan. Ugh, sighed Chrysalis. She had long since stopped asking about the affairs of the Lingxiao Sect for many years. Ma Yushan, take your disciple Yi Bufan and leave the Lingxiao Sect, Cold Ju said indifferently. Ma Yushan's heart was startled. The meaning of Hanju's words was undoubtedly saying that she had been expelled from the Lingxiao Sect. Supreme Elder, why? I, Ma Yushan, have gone through tens of thousands of years for the Lingxiao Sect, and now you expel me from the Lingxiao Sect indiscriminately for the sake of your disciple? I, Ma Yushan, am not convinced. Ma Yushan pointed at Hua Xiangshi and shouted, "What indiscriminate? It's clearly you who is indiscriminate. Ask these stinky old men who is indiscriminate in today's matter." Hua Xiangshi pointed at Old Man Zhao and the others who had just come up to greet Cold Ju. Old Man Zhao and the others looked embarrassed. How did the fire reach them? They also didn't expect this to be such a big deal today that even Cold Ju, the Supreme Elder, was alarmed. He also expelled Ma Yushan from the Lingxiao Sect. If they had known that this was the outcome, they would have pulled Ma Yushan back today no matter what they said to prevent her from holding any impeachment meeting. Holding an impeachment meeting, Sable Changju failed to impeach, but instead impeached himself. It was because Old Man Zhao and the others knew that Hua Xiangshi was Cold Chrysanthemum's personal disciple that they were so indulgent towards her. When Ma Yushan saw that, Old Man Zhao and the others lowered their heads and fell silent when they heard Hua Xiangshi's question. She felt betrayed by the world. Could it be that even you, Old Man Zhao, think that what happened today was my fault? Ma Yushan's expression was furious. No wonder these people at the beginning of the relationship with their own clear will be on the sidelines. This two words on the lips. The original they have long known Sable Long Gathering identity is not simple. Sable Changju's master was Hua Xiangshi, and Hua Xiangshi's master was Cold Chrysanthemum. To put it another way, Cold Chrysanthemum was Sable Changju's own master ancestor. No wonder Wolverine Changju was able to act in the Lingxiao Sect without any discipline and law, being unscrupulous and lawless. Who dares to mess with him with this kind of background? Good. Good, good. Today, Ma Yushang, have seen the light. Ma Yushang laughed dementedly. The Lingxiao Sect has changed, turning into a clan that is only interested in relatives and self, with no more clan laws. I won't stay in such a sect. Ma Yushang sneered. Cold Ju frowned and drank. Are you still obsessed with things as they are now? Ma Yushang? Ma Yushang had been completely blinded by a tiny foundation establishment stage Yi Bufan. I'm obsessed? Ma Yushang only found this statement laughable to the extreme. Right. I am just obsessed. I shouldn't have impeached your sinful, pro-apprentice grandson, Sable Changju, in order to stand up for my kind disciple, Yi Bufan. Cold Ju could no longer tolerate it and slapped Ma Yushang directly out of the Lingxiao Sect. From today onwards, Ma Yushang is stripped of her status as a supreme elder and expelled from the Lingxiao Sect. Cold Ju's voice resounded throughout the Lingxiao Sect. Then Cold Ju looked at Yi Bufan at the bottom with an icy gaze. Today's matter was all caused by this dirty-minded foundation establishment disciple. Chrysanthemum admitted that she had a murderous intent towards Yi Bufan. However, for her, a god transformation stage powerhouse to make a move against a foundation stage trash, it really dropped her status. Yi Bufan knew that he had lost today. Even his biggest backer, Ma Yushang, had been expelled from the Lingxiao Sect, so how else could he seek justice for himself? There's no need for you guys to do it. I'll walk out of the Lingxiao Sect by myself. Master is right. I, Yi Bufan, will not stay in such an unreasonable sect. Yi Bufan coldly snorted. As soon as Yi Bufan finished speaking, Li Changlu and the others directly rushed over to surround him and beat him up furiously. You piece of trash. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Scream. Keep screaming. Scream for me. Kiki Zaitan copied a folding chair and joined in. Chapter 47, the clown is actually himself. Only after a long time did the crowd stop. At this time Yi Bufan had already been beaten beyond recognition. His face and body were covered with bruises everywhere, and severe pain was coming from every part of his body, especially the bones, as if they had been broken, making it unbearable for him. At this moment, Yi Bufan had lost all ability to resist, and could only lie on the ground, constantly convulsing, and his cultivation, too, had been nullified. Get the hell out of here! Li Changlu kicked fiercely, directly sending Yi Bufan flying into the sky before flying out of the Lingxiao Sect. Ma Yushang, who was outside the Lingxiao Sect, had been anxiously waiting for Yi Bufan to come out. When she saw Yi Bufan flying out backwards, she immediately flew to catch him. Looking at Yi Bufan's bruised face and bruised body, Ma Yushang's heart was like a knife, and she couldn't help the tears from coming out of her eyes. My Van Air, my Fanner. Ma Yushang hugged Yi Bufan tightly and cried bitterly. Her heart was filled with anger and grief, and she couldn't wait to rush in and settle the score with those people. However, she knew that she couldn't do that because she also had to protect Yi Bufan's safety. Lingxiao Sect, I, Ma Yushang, am not finished with you. Ma Yushang shouted angrily, her eyes flashing with hatred. She vowed to make the Lingxiao Sect pay and avenge Yi Bufan's death. Afterward, Ma Yushang picked up Yi Bufan and quickly left the place, heading to a safe place to heal her wounds. Not hearing the news that Yi Bufan had died that appeared in the system made Sable Changju feel deeply sorry. How nice it would be if Yi Bufan died like this. Hua Shangshi brought Sable Changju, Shuang Song, and Chi Tian Kiki to Cold Ju and introduced her. Is he your personal disciple? Didn't you say there was another one? Cold Ju sized up Sable Changju and said. It was the first time she and Sable Changju had met. There is another one called Lu Lian. Age less than 1,000 years old, cultivation has been late stage of transition. Is the current Lingxiao Sect patriarch? A few years ago went to the sect's secret realm to cultivate. Hua Xiangshi said proudly. Lu Lian was her most pleased disciple, and she had to show off to anyone she saw. Cold Ju nodded, then looked at Shuang Cage and Chi Tian Chichi. Shuang Song stood silently behind Sable Changju without being humble, his demeanor self-possessed. This made Han Ju couldn't help but begin to doubt her, thinking to herself that such a calm and collected woman who didn't shy away from the stage, was she really just a small chi refining layer? Chi Tian Chichi still clung to Sable Changju's thighs as usual, without the slightest bit of fear at all. This kind of straightforward and innocent attitude made Han Ju both angry and amused, and secretly sighed in his heart. His own pro-apprentices and grandchildren were really a bunch of oddballs. After the few people casually chatted for a few moments, Cold Ju turned to leave. Ma Yushang brought Yi Bufan to a hidden valley. She placed Yi Bufan in a cave and began to heal his injuries. Fanner, you must hold on. Ma Yushang's eyes were filled with anxiety and heartache. Although Yi Bufan was unable to respond, his consciousness was gradually recovering. He felt Ma Yushang's spiritual energy flowing through his body. gradually repairing his injuries. Yi Bufan's consciousness gradually became clearer as he felt a warm spiritual energy flowing through his body, as if a small stream was nourishing his body in the parched land. Ma Yushan's spiritual energy was like a spring breeze on his face, causing his originally broken bones and internal organs to gradually heal. Fanner, you're awake? Ma Yushang said in surprise, tears glistening in her eyes. Yi Bufan opened his eyes with difficulty and saw Ma Yushang's concerned face. A warm current surged in his heart. He tried to speak, but realized he couldn't even make a sound. Don't be anxious. Your body is still very weak right now. Ma Yushang softly comforted. I will stay with you until you fully recover. Yi Bufan nodded, his heart filled with gratitude. He knew that if Ma Yushang hadn't caught himself in time, he would have been killed when he fell to the ground. However, when he thought that his cultivation, which he had managed to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage with great difficulty, would be nullified just like that, he was enraged to the extreme. He had paid countless amounts of essence and blood in exchange for this foundation stage cultivation, and just like that it's gone. Fanner, don't be discouraged. Ma Yushang could see Yi Bufan's thoughts and softly comforted. Having your cultivation wasted doesn't mean that it's all over. As long as you have a firm will, you'll be able to cultivate back again someday. Yi Bufan nodded gently, stating that he would endeavor to recultivate. He was the protagonist. How could he be defeated just like that? His story is just beginning. What a Lingxiao Sect. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't kid yourself. I, Yi Bufan, will now make a 3-year pact with you. 3 years from now I, Yi Bufan, will definitely fight my way up to the Lingxiao Sect to avenge today's shame. Seeing this, Ma Yushang felt slightly comforted in her heart. Fanner, take a good rest first. I'll look for some spirit medicines for you to help you recover your body. Ma Yushang said softly. Yi Bufan looked at Ma Yushang gratefully, his heart filled with gratitude. Although he only treated Ma Yushang as a tool person, but suffering is true love. Ma Yushang had already treated him better than any other woman. Aside from being old-looking, Ma Yushang was the perfect wife to Yi Bufan in his mind. Highly cultivated and powerful, gentle and considerate. A year has passed. Shuang Cage's 9 Spectre's demon body was also finally fully activated. His cultivation soared to the sky, and the precipitation in front of him was rewarded in the moment when the 9 Spectre's demon body was activated. Congratulations, disciple, for successfully breaking through the Jindan stage, Sable Changju said with a smile. Shuang Cage smiled faintly and said, Thank you, Master. Wolverine Changju looked at the Shuang Cage in front of him, secretly feeling the amazingness of her 9 Hell's demon body in his heart. Within a short period of time, she had actually managed to break through to the Jindan stage. Wolverine Changju couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being a daughter of Qi, she's frighteningly strong. Then, he turned his head to look at Qi Tianqiqi, who was thundering to the side, nestled in a rocking chair and huffing and puffing, and a black line appeared on his face. He helplessly reached out his hand and skillfully grabbed the back of Qi Tianqiqi's collar and lifted her up. You rebellious disciple, look at your senior sister. She has already broken through to the Jindan stage. What about you? All day long you just know how to be lazy and sleep. Sable Changju said with a slight reproach. Qi Tianqiqi opened her eyes in a daze and glanced at Shuang Cage before lazily replying. Oh, senior sister is already at the Jindan stage? Ah, but I'm already at the Yuaning stage. Sable Changju looked confused and full of questions. He hurriedly checked Qi Tianqiqi's aura carefully, and sure enough, he found that she had really broken through to the Yuaning stage, and her cultivation was about to catch up with him. His master. Wolverine Changju's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, When did you make this breakthrough? Qi Tianqiqi blinked mischievously, adorably spitting out her little tongue, and replied, I broke through last night while I was sleeping. After hearing this, Wolverine Changju couldn't help but cover his face as he was inwardly speechless. It turned out that the clown was actually himself. Chapter 48, Going to Find Senior Uncle. Yi Bufan lost track of him during the year as if he had disappeared. Sable Changju always felt unsettled in his heart. Now his biggest problem is that he has no forces of his own. No diehards who can do his dirty work for him. Yi Bufan had become an invalid and had been expelled from the Lingxiao Sect. If he were to ask Liang Jiayi and the others to spy on Yi Bufan for him, then he would seem too petty himself. I've lived these previous centuries for nothing. Sable Long Gathering sighed. Sable Changju had been in the Lingxiao Sect without going out much. It was only because the previous life had been too uneventful. Not a single enemy had appeared, making Sable Changju feel that the Lingxiao Sect was safe, and that he could spend his life in peace in the Lingxiao Sect. Yi Bufan didn't die for a day. Sable Changju's heart wasn't solid. But who should he find to help him inquire about Yi Bufan's whereabouts? This person had to be trustworthy and not yet someone from the Lingxiao Sect. Sable Changju's eyes lit up as a flirtatious siren came to mind. That's right. We can ask Uncle Tenderman. Wolverine Long Gathering although not understand the stream Tenderman to their own voluntary submissive. Submissive value is also inexplicably 100. But it's also enough to show that Shinang Man is someone he can trust and still never betray him. The identity then was still that of the Acacia Sect's patriarch. Asking her to investigate Yi Bufan's movements would be easy. The only bad thing is that she might crave her own body. But Sable's long-gathered brow quickly furrowed again. He didn't have Shinang Man's summoning talisman, and he usually met her only when she took the initiative to come to Lingxiao Sect to look for Hua Xiangshi. Counting. Wolverine Changju hadn't seen Shinang Man for a long time. By the time Shinang Man took the initiative to appear, Yi Bufan would have become an emperor. So Sable Long Gathering a moment of time do not want to delay. This Heping sect he must go to a trip. So after Wolverine Changju instructed Chi Tian Chi and Shuang Cage to take good care of the house, he left with his sword. After arriving at the Acacia Sect, Sable Changju realized that the atmosphere here was very different from the Lingxiao Sect. The buildings of the Acacia Sect were full of enchanting curves, and the faint fragrance of flowers filled the air everywhere. He had just stepped into the sect's mountain gate when a female disciple with revealing and flirtatious clothes greeted him. She was cultivated at the Yuaning stage, and was a disciple of the Acacia Sect guarding the mountain gate. The woman's eyes misted with water when she saw the handsome uncle, Sable Changju, and she asked in a delicate voice, "This good uncle, I wonder what you came to the Acacia Sect for?" Wolverine Changju smiled faintly and took out his identity jade, saying, "I am Wolverine Changju, an intersect elder of the Lingxiao Sect, and I have something important to ask to see the sect leader, so I'd like to trouble you to inform me." The female disciple's eyes flashed with a strange light after seeing Wolverine Changju's identity jade tag. The Acacia Sect and the Lingxiao Sect were usually on good terms. Wolverine Changju? The female disciple looked at Sable Changju with a smirk before saying, "Please ask Elder Sable Changju to follow me into the Harmony Sect's waiting room and wait while I go inform." In the waiting parlor, Sable Long Gathering waited quietly. The surrounding decorations were filled with the unique enchanting aura of the Acacia Sect, and the air was filled with a faint scent of flowers. The walls are hung with several colorful paintings of women in evocative and delicate poses. He secretly sighed in his heart, worthy of being a Harmony Sect. It was really open enough. The Longshan continent is not conservative though. Because of cultivation, life expectancy is generally very long, and with all the crises on the way to cultivation, falling is the norm. Therefore the woman's male dharma partners also change frequently and do not place much value on chastity. But it wasn't as open as the Acacia Sect. And there are individual clans that still fall into that category of women who go out and cover their entire bodies. Super conservative. This kind of super conservative sect was represented by the Jade Fairy sect of the four great sects. Their entire clan was full of females. And there were rumors that even the dogs were in the Jade Fairy sect. The Jade Fairy sect and the Acacia sect were the two extremes. Sable Chief gathered in the waiting parlor and slowly sipped his tea. A short while later a nice-looking woman walked in. She was well-dressed and had a cool expression that was out of place in the Acacia Sect, making Sable Changju wonder if she was hallucinating. "Is this woman on the wrong set? Master asked me to take you to her," the woman said in a cool voice. "She is none other than Bikawan." Bai Chu Yuan always felt a bit familiar looking at Sable Changju, as if she had seen him somewhere, but she just couldn't remember. "Master? You are Shinang Man's disciple?" Sable Changju seemed to have heard something majorly shocking. He looked at Bikawan with eyes full of incredulity. He really didn't believe that Shinang Man could teach such a disciple. Shinang Man is so charming and enchanting. How could her disciple be the cool and desireless character in front of her? There must be a mistake somewhere. Bai Chu Yuan looked at Sable Changju with a somewhat icy gaze and said, "What do you mean by that?" Bikawan sensed the prejudice within Sable Changju. To be honest, she hated her identity as the Holy Maiden of the Acacia Sect. The Acacia Sect is even worse. But the Acacia Sect's Holy Maiden? The Acacia Sect is gone. Where's the Holy Maiden? Hate the atmosphere here in the Acacia Sect even more. All the female disciples here behaved in a loose manner, making her look down on them. And this tiny Holy Spirit stage middle-aged uncle in front of him actually thought he was putting on airs and questioning himself. This made Bikawan angry. "I didn't mean anything else." Sable Changju smiled awkwardly. He admitted that his impression of the Acacia Sect disciples was too solidified. Who says that the Acacia Sect doesn't have a fairy of freedom? Not to mention that the current Acacia Sect had long since stopped being a sect that needed to rely on men to cultivate like before. The Acacia Sect's gong method had been improved so that when practicing, One only needed to assume various poses to achieve the effect of relying on a man to practice. Otherwise, the Acacia sect wouldn't have become one of the 4 major sects. However, this loose character of their Acacia sect female disciples could never be changed. The more you know, the more you want to practice. So they are not looking for men for the sake of cultivation. They simply want men. Humph. Bai Chu Yuan snorted coldly before leading the way for Sable Changju. The two of them flew with their swords. Under Bai Chu Yuan's guidance, Sable Changju arrived at a mountain peak, and through a sea of flowers, an exquisite courtyard appeared before his eyes. The flowers here are pink. The color scheme of the patio is also pink. Even the color of the sky is pink. The breeze is blowing, and the fallen flowers are colorful. Pink petals littered the ground. Everything here seems dreamlike. Sable Changju couldn't help but sigh. It's beautiful. A sound of light footsteps came. Sable Changju looked up and saw a charming and attractive woman walking over. She was wearing a long gossamer dress, with a delicate figure and picturesque eyebrows, and she was none other than the Acacia sect patriarch. Shinong Man, brother Nagaraju, why do you suddenly want to come visit an old woman like me? Shinong Man's voice was like babbling water with a hint of coquettishness. Like an invisible jade hand, it gently caressed his heart, making his heart beat faster and unable to calm down. Chapter 49. What kind of punishment is this? This is clearly a reward. Wolverine Changju hurriedly pushed down the distracting thoughts in his mind. Shi Ningman's charming power was really too strong. Wolverine Long Gathering checks out Creek Tender Man's system information. After seeing that her submissive value remained at 100, it was a relief. Senior uncle, I have a favor to ask. Can I take a step to talk? Sable Changju said with a straight face. Oh, if you don't want to look for your precious master, why are you looking for me? Xinyan Man smiled as she approached Wolverine Changju, and then slightly tilted her petite body, looking like she was about to rely on Wolverine Changju's embrace. Wolverine Changju hastily stepped back with a straight face and said, Senior uncle, please respect yourself. This matter is my personal private matter. It is not convenient for my master to know. When Shineng Man saw Sable Changju's backward movement, his expression pretended to be angry and said, You don't even give me a chance to lean on you, and you still want me to do you a favor? Wolverine Changju laughed bitterly. Don't joke about it. Senior uncle, I came here this time to ask for something serious. Shinenman walked beside himself on a wooden chair, lazily leaning on the backrest of the chair, and sat down. The two jade legs under the cheongsam were folded and crossed. Shinang Man waved his hand at Bai Chu Yuan and told her to back off. Bai Chu Yuan turned away with some dissatisfaction, looking at Sable Changju with great hostility in her eyes. It was the first time she had ever seen Creek Nymphomaniac being so flirtatious and seductive to a man. It made her feel bad to see it in her heart. Only after Bai Chu Yuan had retired did Shinang Man say to Sable Changju, Tell me, brother Changju, what's going on? Sable Changju endeavored to move his gaze away from Shinengman's jade leg, looked at her and said, Senior uncle, help me inquire about the current movements of a man named Yi Bufan. He was previously an odd-job disciple of our Lingxiao Sect before he was scrapped and expelled from the Lingxiao Sect later on. Yi Bufan? Shineng Man raised her eyebrows. Does he have a grudge against you? Pretty much. I can't let him live in the world anyway. Sable Changju did not hesitate to confess to Shinengman. This 100 submissive value of hers means that she will never betray him. So Sable Changju can safely tell her these things. I am curious as to why you don't look for your precious senior and come to look for this cheap senior uncle of mine. Is it because you think that in your heart, I am more trustworthy than your precious senior status? Shinong Man laughed. Sable Changju's old face flushed. His image in Hua Xiangshi's heart had always been a kind and decent man's touch, and Yi Bufan was now considered to have received the punishment he deserved. But if he still held on to him, he would inevitably destroy his image in Hua Xiangshi's heart. It seems that he is not generous enough and petty. Yi Bufan has become an invalid, lifelong unable to cultivate, but also to drive him to extinction. After all, in Hua Xiangshi's eyes, he, Sable Changju, didn't have any heavenly hatred with Yi Bufan. It was nothing more than Yi Bufan being jealous of Sable Changju and slandering him once. It's not like it's a father-killing feud. If Shinong Man asked Sable Changju like this, Sable Changju nodded without hesitation. In my heart indeed. Compared to Hua Xiangshi's pitiful 8 submissive value, Shinong Man with 100 submissive value is more worthy of his trust. Shinong Man said grudgingly, A man's mouth deceives a ghost. Just now, he didn't even let me lean on him for a while, and he still said he trusts me. Sable Changju smiled helplessly and bitterly. Shinong Man is inexplicably and voluntarily submissive to Sable Changju, and his submissive value is also inexplicably 100. Besides craving his body, can't he be conquered by his charisma? Shi Man is the patriarch of the Acacia Sect. The martial arts are so profound that Sable Changju is afraid that he can't stand up to her, and that's why he doesn't dare to have too much contact with her. Otherwise, if he lost Li Qi himself, with his small holy spirit period, it would not be enough for Creek Tenderman to stuff his teeth. Now in order to let Shi Man do him a favor, well, Changju could only sacrifice his sex and commit himself a little bit, so he opened his hands to Shi Man and said in a righteous manner, "Come on, senior uncle. I definitely won't resist this time." Shi Man snorted a laugh, then pretended to be angry and said, "If you ask me to rely on me, then won't I lose face? I don't want to rely on you now." Wolverine Changju put down his hand awkwardly. He really thought that Shi Man was craving for his body every day. Now it's good. She's giving herself away, and she doesn't want it. Then what does senior uncle have to do to help me with this favor? Wolverine Changju came up to Shi Man to curry favor. Shi Man clasped his hands in front of him, shaking his legs, and grunted, "You just rejected me and made me lose face in front of my disciple. I'm going to punish you. It was indeed my fault just now. I am willing to accept senior uncle's punishment." Sable Changju said with his head lowered, "Whatever kind of punishment is okay?" A hint of cunning flashed in Shi Man's eyes. Wolverine Changju had something bad in his heart when he heard this from Shi Man. Uncle Shifu isn't a sickly girl, is he? To punish him for something excessive? As things stood, it was down to the final step, and there was no retreat to be had for Sable Changju. Wolverine Changju gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely, saying, "Yes, I'll accept whatever punishment." Oh, sitting in her chair, Creek Nymphomaniac kicked off her shoes. "Then I'll punish you for massaging my feet," Sable Changju muttered in his mind. "What kind of punishment is that?" An hour later, Sable Changju walked out of the room. Bai Xiu Yuan, who was waiting outside, inhaled her nose as she frowned and questioned, "Why do you smell like master? What did you guys do in there?" "Holy, you've got a good dog's nose," Wolverine Changju said in a proper manner. "What can I do? Master and I are discussing important matters, but it's you. You have an outwardly cool demeanor, but your thoughts are so dirty and unpleasant." Wolverine Changju left without looking back with his sword. "You." Bai Chu Yuan was incomparably angry and rushed into the room to check on Shi Man. The room only saw Shi Man clothes half undone, lying on the soft couch, her eyes flooded with water mist, double haze slightly red, breath messy, that attractive red lips slightly open and close, still murmuring in retrospect, "I did not think that the long poly brother technology is so good." Seeing Shi Man in this state, Bai Chu Yuan said in an angry tone, "Master, how could you be like this with him?" Shi Man turned around in shock, seeing Bai Chu Yuan's look of both anger and aggression. He was amused and got up to take Bai Chu Yuan into his arms. "Jealous? What are you thinking about? Just now he was just giving me a massage." "Really?" Bik Yuan frowned. The smell of mink long gathering was all over Shi Man and it made her uncomfortable. "Can I still lie to you? Come, master, I'll accompany you to practice," Shi Man said with a smile. Bik Yuan only then slightly subsided in her heart, but she pushed Shi Man away and said, "It's better to take a bath before we practice." "Yo, still smacks, master, I'm up." Nothing happened between Sable Changju and Shi Man just now. Of course, Sable Changju is simply giving Shi Man a massage. It's just more than just massaging your feet. Sable Changju had often massaged Lu Lian and Bai Huajin before, and his massage technique was pure. Sable Changju took out a pink jade pendant in his arms. This was exactly the summoning talisman given to him by Shi Man. With Shi Man taking the initiative to investigate, Yi Bufan can no longer run away this time. Yi Bufan one day does not die. Sable long gathered one day heart is uneasy. This year Ming Changju sleep everyday nightmares were female ghost pressure bed. Every day to get up in poor spirits. It was all Yi Bufan's fault. It was affecting his sleep quality. Chapter 50 Master, I must save you. It was already late at night when he returned to the Lingxiao Sect. Chi Tian Chi and Shuang Cage are already asleep. Sable Changju briefly washed up and then also collapsed on the bed and huffed and puffed. Soon after, the woman in red in the nano ring reappeared. The woman in red pinched Sable Changju's face hard, rubbing his face into various shapes. "I can't imagine that your cultivation is not high, but you have a lot of women's favor. You can out of interest that what the master, even if these two disciples I also tolerate, but thou actually even what the master uncle are not spared." After recuperating over the past year, she had fully recovered to the 7th degree, but she wasn't going to stop just like that. The more the woman in red thought about it, the angrier she became. "Today, we must suck the breath of Wolverine Changju's chaotic god body dry before we can do so, lest Wolverine Changju is so spirited day after day that he goes around to womanize The woman in red gently lay down in Sable Changju's arms and activated her feats, only to see Sable Changju's breath turn into a golden mist, pouring into the red-clothed woman in a steady stream. Day 2. Sable Changju walked out of the room holding the doorframe with 2 dark circles under his eyes. What's wrong with you, master? Chi Tianqiqi panicked and ran over to try to hold Sable Changju. She sensed that the Chaos God body aura on Sable Changju was less than it had been in the past. Although Sable Changju's Chaos God body aura was able to fully recover in 3 hours, but in those 3 hours he was weaker than anyone else. Zaitan Kiki was completely confused as to what was going on. She had secretly hidden in Sable Changju's room at night before to check on him, but each time, I found that everything is as usual. But the next day Sable Long Gathering as soon as you get up Chaos God body breath deficit. Wolverine Long Gathering just felt a little bit fierce with the exertion this time. His legs were weak and he couldn't even walk. Chi Tiankiki wanted to help Sable Changju, but her 5 feet 3 inches height only reached Sable Changju's waist, so she could only hug his thighs. Shui Cage, who was cultivating on the side, noticed the difference and rushed over to hold Sable Changju up. What's wrong with you, master? I'm fine. It's an old problem. I'll be fine after some rest. Sable Changju said breathlessly. He even wondered if this was a side effect of the Chaos God body. 5 out of 10. If anything happens to you, master, I won't live. Wuwa Chi Tianqiqi wailed as she hugged Sable Changju's thigh. The look on Sable Changju's face scared her. If her parents knew that she hadn't protected Sable Changju properly, she was going to have her ass handed to her. The 2 women helped Chief Sable gather to a rocking chair to sit and lie down. The 2 women were beside him feeding Dan and pouring tea and water. It was only after a morning's rest that Sable Changju finally regained his strength and was able to move freely. Alright, I'm fine. I made you guys worry. Sable Changju stood up and moved his body. Shuang Cage wrinkled his little face and without a word, he reached out and grabbed Sable Changju's wrist and used his spiritual power to travel around his body. There was no abnormality. Like a normal person. It was the same as what had been surveyed earlier when Sable Changju had that dying look on his face. She couldn't even figure out what was going on with Sable Changju. Thinking of the words Chi Tianqiqi had just said, a bold guess surfaced in Shuang Cage's mind. The reason why he hadn't heard of the Lingxiao Sect Chi Tianqiqi in his last life. Could it really be because Chi Tianqiqi was already dead? And why did she die? Is it because she, who worshipped Sable Changju as her teacher, followed her to martyrdom because Sable Changju died? Chi Tianqiqi how sticky Sable Long Gathered Shuang Cage is aware of. Especially just now Chi Tianqiqi also shouted that if there is any accident in Sable Changju, she will not live. It's not like a joke. Shuang Cage's face was grave at the thought of this. She was an orphan in her previous life, adopted as a baby by an inner disciple of the 100 Flowers sect, Shui Haikue, and worshipped her as her teacher. The snowy sea anemone was to her Ishu, but she didn't have anyone else in the clan that she was close to besides snowy sea anemone, especially after the fall of the snow sea anemone in the back. She was even less attached to the 100 Flowers sect. That's why Shuang Cage didn't hesitate to come to Dragon Xian continent to worship Lingxiao Sect after she was reborn. On one hand, she wanted to live. On the other hand, she wanted to find an opportunity to bring Shuai Anemone to bring to live in Dragon Xian continent after she was firmly established in the Dragon Xian continent. Let her avoid the fate of falling. And now that Shuang Cage had worshipped the Lingxiao Sect, after this period of time together, she had also come to regard Wolverine Changju and Chi Tianqiqi as her relatives. She's had enough of the pain of parting with her loved ones. Master, I must save you, Shuang Cage said with secret determination. Relived a life Shuang Cage do not want to leave regrets. Not only the last life of the relatives of the Snow Sea Anemone she want to save, this life of the Sable Long Gathered and Chi Tianqiqi, she also want to save. In the afternoon, Sable Changju had fully recovered and was leisurely lying in a rocking chair basking in the sun with Chi Tianqiqi. Shuang Cage was the only one struggling to cultivate. The pink summoning talisman lit up. Wolverine Long Gathering took it out and looked at it. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This big leprechaun is really fast. I didn't waste my time yesterday massaging her until my hands cramped up. That's exactly the message that came from Creek Tenderman. It probably meant that she had already sent someone to find out about Yi Bufan's traces. It turns out that Yi Bufan and Ma Yushan backhandedly joined the Easy Sect, a sect hostile to the Lingxiao Sect, after being expelled from the Lingxiao Sect. The Lingxiao Sect and the Easy Sect were the same 4 great sects, but the 2 sects were in a state of hostility. As soon as the disciples of the 2 clans met outside, they went straight into a fight. It's a regular thing, but they were all small fights, not to the point of initiating a clan war. Join the Easy Sect? It seems like this my Yushang already hates the Lingxiao Sect to the bone. Sable Changju shook his head. Is it worth it for a Yi Bufan? Sable Changju replied to Xinengman. Thank you, senior uncle. To thank me don't just use your mouth. Use your hands to massage me. This big leprechaun. Sable Changju laughed and didn't reply to Xinengman again. Just after replying to Xinengman, Hua Xiangshi's voice transmission came. Long gathering, come to the waiting room in the main hall. Good. Sable Changju answered and got up, not knowing why Hua Xiangshi suddenly asked him to go to the main hall to wait for the living room. Could it be that some honored guest had come? After Wolverine Changju carried Chi Tian Chi, who was lying on her belly and huffing and puffing, to the side, she got up and left with her sword. When Sable Changju arrived at the main hall's waiting room, he only saw Hua Xiangshi sitting on an ancient wooden chair with a serious expression, and across from her, sat a middle-aged man in a green-colored robe, with an unruffled aura between his brows. Changju, this is Bai Wentian, the family head of the Bai family of the heavenly sacred divine continent. Hua Xiangshi introduced. Hua Xiangshi couldn't see through Bai Qiantian's cultivation, nor did he understand why he, the head of the Bai family of the heavenly sage divine continent, suddenly came to the Lingxiao sect of the Longxian continent, and even named him to meet with Wolverine Changju. The heavenly sacred divine continent was a more advanced cultivation realm than the Longxian continent. It was said that there were no mortals in the heavenly sage divine continent, and that even a loser's cultivation was at the Jindan stage. The heavenly sacred divine continent was far away from the Longxian continent, and Hua Xiangshi didn't know about the heavenly sacred divine continent, nor did she know what kind of character this Bai family head, Bai Wentian, was. It was only known that Bai Qiantian's cultivation was definitely above the god transformation stage. Bai Wentian, the family head of the Bai family of the heavenly sage divine continent? Sable Changju's heart was shocked when he heard the introduction. Wasn't this little Birch Jin's father? The letter left by young Hua Jin said these things. This is a father-in-law. The late Sable Changju has met uncle. Sable Changju said respectfully. Bai Qiantian had come from the heavenly sage divine continent specifically to look for him, obviously knowing about his relationship with Bai Hua Jin. Shouting Lord Father-in-law is too intimate. Shouting BEA's family head is too raw. The only way to shout uncle is just right. Not too close and not too distant. Hua Xiangshi's expression was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Sable Changju called Bai Qiantian uncle. She didn't know about Bai Hua Jin, only that Bai Hua Jin had suddenly disappeared. If you don't see it, you don't see it, just the way she wants it. Bai Qiantian sized up Sable Changju and didn't respond. The more he looked at Sable Changju heart the more dissatisfied. Do not understand his own daughter looked at him which point, as to let her never forget. Every day hanging in the mouth? Your Sable Changju? Bai Qiantian snorted coldly in an unfavorable tone. Sable Changju's heart was cold. It seems that this cheap father-in-law is very dissatisfied with him. Chapter 51. Who do you think you are to scold the young master? Aha! Sable Changju nodded respectfully. How old are you this year? Bai asked in a deep voice. Just turned 995. Sable Changju answered truthfully. Hua Xiangshi watched their conversation and always felt that something was wrong. Like a wedding man meeting his parents. 995 years old and still only a Holy Spirit stage. What a waste. Other people at 995 years old have already crossed over to the succession stage. Bai Wentian coldly shouted without mercy. Hua Xiangshi's expression was slightly cold. It's your turn to scold my disciple? Do you know how hard Nagaraju is working? Hua Xiangshi was about to speak for Sable Changju to dislike Bai Qiantian back, when Bai Qiantian's next sentence made her directly dumbfounded. How can a loser like you be worthy of my family's Hua Jin? I really don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup you've put in Hua Jin, Bai Qiantian said angrily. Bai Qiantian had this expression, like he was furious that his daughter had been abducted by a little yellow hair. All of Flower Shy's doubts were solved. It's really the man meeting the parents. It turns out that the identity of that bed-warming female disciple of Sable Changju is so amazing, or the daughter of the head of the Bai family in the heavenly sage divine continent in front of him, and Bai Hua Jin was also the miss of the Bai family of the heavenly sage divine continent. Put it this way, her sudden disappearance earlier would have been when her family found her and took her back. Blossom Shy gave Sable Changju a thumbs-up look. His own disciple had gotten ahead. He actually managed to pick up the miss of the Bai family of the heavenly sage divine continent. That's the heavenly sage divine continent. The heavenly sage divine continent was considered to be one of the most powerful cultivation realms in this realm area. Those who came in the heavenly sacred divine continent, even if they were a small family descendant, would be treated with the highest etiquette by the major clans. Sable Changju's face was embarrassed. Is Hua Jin okay? As good as it gets. Now she's at the Earth Shen stage. Bai Wentian said. Earth-Xian stage? Hua Xiangshi and Ming Changju were both shocked. How long has it been? This cultivation speed is too fast. Bai asked the sky to feel slow. Bai Huajin and Bai Yuan were both in the same Liuli sacred body, and Bai Yuan was already in the heavenly Qi stage, while Bai Huajin was only in the earthly Shen stage. This is a holy elixir that Huajin specially asked me to bring to you. So cultivate well. If you can cultivate to the God transformation stage, I will reluctantly recognize you as my son-in-law. Bai Wentian coldly took out a nano ring and put it in front of Bai Wentian. Holy elixir. Hua Xiangshi's mouth watered when she heard it. Sacred pills were simply not available in the Longshan continent. I can't imagine that Bai Huajin is so attached to Sable Changju. Okay, uncle. Sable Changju took the nascent sword. The heart was touched to the core. This little green tea really. Back to go and still thinking of bringing him goodies every day. Since the item has also been handed over to you, I'll be going back. Bai Wentian was about to get up and leave after saying that. It's rare for family Master Bai to come to the Dragon Xian continent. Why don't you visit here for a few days? Hua Xiangshi politely opened her mouth to retain her. I don't see that there's anything to roam in this Dragon Xian continent. Bai Qiantian was speaking the truth. He's been to more realms than he can count. The Dragon Xian continent could only be considered a lower middle cultivation realm. What could be so great about the tour? Tomorrow is the Dragon Xian continent's once every 500 years clan competition, and the venue happens to be in our Lingxiao Sect, so why don't family Master Bai stay and watch some of the ceremony? Hua Xiangshi said with a smile. Exempt. Bai Qiantian snorted coldly. He didn't intend to make any friends with a small Lingxiao sect in an inferior realm. Do you deserve it? It didn't matter to Hua Xiangshi. If she was rejected, she was rejected. There was no need for them Lingxiao sect to curry favor with others. Yo, why are there guests today? A flirtatious voice rang out, only to see Xinang Man walking in with a smile. Bai Qiantian, who originally intended to leave, instantly broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Xinang Man. He's not mistaken. She was the Lord Messenger sent by the Sable family at the time. Just why is Lord Messenger here? Bai Wentian just wanted to respectfully salute Xinang Man, but he was scared speechless by a look from her. Go back and sit down. Xinang Man's tone was cold as he transmitted his voice to Bai Wentian. Bai Wentian only felt his heart skip a beat, as if he hadn't offended Lord Emissary, right? Xinang Man already knew when Bai Qiantian came to Longshan continent, been watching all this from the shadows. Seeing that Bai Qiantian actually dared to fling his face at Sable Changju, scolding him with a mouthful of trash, Xinang Man then couldn't resist standing up anymore. Who are you? How dare you scold the young master? Xinang Man transmitted his voice and scolded angrily. Young master? I didn't scold young master? Bai Qiantian cried out in his heart that he was wronged. How dare he scold the young master of the Sable family? How could he scold the young master of the Wolverine family when he's more than happy to see him? Suddenly an unbelievable speculation surfaced in his mind, and Bai Qiantian violently turned to look at Sable Changju, swallowing hard. No way? No way? This Wolverine Changju wouldn't be the young master of the Wolverine family, would he? Bai Qiantian's eyes widened. The only person that Xinang Man showed up and then cursed himself was Sable Long Gathering. Wouldn't that mean that Wolverine Changju was the young master of that mysterious Wolverine family? Bai Qiantian had never imagined that the Sable Long Gathering would have any connection with that mysterious Sable family's young master. In his imagination, shouldn't the young master of that mysterious Sable family be that kind of demonic genius? How come he's a loser? Bai Qiantian cried out in his heart that he was finished. He had actually cursed the young master of the Sable family. Even if his own daughter was married to the young master of the Wolverine family and was the father-in-law of the young master of the Wolverine family, he was not qualified to scold. Bai Qiantian's face stiffened and he sat back in his chair with his butt burning, coughing. Tender man, why are you here? Hua Xiangshi was a bit surprised by the sudden appearance of Xinengman, fearing that she might offend this big shot from the heavenly sage divine continent if she didn't pay attention. She, the Acacia sect, couldn't afford to offend the heavenly sage divine continent by family. Xinengman walks to himself and gently sits next to Sable Changju on the armrest of his chair and asks in a conspiratorial manner, what is this middle-aged uncle? As soon as I came in, I heard him scolding my Changju brother. Bai Qiantian's expression flashed with a hint of embarrassment. Hua Xiangshi likewise did not expect Xinengman to say this, and was about to introduce Bai Qiantian's identity, when Bai Qiantian opened his mouth with a haha and laughed. I'm a tiny Bai family head from the heavenly sage divine continent, and I was just joking with Changju. I'm actually a very kind person. I was just doing it for show just now. I'm not pretending anymore. I can't pretend anymore. Ha 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 ha. By ask the sky at this time the original frame all without. Give a person a kind of heartless, very kind uncle feeling. Hua Xiangshi and Ming Qiangju both had question marks on their faces. No, you weren't like this just now. Hua Xiangshi and Ming Qiangju were both baffled for a moment, both suspecting that Bai Qiantian's gesture just now was really pretending. Changju, I'm very satisfied with your performance just now. I just scolded you just now just to test your character, and I'm satisfied with the result. I recognize you as my son-in-law. I'm very relieved that my daughter is marrying you. I think you can get married right away. Bei asks for a blowjob on Sable Changju. Uncle B, isn't it a bit too early for my Changju brother to get married? Xinang Man said with a smile. Bai Qiantian couldn't wait to give his own mouth a few slaps, saying the wrong thing again. Right. You guys are still too young now. My daughter is only in her 20s. It's too early to get married. We'll talk about the wedding later, Bai Qiantian hurriedly said with a harumph. Hua Xiangshi and Ming Qiangju always felt that something was wrong. This feels like. They asked Heaven to be very afraid of Xinang Man. You two know each other? Hua Xiangshi asked as she opened her mouth in confusion. How is it possible to recognize? It's still the first time I've met this fairy. Bai Qiantian snorted. Chapter 52, Sect Competition. By the way, I'm actually very interested in that clan competition of yours. I like watching people fight and kill the most. If you don't mind, I'd like to stay at your clan and then observe the clan competition, Bai Qiantian said with a smile. Hua Xiangshi always felt that something was wrong, but she agreed. Then he arranged for a disciple to take Bai Wintian to the guest room to rest. Burned tender man, you are really not afraid of death. Do you know who that person was just now? Hua Xiangshi walked over to Xinang Man and ripped her off the armrest of the Sable Long Poly chair. Xinang Man is too close to Sable Changju and she looks uncomfortable. Didn't he say that he is the head of some tiny family? Xinang Man smiled charmingly and hugged Hua Xiangshi's slender waist. He's the head of the Bai family from the Heavenly Sage Divine Prefecture. His cultivation is beyond the God transformation stage. And you, a tiny Tianqi stage, still dare to yell at someone. Don't want to be hot, Hua Xiangshi said with fear. Oh, then I'll be more careful next time. Xinang Man buried into Hua Xiangshi's arms and sucked hard. It's so fragrant. Hua Xiangshi was also helpless when she saw this big-headed look of Xinang Man. Xinang Man has always been this kind of fearless character, and last time in the mysterious realm of the gods as well. Doesn't know what it means to be afraid. Burning Nang Man, why did you suddenly run here? Hua Xiangshi also hugged Xinang Man's warm and soft body and asked in doubt. Two dumpy beauties hugging each other is really eye candy. Unfortunately, Sable Changju was the only one to appreciate such an eye-catching image. Isn't tomorrow the clan competition? Can't I run here a day earlier to find you to play? Xinang Man's absolutely beautiful face rubbed in Hua Xiangshi's arms. This Acacia Sect patriarch of yours really isn't reliable at all. Not coming along with your Acacia Sect's large army tomorrow and running here first on your own. Hua Xiangshi was amused. Sable Changju, the grand event of the clan competition, was aware of it. Big scores on 3 levels of the ring. The first level is up to 100 years old. The second level is within the age millennium. The third level is the age millennium and above. But generally the third level of the ring is the most boring. The age 1000 or more rings are basically attended by a bunch of old grandparents with little cultivation, rushing for the rewards of ranking. As long as there was no deep hatred between the two sides, none of them would completely fight to the death with all their might. The main fight is on point, and no one wants to be seriously injured at their age. Instead, the second level of the ring is the most intense one. Those who participated in the second level ring were basically young celestials from various sects. The cultivation levels are all quite high. These young prides have high spirits. Gathered on the big stage of the clan competition, naturally no one is convinced by anyone. They wanted to prove who was the number one heavenly pride in front of the entire continent. And the first level of the ring fight was also very intense. Only because the participants in the first level of the ring were all the heavenly pride within 100 years. So their cultivation level was not high. Comparing to the other levels of the ring, it gave a feeling of primitive people fighting. So not many people watched. And in the previous 2 clan competitions, the Lingxiao Sect was all the rage. Lu Liyan became the representative of the Lingxiao Sect. Lu Liyan's first time participating in the clan competition was the ring within 100 years of age, and she won the first place with a crushing defeat. Lu Liyan's second time participating in the clan competition was within 1,000 years of the ring, and with an age of more than 500 years. She similarly killed those veteran heavenly prides and claimed the first place throne. Lu Liyan was thus rightfully pushed up to the throne of the Lingxiao Sect's sect leader by Hua Xiangshi, and the entire Lingxiao Sect's top resources were tilted in Lu Liyan's favor. The reason why Lu Liyan became the Lingxiao Sect leader was also so that she could give more top-level cultivation resources to Wolverine Changju and help Wolverine Changju to improve his cultivation. Thus everyone in this clan competition defaulted to Lu Liyan being the champion as well. The difference is too great to disobey. Wolverine Changju had no thoughts of participating in the sect competition, but Chi Tian Kiki and Shui Cage were very interested. They're big on the ranking thing. The next day, the grand event of the sect competition also kicked off. With the first light of the morning sun, the mountain gate of the Lingxiao Sect was gradually enveloped in clamor. The grand event of the sect competition attracted the gazes of countless cultivators, who converged from all directions just to catch a glimpse of this top-of-the-line competition on the continent. On the sect square, the huge ring had already been set up, and the surrounding viewing platforms were filled with disciples and elders from various sects. They either whispered or gazed at the ring with glaring eyes, anticipating the fierce battle that was about to unfold. Hua Xiangshi sat on top of the high platform. Her stunningly beautiful face looked even more dazzling under the sunlight. As the representative of the Lingxiao Sect, her every move moved the gazes of countless people. Meanwhile, Bai Wenyan was sitting at the front of the VIP seat, sipping his tea leisurely and comfortably, but his eyes were always secretly paying attention to the two people, Sable Changju and Shi Nengman, who were sitting next to each other, almost next to each other. Ha 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 ha. Hua Xiangshi, why don't you see your disciple Lu Liyan? With a harumph, a team of about 100 people flew in imperial swords. The one who opened his mouth to speak at the head was a middle-aged man. He held a fan in his hand and had a graceful appearance. He was none other than the patriarch of the Easy Sect, Lu Easy. Both Hua Xiangshi and Ming Changju gazed at the arrogant group, which was containing familiar faces. Yi Bufan and Ma Yushang were among them. Both of them looked at Hua Xiangshi and Sable Changju with eyes filled with hatred. Wolverine Changju was a little surprised to see Yi Bufan, who was already at the yuaniying stage. MD, an inattention allowed Yi Bufan to recover so quickly. Hua Xiangshi's gaze, however, ignored Luiqiu, Yi Bufan, and Ma Yushang, and instead sized up the two young men standing in front of Luiqiu. One male, one female. The man is considered small and handsome, and the woman is small and beautiful in appearance. Both of their expressions were condescending with undisguised contempt. The male's cultivation level is at the early stage of the transition. The female's cultivation was at the early stage of Tianqi. It didn't look like someone from the Longxian continent, presumably a heavenly pride from another realm. They fell into the position reserved for them with their imperial swords. My disciple is in seclusion and is not participating in this clan competition. Hua Xiangshi spoke indifferently, completely ignoring Ma Yushang. Hua Xiangshi's gesture made Ma Yushang, who had originally held a bellyful of fire, so angry that her teeth clenched even more. He had glared at her for half a day, but she hadn't even looked at him as a result. It felt as if you were a clown. Hua Xiangshi didn't put Ma Yushang in her eyes from the beginning to the end. Ma Yushang just kept thinking that she was very important to the Lingxiao Sect, and that the Lingxiao Sect couldn't live without her. On the surface, Ma Yushang, the early stage of the transition, was indeed one of the most important combatants of the Lingxiao Sect. But the truth was that the true battle power of the Lingxiao Sect was something that only the successive generations of sect leaders were qualified to know. Ma Yushang, who was only at the early stage of the ferrying sect's cultivation, did not even have the qualifications to lie in the Lingxiao Sect's coffin board. Those people lying in the coffin boards of the Lingxiao Sect could shock the entire Longxian continent if any one of them woke up. Although the four sects, Lingxiao Sect, Easy Sect, Jade Fairy Sect, and Acacia Sect, were known as the four great sects of the Longxian continent, but the Lingxiao Sect was a sect that had been passed down from ancient times to the present day, and it was not at all on the same level as the Easy Sect, the Jade Fairy Sect, or the Acacia Sect, the three sects that had only sprung up later, especially the Jade Fairy Sect and the Acacia Sect, which had only risen rapidly in the last few thousand years. The Easy Sect, the Jade Fairy Sect, and the Acacia Sect, they're three sects whose highest combat power was ostensibly at the Transformation of God stage, would really only be at the highest at the Transformation of God stage, and the fact that the Lingxiao Sect's table ostensibly had the highest combat power at the Transformation of God stage was just for others to see. The Lingxiao Sect had never cared to compete with other sects for any sect ranking. The title of the four great clans of the Longxian continent was also selected by the people of the Longxian continent. Chapter 53, Uncle Jade Pink River. After Lily Wang and the others were seated, the condescending youth seated at the C-seat looked at Hua Xiangshi with a scorching gaze and said, "Is this the second beauty of the Longxian continent? Sure enough, she's a beauty to behold." Luiqiu immediately curried favor. "If you like it, I can go and propose marriage for you. It's her good fortune to be seen by you, sir. The condescending youth smiled faintly and said, proposing marriage? Although she is beautiful, but also she is not qualified enough. A small place of a small sect leader is not worthy of me to propose marriage, but the condescending youth looked at Hua Xiangshi's marvelous figure, licked his mouth, revealed a meaningful smile, and said, it's still a pleasure to have some fun. Humph, this kind of cheap woman. You can also look at her? The woman next to the youth scoffed. Sitting beside her was Yi Bufan. The youth sniffed Yi Bufan and said, sister, it seems like you're the least qualified to talk about me, right? As soon as I came to the Dragon Xian continent, I got involved with a loser. Yi Bufan smiled with an awkward expression. Lin Sandong, keep your mouth clean. Where is my brother Bufan waste? In just 1 year he cultivated from 0 to the Yuaning stage. It took you 3 years to cultivate to the Yuaning stage. Are you qualified to call my brother Bufan a waste? The woman seemed to be touched by the scales, deadlocked Yi Bufan's arm, angrily glaring at Lin Sandong said, humph. Lin Sandong coldly glared at Yi Bufan. He just couldn't figure it out. Lin Wanting had a ton of suitors in the Star Royal Sacred Continent. Any kind of heavenly pride and talent, whether it was qualifications or looks or background, it all left this Yi Bufan in front of him by 10,000 streets. But Lin Wanting had taken a liking to this ordinary-looking loser, and had even rolled right into bed with him. If his father knew about this, he would absolutely go on a rampage. Lin Wanting had come out to practice, her cultivation hadn't grown, and she had even found a punk man from a small place. When Ma Yushang saw Lin Wanting, who was so clingy to Yi Bufan, a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It wasn't in vain that she had been creating opportunities for Yi Bufan. After Ma Yushang treated Yi Bufan's injuries a year ago, she brought Yi Bufan to join the Lingxiao Sect's nemesis, the Easy Sect, in order to take revenge on the Lingxiao Sect. For Ma Yushang, a strong person of the transition stage to betray the Lingxiao Sect to join the Easy Sect, the Prosperity Sect certainly welcomed it to the core. There were only 3 transitional stage powerhouses in their Easy Sect. Then later on, it was not long after Ma Yushang and Yi Bufan joined the Prosperity Sect, Lin Sandong and Lin Wanting, a pair of siblings, passed by the Dragon Xian continent, wanting to travel around for a few days in the Dragon Xian continent, and then happened to run into Lu Yilong, the patriarch of the Easy Sect, and after Lu Yilong knew about the identities of the two of them, he immediately gave a knee jerk and invited the two of them to the Easy Sect to be his guests. In the end, Ma Yushang creates an opportunity for Yi Bufan to successfully pick up Lin Wanting. Lin Sandong and Lin Wanting also stayed in the Easy Sect until now. Yi Bufan also hate because of love. Already on the flowers Xiangshi, Shui in Cage, Qi Tian Chi 3 girls hate to the bone. Love cannot get them if you want to destroy them. Under Yi Bufan's meal of turning black and white upside down, Lin Wanting had already treated the Lingxiao Sect as a big villainous sect, especially Wu Changju, the evil silver to the core inner sect elder. The moment Lin Sandong appeared, a long-lost system message appeared in Sable Changju's mind. Hostile Sons of Qi detected. Name, Lin Sandong. Age, 550. Cultivation level, early stage of the transition. Physique, Great Desolate Supreme Body. Luck value, 80, 000. Sable Changju's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Lin Sandong. 550 years old at the early stage of the ferrying. This cultivation talent was truly terrifying. Noticing that Wolverine Changju was looking at him, Lin Sandong's eyes also looked at him. But in an instant, his gaze was attracted by Xinang Man who was sitting next to Wolverine Changju. If Lin Sandong saw Hua Xiangshi simply wanting to have some fun, then he saw Xinang Man and had the urge to marry her all the time and make her give him monkeys. Who is that beautiful woman? Lin Sandong asked Lu Yu excitedly. The gazes of Lu escape, Yi Bufan, and Lin Wanting all looked along with Lin Sandong's line of sight. SSS quality beauty detected. SSS quality beauty detected. SSS quality beauty detected. The system in Yi Bufan's head instantly exploded, and the sound kept ringing out. Yi Bufan secretly swallowed. This was the second time the system prompted the appearance of an SSS quality beauty, still alive. When Yi Bufan saw Creek Tenderman, he instantly felt that Lin Wanting, who was only of A-level quality, didn't smell good anymore. Lu Yi reveals a smile that only a man knows how to smile and says, Gongzi, this beauty is Xinang Man, the patriarch of the Acacia Sect. Oh, Acacia Sect. You know, he, patriarch of the Acacia Sect? Lin Sandong and Yi Bufan's faces instantly turned ugly. It felt as if they were green on their heads. I'm sure she has tons of men under her bed. If I take her out, I'm afraid that everywhere I go, people will say, isn't she pretty? I slept with her. Ha! A dirty woman from the Acacia sect charmed you to death. TSK Lin Wading's eyes were filled with mockery as she looked at Shinang Man. Lin Sandong's expression was depressed to the extreme. It was so hard to come across a woman who made him move his heart, but he didn't expect it to be a demonic woman of the Acacia sect. In their star imperial sacred continent there was also the Acacia sect as a sect. To put it nicely, it's called the Acacia sect, but to put it bluntly, it's called a brothel. And the patriarch of the Acacia clan is the pimp, taking the female disciples under his door to do the leather business. He could cultivate and make money at the same time. As long as the money is paid well, even the head of the Acacia sect can be slept with. Even after knowing that Shinang Man was the patriarch of the Acacia sect, Lin Sandong still did not die to Shinang Man. Every now and then he looked at her and thought about how much it would cost to sleep with her once. Shinang Man pretended to be scared and hugged Ming Changju's arm and said, "Brother Changju, that man is so lewd, always spying on people. Damn it, this denizen prodigal son actually dares to spy on Miss Shi. I just can't watch it anymore. I'm going to gouge his eyes out." Before Sable Changju got angry, Bai Qiantian got angry and stood up, looking as if he wanted to be immortal with Lin Sando. "What's it to you, uncle? Did I talk to you?" Shinang Man said in dissatisfaction. Be asked, sitting back obediently. The more Sable Changju looked at Bai Wintian, the more wrong he became. "It's none of your business if someone else is spying on your uncle. You don't like him, do you?" The more Sable Changju thought about it, the more likely he felt it was, associating it with Bai Qiantian's series of abnormalities. "It's over. Father-in-law likes my woman. What should I do? Wait online. Urgently. Soon." Another group of 100 people flew in with their swords. This team is made up entirely of women. They were all dressed in black robes, with only their faces exposed on their entire bodies. The Jade Fairy sect's coming. Seeing the appearance of this team, the crowd was whispering. This kind of outfit was instantly recognized as someone from the Jade Fairy sect. The Jade Immortal sect's leader was a tall woman. Although her face was covered with a black veil that made it impossible to see her whole face, the pair of beautiful eyes she exposed was enough to make people fall in love with her. And even though she was wearing a loose black robe, her delicate curves were hidden underneath her black robe, rattling people's heart dazzle. She was none other than the Jade Fairy sect's sect leader, Jade Pink River. After Jade Pink Miao led the group of disciples back to their exclusive cultivation area, she came to Hua Xiangshi alone. "Xiangshi, I haven't seen you in many days. So don't worry." The voice is gentle and watery, which is refreshing to hear. "Pink Meow, I never imagined that you've also broken through to the transition stage." Hua Xiangshi smiled and briefly chatted with Jade Pink Meow for a while. The relationship between the Lingxiao Sect and the Jade Fairy Sect was not bad. The main ones are Flower Fragrance, Shinang Man, and Jade Pink Meow, who are from the same era. The similarity in age and the fact that they were both women made for a pretty good relationship. After Jade Pink Meow finished talking briefly with Flower Fragrance Shy, she took a step across to come in front of Xinyan Man and asked in a gentle tone, "Patriarch Shi, why are you sitting here?" Xinyan Man hugged Sable Changju's arm and said, "You don't care where I sit." Jade Pink River was silent. Sable Changju and Jade Pink Meow also knew each other. Before that, she had occasionally come over to chat with Hua Xiangshi, and also loved to play games like Mahjong and fight the landlord. Every time there weren't enough people, Sable Changju, a human machine, was called over by Hua Xiangshi to make up the numbers. After a while, Sable Changju and Jade Pink Meow were quite familiar with each other. It's just that Jade Pink Meow's veil has never been taken off, and Sable Changju has never seen her true face. I only know that Jade Pink Meow not only speaks gently, but also treats people gently, feeling relaxed with her. And when Creek Tenderman and Jade Pink Meow bump into each other, it's just like Mercury hitting the earth, playing a game of landlord. The two of them have to blow each other up even if they are on the same side. Sable Changju can't understand why Jade Pink Meow is gentle to everyone but not to Xinyan Man. Both men look at each other with disdain, and getting together is the Shura. Maybe one is the reason for the Jade Fairy Sect and the other is the Acacia Sect. "Long time no see, Uncle Jade." Sable Changju greeted Jade Pink Meow. "Well, Long Gathering hasn't seen you for many days. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the Holy Spirit stage. It's really congratulatory," Jade Pink Meow said with a smile. Chapter 54, Why is Father here? SSS Quality Beauties Detected. SSS Quality Beauties Detected. SSS Level Quality Beauty Detected. As Jade Pink Meow appeared, Yi Bufan's system blew up again. Lin Sandong and Yi Bufan's eyes were once again attracted by Jade Pink Meow. Although both of them couldn't see Jade Pink Meow's appearance, that hidden beauty was the most deadly. When Lin Wading saw Yi Bufan in this state, she angrily twisted fiercely around his waist, Does it look good? Yi Bufan came back to his senses in pain and hurriedly wrapped Lin Wading into his arms, pleading against his will. Where is my family's Wading as good looking as she is? Humph. Who is she? Lin Sandong had a piggish expression and was close to drooling. Seeing Lin Sandong's anxious appearance, Lu Escape despised it in his heart. And the young master of the Lin family in the sacred continent? A look of not having seen the world, seeing a beautiful woman, and being horny. Lu Xie, however, had forgotten that when he first saw these women, they were even worse than Lin Sandong. Her name is Jade Pink Miao, is the sect leader of the Jade Immortal Sect, Lu Shui explained. Jade Fairy Sect Patriarch? Lin Sandong's heart was thrilled to hear this name. The name Jade Immortal Sect Leader sounded like a pure woman at first glance, much better than that Acacia Sect Leader. Gongzi, do you want me to help you pull some strings to get acquainted with her? Louis Wei asked tentatively. Yes. Lin Sandong nodded with a condescending stance. Tender man, can you pay attention to the influence? You and Changju are so intimate in public. What will others think if they see you? Jade Pink Miao frowned when she saw Sable Changju's arm deep in Xinang Man's arms. I'm the Acacia Sect Patriarch. What do I care what others think? Xinang Man said as he directly pressed Sable Changju in his arms and provocatively looked at Yu Pink Miao. You shameless. When Jade Pink Miao saw such a bold action from Xinang Man, her beautiful eyes flared with anger. Sable long gathering for the two women this kind of quarrel has been accustomed to, the two of them a harmony sect, a Jade Immortal Sect, originally is incompatible. If they meet and do not quarrel, that would be called abnormal. But this time they quarreled but he was involved in it. But, really fragrant. Hua Xiangshi never took her attention away from Sable Changju's side. Seeing Xinang Man taking advantage of Sable Changju so rapidly made her angry. Hua Xiangshi had already promised to let Wolverine Changju accompany Xinang Man's disciple to cultivate, but as a result, Xinang Man, the master teacher, still didn't avoid suspicion. Did she want Wolverine Changju to accompany her to cultivate as well? Master and disciple practicing together? Jade Pink Miao silently will take out a chair and put it next to Xinang Man, then sat down. What do you want, you little whitey? As soon as Xinang Man finished speaking, Jade Pink Miao covered her mouth in panic. Jade Pink Miao said in shame, call me by my name. You shameless woman. Scared of what? It's not like others understand. The corner of Xinang Man's mouth hooked up in a bad smile. Through the veil, Sable Changju knew that Jade Pink Miao's little face was red to the extreme. This nickname may not be understood by others, but Mink Changjiu understands it, because when the two girls quarreled before, Xiningmen often made fun of Euphenio with this. Wolverine Changju has come out of Xiningmen's arms at this time, with a look of I don't understand anything. Sooner or later, you shameless woman will bring down Changju. I don't feel comfortable with you staying with Changju. Jade Pink Miao pulled Xinang Man's delicate body that was leaning on Sable Changju's shoulder over to her side. Xinang Man said in dissatisfaction. You're noble. You're marvelous. You are the Jade Fairy Sect Master. Next, Xinang Man did not make any more overly intimate gestures towards Sable Changju. Bai Qian Tian, who was sitting on the other side of the Sable Changju, didn't even dare to talk, and could only pretend that he couldn't hear and silently drink tea. Right at this moment, Lo Prosperity walked over with Lin Sandong. This is young Master Lin Sandong from the Lin family of the Star Imperial Sacred Continent, who wants to make friends with the two patriarchs. Lu Escape and Lin Sandong had already ignored Sable Changju and Bai Qiantian in their eyes. Bai Qiantian glanced at Lin Sandong. He was aware of the Star Royal Sacred Continent. If the Longshin continent was a lower-upper cultivation realm, then the Star Royal Sacred Continent was a middle-upper cultivation realm. On the other hand, Bai Qiantian's Heavenly Sage Divine Continent was a superior cultivation realm. The Lin family of the Star Royal Sacred Continent was considered a big family, but it wasn't enough to look at in front of his Bai family of the Heavenly Sacred Divine Continent. Jade Pink Miao pointed at Xinang Man and said, she burns, you make friends with her. Louis Wu's expression was instantly embarrassed. He didn't expect that Jade Pink Miao wouldn't give him any face at all, much less the face of the Lin family of the Star Imperial Sacred Continent. Xinang Man hugged Sable Changju's arm and said, I already have a man. I don't want to make friends with you. Look for her. She is a Jade Fairy Sect's patriarch. She is so loyal to love that she has to wear a veil when she goes out. She must be a good wife and a good mother. Lu Yisun's expression became even more awkward. It was obvious that neither Jade Pink Miao nor Xinang Man wanted to make friends with Lin Sandong. Lin Sandong, however, had no intention of getting angry, but instead was excited in his heart. The more Jade Pink Miao and Xinang Man were like this, the more he wanted to conquer them. Ahem! The two patriarchs probably don't know about the Star Royal Sacred Continent. The Star Royal Sacred Continent is. Lin Sandong was about to introduce his family's information with a condescending stance when he was interrupted by Jade Pink Meow. This gentleman, the clan competition is about to begin. Let's talk again next time we have the chance. Jade Pink Meow's tone was gentle and clearly meant rejection. But Lin Sandong could not muster a trace of anger upon hearing it. Instead he even smiled brightly and said politely, "Then I won't bother the two fairies first. We will talk again the next time we have the chance." Then Lin Sandong had a dog-licking smile as he led La Prosperity away. Not long after, a team of 100 people came with their swords, once again attracting the attention of the crowd. Especially the men's eyes were sticking out, because this team was composed of women just like the Jade Fairy sect, but the difference was, all of them were scantily clad, with less than a third of their entire body covered by clothing. Large swaths of white skin were exposed to the air. As soon as they appeared, they made all kinds of winks and gestures to the men present. "They are the Acacia Sect?" Lin Sandong said with a frown as he looked at the group of prodigal women and then looked at Shinangman. He even doubted if Shinangman was really the Acacia Sect patriarch or not. A patriarch of the Acacia Sect, who still has no disciples to burn. Once comparing these female disciples of the Acacia Sect, Shinangman, the Acacia Sect master, was still conservative, dress conservatively and behave conservatively. Bikawan hid at the very back of this group, her head lowered, both so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to burrow into. Unintentionally she saw Bai Qiantian sitting next to Sable Changju, and her face was even more flustered. "What's Dad doing here?" Chapter 55, Did you enjoy the scolding? Humph, how vulgar. Bai Qiantian frowned and snorted coldly as she looked at the group of women with open behavior and demeanor. Shinangman narrowed his eyes and asked in a masculine manner, seeing what family head B means, "It seems that he is very dissatisfied with the Acacia Secto?" Sable Changju's expression was awkward as he pretended not to hear anything and sipped his tea in silence. Jade Pinkmeo looked like she was watching the show, her beautiful eyes slightly curved as she looked at them with a smile. Bai Qiantian didn't know that Shinangman was the patriarch of the Acacia Sect. Hearing Shinangman ask him this, he immediately criticized in a loud voice. "Of course, being a woman but behaving in such a prodigal manner. I really don't know if these women still want to be ashamed of joining the Acacia Sect. I feel ashamed for their parents. If my daughter joined the Acacia Sect, I would break her legs." A hint of displeasure flashed in Shinangman's eyes as he sniffed. She was originally the patriarch of the Acacia Sect, so she naturally felt angry at Bai Qiantian's accusations. However, she did not immediately snap, but instead smiled faintly, with a few hints of provocation in her tone. "Family Master Bai, your words are too arbitrary. The Acacia Sect's cultivation method is inherently different from the traditional. They pursue the ultimate pleasure of the body and mind. This is not vulgarity, but a love of life. Isn't it true that people live to be happy? It's just that their way of pleasure is different from ours. Also, your second daughter is in the Acacia Sect. Aren't you afraid that she will hear you say this?" Bai Chu Yuan, who was hiding in the Acacia Sect's ranks, was so angry that her teeth were about to be clenched. Ever since she recognized Bai Qiantian, her divine attention hadn't left him. "And then he says he's going to break her legs? I think it's you who wants your legs broken by me." Bai Wentian's brows furrowed even deeper as he snorted coldly and retorted without budging. "Humph, pursuing pleasure? I see them as nothing more than practicing indulgence under the guise of cultivation. Wouldn't such cultivation be misguided and depraved?" Bai Qiantian was now on top of his game and had completely forgotten that Shinangman was his superior and directly disliked him back. A trace of anger flashed in Shinangman's eyes, and she was about to open her mouth to retort when Wolverine Chang Ju hastily pulled her back. Seeing that the two were about to get into a fight, Sable Changju could no longer pretend that nothing had happened. Shinenman didn't take this anger. She directly stood up and shouted to the group of Acacia Sect disciples, "Come here for a moment." Bai Qiantian's expression froze slightly, not knowing why Shinengman suddenly said this to the group of Acacia Sect disciples. Was it to call them over to have a debate with him? Make him tongue-tied? When the female disciples of the Acacia Sect saw that it was the patriarch calling them, they hurriedly put away their Thai postures and landed on their swords in front of Shinengman, Sable Changju, Jade Pinkmeo, and Bai Qiantian, and they bowed respectfully to Shinengman and said, "Good day, Patriarch, Patriarch, Patriarch." Bai Qiantian stood up with a swish and looked at Shinengman with a shocked expression, mentally screaming "It's over." He scratched his head and couldn't imagine that Shinengman was the patriarch of the Acacia Sect, because he couldn't associate Shinengman with the Acacia Sect in any way. "The first time I met Shinengman was at the Bai family in the Heavenly Sage Divine Continent. At that time, Shinengman had a cold temperament, behaved in an elegant and noble manner, and was well dressed, with only his palms and neck and above exposed on his whole body. Therefore, Bai Qiantian's heart is tacitly convinced that Shi Nenman is a traditional and conservative woman. The second time I saw Creek Nenman was here. Although Shi Nangman's dressing style now has changed drastically compared to the last time. Not so conservative and more reflective of that delicate figure of hers, she is still dressed appropriately. What you shouldn't show, don't show at all. Even though her behavior was flirty and casual, it was only to Sable Changju alone, thinking that Sable Changju was the young master. Thus Bai Chen Tian didn't think much about it. Just never thought that Shi Nangman was actually the patriarch of the Acacia Sect. What's worse was that he himself had just been taunting the Acacia Sect for what it wasn't. Thinking about this, Bai Chen Tian had already sentenced himself to death in his heart. What? Didn't anyone tell you that I'm the Acacia Sect patriarch? Did you have fun cursing just now? By family master. Shi Nangman hugged Sable Changju's arm and said with a smile, this. Bai Chen Tian wanted to die at this moment. By the way, you just said that if your family's daughter joins the Acacia Sect then her legs will be broken for her. Chu Yuan. Are you afraid of getting your legs broken by your father? Shi Nangman said with a smile as he named Bai Chu Yuan, who was hiding among the female disciples. Come on, hurry up and break your daughter's legs. Chu Yuan? He asked as the celestial man went numb. He had a wonderful expression on his face at the moment. It was then that he thought of something outrageous. His second daughter was taken away by Shi Nangman, saying that she was going to serve the young master. And now he realizes that the young master in Shi Nangman's mouth is Sable Changju. However, Sable Changju was the husband that his eldest daughter, Bai Huajin, had longed for, and Bikawan is there to serve the Sable Long Gathering. Wouldn't that mean that? He asked the Sky Two daughters. If he had known earlier that Bai Huajin's heartfelt husband was the young master Sable Changju, he would not have let Bai Xiu Yuan be taken away by Shi Nangman. Just let Shi Nangman take away Bai Huajin directly. All is well. Bai Chu Yuan originally didn't intend to reveal her identity in front of Bai Wentian. But Shi Nangman had directly told Bai Wentian plainly, so there was no need for her to continue pretending. Plus she had originally held her breath after hearing Bai Wentian's words. Bai Xiu Yuan walked out from the female disciples of the Acacia Sect, faintly skimming the fidgeting Bai Wentian, and said coldly, before that I'll send my father to lie in a coffin slab. I asked Tian to cover up by drinking tea with an awkward expression. Although Bai Xiu Yuan's appearance had changed now, Bai Wentian still recognized that this was his family's second daughter at a glance. He himself had just said that he would break his daughter's legs if she joined the Acacia Sect. His own daughter really joined the Acacia Sect. Shi Nangman hugged Sable Changju's arm and laughed so hard that he couldn't stop shaking. Father's kindness and daughter's filial piety. Okay, there's nothing more for you guys to do. Go back and sit tight. Shi Nangman snapped at Bai Chu Yuan. Bai Chu Yuan and the others returned to the Harmony Sect's exclusive cultivation area. As Bai Chu Yuan appeared, Yi Bufan's system blew up again and again. SS quality beauty detected. Yi Bufan's expression was numb. None of these beauties belonged to him. Soon the race was on. 3 rings are going on at the same time. Qi Tian Shiqi and Shuang Cage also participated in this match. Their goal was to win the championship in the 100-year clan competition ring, and to do right by Sable Changju. Not only did Qi Tian Shiqi and Shuang Cage participate in the 100-year-old clan competition ring, even Bai Chu Yuan and Yi Bufan also participated. Originally, Bai Chu Yuan didn't intend to participate, but as the holy daughter of the Acacia Sect, she could only be pinched by Shi Nangman to participate. There was no other reason for this. Every time 100 years of sect competition rings were held, the Jade Immortal Sect's rankings pressed them head and shoulders above the Acacia Sect. Jade Pinkmeo still mocked her with this point every day. Now that Shi Nangman has a rare top combatant like Bai Chu Yuan around, it's useless to use it. Yi Bufan, on the other hand, had come with the mentality of revenge. A year ago, the Lingxiao Sect viewed him as a waste, and now a year later he, Yi Bufan, had returned as a king and was already at the Yuaning stage. On the contrary, those disciples who joined the Lingxiao Sect with him a year ago were now afraid that they were not even at the early stage of Jindan. He, Yi Bufan, was going to tell the Lingxiao Sect out loud. A year ago they made the biggest bad choice in order to favor Sable Changju, the human-faced inner sect elder. He, Yi Bufan, had the qualifications of a great emperor and was a future emperor. To make an enemy of him, Yi Bufan, for the sake of a human-faced and beastly Sable Changju, was the Lingxiao Sect's biggest bad choice. The Lingxiao Sect already has a way to take death. Chapter 56, Scraps or Scraps? The sect competition officially begins. As Hua Xiangshi gave the word, the 3 rings began their matches at the same time. In addition to voluntarily admitting defeat, It is forbidden to vacate more than 10 meters. Otherwise the game is awarded a loss. If you go beyond the square space of the ring, you lose. The purpose of this is to make the great race more watchable. Lingxiao Sect Shuaying Cage vs Heavenly Silkworm Sect's Thunder Potato. A 2-meter-tall dark-skinned strongman jumped into the ring. At the same time a delicate and thin silhouette with a slightly bent waist and a lowered head walked up to the ring. Her appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone watching the battle. Her skin was snow white to the extreme, revealing a sickly beauty. That stunningly beautiful face paired with her weak, thin, delicate body instantly aroused the protective desires of all the males present, especially when the one she was fighting was also a 2-meter-tall dark-skinned and strong man. The drastic contrast attracted the attention of the crowd. Heavenly Silkworm Sect Thunder Tutor. Cultivation at the late Jindan stage. Please instruct me. The big man looked at Shuaying Cage and revealed a cruel smile. All of their clans came to participate in the clan competition with the goal of defeating the disciples of the 4 great clans. Just beat it once and you can blow it for the rest of your life. Lei Tudo is 99 years old this year. His cultivation is in the late Jindan stage. He is also considered a small genius, and is a disciple that the Heavenly Silkworm Sect is fully cultivating. Lingxiao Sect Inner Gate Elder Third Personal Disciple Shuaying Cage. Please instruct me. Shuaying Song said weakly with a breathless voice. Some disciples of the Lingxiao Sect recognized Shuaying Cage and said in surprise, "No, why did she come to participate in this clan competition to make a fuss? Oh, who is she? Quite pretty looking. Could it be a genius from your Lingxiao Sect? Harm. What genius? This is clearly a waste material. A year ago she was just a chi refining layer. I don't know what kind of luck she took to be accepted as a personal disciple by the Inner Sect elders." An Inner Sect female disciple said sourly. "Why can't I get this? How am I worse than her? I can warm the bed too." Yi Bufan looked at Shuaying Cage in the ring with eyes full of resentment. In just 1 year's time, Shuaying Cage's quality rating has come from a grade to S grade. Looks like it's all thanks to that human-faced Sable Nagarju. Well tuned, Brother Bufan. Is she the shameless childhood friend you're talking about? Lin Wanting looked at Shuaying Cage, who was even prettier than herself in the ring, and her eyes were filled with sinister words. Aha! Yi Bufan nodded fiercely and said, "She and I were originally childhood sweethearts, and I did everything I could to help her enter the Lingxiao Sect, but I didn't want her to turn around and climb into the bed of that Sable Changju, and pretend she didn't know me. In the end, I went with my master's father to ask for a statement, but there was no way that this Sable Chief Gathering's connections in the Lingxiao Sect were heavenly, and in the end, my master's father and I only ended up being expelled from the Lingxiao Sect." Helen Sanmo wanted to laugh upon hearing this, nor did he bother to poke at Yi Bufan's lies. Lin Sandong had long ago sent Lu Yilong to inquire about why Yi Bufan and Ma Yushan had been expelled from the Lingxiao Sect. What childhood friend? People don't even know you. It's so open-ended. Only your own sister Lin Wading, who has a pit in her brain, believes your words. Moreover, Lin Sandong could also tell that Shuaying Cage was already in the early Jindan stage. A year ago she was only the first layer of chi refining. Now she is already in the early stage of Jindan. In this small Longshan continent, this kind of cultivation speed is not just a verification of the special physique that Sable Long Gathering said, but, Lin Sandong looked at the weak Shuaying Cage in the ring and licked the corners of his mouth, his eyes full of bullying desire. Shuaying Cage's temperament was just too capable of provoking the evil thoughts of bullying her ruthlessly. I wanted to punch her in the face and see the look on her face as she rubbed her hands over her tears and wailed helplessly. "Don't worry, brother-in-law. Leave this Shuaying Cage to me. Big brother, I'll definitely help you take revenge ruthlessly." Lin Sandong laughed. It was also the first time that Lin Wading had rarely asked Lin Sandong to do such a thing. She smiled cruelly and said, "Brother, I hope that when the time comes, you'll use all of your abilities on this and destroy her. Don't worry about this one. I'm a pro at this one. He. Lin Sandong and Lin Wading looked at each other and smiled. Yi Bufan looked at the two siblings talking in front of him. The corner of his mouth moved. He really wanted to say, "Can I join in as well?" But after thinking about it, it was better not to say this, or else Lin Wading would be unhappy. Now Lin Wading was Yi Bufan's rich wife. Yi Bufan had to rely on Lin Wading for food and couldn't do something that would cause her unpleasant behavior. Lei Potato craned his neck and rubbed his fists together as he said to Shuaying Cage, "Little sister, I advise you to hurry up and admit defeat, lest it would be bad if you get hurt later." Jia. Shuaying Cage height is only 1.65 m. Standing in front of the 2-meter-tall Lei Tudo looks weak and helpless. Shuaying Song didn't say anything. Right now, although she was only at the early Jindan stage, since she had already cultivated to the God transformation stage in her previous life, She didn't put the big man in front of her at the late Jindan stage in her heart. With the referee's order, Shuang Cage took the lead. Shuang Cage's body was as light as a dexterous butterfly, dancing around the ring. Her movements were light and swift, as if she had left a trail of residual shadows in the air. Although Lei Tudo was stout, he looked a bit clumsy against Shuang Cage's flexible stance. Humph. Trivial skills. How dare you show off your skills? Lei Tudo snorted coldly, his fists clenched tightly, his muscles as hard as steel. He swung out a fist violently, the wind whistling, carrying a powerful force straight towards Shuang Cage. A hint of disdain flashed in Shuang Cage's eyes as she swayed, lightly avoiding Thunder Potato's attack. She then backhanded her palm, which condensed a golden light that struck directly at Thunder Potato's chest. Bang! With a loud bang, Thunder Potato was knocked back a few steps, his chest vaguely aching. He was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect this seemingly weak woman to have such a strong power, and he could also tell Shuang Cage's true cultivation level, which was early Jindan stage. Again! Thunder Potato roared and charged at Shuang Cage once again. His two fists fell like rain, each punch carrying a thunderous momentum. Shuang Cage, however, was like walking idly, easily weaving in and out of Thunder Potato's attacks, avoiding his attacks at just the right time each time. The crowd watching the battle marveled, not realizing that Shuang Cage looked weak but was so tough. Some of the Lingxiao Sect's disciples who had previously mocked Shuang Cage looked dumbfounded at the moment. They didn't expect that this woman, who was once regarded as a waste material, had already cultivated to the early Jindan stage in just 1 year, while they hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage yet. Especially the female disciple who had just taunted the most. Right now she only felt a burning pain on her face. Didn't you just say that she's a wastrel? A year ago she was just a chi refining layer, but now she's at the early stage of Jindan. You lied to me? No, it's unjust. She was really just a chi refining layer a year ago. That female disciple cried out in injustice. Yi Bufan's face hurt even worse. Yi Bufan looked at the battle in the ring with an expression as hard as eating. Because he had always claimed to outsiders that Shuang Cage had willingly slept with Wolverine Changju for the sake of cultivation resources. Before Wolverine Changju accepted her as a personal disciple on the grounds that she had a special physique. He once thought that Shuang Cage was just a vase with an empty face. But he didn't expect that in just 1 year she would be able to cultivate from the first level of chi refining to the Jindan stage. This terrifying speed of cultivation was already fiercer than the two so-called geniuses from the Star Imperial Sacred Continent, Lin Sandong and Lin Wanting. And Yi Bufan can just in a short period of 1 year from the abolitionist cultivation to the Yuanying stage all rely on the system's rewards. Doesn't this terrifying cultivation speed of Shuang Cage just confirm the hidden special physique that Wolverine Changju said when he took her as his disciple at that time? Wolverine Changju had really accepted Shuang Song as his personal disciple because of her hidden special physique, and his own accusation that Wolverine Changju had accepted her as his disciple because he coveted Shuang Song's beauty had become nonsense. In fact, what Yi Bufan didn't know was that everyone in the Free Sect had long known that Yi Bufan had lied, and no one believed his words at all. Everyone but his women treats what he says as fart, especially this brain-dead Lin Wanting. She believed whatever Yi Bufan said. Lin Wanting had been convinced that Shuang Song was a chi-refining first-level waste material before she revealed her cultivation. Even now, after seeing Shuang Cage's early Jindan cultivation explode, she still did not doubt Yi Bufan's words. Humph. It's just a matter of luck to cultivate from the first level of chi refining to the early stage of Jindan in a year's time. Scraps are still scraps, and it's estimated that they'll be stuck at the early stage of Jindan for the rest of their lives. Lin Wanting said maliciously. Lin Sandong and Lo Yilong and the others were speechless when they heard Lin Wanting's words. Missy, do you want to hear yourself talk? Cultivating from the first level of chi refining to the early stage of Jindan in just 1 year? Scraps or scraps? A year's time to cultivate from the first level of chi refining to the early stage of Jindan can still be a waste of material? Lin Sandong didn't even bother with his brainwashed sister. Love only brings down intelligence. The battle in the ring had also entered a white-hot stage. Thunder Potato suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, his entire body shining with golden light. He bellowed, and his fists condensed a thunderbolt as if thunder had descended, heading straight for Shuang Cage. Shuang Cage frowned slightly as she knew that Thunder Potato had used his full strength. Her figure shifted and she rushed towards Thunder Potato like a bolt of lightning, both palms coming out at once, golden light and lightning colliding in the air, erupting in dazzling light. Boom! With a loud bang, Thunder Potato was knocked back dozens of steps and fell out of the ring. You lost, Shuang Cage said indifferently. Lei Tudo's face was blue. He didn't expect that he would lose in the hands of a seemingly weak woman. He glared hard at Shui and Cage before turning to leave. How could he have never imagined that he, a late Jindan stage, would lose to a tiny early Jindan stage? The opposite side is still a weak little sister. It's really humiliating. Shui and Cage's victory drew cheers from the crowd, not to mention defeating a late Jindan stage with an early Jindan stage. Shui and Cage's appearance alone drew a large wave of male cheers. Chapter 57, I'm going back to your sister. Since Shui and Cage's match, there hadn't been any more appealing matches in the 100-year-old ring, and everyone's attention was focused on the 1,000-year-old ring. The 1,000-year-old ring was 5 times bigger than the 100-year-old one, and at the same time, the ring was also set up with a square transparent defense spell formation to prevent the aftermath of the battle in the ring from being able to ripple to the spectators watching the battle outside. The people who competed in the ring in the millennium were as exciting as they could be. The new generation of pride from various sects in the Longxian continent gathered in this millennium ring to fight it out. The most boring can only be 1,000 years or more in the ring, though the Millennium Plus ring is another 2 times bigger than the Millennium one, with more room to move around. But it's all a bunch of old grandparents competing, none of them really moving, and it's all about peace and love. When you fight, whoever is tired admits defeat and goes through the motions. The audience really can't muster up the slightest interest in watching it. Inside the ring of the Millennium, a figure is sent flying outside the ring with a slap. Lin Huan of the Easy Sect wins. The referee shouted. Damn it! Li Changlu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared unwillingly at the plain-looking youth in the ring. Li Changlu's defeat was really out of the Lingxiao Sect disciples' expectations. Even Hua Xiangshi was a bit surprised. After all, Li Changlu, excluding his identity as an inner sect elder, was also considered a genius disciple of the Lingxiao Sect, with a cultivation level of late-stage Dixian, and was likewise the favorite to win the sect competition this time. He was expected to at least make it to the end, but he was not expected to lose the battle in the first round. The crowd was also talking about what this Lin Huan was from. I can actually beat Li Changlu. The name Lin Huan of the Easy Sect was one they had never heard of, as if it had popped up overnight. The inner sect elders of the Lingxiao Sect are nothing more than that, Lin Huan said with a disdainful smile. Lin Huan's words caused the Lingxiao Sect disciples present to listen in anger. He defeated Li Changlu, and he did have the qualifications to say this. Even Li Changlu had lost to him, so who else could defeat him? The previous 1,000 years champion, Lu Liyan, had already become the patriarch and was still in seclusion. And Li Jianyuan and Drunken Dreamer never participated in this kind of competition. The two of them were bent on asking questions with no interest in these. Louis Wang smiled broadly. This Lin Huan was not a disciple of their Easy Sect, but rather a servant of Lin Sandong and Lin Wading, age over 800 years old, cultivation at the late Tianxian stage. Having Lin Huan bring the Easy Sect's identity to this millennium's ring was simply a descending blow. This time, the champion of the sect competition, they, Easy Sect, were certain to take it. The other side of the centennial ring caused a stir once again, only to see Bai Xiu Yuan in the ring defeat a mid-Yuaning disciple of the Lingxiao Sect with a simple move. This mid-Yuaning disciple was only 90 years old, and could also be said to be a genius-level character, and the favorite to win this 100 years ring, yet it was so simply defeated. Winner Acacia Sect Shichu Yuan. Bikawan walked out of the ring with a cool expression of no sadness or joy. She only wanted to end this boring grand competition earlier and win the championship of the 100 years ring to give Xinang Man the job. Her true cultivation level was already at the early Tianqi stage, and she really wasn't interested at all in fighting this group of people who weren't even at the Earth Qi stage. The Lingxiao Sect's top seeds for the championship were eliminated one after another, and the crowd was talking, discussing who the dark horses that had suddenly appeared were, and why there hadn't been a single bit of information about them before. Nang Man, you're cheating, Jade Pink Miao said to Xinang Man as she looked at Bai Chu Yuan with a slight frown on her face. Where did I cheat? Isn't she within 100 years of her age? Xinang Man hugged Sable Changju's arm and laughed. Yes, but, is she the holy daughter of my Acacia Sect? Yes, but, then where did she cheat by fighting on behalf of our Acacia Sect? Jade Pink River was speechless, fighting until the afternoon. Qi Tian Chi was matched against Yi Bufan in the first round. Lingxiao Sect Qi Tian Chi versus Easy Sect Yi Bufan. Kiki, I urge you to turn back to me. My arms are always open for you. Although Yi Bufan hated Shuangsong, Qi Tian Chi, and Hua Xiangshi's 3 girls in his heart, when Qi Tian Chi stood in front of him, seeing the playful and cute little lowly Qi Tian Chi, the hatred in Yi Bufan's heart towards her immediately dissipated and turned into thick love. I'm going back to your sister. Will you stop ing grossing me out? Please hurry up and die. Chi Tianqiqi made a vomiting gesture with a disgusted face. Yi Bufan not only did not get angry at Chi Tianqiqi's words, but also said with a heartbroken touch, Chi-Chi, I didn't expect that you had been brainwashed so badly by that human-faced and animal-hearted Sable Changzhou. He just covets your body. And only I, Yi Bufan, am the one who really loves you. Yi Bufan's ring with this look of deep emotion made the surrounding audience who didn't know the truth sympathize with him. Chi Tianqiqi became a negative woman in their eyes. Shut up. You're really disgusting. Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of cursing my master? I'm begging you. Stop disgusting me here. Chi Tianqiqi's expression was disgusted with Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan has read the mess back, tightly covering his heart place, painfully said, Kiki, you really make my heart ache with this look. Don't worry. I will definitely free you from his hands. Even if you're already unclean and your whole body has been toyed with by him. Every night your tiny petite body has been bullied and ruthlessly roughed up by him. Even if you cooperate to please him every time and even take the initiative to please him. I don't mind. I don't mind your past. I know that all of this is not your intention. The female audience frowned as they listened to Yi Bufan's words. What a downer. Ugh. Downhead guy. The male audience was also a bit diabolical as they listened to Yi Bufan's words getting more and more out of place. How's that for a cuckold fetish speech? Start. The referee also held back his nausea to hastily interrupt Yi Bufan's disgusting words. Chi Tianqiqi had long endured Yi Bufan for a long time. Hearing the referee's command to begin, Chi Tianqiqi surrounded her body with aura as if she was wearing a protective suit. Instantly rushed to the front of Yi Bufan, and in Yi Bufan's surprised gaze directly came to the broken sun. Feet. Yi Bufan couldn't react and was directly hit. He had just thought that Chi Tianqiqi had been successful with his mouth and was going to throw herself at him. Yi Bufan let out a heartbreaking scream. It sent shivers down the spines of all the men in the room who saw it. Chi Tianqiqi wasn't done yet. Being disgusted by Yi Bufan to the point of holding a belly full of anger, how could she let him off so easily? A whip leg of hers was a horizontal sweep against Yi Bufan's feet. Crack, a crisp ringing sound. Yi Bufan's legs into the shape of the Chi Tianqiqi swept across the fracture. Yi Bufan screamed even louder. At the moment his eyes were filled with fear for Chi Tianqiqi. He realized that a Yuaning stage, was nothing in front of Chi Tianqiqi. But the next second Yi Bufan couldn't scream out in misery, because Chi Tianqiqi immediately jumped up and kicked Yi Bufan's mouth with a geokick, kicking all of his teeth popping bloody, while also stuffing a ball of aura into Yi Bufan's mouth, gagging him so he couldn't speak. Yi Bufan at this moment finally know afraid. He is not Chi Tianqiqi's opponent. Want to open his mouth to shout to admit defeat but can only send out a whimpering sound. Chi Tianqiqi felt disgusted when she looked at Yi Bufan's face, and ruthlessly gave Yi Bufan's face a series of kicks. Yi Bufan's entire face was bloodied up, his features distorted. This is not over. Chi Tianqiqi kicked Yi Bufan's face, immediately shifted fire aimed at his limbs. A few clicks sound. Yi Bufan Uzi were abolished. Yi Bufan is still conscious at the moment. He desperately shouted to admit defeat, but can only continue to emit whimpering sound. Chi Tianqiqi still do not feel relieved. Both hands pulling Yi Bufan's feet like throwing clothes, like crackling on the ground as a burst of wrestling. Every time Yi Bufan landed on his face, making a bloodied mess on the ground. In no time the ground was covered in Yi Bufan's blood. Chi Tianqiqi viciously dropped Yi Bufan to the ground before scattering his hands, and Yi Bufan rolled around a few times like a dead body. Then Kiki Zaitan jumped up and did a masked rider flying kick from the sky. The target hit Yi Bufan squarely in the chest. Boom! Nakaba Bufan's chest sunk in, and several cracks appeared in the ring. Chi Tianqiqi, who had finished kicking, was a bit surprised to see Yi Bufan, who was still breathing. I can't believe I'm still alive? After saying that, she jumped into the air again and flew down with a kick, this time aiming straight at Yi Bufan's head. Seeing that the kick was about to hit, a figure rushed into the ring and angrily knocked Chi Tianqiqi back dozens of steps with a palm strike. Chapter 58, What Kissing Sister, All Go Aside. Enough! Don't you bully people too much, Lin Wading said angrily. The one who struck out was none other than Lin Wading. She originally thought that Yi Bufan didn't admit defeat because he had a backhand, but it turned out that the more she looked at it, the more wrong it became. Yi Bufan, this is not a backhanded move, is it? This is clearly a case of wanting to admit defeat but not being able to open his mouth. She picked up the unconscious Yi Bufan and hurriedly fed him pills, crying, "What's wrong with you, brother Bufan? Quickly wake up." Yi Bufan was already unrecognizable at this moment. His nose was crushed and displaced, revealing white bones. His mouth jaw was broken and crooked to one side. His face collapsed, and both of his eyeballs were bursting and constantly flowing. It's really dismal. The unconscious Yi Bufan was breathing weakly and was not far from death. Ma Yushang and Lui Wei Lin Sandong and the others also gathered around and questioned the referee. Shouldn't you Lingxiao Sect give us a statement? Yi Bufan is like this and you, the referee, are still not going to stop it? This referee was an inner sect elder of the Lingxiao Sect. Coincidentally, he's also the little fanboy mentor of Ming Changju. He was also present when Ma Yushang impeached Sable Changju before. He couldn't wait for this Yi Bufan to die immediately. How could he still stop it? I've always followed the rules. Yi Bufan didn't call out to admit defeat, so that's why I didn't stop him. But who knew he'd rather die than call out to admit defeat? How would I dare to just step in and intervene? What if he says I'm meddling? The referee said with a straight face. Lin Wating was so angry that she was speechless. Indeed, Yi Bufan didn't shout to admit defeat. Just now even she thought that Yi Bufan didn't admit defeat because he had a backhand. Who knew that he had a fart backhand? He was almost killed. Count us out this time. Lingxiao Sect. I'll remember. Lin Wating said angrily. They were about to take Yi Bufan back when Hua Xiangshi said in a cold voice. Slow down. Are you not going to give us a statement for deliberately hurting someone? Me? Deliberately hurt people? Where do I? Lin Wyanting had not finished her words when she saw Wolverine Changju holding Chi Tian Kiki and said anxiously. Kiki, what's wrong with you? Only to see Chi Tian Chi let out a wow sound and spit out a large mouthful of blood as she weakly said to Sable Changju. Master, I'm dying. This woman is so vicious. She actually wanted to lay her hands on me. I'm fainting. Then Chi Tian Chi's little head lolled towards Sable Changju's arms and fainted. QI. Wolverine Changju's eyes turned red as he hugged Chi Tian Chi. Just now, when Chi Tian Chi was knocked back dozens of meters by Lin Wutianting and slumped to the ground, he immediately rushed over. I didn't realize that Chi Tian Chi's injuries were so serious. Lin Wating was also stunned when she looked at this amount of blood spit up by Chi Tian Chi. When did I become so powerful? I clearly didn't use any force in that slap just now. Senior's sister is still breathing. Shuang Cage also rushed over and hurriedly checked Chi Tian Chi's pulse, her eyes flashing with a hint of eccentricity. Chi Tian Kiki, this is not a serious injury. It's obviously healthy as hell. It was fine if she fooled Sable Changju, but she couldn't fool her. Sable Changju also probed Chi Tian Chi's pulse, which was weak but not fatal, and sighed in relief. Handing Chi Tian Chi into Shuang Cage's arms, he then stood up. He intended to use the Tianji Peak Stage Experience card to teach Lin Wating a lesson in person, though that's something that can't be explained once it's used in front of a crowd. However, Chi Tian Chi had been seriously injured by this early stage heavenly Chi woman in front of her, and he, the master teacher, had to avenge her no matter what he said. You, an early stage Tianchi powerhouse, actually shamelessly laid your hands on a Yuaning stage junior. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Wolverine Changju shouted angrily as she looked straight at Lin Wating with both eyes. I didn't lay a hand on her. I just wanted to repel her. Lin Wating didn't know why, but she was a little scared in her heart when she was being glared at tightly by Wolverine Changju, who was only at the Holy Spirit stage. Just repelling? Wolverine Changju laughed out loud and pointed at Chi Tian Chi who was being held in Shui Yinkage's arms and said, "My disciple is seriously injured and passed out, and you call this repelling?" Chi Tian Kiki, who had quietly opened her eyes to peek, panicked and closed them. Wow, you look so handsome when you're angry. This little action of hers was only noticed by Shuang Song, who wanted to laugh a little. Sister, can you be more professional if you want to act? The surrounding spectators were accusing Lin Wating. Indeed, as a heavenly Chi stage powerhouse actually laying a deadly hand on a junior, you really don't even have a face. People are seriously injured and spitting out blood and unconscious. And they're still talking tough and saying that they're just repulsed? Do you think everyone is blind? I think she's just anxious to avenge her little white boy when she sees he can't beat the opposite side. I really just gently repelled her. You guys have to believe me. Where had Lin Wating ever experienced such a scene? Being pointed at by a group of people. Her eyes flooded with tears and she directly broke her defense. She felt aggrieved that none of them believed what she said. Then you mean my disciple seriously injured himself? Spit out blood on his own? Sable Changju sneered. I think it should be. Lin Wating hesitated for a moment and nodded. Other than that, she really couldn't think of a reason why Chi Tian Chi was suddenly seriously injured and vomiting blood. Shuang Cage and Chi Tian Chi forced themselves to hold back their laughter as they thought over the sad events. Seeing that things had developed to such a point, Lu Ichio stepped forward and said, "This is the fourth young miss of the Lin family from the Star Royal Sacred Continent. She didn't know the rules when she first came to the Dragon Shin continent. Here, I, Lu Ichio, apologize for her on behalf of all of you, and I'm offering 10,000 spirit stones as compensation. There's no way. If Lu Yi-sun doesn't come out, this will only get bigger and bigger. The crowd all exclaimed in shock upon hearing Lo Prosperity's words. Star Royal Sacred Continent? This is a moderately large cultivation realm. No wonder you're already at the early stage of Tianqi at a young age. So you're a young lady from an alien great realm's great family. So what if the Star Royal Holy Continent? Can the Star Imperial Sacred Continent just act recklessly? Right. Does being from the Star Imperial Sacred Continent make you superior? Ha! This is the Dragon Shin Continent, not her family's Star Imperial Sacred Continent. So what if it's an upper-middle cultivation realm? Our Longshin Continent was a top 10 cultivation realm in this universe in the past. When Lu Yi-sun said this, Lin Wading was not happy before Sable Changju even gave a word. Who am I to apologize? It's not like I did anything wrong. Not to mention that Brother Bufan was beaten up by this woman. As soon as Lin Wading finished speaking, she was slapped in the face. Shut up! Lin Sandong coldly shouted. Don't you still mind being humiliated today? Doing this disgraceful thing for a waste thing and still not admitting it. Lin Wading covered her face, her eyes filled with tears of disbelief as she pointed at Lin Sandong and said, Brother, even you don't believe me? I really didn't hurt her on purpose. It must be her pretending. Look at her dying look. Where does it look like she's pretending? All this time you have been ghosted by this trashy bouffon even if it's not enough. But you also have no bottom line to do this kind of disgraceful thing. Lin Sandong shouted loudly, not giving any face to Lin Wading. Chi Tianqi's pitiful appearance. He, Lin Sandong, felt pity when he looked at it. Chi Tianqi, such a cute and naughty little sister, Lin Wading could still lay hands on her to hurt her? I'm sorry, but he's going to side with Kiki Zeiton this wave. Off with all the kissing sisters. Chapter 59, I'm getting serious. Hua Xianxia arrived beside Sable Changju in a flash. Her expression icy cold. Our Lingxiao Sect is not a place where you, a person from the outside world, can just spread your wildness. I don't care what kind of Star Imperial Sacred Continent you are. Today you must give me an explanation. Leaving aside the fact that protecting the shortcomings was an old tradition of the Lingxiao Sect, Yi Bufan and the others' mannerisms alone were already disgusting to Hua Xianxia. Not to mention that Chi Tianqi was still her disciple's grandson. This matter will not be easy for Hua Xianxia to rest. What do you want to explain? Lin Sandong looked at the absolutely beautiful woman in front of him and secretly swallowed a mouthful of water. It's simple. Let your sister receive a slap from me and this matter will be considered over. Hua Xianxia said in a cold voice. A poem? Aren't you ashamed to say such words to me? An early Tianqi stage? As a mid-transitional succession stage? Lin Wading mocked. Then there is no shame in you. An early Tianqi stage? Laying heavy hands on a Yuan-ing stage junior? Hua Xianxia drank. I didn't. Lin Wading was aggrieved to the extreme. Alright, sister's fault, brother's fault. I admit that it was me who did not teach my sister well. However, my sister would never be able to receive a slap from you. You and I are both at the transitional stage. Why don't we compete according to the rules of the sect competition? If I win, this matter will end here. If I lose, my sister will be at your disposal. Lin Sandong opened his mouth. Although Lin Sandong also couldn't stand to see his own brainwashed sister, Lin Wading was ultimately his own sister. If she really let Hua Xianxia hit her with a slap, Lin Wading would have to be seriously injured if she didn't die. Plus, he had been trying to find a chance to get up close and personal with Hua Xianxia. Why don't you offer to compete with her? Not only can you show your powerful side, but you can also take the opportunity to make a move on Hua Xianxia during the competition. And you can even save your brainwashed sister in the process. It's a triple whammy. It's a real moneymaker. Lin Motionless, who possessed the great desolate supreme body, was incredibly confident in his strength, even though he was only at the early stage of the transitional soul stage, but crossing the level of challenge was something he often did. Even the peak of the late stage of the transitional soul stage was not his opponent, and he was known as the number one person under the transformation spirit stage. Hua Xianxia's measly mid-transition cultivation was completely inadequate in front of him. Yes, Hua Xianxia agreed without hesitation. She hated the vaguely disgusted look Lin didn't move to look at her, and had long ago resisted the urge to beat him up. Now that he had sent himself to the door to get beaten up, where would Hua Xianxia refuse? Some people are just born and have to get their ass kicked. Senior, don't be careless. Lin Sandong's physique is the great desolate supreme physique. Wolverine Long Gathering transmitted his voice. Wolverine Changju had originally wanted to use the late peak Tianji experience card, but now it looked like there was nothing left for him. However, knowing that Lin Fudo's physique was the great desolate supreme body, one couldn't help but be a little worried that Hua Xiangshi wouldn't be able to defeat him. What characteristics the great desolate supreme body had, he didn't know, and the system didn't go into detail. Great desolate supreme body? Hua Xiangshi was a bit puzzled. This was also the first time she had heard of this kind of physique. The name sounds like it's awesome. However, Hua Xiangshi didn't bring any fear. She was a jade pot heaven swallowing body, which came with the law of devouring. With Hua Xiangshi's promise, the corner of Lin Sandong's mouth hooked into a smug smile. What had just happened had also attracted everyone's attention. And now that the people in the other two rings had stopped fighting, after seeing that Hua Xiangshi had agreed to have a match with Lin Sando, they all immediately suspended the match unanimously, making way for the ring that had been over 1,000 years old. And everyone looked at Hua Xiangshi and Lin Sando with an expression of watching a good show. Hua Xiangshi was definitely a celebrity in the Longxian continent, not only because she looked like a beautiful woman, but also because in the sect competition of her era, Hua Xiangshi had won the 3 championships of the 100-year ring, the 1,000-year ring, and the over 1,000-year ring, and her strength didn't need to be questioned. There were 3 people who were regulars in the sect competition finals during Hua Xiangshi's era, the first being Hua Xiangshi, the second being Shi Nianmen, and the third being Jade Pink Miao. Now after many years, he was finally able to see Hua Xiangshi standing in the ring of the sect competition again to catch a glimpse of her. The people who came to watch this clan competition were worth it. The two of them shifted and appeared in the ring over 1,000 years old at the same time, and it was as if the space around them was slightly distorted due to their aura. A Lingxiao Sect Supreme Elder at the late stage of the transitional succession acted as the referee for this competition, and as the referee shouted start, Lin Sandong was the first to attack. His figure was like electricity, and he blasted out with a fist. The wind of his fist contained the overbearing power of the great desolate supreme body. The space was turbulent, as if he wanted to pulverize everything. Lin Sandong exerted such a terrifying power, causing some of the powerful people present at the transition stage to turn pale. Lin Sandong appeared to only have the cultivation of an early stage of the transitional tribulation, but his actual battle power had already reached the middle stage of the transitional tribulation. However, Hua Xiangshi looked unusually calm in the face of this amazing attack. With a gentle wave of her jade hand, a golden light coalesced around her, forming a barrier that collided with Lin Sandong's fist wind. Lin Sandong's attack disappeared without a trace like a stone sinking into the sea. What kind of tactic is this? Lin Wanning and Ma Yushan were both nonplussed, shocked by Hua Xiangshi. It would be fine if Lin Sandong's attack and Hua Xiangshi's barrier collided together, sending out a huge boom cancelling each other out. But Lin Sandong's such a terrifying attack crashed into the barrier that Hua Xiangshi had casually sent out, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It could not make a single ripple before it was dissipated. This was something that they could not accept. Lin Sandong laughed out loud. Patriarch Hua has good tactics, but this time I'm going to be serious. Lin Sandong had not recognized the seriousness of the matter at this moment. In his opinion, he had just used less than 30% of his power, and it was within his expectation that he would be easily blocked by Hua Xiangshi. His figure shifted and transformed into a residual shadow, attacking Hua Xiangshi once again. This time, he no longer held back and utilized the power of the great desolate supreme body to the extreme. The entire ring seemed to tremble under his power. The audience was watching with fervor. Is this the scene of a serious battle between powerful people at the transitional succession stage? May Abe, look at their fights, and then look at those old grandparents' fights before. The difference is really too great. I didn't expect that in my lifetime. I, a tiny foundation stage, would be able to see 2 transition stage powerhouses fighting here. This life is worth it. Chapter 60, See the Move. Great Desolate Supreme Finger. Patriarch Hua, be careful. This time I'm going to use 50% of my strength. Lin Sandong said with a confident smile. Why are you talking so much crap? Hua Xiangshi suddenly turned her body into a stream of light. Lin Sandong's heart was startled, and he hurriedly performed a body technique to dodge. However, Hua Xiangshi's attack followed him like a shadow, as if he was able to anticipate his movements. Hua Xiangshi struck Lin Sandong's chest with a palm print. Lin Sandong let out a muffled grunt as he flew out backwards, landing heavily on the ground. You lost, Hua Xiangshi said indifferently. She didn't multiply her victory. Annoyed, Lin Sandong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. I didn't lose. I got careless and didn't flash just now. Lin Sandong had underestimated Hua Xiangshi and suffered a loss. It made him lose face, and he decided not to hold back. He was worried that he would hurt Hua Xiangshi. But it turned out that Hua Xiangshi was indeed not hurt, and it was he himself who was hurt. Lin Sandong was bursting with qi. His body was surrounded by black aura. He stamped his foot on the ground, and the ring floor that had been reinforced by the formation was actually stepped on dozens of meters long cracks at this moment. At this moment, he completely activated his great desolate supreme body engine, no longer hiding a trace of his strength. Originally, I wasn't going to use this move. This is you forcing me, Lin Sandong said expressionlessly. The people watching the battle and the surroundings were vaguely alarmed when they saw Lin Sandong's appearance. They realized that the current Lin Sandong's aura was like a different person from just now. Even some of the Lingxiao Sect's supreme elders at the late stage of the transition stage had expressions of grave and deep scorn when they saw the aura emanating from Lin Sandong at the moment. They couldn't help but worry about Hua Xiangshi. Lin Wating laughed excitedly when she saw Lin Sandong like this. You guys are screwed. Brother is going to get real. My brother has entered the form of the Great Desolate Supreme Body. My brother is undefeated in the Great Desolate Supreme Body form. Even the peak of the late stage of the transitional succession wouldn't be able to withstand my brother's 5 fingers. 5 fingers? Sable Changju had a somewhat strange expression. The Great Desolate Body? The Great Desolate Body? And 5 fingers? Shouldn't. Compared to the other's grave scorn, Hua Xiangshi, who stood in front of Lin Sandong, had a flat expression. A golden, fluctuating shield 5 centimeters above her skin wrapped around her entire petite body. This golden layer of fluctuating shields was the power of her devouring laws. This was a new method of using the devouring law that she had just developed through experimentation. The devouring laws were used as an armor-like means of defense. If that's all you're capable of, I advise you to hurry up and admit defeat. Hua Xiangshi spoke indifferently. Humph. Arrogant. Watch out. You have to catch this move of mine. Lin San pointed his hand to the sky. Great Desolate Supreme Finger. One finger to imprison heaven and earth. As Lin Sandong roared, a pitch-black pillar of light descended from the sky, as if it was going to swallow the entire ring. A trace of gravity flashed in the eyes of the Lingxiao Sect's crowd. This move was not trivial. With a lift of Hua Xiangshi's hand, a huge golden vortex instantly appeared above her, enveloping the entire ring. The pillar of light collided with the vortex with a deafening roar. The light of the formation on the ring flickered, as if it was desperately trying to resist this terrifying force. The spectators retreated, fearing that they would be affected. Lin Wating clenched her fists nervously. Although she had full confidence in her brother, Hua Xiangshi's calmness also caused a trace of uneasiness to flutter in her heart. Break for me, Lin Sandong roared, his entire body's strength pouring into the light pillar in a steady stream. However, the power of Hua Xiangshi's devouring laws was like a bottomless pit, devouring and dissolving the power of the light pillars continuously. In the golden vortex, a black light was swallowed and turned into nothingness. In the end, with a loud bang, the light pillar completely dissipated, while the golden vortex slowly dissipated as well. Lin Sandong's face was pale. Obviously this move had consumed him greatly. How? Possible? Lin Sandong spat out these words with difficulty, his eyes filled with disbelief. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could receive his great desolate supreme finger without injury. I don't believe it. Again! Lin Sandong roared and raised 2 fingers at Hua Xiangshi. Great desolate supreme finger. 2 fingers to shatter mountains and rivers. Lin Sandong's roar echoed in the ring. The black aura of his entire body became even more intense, and 2 pitch-black pillars of light shot out from his fingertips, carrying destructive power straight towards Hua Xiangshi. Hua Xiangshi remained calmly standing in place, and with a grab of her jade hand, a huge golden fist appeared out of thin air and blasted out. The 2 pillars of light collided with the huge golden fist, erupting into an even more violent roar. The supreme elders of the Lingxiao Sect also exerted their mana to reinforce the formations around the ring. Lin Wating held her breath nervously. She knew that her brother's move was so powerful that even a strong person in the late stage of the transitional succession would find it difficult to resist it. However, Hua Xiangshi's subdued demeanor caused a trace of uneasiness to flutter in her heart. The golden fist continued to vibrate under the impact of the 2 pillars of light, but it never broke. Hua Xiangshi's power of the devouring laws was exerted to the extreme at this moment, and in the end, the 2 pillars of light completely dissipated, while the golden fist slowly dissipated as well. Hua Xiangshi remained standing in the same place, unharmed. Lin Sandong's eyes were filled with shock and incomprehension. He couldn't believe that someone could take his great desolate supreme finger so easily. How did you do it? Lin Sandong asked with difficulty, a hint of trembling in his voice. Hua Xiangshi replied indifferently, you've already lost. Admit defeat. I lose? How can I lose? Lin Sandong's appearance at the moment was maniacal. He couldn't accept that. He yelled, "Great desolate supreme finger. One finger imprisons heaven and earth. The second finger shatters mountains and rivers. The third finger destroys living beings. The fourth finger breaks the sky. 5 fingers move the universe. All 5 fingers come out from the great desolate supreme palm." Lin Sandong's roar was filled with despair and anger. The black aura of his entire body raged like a violent storm, and 5 pitch-black pillars of light shot out from his fingertips, heading straight for Hua Xiangshi with a heaven-destroying power. However, his great desolate supreme palm was a toy in front of the devouring laws in front of Hua Xiangshi. It was easily devoured by flower fragrances devouring laws once again. Hua Xiangshi remained standing in the same place, unharmed. "It can't be. This is impossible. How could anyone be able to receive my great desolate supreme finger?" Lin Sandong hissed loudly. At this moment, he had used up all of his aura and had lost his ability to fight. "Got it. Go down." With an easy palm seal, Hua Xiangshi sent Lin Sandong flying backwards with a muffled grunt, falling heavily out of the ring. Chapter 61 Yi Bufan dies. Lin Wanting's heart was filled with shock when she saw this scene. She couldn't imagine that her brother Lin Sandong would be defeated. The crowd of the Lingxiao Sect applauded Hua Xiangshi's victory. Hua Xiangshi coldly turned to look at Lin Wanting. Lin Wanting felt bad and turned around to escape, but Hua Xiangshi wouldn't give her a chance. Taking a step to close the distance with her, she slapped at Lin Wanting's back. Lin Wanting let out a miserable cry and spat out blood, directly fainted. "This slap was returned on behalf of my disciple grandson. Hua Xiangshi, you're the one who's going to bring the Lingxiao Sect to its death. Is the Star Royal Holy Land Lin family not something you can mess with?" Ma Yusheng, who was holding Yi Bufan, couldn't help but laugh out loud. The young masters and young ladies of the Lin family of the Star Imperial Holy Land were all injured by Hua Xiangshi. How could the Lin family of the Star Imperial Holy Land stop there? When the people of the Lingxiao Sect heard Ma Yusheng say this, their expressions also became grave. Indeed, the Star Imperial Holy Land Lin family was not something to be messed with, but the crowd didn't blame Hua Xiangshi for the idea. The Lingxiao Sect has always been protective to the extreme, a rule that is engraved in the heart of every disciple of the Lingxiao Sect. No matter what kind of Star Royal Holy Land Lin family you are, as long as you dare to bully their Lingxiao Sect, the disciples of the Lingxiao Sect will take revenge to the end, even if they all die in battle. Hua Xiangshi's expression, however, was fearless as she said, "Why do we need to look at other people's faces when we do things in the Lingxiao Sect?" "Well said." An old voice rang out. An old woman in the air stepped out into the void. Ma Yusheng, Lui Wang and Lin Sandong all changed their faces when they saw this old woman. Early stage of transformation. "Master." Hua Xiangshi respectfully bowed to this old woman. That's right. The person who came was none other than Hua Xiangshi's master, Cold Chrysanthemum. The sudden appearance of Cold Chrysanthemum made Hua Xiangshi a little surprised, not expecting that today's matter had also alarmed Cold Chrysanthemum. The disciples of the Lingxiao Sect reacted and also saluted in a hurry, excitedly shouting, "Supreme Elder!" Ma Yusheng's face was flustered beyond belief. At this moment, her identity was no longer the Supreme Elder of the Lingxiao Sect, but the Supreme Elder of the Easy Sect, a proper traitor to the Lingxiao Sect. Cold Ju nodded to the crowd, then looked at Ma Yusheng and spoke in an icy tone. "Ma Yusheng, a year ago I read in you for the Lingxiao Sect to do their duty for many years on the back of you master and disciple already net a one-sided let you leave. Why you master and disciple do not find a good place to live in seclusion even if, but also join the hostile free sect. You are determined to go against our Lingxiao Sect, is not it?" Ma Yusheng, who was hugging Yi Bufan, gritted her teeth and said, "Cold Ju, don't you pretend to be sympathetic. If it wasn't for you deliberately favoring your disciple grandson Sable Changju, indiscriminately scrapping my disciple, and expelling us from the Lingxiao Sect, how would I have joined the Easy Sect?" Some people who didn't know the situation watched their conversation with shocked expressions. "I didn't realize that the Lingxiao Sect had such powerful gossip a year ago. Obsessive. Since you master and disciple are determined to go against our Lingxiao Sect, then you master and disciple will stay here today." Cold Ju spoke indifferently. As soon as Ma Yusheng heard this from Cold Ju, she was scared. Cold Ju was at the early stage of God transformation. She was only at the early stage of transition. If Cold Ju wanted to kill her, she couldn't escape at all. "I'm currently the Supreme Elder of the Easy Sect. If you kill me you are starting a clan war against the Easy Sect," Ma Yusheng shouted, giving herself courage, now that the Easy Sect was her only reliance. The Easy Sect? Clan war? Cold Ju seemed to have heard the world's funniest joke. Louis Sun could only stand out stiffly at this moment and arch his hand in respect to Han Ju. "Senior, I am the current sect leader of the Lu sect, Lu Lofty. Ma Yushang is indeed our Lu sect's supreme elder. Please think twice, Senior. You, a tiny easy sect, is also worthy of initiating a sect war with our Lingxiao sect? Get lost. Han Ju slapped Lu Prosperity directly. Today Ma Yushang and Yi Bufan must die. No one can be saved. Cold Ju directed a palm print at Ma Yushang. Stop. A loud voice rang out, and a white-haired old man stepped into the air, and it was too late for him to make a move to stop it. Ma Yushang and Yi Bufan were directly turned into mush under Cold Ju's terrifying palm imprint, and their gods and souls were destroyed. Cold Ju you, what a Lingxiao sect, the old man said as he pointed at Cold Ju with a grimace. Old ancestor, the Lingxiao sect is really bullying people too much. I will launch a declaration of war against the Lingxiao sect. I, Lu Easy, will lead the charge. Seeing that his Easy sect's mid-transformation spirit ancestor had arrived, Lu Easy's bottom immediately hardened and he stood out and pointed at Hua Xiangshi and Cold Ju and said angrily, after the old ancestor of the Easy sect broke through to the middle stage of God Transformation 3,000 years ago, he had been trying to find an opportunity to declare war with the Lingxiao sect and swallow it up. After all, the strongest in the Lingxiao sect was only Cold Ju, who was only at the early stage of God Transformation. Witnesses. My free sect was originally uncontested with the world and dedicated to seeking the Tao. But the Lingxiao sect bullied people too much and killed our free sect's supreme elder in public for no reason. So today I announce, the free and easy sect launches a clan war against the Lingxiao sect. It will not end in death. The easy sect's elder ancestor roared in grief and anger. Those melon eaters present at this statement had shocked expressions. Wonderful. This clan competition was just too wonderful. The sect competition had directly turned into the easy sect declaring war on the Lingxiao sect. The battle between the two great sects was definitely the most intense battle. The Longshan continent had been at peace for such a long time, and finally there was a great war happening again. Everyone worried about the Lingxiao sect up. Although the Lingxiao sect had many prideful young generation, the only one with the highest cultivation was Cold Ju, who was only at the early stage of transformation, and the old ancestor of the easy sect was already in the middle stage of God transformation. Even if the Lingxiao sect has many heavenly prides, so what? A heavenly pride that hadn't grown up was similar to trash in front of the prosperity sect's oldest ancestor. In the eyes of outsiders, in a clan war between the easy sect and the Lingxiao sect would definitely lose. With the prosperity sect's old ancestor's declaration that resounded through the heavens and earth, the scene was instantly and horribly quiet. 3 seconds later, an old voice rang out, breaking the silence. Oh, a declaration of war? Who initiated a clan war against our Lingxiao sect? Only to see a brand new coffin shooting up somewhere in the Lingxiao sect. The old ancestor of the prosperity sect saw this coffin and unpleasant premonition rose. It was only after the coffin came in front of the old ancestor of the bored prosperity sect that the coffin boards were suddenly violently kicked open. Before the prosperity sect's old ancestor could react, a figure scurried out of the coffin, and a wrinkled old hand had already firmly pinched his neck. Fear flashed in the eyes of the prosperity sect's old ancestor. His hands grasped this hand tightly, and his legs desperately stomped about trying to struggle away from the hand that was choking him, only to find out how they couldn't break free. He also discovered something even more horrifying. As this large hand pinched his neck, he realized that his entire body's cultivation could not be used and was sealed. A hint of disappointment flashed in the old grandpa's eyes as he said with disgust, "Just this punk of yours says he's going to start a clan declaration of war against our Lingxiao sect?" Chapter 62, It's not metaphysical. What are you? The prosperity sect ancestor said fearfully. Gramps gave a ha-ha-ha laugh. You don't even know what I am and you still dare to start a clan war? The old grandpa didn't bother to talk nonsense with the old ancestor of the easy sect, and with a slap, he exploded the head of the old ancestor of the easy sect, and the old ancestor of the easy sect's Yuanshan was destroyed. The scene shocked everyone present. Who the hell is this old grandpa? The easy ancestor in the middle stage of God transformation died just like that? I must be dreaming. The one who was the most flustered in the room was still Lu Yu Chang. After he saw that his clan's unrivaled old ancestor was simply slapped to death by this old grandpa who appeared out of nowhere in front of him, he was so scared that his legs went limp and he sat down on the ground. Fusion stage. Lin Sandong also had a surprised expression after seeing this old grandfather. It was actually a fusion stage powerhouse. Transitional period between earthquakes. At the stage of enlightenment. Integration period. He never expected that even if the transformation stage appeared in a small inferior realm, the Dragon Xian continent, there was even a fusion stage powerhouse. The fusion stage was considered a figure in their star imperial sacred continent. Now a small inferior realm has a fusion stage powerhouse. It's not metaphysical. It's so not metaphysical. With this level of aura concentration in the Longxian continent, how could it be possible to support cultivation to the fusion stage? It's so not metaphysical. Bai Wendian was also slightly surprised to see this mysterious fusion stage powerhouse that had suddenly appeared. His thoughts were the same as what Lin Sandong was thinking about. He felt that it was not metaphysical. A small easy sect actually dares to declare war on our Lingxiao Sect? How ridiculous and laughable. The old grandpa said disdainfully. And then his voice spread throughout the entire Longxian continent. Give all the disciples of the easy sect 3 days. If you don't quit and disband the sect, after 3 days, the Lingxiao Sect will kill all the disciples who call themselves the easy sect. The voice was loud and clear, reaching the ears of everyone in the Longxian continent. The entire Longxian continent went crazy. There were speculations about what had happened and why the Lingxiao Sect was pushing the easy sect to the brink of extinction. Emperor Haotian, who was drinking in a tavern somewhere, scoffed when he heard this transmission. The easy sect actually dares to provoke the Lingxiao Sect. They really want to live long. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more terrifying one knew the Lingxiao Sect was. Is the Lingxiao Sect not something you can mess with as a tiny trash clan? The highest cultivation level of your trash easy sect's oldest ancestor is at the transformation of God stage, and the lowest cultivation level of the other Lingxiao Sect's oldest ancestor is at the transformation of God stage. There's no comparison at all. After Gramps had done this, Cold Ju respectfully bowed forward to the old grandfather. I'm really guilty of disturbing senior in today's matter. Cold Ju also didn't know what this old grandfather's name was. It couldn't be helped that there were so many coffins in the Lingxiao Sect's forbidden land, and none of them had names written on them yet. A coffin suddenly appeared, and she couldn't recognize which temple it was lying inside. Just call old man Xian Lao. It's not your fault. The Longxian continent's spiritual qi is so thin nowadays. It's already good enough for you to cultivate to the God transformation stage. Old man Xian stroked his beard and said. Hua Xiangshi and the others also hurried over and respectfully greeted Elder Xian. Elder Xian yawned and didn't bother to respond to them. Waving his hand at them, he said, I'm tired. You guys arrange a quiet mountain peak for me to rest. I've been around for the last period of time, so if you come across anything that can't be solved, feel free to come and find me. Hua Xiangshi immediately asked Li Changlu to make the arrangements. Li Changlu was well aware of the utilization of the sect's peaks. Li Changlu also respectfully took Elder Xian and flew away with his sword. Lui Wu also escaped back with all the disciples, preparing to disband the easy sect overnight. Lin Sandong also had the face to continue staying here, carrying the unconscious Lin Wanting in his arms to vanish back to the Star Royal Sacred Continent. Lingxiao Sect, I, Lin Sandong, will remember you all. Then the clan competition continued. But after what just happened, everyone was distracted and had no desire to continue the competition, especially when they ran into the disciples of the Lingxiao Sect. They were so scared that they admitted defeat in a hurry. They were all afraid that they wouldn't be able to eat their way out after injuring the disciples of the Lingxiao Sect. Hua Xiangshi was also helpless in this situation. Their Lingxiao Sect is obviously very friendly. Okay? How can you be so petty? On the other side, Wolverine Changju had already returned to the mountain peak with Shuencage, who was holding Qi Tian Chi. With his sword, Sable Changju's expression was gloomy to the extreme. Although Yi Bufan was dead, Lin Wanting, who had made a move to seriously injure Qi Tian Chi, was still alive. For the first time, Sable Changju realized his weakness. Qi Tian Chi was injured by Lin Wanting, while he was unable to do anything about it, and could only borrow the Tianji Peak experience card given by the system in order to avenge his disciple's death. Although Hua Xiangshi stepped in later to help him get justice, and the Tianji Peak experience card was not used, but in the end, he was too weak. This time there's the Tenchi Top experience card. But what about next time? What about next time? What about the next time? He can't protect anyone when he's only at the Holy Spirit stage. Getting stronger. I want to be strong. Shuencage looked at the expression of the Sable Long Gathering have a little bit of heart. This time the senior sister is not playing big? Glancing at Qi Tian Chi in her arms. At the moment she was actually asleep and drooling at the corners of her mouth. Shuencage had a black line on his face. Qi Tian Kiki made such a big fuss today, and now she's still in the mood to sleep? Shuencage ruthlessly wiped the drool off the corner of Qi Tian Chi's mouth. Ding! System upgrade complete. The son of fortune, Yi Bufan, was killed. Reward I. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000,000 chi value. Reward 2. Host's cultivation level is raised to the Holy Infant stage. System level LV2. New system functions are now open. Now the host can use the skills of the subjugated daughter of chance at will. After Yi Bufan was killed, the system, which was slow to move, finally made a sound. Sable Changju's eyes narrowed slightly, a little surprised in his heart. Especially the system's new addition of, you can use the skills of a subjugated daughter of chakra at will. This function, meaning I can use my master's devouring law? Sable Changju asked. That was his main concern. Hua Xiangshi's devouring law had just shown him how perverse it was. Even Lin Sandong's great desolate, cough, the great desolate supreme finger can be perfectly dissolved. Especially that rogue, devouring attacks up to 2 realms higher than one's own cultivation setting. It meant that Hua Xiangshi, who was only at the transition stage, couldn't even take her at the fusion stage. Good morning, Master. Chi Tianqiqi in Shuang Cage's arms opened her eyes and said with a lazy expression, Chi, you're awake? Wolverine Changju was relieved to see Chi Tianqiqi waking up. If she never woke up, he was going to panic. Hug Chi Tianqiqi opened a pair of small hands to Wolverine Changju and pouted. Wolverine Changju cried and laughed. He was seriously injured, but he still didn't forget to be pampered. Wolverine Changju compassionately took Chi Tianqiqi's tiny petite body into her arms. Chi Tianqiqi skillfully wrapped a pair of small hands around Wolverine Changju's neck, burying her small head between Wolverine Changju's neck and hanging onto Wolverine Changju like a sloth bear. Shuang Cage's eyes flashed with a hint of envy when she saw Chi Tianqiqi and Wolverine Changju looking so close to each other. She originally felt that even though Wolverine Changju was her master teacher, she couldn't be too close to Wolverine Changju. But every day she watched Chi Tianqiqi pampering Sable Changju, and the two of them acting so intimately, she felt a little uncomfortable after seeing it too much. Obviously, she was also a disciple of the master, but the master had never been as close to her as he was to Chi Tianqiqi. This feels like being an outsider. Chapter 63, Under the Veil. After Sable Changju hugged Chi Tianqiqi and sucked for a while, Hua Xiangshi came to send a message, asking him to go to her place to play mahjong. 3 short of 1. This time, the clan competition will take place for 3 days, and the 3 good girlfriends, Flower Fragrance Shy, Creek Tender Man, and Jade Pink Meow, rarely get together, and Sable Long Gathering knows that they are going to play mahjong. After confirming that Chi Tianqiqi was no longer in any serious condition, Wolverine Changju was also relieved. After giving a few words of explanation to his 2 good disciples, he sent his sword to Hua Xiangshi's place. Just before he came to the door of Hua Xiangshi's room, Xingyan Man's voice came out. Brother Changju, come in quickly. Everyone is waiting for you. Sable Changju pushed the door and entered, only to see that there was an additional 4-sided table in the room, and the 3 women, Flower Fragrance Shy, Shi Nengman, and Jade Pink Meow, were sitting on one side each. The 2 women, Hua Xiangshi and Shi Nyanman, were thinly dressed, with a thin light veil draped over their small clothes, except for Jade Pink Meow who, like an anomaly, was still dressed as usual, with her body tightly covered, leaving only a pair of beautiful eyes outside. Wolverine Longheart skillfully pulled out a chair and sat in it. 3 different body odors flooded his nose. What are we betting on this time? Seeing that the people were all together, Shinang Man opened his mouth and asked. It's the same old rules, betting on spirit stones, with 100 spirit stones as the base bet. Hua Xiangshi proposed. They only like to play red center change when they play mahjong, because the red center becomes simple, too complicated for them to play. This is meaningless. Every time we bet on spirit stones, it's not like everyone is short of spirit stones, so after playing more, winning or losing doesn't feel like a big deal. Shinang Man retorted. Indeed, if you gamble on spirit stones, you can't inspire a desire to win if you play too much. Jade Pink Meow nodded. Then what are we betting on? Hua Xiangshi asked. In that case, let's go straight to something exciting. A hint of bad thoughts flashed in Shinang Man's eyes. What's exciting? Hua Xiangshi and Jade Pink Meow asked curiously. The bottom bet was changed to take off your clothes in one piece if you lose. Shinang Man said with a smile. No. Hua Xiangshi and Jade Pink Meow simultaneously refused without hesitation. What? Are you guys scared? When I said betting on spiritual stones, you all said that you don't have the desire to win or lose. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. When I said betting on stripping, you all have disagreed. Shinang Man scorned. If we were all women, betting on stripping would be fine, but there's still a Changjiu in the mix, said Jade Pink Meow in a gentle voice looking at Sable Changjiu as she swallowed her words. Yes, with Long Gathering around, whether I lose or I win, how do I compare? I'm the one who suffers, Hua Xiangshi said with a red face. Cut. In the end, it's because you're afraid that you'll lose. And if you lose, you'll have to take off your clothes and be taken advantage of by Changju's brother for nothing. Shinong Man scoffed. Who's afraid of losing? It's just that I wasn't as shameless as you, being able to strip in front of the Changju. Jade Pink Meow said in shame and anger. Sable Changju wisely closed his mouth. At a time like this, he didn't dare to interrupt the three of them. Forget it. This way, I lose and take off one piece. You guys lose and take off half a piece. That's fine, right? So afraid of losing. Shinong Man giggled. Hua Xianxue and Jade Pink Meow instantly red-warmed at their words. Who's afraid of losing? Just come on. Whoever loses takes off one piece. You just wait to be naked you. Hua Xianxue broad went out, thinking that anyway, before he and the Sable Long Gathering have frankly sat down, it does not matter anymore. But this breath cannot be lost. When Jade Pink Meow saw that Hua Xianxue had agreed, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and nodded her agreement as well. There are no outsiders here anyway. Sooner or later, then a rousing game of mahjong was played. I'm Who. You guys lost. Shineng Man spread the cards out. What's with the fast Who? I haven't even begun to hang my cards yet. Hua Xianxue wailed. How do you have 3 red centers? How does this play? Jade Pink River said unconvincingly. Senior uncle is awesome. Sable Changju praised. Okay, it's time for you guys to take off. Shineng Man looked at the crowd with a smile and said. Wolverine Long Gathering indifferently removed his tunic, which contained short sleeves and shorts, revealing the long curls of leg hair on his thighs. Wolverine Changju's appearance attracted the 3 women who could not help but cover their mouths and laugh lightly. None of them had expected the fairy-like Sable Changju on the outside to wear this on the inside after taking off her robe. Sable Changju had an awkward expression on his face. Stop laughing you two. It's your turn to take it off. Shinong Man said. Hua Xianxue indifferently took off her light veil, revealing her pink and snow-white skinned shoulders. As the light veil faded, the shortcomings of her already modest clothing were fully exposed. Jade Pink River hesitated and untied the black robe. When she untied her black robe, Hua Xianxue and Shinengman both shouted that Jade Pink Meow had cheated. For underneath her black robe was a beautifully dressed set of clothes that also showed no skin at all. There's no difference between taking off the black robe and not taking it off. To this Jade Pink River replied. You're underdressed yourselves, so blame me for being overdressed. Mahjong continues. The only ones who lost were Shineng Man and Jade Pink Meow. Shineng Man cheerfully removed the light veil, and then looked provocatively at Jade Pink Meow, as if she was the one who had won and shouted, Take it off! Jade Pink Meow hesitated for a moment and slipped her dress off in front of the trio's gazes. Holy! When Jade Pink Meow removes her dress, Shineng Man can't help but explode, because after the Jade Pink Meow dress was removed, there was another set of white dress that neatly didn't show a bit of skin. Only the material of this bodice is softer and thinner and more flattering compared to the outside one. The curves of the body that were originally unclear to Jade Pink River were now fully rendered. Slim waist and plump peaks. Sable Changju had also been under the impression that Jade Pink Meow was one of those slightly chubby girls. As it turns out, now I realize that Jade Pink River is slightly chubby my ass and just wears a lot of clothes. You're sick, aren't you? How many outfits are you wearing for this one? Shinong Man spat. 1 set of outerwear, 1 set of underwear, and 1 set of small clothes only. Isn't this normal dressing? Rather, it's you who is sick now that you only have the small clothes. Jade Pink Meow said with a straight face. Come on, go on. I'd like to see how many other suits you have on underneath. In one round, Hua Xianxue Hu, Sable Changju, Shi Nengman, and Jade Pink Meow all have to be punished. Sable Changju pulled off his short sleeves, revealing his lean upper body. Next to him, Shineng Man touched his abs and smiled flirtatiously. Brother Changju, it's okay. Senior uncle, please respect yourself. Sable Changju hastily dodged and rebuked with a righteous face. He didn't expect Shineng Man to be so bold. Now there are still Hua Xianxue and Jade Pink Meow on the field. If you want to touch it, you can do it anywhere you want. Hey, Burning Tender Man, don't move against my disciple. Hua Xianxue said a little angry when she saw the actions of Shinenman. Haven't touched it many times myself. You two hurry up and take it off. Jade Pink Meow clenched her teeth, and with a pair of jade hands, she reached for her face and uncovered the light veil, saying, My veil counts as one piece as well. As the veil was lifted, a face whose beauty was no less than that of the 2 women pouring out of the city was exposed to the air. This surprised Sable Changju slightly. He didn't realize that Jade Pink River looked so pretty too. I thought she kept the veil on because she wasn't confident in her looks. If other people were to see Jade Pink Meow's true face, then she would definitely be elected as the 3rd most beautiful woman in the Longshin continent, on par with Shinong Man and Hua Xianxue. Chapter 64. You're cheating. Wolverine Changju couldn't help but ask in amazement. Uncle Jade, why do you always like to wear a veil to cover your face when you're so good looking? Jade Pink Meow's pretty face was slightly red, and she lowered her head and said, I don't like to show my face. Is this a reason for you to cheat? Shinang Man said disdainfully, can a veil be counted as a piece? Oh, don't play if you can't afford to lose. Let's show you what it means to lose. Shinang Man's pair of jade hands reached to her Guanzhi's back and grabbed the two small red ropes. Hua Xianshi and Jade Pink Meow raised their eyebrows, sensing that it was not a good idea, and hurriedly raised their voices to stop them. No! However, they were still a step too slow. Shinang Man had already tugged hard, and the small clothes lost their restraints and slipped off. Sable Changju's eyes widened as he saw the shocking truth. The next second it was covered by one hand of Hua Xianshi and Jade Pink Meow. Burning tender man, you come for real. Exasperated, Hua Xianshi hurriedly put her clothes in order. You're doing this on purpose. Jade Pink Meow also blocked in front of Shinang Man and said with warm anger. Shinang Man said with a shaky smile, I don't even care. Why do you guys care so much? After tying up Shinang Man's clothes, Hua Xianshi pinched Shinang Man fiercely before saying, no more games. Change the game. She's wondering if Shinang Man lost on purpose. Originally, I thought I was in the second layer, but I didn't realize that Creek Nomad was in the atmosphere. Creek Tender Man is an exhibitionist. Hua Xianshi had said so, and Sable Changju was fine with it, so everyone silently put their clothes back on. However, this time, Jade Pink River didn't know if she had forgotten, but she didn't put back on her black robe and veil. After the four of them played other games for a while longer, the night was late. Both Shinang Man and Jade Pink Meow are living in the courtyard of Hua Xianshi. Sable Long Gathering after a day of labor is also up to say goodbye and leave. Back at the mountain peak, Chi Tian Chi and Shuang Cage had already gone to bed. Wolverine Long Gathering took off his coat and also went to bed and closed his eyes to sleep. Falling asleep, Sable Changju always felt uncomfortable somewhere. Rolled over, but unexpectedly pressed into a soft warm delicate body, scared him to open his eyes in a hurry. At a glance, it was actually Shinang Man. She didn't know when she was lying next to him. She was thinly dressed and her beautiful eyes were slightly curved as she looked at herself. Senior uncle, why are you here? Sable Changju hastily tried to get up while Shinang Man pulled him down into her arms with a pull of her jade hand. Wolverine Changju's mind shook from the impact and his eyes went white. Brother Changju, I can't sleep. Can you massage me like last time? Shinang Man came to Sable Changju's ear and said softly. Wolverine Changju would be a eunuch at this point if he didn't understand what Shinang Man meant. Yes. After half an hour, Wolverine Changju completely gave up and depressedly let go of Shinang Man and turned around, leaving her behind. Just now he felt insulted. For the second time, I hated that my cultivation level was low and I couldn't even break the defense. Obviously there is a delicious meal in front of you and all you can do is look through a glass window and drool. Shinang Man giggled and stick-hugged Sable Changju, said, Changju brother, don't be discouraged. I am always yours. There is no hurry for a while. Just wait for your cultivation to come up. Sable Changju questioned. Senior uncle, are you really at the Tenji stage? Obviously, Hua Xianshi was able to do so, but why couldn't Shinang Man, who was also in the Tianqi stage? Guess, smiled Shinang Man. Don't want to guess. I'm going to sleep. Sable Changju pushed away Shinang Man and said, Are you sure you can sleep? Shinang Man gazed straight at Sable Changju and laughed lightly. Sable Changju said breathlessly, You have to sleep even if you can't. What else can you do? Brother Changju, are you forgetting that I'm the Acacia Sect Patriarch although I haven't experimented with it? My theoretical knowledge is unrivaled. Shinang Man flirtatiously stretched out her fragrant tongue and licked her sexy red lips. All roads lead to Rome. If this road doesn't work, change the road. Don't take the big road and take the small road. Won't it work? Worthy of being the Acacia Sect Patriarch. An hour later, Sable Changju fell asleep with his eyes closed as he hugged Shinang Man, letting out a labored gasping sound. Looks exhausted. Shinang Man got up by bracing his sable long-gathered chest, picked up the light veil next to him and casually draped it over him, and said in a calm tone, Did I ask you to come out? Or did you take the initiative to come out? As soon as Shinang Man's words fell, a stunningly beautiful woman in a red wedding dress emerged from the Sable Changju nascent ring and stood beside the bed. She looked at the two on the bed with an icy gaze and cursed. Nasty. Unaware of shame. Prodigal. Shinang Man didn't mind the red dowry woman's insults at all. She said faintly, How can there be a husband and wife who don't know how to be shameless in their underbed pleasures? On the contrary, it's you who has been sucking in my young master's chaos god body breath to recover your state for this year. Even if it's not enough, you still don't set yourself straight. Now I'll give you two choices. First, immediately set out your identity with the young master and honestly become the young master's aide. Secondly, get lost now. My young master doesn't like you as a cultivation aide. How dare you disrespect me like that? The red dowry woman had an angry expression. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a tone. Why don't you dare? Do you really take yourself seriously? Disliking this and that. Don't think I don't know that you often suck my young master into overdraft. I've put up with you for a long time. Shinang Man's eyes showed murderous intent towards the red dowry woman. My. The red dowager woman admitted to herself that she was in the wrong. And on a few occasions indeed she had sucked a little too much. You are nothing more than an aid to the chaos god body. Without the chaos god body you are nothing. Hurry up and make your choice. Shinang Man coldly shouted. The red dowry woman also knew that Shinang Man was telling the truth. The only reason she could cultivate to this level was because she was an auxiliary to the chaos god body. Born to be an auxiliary to the chaos god body. If she was unwilling to become an aid to the chaotic god body, she would fall even if her cultivation was heavenly. But how could she be so proud of her character? Just go. After dropping these words, the red dowry-clothed woman tore through space and directly left. Shinang Man smiled and shook his head as he watched the red wedding dress woman leave. She knew the red dowager woman would still come back later in good behavior. Now this is just a way to knock her around a bit and make her realize her position. Make it sound like you're still condescending by being an auxiliary to Wolverine Changju. The peepers are finally gone. I was really uncomfortable just now. Shinang Man nestled into Sable Changju's arms again. Shinangman kissed Wolverine Changju's face in fascination. Young master, hurry up and become strong. Oh. And you, this broken hang up, be honest with me. Shinang Man suddenly reached into Sable Changju's head with one hand and grabbed out a blue-haired palm-sized pretty little loli with a pair of white wings. Don't worry. I will be very honest. Please don't kill me. The palm-sized pretty little loli wailed in fear. As long as you are obedient, naturally I won't kill you. Shinang Man rubbed the small face of the palm-sized pretty little loli and revealed a smile. Only the smile was horrible in the eyes of the pretty little palm-sized loli. She nodded frantically in fear. Chapter 65, Chaotic God Body Lu Lian. In the morning, Wolverine Longgathering woke up with a start and grabbed a large hand to the side. Only the remaining warmth of the comforter was grasped. Why is senior uncle up so soon? Sable Changju said with a slight bit of regret. He's still interested. If it wasn't for the scent of Creek Nyoman's body still lingering on the sheets in the air, he would have thought he was dreaming last night. Sleeping is inexplicably attacked at night by the master's uncle. Uncle Shifu sent it to his door. But he couldn't eat it himself. Sable Changju got up and stretched. He felt incredibly refreshed. It's really Yi Bufan's problem. As soon as Yi Bufan died, he himself was all relaxed, and he wouldn't be ghosted in bed when he slept. Sable Changju muttered, checking his chi value. After killing Yi Bufan, he already had 100,5000 chi value. It had to be said that Yi Bufan was really worth it. Lin Sandong's chi value was only 80,000, while Yi Bufan's chi value was 1,000,000. After killing Yi Bufan, Sable Changju became rich overnight. System, exchange all of the chi luck values into cultivation for me, Wolverine Longgathering said to the system. After what happened yesterday, what he realized was that his cultivation level was really low. Even if you can't protect your disciple, you can't even break the defense, holding back to a fault. Ding! The host now has 100,0500 fortune value. If all of it is converted into cultivation, the host's cultivation will be raised to the early stage of Tianxian. Is it converted? Redemption. Sable Changju said without hesitation. Although the 100,500 value of Chi Luck only allowed him to jump 2 major realms from the Holy Spirit stage to the early Tianxian stage, which seemed a bit of a loss. If he slowly cultivated himself, it wouldn't take many years to cultivate to the Tianxian stage. But Sable Changju couldn't wait a moment. He was desperate to get stronger. Ding! The exchange is complete. The host's cultivation has reached the early stage of Tianxian. Sable Changju felt the changes in his cultivation and couldn't help but sigh at the perversity of the system. Other people need to cross the tribulation if they raise their cultivation level. Sacred Infant transition once. Tianxian stage transition once. The Tianji stage transits once. The transformation stage transits once. And he doesn't have to. The system gives it when it says it does. Without even needing to cross the tribulation, he directly rose from the Holy Spirit stage to the Tianxian stage. Due to the fact that his cultivation had reached the Tianxian stage, Sable Changju's appearance had also undergone a change that was visible to the naked eye, changed from the look of a middle-aged man back to a strong, powerful young man of about 25. Sable Changju looked in the mirror and touched his young and handsome face, and his heart was in a trance. It can be said that he was able to pick up Lu Liyan back then, and this handsome face contributed to it. I don't know what this woman Lu Liyan is doing now. When she first broke up with me, she probably couldn't have imagined that not only did I not die of old age in the end, but also my cultivation dawdled, and I finally recovered to what I looked like when I was young and handsome. Somewhere where the birds and the flowers are, a little girl with bare feet was sitting by the pond playing in the water. There was sudden thunder and lightning in the air. 9 purple thunderbolts converged into a terrifying pillar of light that poured down from the air, aiming straight at a stunningly beautiful woman who was meditating and cultivating in the distance. This woman was none other than Lu Liyan, who had entered the Lingxiao Sect secret realm to cultivate. The little girl's little mouth opened slightly and she let out a royal voice. It's actually the 9 violet heavenly punishment. Did this girl offend the heavenly Tao? She has to rain down 9 violet heavenly punishments for a calamity. The 9 purple heavenly punishment was also considered to be a thunderbolt that transiting people would see. The power of the 9 purple heavenly punishment ranked in the top 3 amongst the thunder tribulation. Not many people have survived the 9 purple heavenly punishments since ancient times. Generally speaking, only after the transiting person did something against the rules of the heavenly Tao. The transiting person would have the 9 violet heavenly punishments sent down by the heavenly Tao. The little girl frowned slightly, considering whether or not to make a move to help Lu Liyan block this 9 purple heavenly punishment. Lu Liyan, this little girl still quite like cultivation talent, enlightenment, very knowledgeable about things. She understands as soon as she tells herself. Unlike those other successive strawbread Lingxiao Sect sovereigns, there are many things they have spoken over and over again that they can't understand, and they have to ask questions non-stop. In recent years, the only one whose enlightenment was better, besides Lu Liyan the girl, was Lu Liyan the girl's master, Hua Xiangshi. It was only a pity that this girl, Hua Xiangshi, didn't have her physique jade pot heaven-swallowing body activated at that time. Otherwise, after she went out, her cultivation would have at least reached the fusion stage, just as the little girl was getting ready to do it. Lu Liyan, who was meditating and cultivating, didn't even bother to open her eyes, and her jade hand slapped at the huge purple light pillar that descended from the sky. Get out! The huge purple pillar of light was shattered by a slap, and the thunderbolt clouds in the sky dissipated with a curse. The little girl looked at the scene in front of her breathlessly. It seems one's fears were unwarranted. Worthy of being the only legendary physique chaos god body. It's truly domineering. The little girl let out an exclamation. She had lived for so long, and it was the first time she had met the legendary chaotic god body. It just seems a little strange. In the records of legends, chaos god bodies only appeared in males, but now she had encountered a female chaos god body. Lu Liyan immediately entered the state of cultivation again after crossing the calamity. At this point she was in an incredibly low mood. Counting the time, Sable Changju's big day is already here, and it's only a year or 2 away. She just wanted to hurry up to cultivate and become stronger. And after she went out and avenged the people of the small mountain village, she wanted to be buried together with Sable Changjun. Walking out of the room, Zaitan Kiki was already alive and well and skillfully pouncing and hanging onto him. Chi Tianqi's expression was a bit odd after she hugged her mink and took a long gathering drag. How come Master has the scent of Sister Tenderman on him? Did Sister Tenderloin finally stop pretending and sneak in last night for nothing? Chi Tianqi also understands Shi Nang Man's feelings. If she didn't make a move, Sable Changju was going to be eaten up by all the other bad women. Wolverine Changju rubbed the small head of Chi Tianqi who was hanging on his body and said with a smile, Chi, is the injury already healed? Kiki Zaitan squinted comfortably and said, it's done. Where's your senior sister? Sable Changju didn't find any sign of Shuang Cage and opened his mouth to ask. Senior sister has gone to continue participating in the sect competition. Then let's go watch the battle as well. Good. Wolverine Changju held Chi Tianqi's soft, warm and fragrant little petite body in his arms before flying away from the mountain peak with his sword. Chapter 66, My fate is determined by God, not me. The clan competition started early in the morning with a fierce contest. Shuang Cage had already been in the ring before Sable Chief Gathering arrived and won a round. The one who fought against her was an inner disciple of the same sect of the Lingxiao Sect, with the cultivation of the Jindan stage. Wolverine Changju hugged the pendant, Chi Tian Kiki, and returned to sit in the same place he had been sitting yesterday. At this time, the 3 women, Flower Fragrance Shy, Jade Pink Meow, and Stream Tenderman, had also arrived early. Hua Xiangshi glanced at Sable Changju before averting her eyes. Jade Pink Meow at this time is still yesterday's dress, black robe plus veil, covered tightly, leaving only a pair of beautiful eyes outside. Her beautiful eyes frowned slightly when she saw Sable Changju holding Chi Tian Chi. How is it that the Sable Long Gathering has become younger after not seeing it for a day? But the cultivation level is still at the Holy Spirit stage. Shineng Man smiles and greets Will Changju as if nothing happened last night. Brother Changju, good morning Senior Uncle Nin Man, good morning. Wolverine Changju's expression was a bit unnatural. Now when he saw Shinengman, he remembered the appearance of Shinengman, a big demonic spirit, who had sold out last night. The heart is stupid. Brother Changju looks very refreshed today. Looks like you had a very nourishing sleep last night. Shinengman winks meaningfully at Sable Changju. Sable Changju really wanted to say back, how can you sleep as well as you, senior uncle? Chi Tian Kiki nestled in Sable Changju's arms with a bit of a wince and lowered her little head. Brother Changju, is this your precious disciple? Shinengman said as he looked at Chi Tian Chi with a smile. I'm asking you to plant on Sable Changju, not Sable Changju. Yes, her name is Chi Tian Chi. Chi, call out to senior uncle. Wolverine Changju said as he shook the delicate body of Chi Tian Chi who had her little head lowered in his arms. Senior uncle, shouted Chi Tianchi in a heartfelt whisper. Don't call me senior uncle, shouting me old. Just call me Sister Tenderman. Shinin Man laughed and stretched out her hands, giving Chi Tian Chi's delicate little face a hard pinch. Chi Tian Kiki dared to hurt but didn't dare to scream. It's over. Sister Tenderloin is angry. I should have known not to hang on to the master in front of Sister Tenderman. Brother Changju, your precious disciple is so cute. Can I hug her? Shinong Man asked. You'll have to ask my disciple's opinion on that one. Sable Changju said. Zaitan Kiki is cute and adorable. Hua Xiangshi tried to hug her before, but Chi Tian Kiki didn't want to. Aha! Chi Tian Chi nodded her head in a hurry. Does she have the right to refuse? Dare she refuse? Shineng Man skillfully clamped his hands around Chi Tian Chi's small armpits and carried her into his arms. Then it was time for a violent bout of wild jerking and squeezing of her. Sister Tenderman, I was wrong. Sister Tenderman, I'm wrong. My family won't stick to Master Teacher anymore in the future. I'll keep a distance from Master. Chi Tian Chi transmitted her voice and begged for mercy. But Shinong Man didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Sable Changju looked at Chi Tian Chi, who was in Shinengman's arms, being played into various shapes by her. The corner of his mouth moved, and he kind of wanted to stop it, but Chi Tian Chi didn't even cry out in distress, so he couldn't stop it. In the end, it was Jade Pink Miao who couldn't stand to watch and reached out to carry Chi Tian Chi from Shinengman's arms, saying in a gentle voice, Nong Man, don't go too far. Chi, she's still just a child. Jade Pink Miao helped Chi Tian Chi organize her messy hair. Chi Tian Chi was touched in her heart and hugged Jade Pink Miao's neck and rubbed it fiercely. It's still good to be a Pink River sister. Humph. Shineng Man snorted coldly and turned around to take Sable Changju's arm into his arms, saying smugly, it's better to hug brother Changju. Jade Pink Miao smiled without saying anything and used her spiritual power to help Chi Tian Chi's little face, which had been pinched by Shineng Man until it was red and swollen, to relieve the pain. Hua Xiangshi, who was sitting on a high seat, watched the intimate movements of Shinengman and Sable Changju, and had an ominous feeling in her heart. It always feels as if Shinengman and Sable Changju are having an affair, but all along Creek Tenderman and Wolverine Long Gathering were just so close. In the past, Shinengman also often hugged Sable Changju like this in front of Lu Liyan. Creek Tenderman, these are actions that everyone has long been accustomed to. Lu Liyan also never stopped it, because she knew that Sable Changju only had her in his eyes and would not even look at Shinengman one more time. Even if Shinengman stripped naked and stood in front of Sable Changju, she believed that Sable Changju was indifferent. Now Hua Xiangshi always felt that something was wrong, especially last night when Creek Tenderman actually did not say anything about sleeping with her in a rare moment, and after her shower, she slipped away naked and said she'd go back to her room to sleep. When I saw her this morning, she had been yawning non-stop, saying she hadn't slept well last night and was weak. Did this attack my disciple last night? A bold idea surfaced in Hua Xiangshi's mind. With Shinong Man's virtue, he could really do such a thing. Why else would she be so abnormal and weak? Wasn't this what Hua Xiangshi had experienced in the mysteries? The more Hua Xiangshi thought about it, the more likely it was. No way. I'm going to have to check it out before I take another bath with slutty Tenderman tonight. Hua Xiangshi said darkly. If Shinong Man really got into it with Ming Changju, she'd really have to beat her ass all over the place. There are so many men under the sky who don't want to harm her disciple. Acacia Sect Shi Chu Yuan wins. With the referee's voice, Bai Chuyuan's expression was ice-cold as she glanced at Bai Qiantian and Ming Changju in the distance before walking down the ring. A man is left in the ring covering Chase in pain. The males in the room gasped at the sight. Across the ring they all felt the drilling pain. This is the 5th man she's wasted. I'll go. Too hard on this woman. Does she have a grudge against men? A kick in the ass every time. I'll tell you something outrageous. She's also the holy daughter of the Acacia Sect. What? She's the holy daughter of the Acacia Sect? Those who don't know would think she's the holy daughter of some misogynistic sect. As a cultivator, even if you break an arm or a leg, you can regrow the limb if you pay the price of a little decrease in cultivation. But this pain is a shadow for the rest of your life. Bai Chuyuan already knew that Sable Changju was the cheap husband that her sister Bai Huajin hung onto every day. She then says why she always thought he looked familiar when she first met Sable Changju. It turned out that it was because Sable Changju had changed from an old man to a middle-aged uncle and didn't recognize him at once. After recognizing Sable Changju's identity, the first thing Bai Chuyuan did was to talk to Xinang Man, saying that her sister was already Sable Changju's person and asked her sister to serve Sable Changju instead. But I never expected Xinang Man to say that she already knew. Both of their sisters were to serve the Sable Long Gathering, because they were all glazed saint bodies. None of them could escape. When the Wolverine family came to the aid of the Bai family, it was because they came for the glazed sacred body, to repair Sable Changju's chaos divine body with the glazed sacred body. If it wasn't for the fact that they had to use the glazed sacred body to repair Sable Changju's chaos divine body, the Sable family wouldn't have stepped in to save the Bai family, and the Bai family would have long since been exterminated. This made Bai Chuyuan feel incredibly angry and helpless at the same time. It felt as if the sisters had been arranged to serve Sable Changju, giving her a sense of powerlessness. My fate is in the hands of heaven, not mine. Chapter 67, Let Me Kong Kong. Full of positive energy, Shuang Cage's mood was heavy when she saw Bai Chuyuan's performance in the ring, and she could see that Bai Chuyuan's true cultivation was far more than that. On the surface, Bai Chuyuan was only at the early Yuaning stage, but in reality, she might be at the sacred infant stage or even the Earth Shen stage. 25 years old? This kind of cultivation qualification would be a super genius even if it was placed in a superior cultivation realm. How could it appear in the Dragon Xian continent? Shuang Cage knew that it would be difficult enough for her to win the title this time around, and only hoped that she would try to avoid her in her subsequent matches. Brother Changju, do you like my disciple? Xinang Man hugged Sable Changju's arm and pointed at Bai Chuyuan with a smile. Bai Qiantian perked up his ears and nervously waited for Sable Changju's reply. Not like that. Wolverine Long Gathering's scalp went numb at the sight of Baikuan's severed foot in the ring. It fit her cool demeanor. Such a woman would be pill hot if she habitually came in bed as well. He asked the sky to breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that he didn't like it. It's enough to take one of the older daughters. There's no need to take both. The fight that ensued was uneventful. Both Bai Chuyuan and Shuang Cage easily defeated their opponents. The two women are also the favorites to win. Everyone is wondering who is better when these two go up against each other. Soon the sun went down. Today's Clan Grand Prix program is complete, and tomorrow will be the battle for the championship. After each returned home, Hua Xiangshi, who has always been suspicious, directly pulled Xinengman to bathe without saying a word. There were some things she didn't feel comfortable not confirming. Egu, what are you doing? Xiangshi, let me conk. Xiangshi, don't make me conk. Hua Xiangshi soaked in the bath and washed her hands, her heart strange to the core. How can it still be there? That's impossible. What went wrong? Not allowing Hua Xiangshi to think more, she was hugged by Xinengman. That's not fair. I want Khan back too. No way. Hua Xiangshi's heart was shocked and she refused without hesitation. She couldn't afford to look at it. One look and her icy image would be shattered. Unfortunately, Xinengman didn't allow Hua Xiangshi to refuse at all and had already made his move. Ouch. What are you doing? Let me conk. Tender man. Don't make me conk. What kind of game are you guys playing? A naked jade pink river walked in, looking at Hua Xiangshi, who had a lifeless face in the bathtub and was being held in the arms of Xinengman. She said with a puzzled expression, Yo, little Bye-Bye is here? Come over here. Xinengman smiled and waved at Jade Pink Meow. Jade Pink Meow got out of the bath a bit strangely and walked over to the two of them. What for? Seeing Jade Pink Meow slowly walking in front of her, Flower Fragrance Shy and Creek Nangman looked at each other at the same time. The corners of their mouths hooked up with a hint of a heartfelt tacit understanding of a bad smile. The two women pounced on Jade Pink Meow at the same time. Jade Pink Meow instantly panicked, a sense of foreboding rising. Let me conk. Let me conk. Xiangshi, tender man. Don't make me conk. Make me conk. Jade Pinkmeow wrapped her arms around her legs and curled up by one of the corners of the bath, silently weeping. People are not clean anymore. The two women floating in large letters on the water chuckled. You're clean. We can testify to that. Jade Pinkmeow cried even louder at her words. Words. Shinenman took Hua Xiangshi into his arms and asked with a bad smile. Among our three sisters, you are the only one who has tasted a man's flavor. Quickly tell me what it feels like. Jade Pinkmeow also stopped crying when she heard the words of Shinengman, only revealing a head on the surface of the water. She swam over like a Yangtze and came to eavesdrop next to the two women. What feeling? Hua Xiangshi's pretty face blushed slightly, pretending not to understand. It's, Shinengman said softly as he came to Hua Xiangshi's ear. Hua Xiangshi listened to the whole person instantly red temperature. Head smoke. Slapped the she-tender man pouted. To die are you. What are the words of wolf and tiger? Jade Pinkmeow naturally also heard Shinengman's whispering, her ears slightly red, her expression torn, wanting to continue listening but not wanting to. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. Then secretly tell me which man got the favor of Grand Sovereign Xiangshi. Shinengman flirted. What's it to you? Can't I just accidentally lose it? How could Hua Xiangshi give up Sable Changju? Shinengman's eyes lit up to Hua Xiangshi's ear and said softly, I didn't realize that Xiangshi you seem to have no desires. But privately you have no desires. Jade Pinkmeow and Flower Fragrance Shy both blushed to the extreme after hearing this. You're going to die. I've never tried it. Hua Xiangshi pushed Shinengman away. So you mean there's a man? Quickly tell me what it's like to have a man. Shinengman circled the topic back again. Hua Xiangshi just wanted to whip her own hands. Why did she have to check out Creek Tenderman? This is great. Shinengman has no problem. But he himself is checked out by Shinengman and has a problem. I'm done washing. I'm going back to bed. Hua Xiangshi turned around and was about to slip away. How could Shinengman let her go? Shinengman pulled Hua Xiangshi's black and silky hair and threatened. If you don't say it, I'll tell the whole continent about you, so that they will all know that the original ice clear Hua Xiangshi is the one who secretly steals men in private. Hua Xiangshi was speechless. Shinengman is a rumor monger. I'll say it isn't okay. Hua Xiangshi gave in. In his heart, he thought that Shinengman doesn't know who this man is anyway, so it would be quite fun for him to share it with her. It gave Hannah Shanti the thrill of doing something bad. Speak quickly. Shinengman hugged Hua Xiangshi tightly into his arms, his eyes filled with the desire for knowledge. Jade Pinkmeow stood up at some point as well, sticking close to Hua Xiangshi, not wanting to miss every detail of what she said. Aren't you the Acacia Sect patriarch? Don't you know a lot? Why do you have to ask me? Hua Xiangshi said strangely. I do understand, but it's all theory. Where have I experimented like you? Shinengman laughed badly. I've only experimented with it once. Too. Tell me what it feels like. It's, well, that's it. Hua Xiangshi finished with a red face. Shinengman looked like he couldn't get enough of it and said sadly. It's just gone? Jade Pink River covered her reddened little face like she had done something bad. Or what? What else do you want to know? I would like to ask a question. Shinengman said softly as he came up to Hua Xiangshi's ear. To hell with you. Ask these. Hua Xiangshi slapped Shinengman in shame. Say it. Say it. I'm dying to know. Shinengman hugged and rubbed against Hua Xiangshi. Jade Pinkmeow's hands that covered her small face. Her fingers parted a crack, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes that were also filled with a desire for knowledge. Looking at Hua Xiangshi, expecting her answer. Good. I'll say it. Hua Xiangshi went out on a limb and said what she should or shouldn't have said anyway. It's Chapter 68. Do you still know the little fairy body transformation? Wolverine Long Gathering tossed and turned in his bed, unable to sleep. Why didn't Uncle Shifu come tonight? Wolverine Long Gathering couldn't get enough of Creek Nun Man, and had expected her to come on a night attack tonight as well. As a result, it's now almost midnight and she's still missing. Coming. Sable Changju sensed an aura approaching. Then a figure drilled in. Sable Changju sits up excitedly, but realizes that the visitor is not Shinenman, but Shinenman's disciple, Shi Tzu Yuen. He's kind of wondering why there's a new night attack today. Creek Tender Man and her protege, Creek Quill Hope, take turns in nightly attacks? I wonder what the Holy Maiden has come to my place in the middle of the night. Sable Changju asked. She didn't come to kick Choi in the middle of the night, did she? Sable Long Gathering wind blowing faintly cool. Bai Tzu Yuen looked at Sable Changju with somewhat cold eyes and said, Elder Sable, my daughter has something important to talk to you about. This is not the place to talk. Can we talk somewhere else? Yes. Wolverine Long Gathering nodded. Though it's strange why Baekuan came to ask him out in the middle of the night. But she was only at the early Yuaning stage. But she was at the Di Xian stage. So she would still be afraid of her? Bai Chu Yuan turned around and flew away with her imperial sword. Sable Changju also followed with his sword. Not long after they left, a figure also followed them with a sword. This person was none other than Shuang Cage. She had sensed it when Bikawan arrived. She hid her breath and listened to their conversation from the sidelines. After hearing that she was going to ask Wolverine to get together somewhere else, she uneasily followed suit. Sable Changju didn't notice Shi Tzu Yuan's true cultivation, but she did. She's worried that Shi Tzu Yuan will turn on Sable Changju. Wolverine Changju was only at the Holy Spirit stage, but Shi Tzu Yuan might have already been at the Holy Infant stage, or even the Earth Xian stage. If Shi Tzu Yuan wanted to harm Sable Changju, Shuang Cage would have to save Sable Changju and kill Shi Tzu Yuan even if he had to pay the price by utilizing the ability of the Nine Devil Body. Bai Tzu Yuan took Sable Changju and flew all the way until she arrived at a remote and uninhabited mountain peak within the Lingxiao Sect. Sable Changju frowned slightly just as he landed on this mountain peak, and he realized that this mountain peak had been covered with all sorts of advanced formations in advance. You can only go in but not out, and your breath and voice will be hidden in this mountain peak. Among other things, what does the Holy Maiden mean by this? Sable Changju asked. It was Shi Tzu Yuan who brought him here, so these formations were also set up by her. Kill you, Bai Tzu Yuan said in a cold voice, summoning a saint-level quality sword. Shineng Man never dreamed that the sacred sword she gave herself would end up being used by her to kill her young master. This mountain peak was where Bai Tzu Yuan had come in advance to step on and set up the formation. With all these formations she had set up here, even a fusion stage powerhouse wouldn't be able to discover them without coming close to the place. The only person in the Lingxiao sect who could notice the abnormality here was her father, Bai Qian Tian. Right now, Bai Chu Yuan wanted to fight a quick battle and cut this damned young master of the Wolverine family in front of her into pieces with a single slash. The idea had sprung up in her mind after she learned of Sable Changju's identity and the big fight with Shi Ningman. What me and my sister have to serve this broken young master of the Sable family? My fate is my own, not God's. Tonight she, B. Quinn, is going against the grain, just to kill this damned Sable family's young master with his own hands. Wolverine Changju asked a bit strangely, you and I have no grievances. Why are you trying to kill me? Bai Chu Yuan didn't speak. At this moment, the cultivation on her body don't suppress. The cultivation of the Tianqi stage completely exploded and rushed toward Sable Changju. Tianqi stage. Sable Changju was shocked beyond belief in his heart. He never expected that the woman in front of him, who was only 25 years old, was actually a Tianqi stage powerhouse. It's too anticlimactic. Ding. Daughter of Qi Qi detected. Name, Shi Chu Yuan. Age, 25. Cultivation, early Tianqi stage. Luck value, 200. 000. Holy, how come your crappy system is only giving me a hint now that this Shi Chu Yuan is the daughter of Qi Fortune? Sable Changju couldn't help but curse at the system. It's over. Early days of Tianqi. If Wolverine Changju had known that Shi Tzu Yuan was at the early stage of the heavenly Qi, he would not have said anything to be so foolish as to come here with her. The system Loli that had already transformed in Sable Changju's consciousness was also aggrieved to the extreme at this time. A pair of small white wings hanging down feebly. A pair of small hands clasped to the chest. The small head looking up at the sky at 45 degrees. Deflated small mouth aggrieved. Trying not to let the small pearls flow down. You think I didn't want to tip you off earlier? But how dare I hint at it? When I queue up, I'm going to lose my life. This system is also very difficult. Okay? Devouring law. Wolverine Changju was also no longer hiding his cultivation at this moment. Covering his body with an upper and lower layer of golden light fluctuations, he took out his sword and sparred with Bai Chu Yuan. Early stage of Earth Xian? Bai Chu Yuan was a bit surprised to see Sable Changju's cultivation level at this moment. However, she was more surprised by this golden light fluctuation means that Sable Changju was using it the moment. She had watched Hua Xiangshi use it yesterday when she fought against Lin Sandong. Being able to dissolve all of Lin Sandong's attacks was a means that even she was afraid of. She naturally couldn't beat Hua Xiangshi even if she was at the same realm as her. But, right now, she was at the early stage of Tianqi, while Sable Changju was only at the early stage of Di Xian, a difference of 2 whole realms. Even if he would use the mysterious means of Hua Xiangshi, he would still be no match for her. On the other side, Shuang Cage, who had just touched in, saw Bai Chu Yuan bullying Sable Changju as soon as she arrived. Tianqi stage, earthly Xian stage. The corner of Shuang Cage's mouth twitched when he saw the two people who were twisting and fighting together. So what are you doing here? She couldn't even intervene in the battle between these two people. Shuang Cage, even if she liberated the power of the 9-specter demon body, it would still reach the Earth Xian stage at most. Shui Yinkage's appearance also caught the attention of Sable Changju and Baixiu Yuan, but neither of them had the time to pay attention to her. With the law of devouring, Wolverine Changju was able to carry waves of attacks from Baixiu Yuan, who was at the early stage of heavenly qi, with a mere early stage of earthly Xian cultivation. This made Baixiu Yuan a bit annoyed. The longer he dragged on killing the Sable Long Gathering, the greater the probability of being discovered by others. She had to settle the fight quickly and then run back to Ba's house to take her sister far away before things got exposed. Glazed Liberation. Lily Blossom. Baixiu Yuan used her secret technique to activate her glazed holy body. Instantly she was surrounded by pure holy light, which then focused and formed a tight white armor over her petite body. Her originally black hair also turned white at this moment, and even her eyebrows' pupils turned white. And her cultivation level had also come to the peak of the late Tianqi stage at this moment from the original early Tianqi stage. You still know the little demon immortal full body transformation? Sable Changju's heart was heavy as he looked at Baixiu Yuan, whose cultivation level was already at the peak of the late Tianqi stage. Originally, he was still able to maneuver around her by relying on the law of devouring, and no one could do anything about it. And he had been dragging his feet waiting for Hua Xiangshi and Shi Nengmen to come to Yuan's rescue. But now that Baixiu Yuan's cultivation was at the peak of the late Tianqi stage, he didn't know if his devouring laws would hold up. Without any nonsense, Baixiu Yuan sent out a sword chi at Sable Changju. Wolverine Changju hurriedly used the devouring laws to resist, but unexpectedly, the devouring laws could not completely absorb this sword chi, and part of the overflow damage hit him, opening a small gash in front of his chest, and blood spilled out. Senior, Shui Yinkaige shouted anxiously, since just now she had been constantly sending messages to the outside world, asking for support. Unfortunately, this place had been isolated by a formation, so it was impossible to send out a message. She couldn't get out if she wanted to. Chapter 69, Master is Really a Good Beast, by Wentian, who was meditating in his room, snapped his eyes open, his gaze looking quizzically in the direction of Sable Changju and Baixiu Yuan's mountain peak. Strange, why do I feel that there is the aura of the glazed saint body over there? Who is this girl Chu Yuan fighting over there? Bai Chen Tian stood up a bit uneasily, and was about to step into the air to find out what was going on, when an icy voice echoed in just in the room. Sit back down. With an awkward expression, Bai Chen Tian obediently sat back down and closed his eyes to continue meditating. The owner of this voice is Creek Nym Man. Fragrance, do you ever do that with your baby man? Creek Nymphomaniac on the bed struck a pose. You're going to die. Hua Xiangshi reddened her face and returned Shi Nengmen to normal. Creek Tenderman hasn't stopped since he's been banging her tonight. Jade Pink Meow didn't say anything, but she silently memorized it in her heart. What about this? No. Like this? No. Like this? Su Tenderman, I beg you to leave me alone. Hua Xiangshi pulled the covers over her head. She's only had one pose since the beginning. What can she say? Never mind. Go to sleep. Shi Nengmen got under the covers and hugged Hua Xiangshi. How about this? You've had enough. Seifu. Uncle Sherfu. Why don't you guys come and save me? Wolverine Changju woefully kept dodging Baixiu Yuan's attacks. His clothes were torn and tattered with several more wounds. System, do you have any ideas? Wolverine Long Gathering asked the system. Hua Xiangshi and Shi Nengmen can't be relied on anymore, and the only thing that can be relied on now is the system. Has the host forgotten that he has an experience card for 5 minutes at the peak of the late Tianqi period? The system said a bit breathlessly. Right. I have a 5-minute experience card for the peak of the late Tianqi stage. Sable Changju had really almost forgotten about it, and Baixiu Yuan was angry as hell for not being able to hold Sable Changju for a long time. If it wasn't for that mysterious means used by Sable Changju, she would have slaughtered him into mincemeat a long time ago. Glazed Aeon. Shine on. Lily Jedi. Baixiu Yuan chanted, and a terrifying lily-shaped energy attack came at Sable Changju. Even the God transformation stage couldn't resist this move of hers. The reason why she hadn't used this move was because she was afraid that if she used it, it would destroy the spell formation here. And when the matter was exposed, she wouldn't be able to escape even if she wanted to. But now that she was in a hurry, she could no longer care so much. Sable Changju had to die. Feeling the terrifying power of Baixiu Yuan's Lily's top move, Wolverine Changju said anxiously to the system, quickly use the 5-minute experience card for the peak of the late Tianqi stage. Ding! The experience card for 5 minutes at the peak of the late Tianqi stage has been used successfully. Senior, Shui Yinkaige also saw the terrifying power of Baixiu Yuan's move, and her small face turned white as she shouted. In her eyes, Sable Changju was already surely dead. In the next second, A cold shout rang out. Devour! Only a golden vortex appeared in front of the lilies, directly damning them. Bai Chu Yuan's eyes were filled with incredulity as she looked at Sable Changju in front of her. The sky. Tianji late peak. Master. Shuang Cage hurriedly wiped away the tears in his eyes and shouted excitedly. She knew Sable Changju wasn't simple. It's not possible to die just like that. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. The cultivation level is still at the peak of the late Tianqi stage. Bai Xiu Yuan's heart was heavy. Sable Changju was too lazy to talk nonsense to Bai Xiu Yuan. Now he could only be a real man for 5 minutes. And he couldn't waste every second of those 5 minutes. He immediately launched an attack on Baijuan. Sable Changju, who was already at the peak of the late Tianqi stage, combined with the devouring laws, Bai Xiu Yuan was completely no match for him. Soon Sable Changju easily took down Bai Xiu Yuan, sealed her cultivation, carried her to the ground and threw her on the soft grass. Humph, if you want to kill me, hurry up and give me a pain in the ass. Bai Xiu Yuan stubbornly snorted coldly. She didn't expect Sable Changju to be at the peak of the late Tianqi stage. And also, how could the young master of Xinengman, who was a Xinengman, really be a surface Holy Spirit stage strawbag waste? I only blame myself for not preparing well enough. It was impossible to kill Bai Xiu Yuan, not to mention that she was the daughter of Qi Luck. And to take a step back, she was also Xinengman's personal disciple. When Sable Changju looked at Bai Xiu Yuan, he wanted to remove layer upon layer of her condescension, humiliate her properly, and in the process, force her to submit. But now there's a Shuang Cage next to him. In order to maintain his image, he was not in a good position to lay his hands on Bai Xiu Yuan at the moment. Now he can only go out and hand her over to Xinengman to send her off. Then when the time comes, he or she will ask Xinengman to come over and forcefully subjugate her. And Xinengman will agree 100%. Speak, there's no grievance between us. Why are you trying to kill me? Sable Changju asked. If you tell me to say it and I say it, then won't I be disgraced? Bai Xiu Yuan laughed mockingly. Forget it if you don't tell me. I don't really want to know. Sable Changju shrugged indifferently. Anyway, when the time comes, plenty of time for her to behave and talk. The name disliked her face and made her talk. Master, are you alright? Shuang Cage ran over and asked worriedly. It's fine. The injuries on Sable Changju's body were minor. Just a bit of broken skin. Not serious. At this time, the time for his late peak Tianqi 5-minute experience card had also come to an end. But why is your face so red? Master? Your face is red too. Shuang Cage exclaimed. She then saw something she shouldn't have and took several steps back with a red face. Sable Long Poly at this moment also realized that the body Sable Long Poly abnormal. What's going on with the system? Sable Long Gathering anxiously asked the system. Ugly Big, by the disciple saw the name. This is a side effect of the late peak 5-minute experience card from Skychance. Side effects? Nyomaz, how come you didn't tell me about it before? Sable Changju was on the verge of exploding. Forgot to mention. It's none of my business. I was forced to do it too. The transformed system Lolita. A pair of small white wings hanging down feebly. A pair of small hands hugging her chest. Her small head looking up at the sky at 45 degrees. Deflating her small mouth in aggravation. Trying hard not to let the small pearls flow down. I've already lost my tungus. You're doing this to stay alive. Whoa. Sable Changju gazed like a wolf at Bai Xiu Yuan in front of him. What are you doing? Don't you come over. Bai Xiu Yuan, who was sitting on the ground, also realized that something was wrong with Sable Changju, and fearfully stomped her jade legs straight up and kept backing away. Now that her cultivation was sealed, she couldn't escape at all. Shuang Cage sat paralyzed on the ground when he saw the scene in front of him. She tried to escape the place but couldn't, and could only stare stupidly. Help! Master is really a beast.